tournament, and their performance was shaky during the group stage. Compared to the other two teams, they appear to be in greater danger. Let's hope that they can settle down and cut down on their mistakes. The winner between AG and SZ will be facing SST. This match will decide which team from the Japan region advanced to the semi-finals. SST went straight to the quarterfinals by finishing top of their group. They are a very experienced team and know a lot about the teams from the different regions. During the group stage, they used FPX to their best advantage. SST's Hunter, Alf, managed to achieve 4 wins and 1 defeat. With his excellent pursuit skills, will the elimination stage be as easy going for them? Group 2 is the Group of Destiny. FPX.ZQ and GG fought it out at the grand final of COA 4. Known as the Galaxy Battleship, FPX.ZQ suffered a poor start to the group stage when their Hunter AFU failed to find his form. However, they managed to quickly sort themselves out in the match against the GH and won 4 in a row, helping them to win their group. Compared to the other two teams, FPX.ZQ have more explosive players that can control the rhythm of a match. WBG survivors fared better than their Hunters. What is worth noting is that WBG and FPX.ZQ met in the quarterfinals of COA 4. Besides being an old rival of WBG, FPX.ZQ were also YMM's former team. The team knows YMM very well, so in this matchup, YMM must show greater versatility to seed the round. The winner between FPX.ZQ and WBG will face GG. During the group stage, GG's Hunter, PP Xia, managed to wipe out the opponents in the first match. The return of Gemini completed the team and eased the pressure on the other team members, making them be one of the most all-rounded teams. To have any chance of knocking out a championship favorite like GG, FPX.ZQ and WBG must be at their best. The final 4 in the left half of the grouping will be a matchup between teams from the Japan and the Chinese mainland regions. It will determine whether the Japan region can take one step further in this year's COA Grand Final. The right half of the grouping may see a rematch of the 2021 IVL Final, or a dark horse may emerge this time round and change the face of the championship. Group 3 is the group where anything goes. NS and ACT have been holding their own and have split games with the stronger teams. ACT, which are in the COA Finals for the first time, lack match experience and have been inconsistent with their ideas and strategies, but they managed to find their feet as the tournament progressed. In their final match of the group stage against BZ, the whole team worked very well together and managed a wonderful result of 16-9. NS are the only Republic of Korea region team that managed to advance to the finals, preventing a domination of Chinese mainland and Japanese teams. NS select their survivor characters based on containment and assists. In addition, their survivors are known to be very flexible on the battlefield. With these skills, NS managed to push DOU5 and FPX.ZQ to the brink, showing their resilience in matches. The winner between ACT and MS will face off against Wolves. As the winner of the 2021 Summer and Autumn Championships, Wolves are an elite IVL team. Both their Hunters and Survivors have performed more consistently than those of ACT and MS. This would give ACT and MS a lot of pressure. However, Wolves cannot afford to rest on their laurels against the tenacious teams like ACT and MS. Group 4 is without a doubt the most exciting group. The survivor of GR found their chemistry over time, allowing them to get points even against the strong Hunters. Veteran Hunter PP Xian wiped out the opponents 3 times during the group stage to help the team cement their victories. In the end, the team managed to advance to the elimination stage with the second place finish in the group. And once again, they will face their nemesis MRC. MRC is very good with game management, compared to GR's Hunter PP Xian, who is very good with the finer details. The strength of MRC lies in the composure of their survivors. They are very good at swinging the tide in the late game. This may work against the PP Xian and gave MRC an extra edge. The winner between GR and MRC will face DOU5. As the winner of their group, DOU5 is a force to be reckoned with. Not only does the team have a top hunter in Dong X, their survivors can always find a way to work together to contain their opponent's hunter. DOU5 features the strength of both GR and MRC. This group will give us a nail-biting finish. The excellent performance of the Japanese and Korea teams and the solid display by the teams from the Chinese mainland region during the group stage tells us that the elimination stage of this year's COA will be even more exhilarating than the last. Let us stay tuned for more.
Cyber Machine is not primed yet. Prince knows he needs to put that
oh my
fiber
god
on the gonna be very difficult. And look at
Oh,
and Winston not even necessarily trying to go for the mercenary. Knows that if he can bring down a survivor, he might be able to put that survivor on the chair. But now we also have the Ford. They are setting up for the 4 survivor escape. They want to get them out of here. Ford is in the area to potentially
trying to cover
trying to get the Ford. They are trying to get the points.
Oh my god, he still has a blink though, that's the thing, and he has fast breaking pallets after all. But right now, he cannot afford to let all of them go down. Oh my god, it's like defending the queen, I don't know. 3 people covered with
right here, the pet.
They're forcing him to hit, and now he's gonna run out. Is he gonna run out? And he's gonna, oh my god, that's full health.
He opened the gate, there is no
god.
We're always constantly watching, studying other teams.
Possible target, this is not good. Oh my god, he needs that hit, and now has the transition here. Now playing the pallet stunning game. Yeah, buying enough time here, has to be very careful. Oh my god, just followed past him. He's so close, long now.
I gave him the trick!
That's so good, hiding the...
Love the tree, man. Still here.
What's the saying? 3rd time's the charm with this abnormal, and it has been working out. And the only one in this area that is full of health, and I just spoke too soon because he hit him.
The Cypher's not even that.
Oh my god. Tried to go for it. He's going to live up to his name. It's been a delayed gratification with how we've been building him up, and now goes for that blink hit, and now...
Does get that snap, he needs to share in time. He's going to try to push them off the Cypher here, but they're all going to rush it down. It's 80% of the way done. Actually, I think with Blue's down there, so he can heal up the dead on Sure Mechanic. Does get the hit to that snap to down and goes for the abnormal before he continues to chase on just to buy a little more time. So you can see that this Hunter is definitely pressured, and it has his sight set on 2 objectives here, and they pop the last Cypher just in time. So the abnormal has no... But the other survivors should do the Juan can get out that back gate, and only 1 survivor from this group here has to make out as well.
Wow, the crazy brave of body blocking mechanic because this psychologist is opening up that back gate. There's going to be a 4-person escape.
ブルブス戦隊のスーパーキー選手です。一番うまいサバイバーだと思うからです。
那我只能用牵制你很久来回应你了。
最後まで応援よろしくお願いします。
Time, but yeah, this is going to be tough. He's going to try to do another, lasso trick here. Waiting for it, but now downs. And has to be very careful, trying to break that line of sight. Last effort is popped, and Alp will be downing Mr. Olaf. Oh my gosh, again, he's trying to stay in this area, but the Geisha, oh wow, able to use the flame bomb to just move away, but Alp still has some butterflies to utilize. Able to skill check him now. A bit of a game of a red light, green light for Olaf to be able to hug the pallets here, but still. Oh, just the patience.
For 99
yeah, but yeah, 99 still buying enough time, but yeah, it's gonna take some time for the mercenary to bleed out. He's gonna try to go towards the roller coaster here, but Alf is putting a butterfly. That's a stop sign for you, Miss. You're not adding on that right. You need to be this tall to enter the roller coaster, and Alf downs the toy merchant, leading to a trying to push him away, trying to keep him from struggling, force him to share.
甚至5總決賽啊！快啲嚟啦！
馬上來，馬上來，馬上來，馬上來！必來的呀，必來呀
！COA V 全球軟學賽，光彩有你，快樂翻倍。
哦，今天是有比赛是吧？就要这台吧。哇，你们上线了，这太强了吧
！COA V全球总决赛，春天开赛，部落竞赛。
这手打得非常非常好，但是不要忘了防守边呢。Shot that was a poor combo in the bomb.
哎，兄弟，看比赛没有啊？看谁有5呀！
被你们鸭子说中午了。
COA V全球总决赛畅快讨论，撞响激情。
卖的太快了，你这乌鸦嘴真的是说没了就没了，蒸发掉就蒸发掉了。
Somebody save me from the past and take the lead. I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry what your eyes do. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. I cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Here you go. Here are the new rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the egg costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the second stage of voting will be added. In the second stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The first stage of voting opens by logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous Deduction Star, etc. You can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event exclusive rewards. the second stage of voting opens. Vouchers for second stage nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the first stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra nymph cards with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the second stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Metropolis' very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released. Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis. But now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well... At the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manner. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
最后我还是失败了，所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
After 6 days intense competition, the group stage of COA 5 is finally over. 12 teams have advanced to the elimination stage, which will take place on April the 30th. In the elimination stage, teams that finished second and third in the group stage are drawn against each other to compete for a spot in the final 8, while the top team of each group will advance directly to the quarterfinals. The first and second rounds of the elimination stage will be in a best-of-3 format. Subsequently, rounds will be decided by best-of-5. The results for the elimination stage draw was full of surprises. This time, we will analyze the elimination stage based on the draw. Group 1 was the most surprising of all. 3 teams from the Japan region ended up in the same group. AG, a non-professional team, were undoubtedly the dark horse of the group. Not only did they win WBG, they also went toe-to-toe with Wolves. It showed that AG studied their opponents and were well prepared for the matches. As the saying goes, know the enemy and know yourself, and you will remain victorious on the battlefield. Their insight on their opponents gave them an extra edge during matches. During the group stage, SC played almost every match with a different lineup. Obviously, they're very agile with their strategies and approach. However, this is SC's debut in an international tournament, and their performance was shaky during the group stage. Compared to the other 2 teams, they appear to be in greater danger. Let's hope that they can settle down and cut down on their mistakes. The winner between AG and SC will be facing SST. This match will decide which team from the Japan region advanced to the semi-finals. SST went straight to the quarterfinals by finishing top of their group. They are a very experienced team and know a lot about the teams from the different regions. During the group stage, they used fan picks to their best advantage. SST's Hunter, Alf, managed to achieve 4 wins and 1 defeat. With his excellent pursuit skills, will the elimination stage be as easy going for them? Group 2 is the Group of Destiny. FPX.ZQ and GG fought it out at the grand final of COA 4, known as the Galaxy Battleship. FPX.ZQ suffered a poor start to the group stage when their hunter AFU failed to find his form. However, they managed to quickly sort themselves out in the match against the GH and won 4 in a row, helping them to win their group. Compared to the other 2 teams, FPX.ZQ have more explosive players that can control the rhythm of a match. WBG survivors fared better than their hunters. What is worth noting is that WBG and FPX.ZQ met in the quarterfinals of COA 4. Besides being an old rival of WBG, FPX.ZQ were also YNM's former team. The team knows YNM very well, so in this matchup, YNM must show greater versatility to seed the round. The winner between FPX.ZQ and WBG will face GG. During the group stage, GG's hunter, PP Xia, managed to wipe out the opponents in the first match. The return of Gemini completed the team and eased the pressure on the other team members, making them be one of the most all-rounded teams. To have any chance of knocking out a championship favorite like GG, FPX.ZQ and WBG must be at their best. The final 4 in the left half of the grouping will be a matchup between teams from the Japan and the Chinese mainland regions. It will determine whether the Japan region can take one step further in this year's COA Grand Final. The right half of the grouping may see a rematch of the 2021 IVL final, or a dark horse may emerge this time round and change the face of the championship. Group 3 is the group where anything goes. NS and ACT have been holding their own and have split games with the stronger teams. ACT, which are in the COA finals for the first time, lack match experience and have been inconsistent with their ideas and strategies, but they managed to find their feet as the tournament progressed. In their final match of the group stage against BZ, the whole team worked very well together and managed a wonderful result of 16-9. NS are the only Republic of Korea region team that managed to advance to the finals, preventing a domination of Chinese mainland and Japanese teams. NS select their survivor characters based on containment and assists. In addition, their survivors are known to be very flexible on the battlefield. With these skills, NS managed to push DOU5 and FPX.ZQ to the brink, showing their resilience in matches. The winner between ACT and MS will face off against Wolves. As the winner of the 2021 Summer and Autumn Championships, Wolves are an elite IVL team. Both their hunters and survivors have performed more consistently than those of ACT and MS. This would give ACT and MS a lot of pressure. However, Wolves cannot afford to rest on their laurels against the tenacious teams like ACT and MS. Group 4 is without a doubt the most exciting group. The survivor of GR found their chemistry over time, allowing them to get points even against the strong hunters. Veteran hunter PP Xin wiped out the opponents 3 times during the group stage to help the team cement their victories. In the end, the team managed to advance to the elimination stage with a second place finish in the group. And once again, they will face their nemesis NRC.
全球总决赛开幕式的现场 ，Welcome to the opening ceremony of 2022 COA V 5。6天的激烈角逐，24场的捉对厮杀，12支战队已经突破重围，来到了属于他们终极战场。今天身处中国广州和日本东京的他们已经严阵以待，战意昂然，时刻准备着成为第5位莅临王座、捧起奖杯的世界冠军。接下来就让我们把舞台交给东京现场 ，Let's welcome the stage of Tokyo。
ご来場の皆様、そして生配信をご覧の皆様、COA V 東京会場へようこそ。グループ戦終わってからこの1週間、待ち遠しいですよね。楽しんでいますか？コール&レスポンスはできないが、皆様拍手でお願いします。今回はなんとダブル会場ということで、中国本土のチームと同じ会場で戦うことができないが、目指す目標は同じです。果たしてこのコール・オブ・ディ・アービス5グローバルファイナルで栄冠を手にするチームは誰でしょうか？一緒に楽しみましょう。全球的侦探们，大家好，欢迎来到2022第5人格深渊的呼唤舞全球总决赛。究竟谁能取得最终胜利，登上第5人格的最终舞台？让我们一起拭目以待。Dear Global Detectives, welcome to the Identity 5 elimination stage of Core of the Base 5. Let us witness the final show and the ultimate victory. それでは選手入場をお願いいたします。Now let us cheer for the 4 clubs. まずは韓国地区の MS チーム。ユウ選手。ユウ。セクシー選手。セクシー。セブン選手。セブン。パプア選手。パプア。シカ選手。シカ。最後はチョンチョン選手。チョンチョン選手はオンライン参加となります。チョンチョン is online only. Here is Club MS from Republic of Korea. 以上、MS チームでした。ありがとうございました。続いては日本地区のスカーツチームです。ソーラ選手。ソーラ。ジュダ選手。ジュダ。シニア選手。シリア。シナミ選手。シナミ。未来館選手。未来館。モネ選手。モネ。 ピュネ選手、ピュネ。Here is Club SG from Japan. 以上、スカウスチームでした。ありがとうございました。続いて参りましょう。次のチームはアゲハチーム。ダヒョニ選手、ダヒョニ。ダッチョ選手、ダッチョ。ピピチャ選手、ピピチャ。ロイド選手、ロイド。ヤット選手、ヤット。小1055選手、ナンバー5。最後に正影選手、まっちゃん。Here is Club AG from Japan. 以上、アゲハチームでした。ありがとうございました。最後にご紹介するのはサンシスターチーム。モチ選手、モチ。ウンピ選手、ウンピ。カツネコ選手、カツネコ。アルフ選手、アルフ。リム選手、リム。最後にシルク選手、シルク。Here is Club SST from Japan. 以上、サンシスターチームでした。ありがとうございました。皆様、大きな拍手で応援よろしくお願いいたします。Let's give a big cheer and hope that all team played well and achieve good results. それでは中国本土会場へ移りましょう。Now over to the Chinese venue.
接下来，让我们欢迎来到广州现场的中国大陆赛区的8支战队代表登场。Let's welcome our 8 teams from Chinese Federation。有请MRC战队 Welcome Miracle。有请 WBG 战队 Welcome 回国电影。有请 ACT 战队 Welcome ACT。FPX.ZQ。
这里是深渊的呼唤舞全球总决赛，象征第5人格最高荣誉的冠军奖杯已经伫立于舞台之上。这是万众瞩目的焦点，空前绝后的盛会。来自全球各地的12支战队将再次展开激烈的厮杀与对抗，争夺第5座深渊冠军奖杯，争夺世界最强的头衔。
双倒，第5完了，下场的话感觉有点来，一飞，一刀人，给到，哇，干嘛？
多了这边有地下室，而且
敢开吗？不敢开，再预判一波打出来，打电视，
新人先打，
闪用兵，
小学姐薛金生打一刀，别
倒，在技巧口早已经预谋好了。
素晴らしい。こ
の読み合い制しましたよ、皆さん。攻者ここはもう三失さあ、サバイバー4人逃げ。
他们已经做好了创造历史的准备。
Ladies and gentlemen, all roads lead to here. Welcome to the Call of the Best 5 playoffs. Potch Spice and Nello Mello. I mean, goosebumps all around, Nell. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great. And you know what? Grand Finals finally here after waiting for one whole week. I just can't wait to get it started. But before that, Posh, I have something for you. Well,
what
let me
is
just
it?
grab
What
it
is
real
it?
quick. Here you go.
I knew it. I was going to go for that. And Grand Finals will be on May 3, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we're still, we're getting to there. Like, we're going to have to, again, the reason for the group stage is for the people to have to buy into the quarterfinals. And now we're going to be facing off in a JP versus JP matchup. And I'm so excited, Nell. Thank you for that. I hope you have another one for the viewers. Do you have another one? Are you packing another one?
I have a lot here.
Yeah,
let me just do them. Let's go.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah,
there you
at home as well. Yeah, big one as well. I know that a lot of viewers at home, me myself included, and a lot of the others, they actually placed their apples on AG today. So AG versus SZ, a lot of people are putting their apples, their predictions onto AG, which is very understandable because of Pipicha, because of the very strong survival lineup. But I just have to say that SZ is also very strong coming into this competition as well. Yeah, because they are the champions of IVL. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they are. And I guess it's just the showing that AG had in the group stage that, we tend to forget what SC has accomplished because by no means are they an easy competition for AG. Although our sentiments and the sentiments of others kind of resonate with some China casters because it was 6 out of the 7 that did vote for AG and 1 did go for Scars. But again, it's a really tough matchup, but we're just going to have to find out because this is JP versus JP. But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, just want to show you the tournament bracket. Again, we are at the qualifiers right now. AG versus SC to be our match number 1, and FPX.ZQ versus Weibo will be our match number 2, followed by match number 3, ACT versus MS, and our last match of the day is GR versus MRC. Any match you're looking forward to watching, Nell? Oh, we're gonna go to the casters first.
For sure. AG versus SZ, definitely one of them. FPX.ZQ as well. I'm very excited to look at FPX.ZQ versus WBG. To be honest, all of these matches are very exciting and high stakes because it's no longer the group stages, guys. It's going to be single elimination, do or die. If you get knocked out in the best of 3 here, one team is going to go home. And I can't imagine being in their shoes because there's going to be so much pressure for these players going up against each other.
So, on that note, I think now more than ever do they need your support, ladies and gentlemen. So please send that love out to the teams that you are rooting for. But right now, it's going to be AG versus SZ. I don't know what the team colors are. There are butterflies and there are scars. So I don't know if there's going to be I don't know if there's gonna be an emote for there's gonna be butterflies in the chat for Scars. What's gonna be a red heart? I guess. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, please send the love out because I'm pretty sure it goes a long way. And you saw that they were like kind of doing their pose, but I can't imagine how intense the feeling is in the stage right now.
Yeah. But no matter what, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, once in a lifetime memory to be made, because we've seen how happy everyone's so excited, like getting ready for this tournament. So I'm pretty sure that whatever the results, everyone is going to be going back with a really valuable memory going in. But they are still going to be putting their best feet forward because this is the best of the best. So I'm pretty sure they want to battle it out, give their 100%. And the stronger Japanese team among the two will be moving on and meeting SST. They're actually waiting in the semifinals. So
yeah, again, that's how. Yeah, that's how everything was drawn. Again, SST is definitely no slouch. A lot of people, well, not a lot of people even have them pegged as the winners. So we might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. But for right now, it's AG versus SC. So let's kind of talk about this matchup and talk about the journey that they've had. AG, a lot of notable wins. They were in the group. The only loss they have were to Wolves, the summer and the autumn. I mean, 2021 IVL champs, right? But they won against Weibo. They won against B4U. So it's really safe to say AG is really a strong contender. But Nell, talk me through Scars, though. What was their journey like?
I mean, Scars, they definitely went through with unconventional hunters as well. Like, for example, even Celia, even before COA 5 himself, we already prepped ourselves up knowing that he actually brings out unconventional hunters, the caster. But you know what? We'll just leave the talk later.
We'll peg that down. We're going to talk about the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. Aside from gaining COA glory, I mean, the prize pool keeps racking up each and every year. A lot of stakes are being higher and higher. Again, this is the tournament bracket that we talked about. You know, AG and SC will be the first match of the day. We will be talking about that more in a bit now because I do want to delve in that point of the different hunter pools. And also, the meta of Japan has definitely been shaking things up in the group stages. But, you know, we landed here. This is our bracket. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match will face SST, followed up by FPX.ZQ versus Weibo Gaming, and so on and so forth with ACT-MS, GR versus MRC. So yeah, mark your alarms, I guess, if you want to be able to watch some of these matches, or just join us till the very end. You know what? We appreciate any support that goes our way, and we always send the love back to you guys and send the love to the players as well.
Yeah, definitely. But before that, just going back to where I was talking about, SC, they also have Celia, which actually got a very convincing 3K over GG. So that's the one thing, the rise of the geishas as well. We've seen Dongxuan popularizing it with the geisha abnormal, and we've seen more and more people picking it up. Like the go-to hunters used to be Sculptor, used to be Breaking Will, used to be Bloody Queen, but I'm just so happy that people are starting to pick up on the hunter side, even a Joseph, and even a Geishas, and even a Naiad right now. So even on the side of survivors, where you can see that Sinami, Paiwan, Sor, and Monet, they've also brought in the cowboy also. Yeah.
So something interesting stats, ladies and gentlemen, for Scars, it's actually the hunter that gained a little more of the points there. And again, preferred map, we're probably going to see Ever Sleeping Town or Arms Factory. And like you mentioned, Celia, the second round hunter, doesn't mind using geisha in huge maps. And I think that's also something that, you know, what Dongxuan does in Moonlit River Park. But like you said, that 3K against GG with that geisha, that was in Chinatown. So again, I won't be surprised if they go for like those big maps, like here, Ever Sleeping Town. But we do see that they have 100% win rate in that Arms Factory. Likely so because, Geisha does really well in small and contained maps. And not to mention their first round hunter being Mirake on that Pollen. So again, Arms Factory usually second round pick. So we'll see how Mirake will be doing. So let's check this out.
Very, very nice animations, I have to say, Posh.
Yeah.
Like they're making so many, number 5. I know a lot of people are simping for number 5 after his spectacular forward display.
Okay, so yeah, again, honestly, like I think Scars have a lot to prove, and they want to be able to show the world and remind them that they are the champs of their region, and yeah, prove everyone, well, the doubters or the ones that are against them wrong.
Yeah. Japan versus Japan. Only one team can move forward. All of them with their poses. One with the fist bumps and the other with the love. But you know what? This is gonna be a very brutal matchup because one of them are moving forward and the other will be going home. AG versus SZ. You can see that the players are already on the stage, ready. Even the technician, they're just plugging in their. Oh my god, they're just plugging in all the devices and just getting ready, prepping up. It's hard to imagine what's going through their minds right now. They look so calm. It's a good sign. They're not.
So yeah, something to note, since AG is on the survivor side, they're the ones with actually their survivor team is actually the ones that have been racking up some of the points. And the Hunter, PP Cha, very strong but very stable as well. Wants to go for the ties, but the real point bringers here are AG on the survivor side. So that's actually a pretty good sign for AG. Now Scars, as you mentioned, we will go probably with Mirake to start things off. We might see a big map for his pollen to run amok.
Yeah, I really have to. It really depends on who is gonna have the first choice of maps, because if AG is gonna have the first choice of map, I believe that they would probably choose a map like Arms Factory, just to negate, or even a Red Church, just to negate the breaking wheel, and at least allows PP Cha to play even a Galatea or even a Dream Witch, because he not only plays Pollen, he does the other two very well as well. Whereas Mirake, we've seen Mirake only on the Pollen. That's his go-to hunter in BO1 especially. So it really comes down to the luck of who's gonna get that first pick on the map first.
And what's exciting to note here, ladies and gentlemen, is that both teams aren't afraid to experiment with their survivor lineups, especially AG. They're the ones that brought up Barmaid Doctor up against Spinster. It didn't work out quite well, but they were still able to bounce back. I mean, they have Cowboys in their lineups. They have also Enchantresses in their lineup. So really, everything and anything is on the table here. So I'm really excited because we watched some of the JP tournaments, and yeah, they love their prospectors, their perfumers. They even brought out a Haster, so I'm excited if we're gonna see a Feaster come out.
Yeah, but it's like the unconventional team strat versus unconventional team strat.
Exactly.
Yeah, and right now we're gonna look at AG Survivor lineups. Yet, a Priestess and Entomologist player right there. He also plays Priestess when. He also plays forward when needed, especially when. Yeah, number 5 is playing something else like the Acrobat. And I have to say, his containment time is really impressive at 110 seconds. Even with a 54.56 decoding. So kiting most of the time really takes a toll onto his decoding there.
Yeah, I mean, he's all about that support, right? We've highlighted it time and time again. And number 5, as you mentioned early on, we got the stunner, the dedicated stunner of the group. He does also kind of chime in and out with Roido being the batter, but number 5 on that forward and Acrobat definitely contain a lot and also has a really high escapability. So probably Yat is the one on first chase, and then number 5 is just there for the support. Also, you know what, the rise of the Acrobat, not just in the China region, but in all regions. So I'm super excited to see some Acrobat plays from both these teams.
Yeah, for sure. They just being. I just love to see them play because they cover each other so well, especially like what you mentioned when the forward is being banned, Roido can just come in with the batter, and then number 5 will be on the Acrobat. And right now we're gonna look at another member of AG, Dayo. He does play the Psychologist and the Seer, and I just love having Psychologist players, like the rise of Psychologist players, because it's just so good. We've seen it time and time before. The remote heal, and even if he's on first chase, like 3 hits, that's very good. That's he can
buy
last
enough
long.
time. containment, support, they last long. We do say that, if you get the remote heal out of the way, it's going to be tough for the rebound kite. But with the support like number 5, Roido, Yat, he definitely has his back covered. Now moving to Dacho, the dedicated mercenary has an acrobat also. Use the patient once in a while if Roido is not in. Gravekeeper as well. But this, ladies and gentlemen, Dacho is the dedicated rescuer of the team. So he picked mercenary 5 times in total. So this is the most used character in the group stage. So I'm really excited to see some amazing rescues from Dacho.
Yeah, all in all, very well-rounded. They did mention before in an interview that having a deeper, they want to have deeper survivor pools. And I definitely think that it's going to help a lot, especially when more and more survivors are being banned on the other side. But moving on, we have SZ right now, Mirai K on the Hunter side. He, like what you said, his go-to Hunter, the Pollen in best of 1. The success rate though, at 33% for elimination rate. And also the average knockdown at 8.33. His average eliminations are very respectable at 2.33, which means that most of the time he will be having at least a 2-person elimination, a draw. So
and noting that his record in the group stages, he has 1 win, 1 tie, 1 loss. So it's again very 50-50. It can go any which way, especially if you're using a meta hunter like Pollen. Yeah, you can't look past Mirake, especially in the early rounds, because if we look at AG, they really established their dominance at the start to mid part of the game. So it's really tough to say who has the advantage here. Again, depends on the map. I think since Mirake is up first, we are going to go with a big map, unless he's ready to rock that Pollen in a red church, which we've seen doesn't work out quite well now.
Yeah, it doesn't. It even doesn't matter who the player is. Like, there's bound to be problems, not because of the player skills, but because of the terrains, which is rather disadvantageous, especially when it's in high-stakes chasing moment, where the little corner will just stop you at the track.
Exactly.
So that's like a really, really small factor that can just accumulate and ultimately becomes the deciding factor between a win or a lose.
Yeah, so Mirake again, always the point hunter. Celia comes in with the the deeper hunter pool. But yeah, we have yet to see other hunters come out of Mirake's pocket. So I have a really strong feeling we're going to see that Pollen come out. Yeah. But we have seen how AG was able to counter the Pollen of YMM, who's one of the best Pollens out there as well. They were able to go against Sprinter, but in the Dreamwitch version. But now Ever Sleeping Town. Let's head into some picks and bans. Wow,
best
5. Yeah, there's 5. Okay, I think we got to reset the score there.
5-0. Wow, is that a
prediction? What's going on here?
5-0, but lose 2 games? No. Yeah, maybe it's just a technicality right there. But the best map for Pollen right there, Mirake has to be really happy going first. In a best of 1 with no hunter bans, so definitely just gonna take out the Seer. Seer is a counter towards the Breaking Wheel, and this is pre-patched version, which means the Seer will have a 15 seconds out instead of the latest version 8 seconds. So the impact is undeniable.
Oh yeah,
right,
I think Seer's one of the most banned survivors to one of the most rarely banned. We're going with a painter ban, which is quite interesting. So maybe he really did the homework well with AG. But this brings a lot to the table for AG. Roido is not here, so definitely not the batter. But Dayo and Dacho, you have the mercenary for the rescue. You also have an acrobat if ever you want to be able to do that. There we go.
Oh. Yeah. They're forsaking mercenary altogether, and they just trust in Yat right there. They know it's gonna be the Pollen, so might as well go with a Pollen and then go with high mobility Priestess, Acrobat, Patient. So they're going for the raw kitings plus support portals, and even the support slows by the Acrobat. So it's very high mobility and one stun rescue right there. So Mirake has to be really careful, because he's definitely not going to be bringing excitement. He's banned the painter, so he's counting on not using excitement. He wants to have free reign on Blink.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough here because, as you mentioned, containment and support are definitely on the table for the survivors. Mirake needs to choose his target and choose them wisely because you may have the target that you want, but in a bad spot like Priestess in the middle or like Corner House or something that just forces you or in a window spot in the graveyard, that's going to be really tough for you to down these survivors. So again, Mirake has his hands full. So does AG. I think this is a really good pick and ban on both sides now.
Yeah, it's a very good one. Best of one, you can expect all these kind of picks in Ever Sleeping Town. It doesn't go any better than this. So the only thing left is on the side of Mirake. He has to make sure that he interrupts, not only just interrupts and chase the priestess or even the patient first. He has to make sure that the plan, the rescue can be foiled to stop things going too smoothly on the side of AG, because you guys know this, that even if the first survivor is down fairly early, somehow the 3 ciphers are always almost done. Yeah, the cipher rush is still existent in this patch, so he just has to watch out for this and try to foil. And I just have to say, just stay active and move around. If he camps, it's gonna be a really hard one.
Ooh, we're gonna have to find out, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna head to our first match of the playoffs here. Poch Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for AG versus SV. Round 1, first half. We're going to Ever Sleeping Town, baby.
Baby girl is in the wheel form right there. Mirai K gonna be noticing number 5 yet. I'm not sure if that's the target he wants to chase first. He does not know who it is yet, but I'm pretty sure he has a slight idea. He's gonna roll down. Number 5 on the forward is gonna have his first spike. Oh my god.
Not quite. That was so close. Oh my gosh. And now still containing him in Corner House, which is actually great because there's a pallet available. He's got to watch out. No, he's going to be able to utilize the football just to move away and still continuing to loop. So now, like you mentioned, the ciphers are moving. So number 5 will be on containing duty for now. And he does have 1 spike.
Yeah, he does. The thing now is, will Mirake continue and pursue the forward? Because if the forward is down, that's the thing. If the forward is down, no one will be able to rescue as good. And perfect.
Beautiful elevator portal there just to avoid the spike. Elevator is still there. Now it's Yat. That will be dropping down. Mirake will have to make a decision. Goes out of wheel form, but oh my god. Goes and destroys the portal, now focusing his attention once again on number 5. Did disrupt that cipher just a little bit, but number 5 in a prime spot here for that window. Has the football to utilize, will be using it for 1/4 to remain, and now he's going to try to hug that window.
Yeah, 369 forward right there. He's not hesitating on using the balls right here because he realizes that Mirai K is committed towards ending the forward, because he knows that if the forward is down, it's just gonna be a hard time rescuing from there on. And so number 5.
Wow. Did you see that? He tried dropping a trap in the pallet, but number 5 utilizing the football to move him. But now, finally, Mirake has his first survivor down.
Yeah, first survivor down, and 2 ciphers are already done at that point. You can see the AI calculation right there. Sun Pao, which means the possibility of a 3 escape is at 32.5%. Yeah, I just have to say it's looking fairly good for AG right now because they are working on all ciphers as we speak. So Dio is already at the vicinity, trying to just buy time. We know that the red bomb.
Yeah, he had to vault that. Now we see that he's able to get the rescue going, has Tide Turner, and now just trying to support as much as possible. Forcing him to go to the wheel form. Oh my god. Try to use the firebomb to lock him in, but no. He's still in that wheel form, and number 5 has to be very careful because he has no more resources available.
Yeah, full presence, and he's gonna snap. Number 5 just needs to run as far as possible. And look at the side of AG. 2 ciphers remaining, one at 75%, the other at 30%. If they can make this second rescue again, and which I'm thinking the priestess should be the one going, but I think she's just finishing the cipher right there. The patient should be the one going then. If they can make the second rescue, it's going to be a very, very strong 3 or 4 person escape.
Wow.
Nacho already in the vicinity.
Yeah, like you said, Mirake just changing targets constantly, keeping everyone on their toes. Now just focusing on putting pressure on that Cypher and now putting pressure right here. He's going to try to body block. Luckily, the patient did bring Tide Turner. They're trying to bop and weave here, but no, the trap was able to block the patient body block. And now the forward, nice avoidance of the tram, but the forward will be falling down.
He will be. So that's the saving grace for Mirai K. At least he knows that he'll be able to get one survivor out first. But the Cypher is dangerously close to being primed. They're just gonna pop it, I'm pretty sure. Or they're just gonna remove the spikes first. It's already primed, by the way.
Yeah.
And
There we go. Like you mentioned, now everyone's scattering. We do see that the Dio moving away, so this is excellent. Can get a tie, but Dio making his way towards the dungeon, so this is actually a great spot for AG. No detention, but he has to avoid these spikes because one hit will drop him. He has to avoid it, and now he's just priming the bomb. Oh my god, now he's able to get the hit. Can go for that snap. Oh, wow. Able to go for that blink hit. Priestess on the second story here. Yeah, probably just going to go for a tie to keep things safe. At least, yeah, Mirake didn't have the best early game, but mid to late, able to mitigate the situation and go for that tie.
Yeah. I mean, if they managed to rescue the forward right there and body blocked in time, just very unfortunate that the ciphers, the last cipher was near where the forward was shared. Otherwise, it would have been really bad for Mirai right there.
True. Yeah, it's again, like you mentioned, the forward not really being the best early game, but once you're able to down that forward, you don't have you don't have to look over your shoulder for a stun rescue. It's going to be so hard to go for any rebound rescues or rebound kites. So yeah, Mirake doing really well. Going for that tie again in this meta where survivors are so strong is still pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Getting rid of the forward first, and then basically just saving up the blink, going for the last survivor. I just have to say, it was geared towards a draw at the very end. AG was expecting to bring back the victory. It looks so good. Like everyone was expecting AG to have a 3 escape, since he missed the blink once in the early game, and just having the forward buying so much time right there. But ultimately, Mirai salvaged it. Ever Sleeping Town, he's done his best. So it's a draw right here. And it will be up to SZ survivors to go up against Pipicha after this.
Yeah, and if we I want to recall that moment where the patient was trying to body block for the forward and was able to drop that trap in the middle of the scramble, and you saw how well they were able to just tailing behind that forward. So I think that's when it solidified it for being a tie game, because if that patient was able to tank that hit, it could have been a different story, because that forward would find a way to just try to transition away from that cipher that was primed, and it could be a different game. But yeah, just kudos to Mirake for able to have a cool, calm, and collected self in that crazy situation, because I feel like that is when the dominoes really shifted in his favor, and it went to a tie.
Yeah. Fortunately, the tram right there. The results here. The tram didn't help. Help AG that time. Otherwise, number 5 would have had time to heal up, or at least get force healed right there. But the match is over. First half right there, 122 seconds by number 5, just showing how much time he has bought. Even though he used up all of his balls, exhausted his football, managing to get a draw. I would have to say they can't be upset with it, even though they were expecting a win, because it is Mirai playing the Pollen on an Ever Sleeping Town. It's just so dangerous, especially when it's late game. So yeah.
Again, you could look at it as glass half full, right? Because you did get a tie with the Point Hunter's best character. So at least now you don't have to worry about... all you have to do is target ban his hunter by picking a map or something like that, so he won't be coming his way into the mix. Now you just have to worry about Celia. So again, survivors of AG, they can fight another day. They'll fight another round. So again, a switch is going to happen. It's going to be the survivors of Scars coming in, while Pipicha will be doing the hunting. So let's talk about the survivors of Scars, because again, very diverse in their lineup. I mean, Monet with that cowboy. We also have Enchantress, we also have Toy Merchant being coming into the mix. Do you think any of that's going to be coming out in the first in this first round, second half?
It might, because it's definitely going to be a mirror match of the hunters. Pipicha is definitely going to bring in Pollen. No reason why he shouldn't bring Pollen out in the Ever Sleeping Town. So I'm just thinking, would it make sense to have a toy merchant? Yes, it would. But if you choose the toy merchant first, then basically you're giving up on another rescuer. Because, but to be honest, I'll be expecting them to do a little bit of a mirror match for survivors as well. If the forward is banned, they'll probably grab the mercenary. If the mercenary is banned, they'll grab the forward, and then it's gonna be the priestess for sure. If the priestess is banned instead, then the seer is gonna come out. I would say also a patient and an acrobat, because it's just so strong. Acrobat, just very unfortunate that acrobat.
The bomb, the fire bomb.
He went into wheel form so soon. Otherwise, that would have stopped him for like at least another 10 seconds. Yeah,
that's
for
true.
sure.
If he only had that fire bomb a little earlier, could have locked him in human form and going to the wheel form. But yeah, that's the threat, bringing that acrobat. And just note, I'm looking at the survivors of CZ. No, I don't see them use acrobat. So that's something that I guess Pipicha can like rest his head on, but he does have to worry about that forward. He has to worry about this patient, psychologist as well, enchantress also if ever he doesn't want to get stunned. So at least, but again, you can't deny how strong acrobat is in a very support and containment heavy lineup. Just luckily for Pipicha, he won't have to worry about that unless they kind of unless you know, it's the mix up, right? Like, oh yeah, you thought I was gonna do it. We actually have an acrobat. It's just that we didn't bring him out in the group stage.
Yeah, like you know the scenario where they just surprise you. It can be good or bad depending on the situation. Like, you thought I was single? No, I'm married. That kind.
Or if like you're ranking and then the photo is like Bloody Queen. Okay, let's ban Bloody Queen. He probably is a Bloody Queen user. Nope, I haven't, not yet. I use a sculptor. I use breaking wheel. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I would definitely love to see it, even if they don't play acrobat. I would love to see the toy merchant, like what you mentioned, because it is strong in this map as well. And if the patient use up the hooks, well, at least the toy merchant will be able to throw some new items to the patient, or even the machinery if machinery is out. And I'm so sorry, I just have to do this shout out. Hey guys in the chat, I see you. I've seen a lot of tags right there. Sorry, I couldn't manage to say hi. Posh and I here, we're so glad that you are here supporting in the chat. Chantel, hello. Thank you so much for support. Chantel, Shimbia, I see. Yeah, so many names I just have to call. But you know what?
You want to do a 5-second one? I'll give you 5 seconds. Go.
You're going to give me 5 seconds? Okay. Hello, Memory, Psyche, ID Fuzzy, Kidmore, Reira, and... oh my god, it's so far up.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
10 seconds. It's okay. Let's just go back first.
We'll come back.
We'll come back.
Again, big shout outs to everyone in the chat. We see you, and thank you for I saw the butterfly emotes, so thank you for that. Red heart emotes for scars. I don't know if there's a SC or a Superman logo we can use for scars, but yeah, again, send them out. They do need it more than ever because they are the underdogs in this match. So let's see how this one's gonna shake out. We do see that the scar survivors are here, and we're gonna see Pipicha in just a second. So there he is.
Wow. Pipicha right there with his fresh haircut, expecting a very fresh gameplay of his pollen. Yep, just stretching a bit, you know, like, my team has gotten a draw. So right now it's up to me to break the balance with my pollen. And I really believe that he can, because based on the stats here, he has been getting a lot of wins. Especially he has a record of a win in the first round as well. Especially when he's playing the pollen.
Before anything else, though, let's put a peg on that, because we will look at the survivor side first. We have Tsunami, and he is mainly support decoder. Tsunami again using Priestess twice. He did use the Patient once, but it is Priestess and Mech he used twice. And you know what? The numbers speak for themselves. Excellent average decoding as well as containment. Not much in the escapes, because again, you really want to down the mechanic early on, and usually takes first chase.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we're not seeing more of the mechanic here, because mechanic is still really strong. Like, it is still pre-patch version.
Right.
So the Cypher Rush can happen with the mechanic going on, but yeah, maybe they just don't want to give the extra presence to Pollen, really, like taking out the bot. But moving on, But moving on, we're gonna see the next survivor right here. He's also smiling. Soar right there with the patient and the enchantress, the one that you're talking about, the enchantress. And I have to say, I'm very excited to see if he will bring out the enchantress, because it will be likely that he'll be bringing out patient. But having an enchantress just to be a threat to the pollen can be a very nice addition as well.
Yeah, that wild card of having that unconventional stunner like the Enchantress. And we've seen Soar use that Enchantress before, and it's worked to great effect. And since they are going up against a fellow JP team, I'm pretty sure they know that, okay, they might play unconventional. You saw that it was Mirake that banned the Painter. First round banned Painter, which is very unlikely in the group stage. So, anything is really on the table for these survivors and hunters.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're gonna see Monet. That's why I just love seeing Scars, because they have so many unconventional survivors, and Cowboy being one of them. Like, we see the forward obviously as the first pick, but having a Cowboy is such a pleasant surprise as well.
Right?
With the win rate as well.
I just want to say, when Cowboy is out, guys, I want to see some howdies in the chat. Howdy partner.
Howdy.
We didn't see a Cowboy I forgot who in GG was. Yeah, but it was in the grand finals. We did see a Cowboy Kevin making his presence known here as well in Call of the Abyss 5. Hopefully Monet will bring it out. I'm excited if ever Monet will bring out that Cowboy. Also, Nell, he does have that Mercenary just in case or Cowboy gets banned, which honestly, Mercenary is still very strong in this meta.
Yeah. And guys, thank you so much for the hellos, the replies to the hellos in the chat. We're gonna try and reply during our break. You know what? We're gonna move on to Paiwan here. Lucky guy, because he doesn't have another. he means Machinery. Paiwan definitely means Machinery right there. And according to my record right here, he actually does pick up Gravekeeper if the Machinery is being banned. So Lucky Guy is probably just a stat where we haven't seen Paiwan play anything other than the Machinery yet. But looking forward to him though. Yeah.
In my record also, he does have the Toy Merchant. So let's see if he'll bring that up. Here we have PP Cha. Just being very focused, has that Pollen, has that Sculptor. And sorry, I just wanted to take note of this. The survivors of Scars have a very interesting record. They have a 4-0-4 record, meaning they have 4 wins, 0 ties, and 4 losses. So it's really all in or nothing for them when it comes to
all win or nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's their standing in the group stages. But like you mentioned, PP Cha having some wins in the first round, although he does have a 3-3-3 record. So kind of like Mirake, where it's either a tie or a win or a loss. So again, if he goes for a tie, that's still very good, because at least he doesn't give the advantage to Scars. But yeah, he just wants to go for a tie at the minimum.
Yeah, but if we are gonna go into the extra rounds, if they actually tie the first game, BO1, I have to say, SZ's Hunter might have a fresher momentum, because they do have the Geisha, the BQ, and the Pollen to work with. Whereas PP Cha, very, very standard. Galatea, Pollen, a Dream Witch, and Naiad. But he is the only one that has to carry the weight, so
true.
The pressure is definitely going to go as the game progresses. So if I was PP Cha, I like the idea. Like, even if it's a draw, it's still okay. But for me, I rather see them push more aggressively. Because we've seen a lot of the times when they draw in the best of one, when it comes to the second game, the third game, the pressure becomes insurmountable, and they just make more mistakes.
Yeah, it's more of like a whole blink chicken type situation. So if you can get the win now, go for it, because I think this is where the mentality sets in, right? Do you have that winning mentality, aggressive mentality, where let's secure the round already, so my team won't have anything to worry about in the later rounds, or go stay contented and worry about it in the next round, which, like you said, it can bite them if ever they'd stay a little too contented with that result of tying, because if it's a tie, it's really still up in the air with who will gain the advantage come round 2, come round 3.
Yeah, for sure. But we wouldn't mind seeing more best of 2, best of 3. Yeah, for sure.
Best seats in the house. Enjoying everything with the chat as well. Thank you guys so much. Hey, Soy's in the chat. What's up, Soy?
Hello, Soy Milk. Shout out to you from us. And I
Yeah.
see someone wanting a kiss as well.
Oh
Posh?
wow.
Yeah, go
A
ahead.
virtual one.
kiss.
We can only send you hearts and love and support. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of butterflies and hearts. So big
Yeah,
shout out
me
to you
too.
guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for the very, very active and positive comments in the chat. We just love it. That's why we open our chats right here. We just want to see what's going on, and we can see that the bot has been deleted. Yeah, the bot's sending love, but we are sending more love right here.
There we
Going.
So, like you call it out now, it seems like a mirror, but banning the mercenary instead of the painter. Wow, this is a very an ace. I would say a kicker of an enchantress here. You see a very brawny lineup with the forward and the gravekeeper. You gotta have priestess coming into Ever Sleeping Town, but the enchantress could be the difference maker here.
Wow, very, very fast picks as well. Like having an enchantress, they go for a little bit of a more defensive kind of lineup, like having a forward, but bringing in the gravekeeper as well. So they're definitely playing more on the defensive side.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're just trying to make the hunter, they're just trying to play the long game with the hunter, like just dragging it on and just make sure that the rescue happens. Because we've seen if the rescue doesn't happen, then it's more likely that the team is going to lose. So I think that their mind is to play more defense, to be on the defense and bet on Pipicha to mess up at some point and hopefully capitalize.
I think they also saw how the first round went, where the forward was chased and it was kind of tough for the acrobat to come in for the save. Yes, he did get the save, but the support of having no forward there, or the acrobat having to eat that hit and not being able to tank anything. At least if you have that gravekeeper, he can go unscathed when Pipicha is in that wheel form and can tank the hit if he still has that. If he doesn't use that shovel early on, so. Again, that's the best case scenario for Scars, but Pipicha again has his sights set on, if he tanks one of these survivors, it's fine. One of these rescuers, but then there's going to be another rescue coming in. Who do you think would be the juiciest target for Pipicha to go for in this map?
I think he should just go for the same strat, just chase the forward first, or even the gravekeeper, forcing him to go into the ground and then just going back into wheel form and chasing someone else. Yeah, so I can see why SZ is going for this lineup. Gravekeeper is invulnerable to spikes underground, so they're hoping to buy more time as well. But we'll just have to see. Like, on paper, it looks perfect. But, but when it comes to the real deal... Yeah. Oh my god. But you know what? First game, second half right here, AG versus SZ. SZ will be on the side of the survivors. AG Pipicha will be huntering in this second half. Bringing you the commentaries. Posh Spice and me, Nello. Go ahead, Posh.
Yeah, so Pipicha already at the center of this map has his choice of where to go. It seems like he's avoiding the middle house and now spots one of the survivors here. Seems like corner house will be his destination. So downing this priestess could be good, but let's see if he's going to commit to Tsunami here in the corner house, because this was the early chase also, but the forward was the one in the first half though.
Yeah. Oh, getting that first spike, that's very, very good. But he's going to put down the portal, just going to break it real quick, and just going to pursue Tsunami. I like this as well, even though he's not going for the forward first. Priestess that is still very, very annoying with the portal support. Tsunami is not going to have that, but he still has the portal support and going to make a mad dash for the palace now.
Yeah, so at least he knows that the decoding isn't too fast. Tsunami dropping the pallet, vaulting it, and now we see that Pipicha going back into wheel form because he just needs that one spike in, and he's able to at least gain more presence here with the extended spikes. Now has that one spike, turns into human form right away, but he breaks the portal. So now the priest is able to transition away from the corner house and even gain more distance, forcing Pipicha to go back into that wheel form.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Tsunami didn't use his last portal just now, just waiting for it to regenerate to 2. He was waiting for this opportunity to use 2 portals to create distance, and that is what exactly he's doing. Oh no, the 3-pointer bouncing off the board. Tsunami so much distance though.
Ram blocking the way, and Tsunami getting his way block, but the snap was ready, and we do see the forward is in the area. Monet has to be very careful not to get that much spikes in and buy as much time as possible for this priestess to possibly self-heal or give the team enough time to Cypher Rush.
Oh my god, Monet is just doing so good at this area. He couldn't even. He just has to be really careful about that. He's gonna pick up and.
Oh, excitement! Wow, and able to stuff the stun. Beautiful call there by Pipicha. I apologize. I didn't see the excitement in the trait. I was so focused on the chase, but now Pipicha has his first survivor down. Forward can't go for a rescue, a rebound rescue, but the Gravekeeper is in the ground already.
Yeah, and that's where you can see the Gravekeeper is so efficient against Breaking Wheel because he can just stay there forever. He's just forcing Pipicha to break the will form, and that's what's going on. And P1, he's still wasting the time there, and he can rescue successfully. That's the thing. Nice.
Yeah.
Go through the portal there. Oh god.
Yeah, forcing Pipicha to go for that regular hit. That again, the attack recovery is quite long, and now Tsunami back on the hunt. Oh well, back on the chase here. So he has to be very careful. But this area is quite strong. The extended spikes were stuffed, so now he has to wait for that cooldown time for him to extend it.
Wow.
And now, oh my god. It can snap, and Tsunami goes back down. Forward is still injured, by the way, so we have to be very careful. Goes for the stun, and amazing stun by the side of Monet, but he eats that hit. Forward is down, but Priestess, the first target, is out of line of sight.
Yeah, it's fine because right now the last Cypher is already at 33%, and even if he goes down, Enchantress can easily go and rescue as well. The Gravekeeper. Yeah, you can see the Priestess is kiting at this, and the elevator is gonna be very, very troublesome for Pipicha. That's the one thing Dylan is afraid of. He has to break. He has to move away. He has to guard that last cipher. Otherwise, it's gonna be over because he only has 3. He doesn't have trump card.
Exactly.
And that's the thing.
12-9. Oh my god, that's gonna be so hard. Not accounting for endgame. Now he's just chasing Gravekeeper. Able to get him, and now can down him. Yeah, but that's fine. That's the Gravekeeper's first time on the rocket chair, and like you said, Enchantress can go for that save. So I think Pipicha just putting some pressure on these survivors, and it seems like this is the cipher that they're trying to prime, and now at least Pipicha can guard this chair and put pressure on the cipher.
Yeah, and mind you, Forward still has like 3/4 of her ball, so he can definitely still use it after the excitement. He is gonna try and burst down. Just trying to create nuisance, and they're just buying time here. And that's the beautiful thing about that rescue. He doesn't rescue he doesn't rescue until the pollen breaks wheel. Because then you see Paiwan still has a fighting chance. The full presence is gonna burst, but he's not gonna go down. So that's it. That's pretty good.
And look at that. They're actually priming 2 ciphers. You see the Priestess at middle house, and you see Enchantress and Gravekeeper forcing Pipicha to focus on this forward. But now we see that the Enchantress is healed up. It will be Priestess or Gravekeeper trying to prime those ciphers. But now Enchantress will be the one on rescuing duty. Soar out in the open here, while Pai1 also trying to go for a 2-person rescue. And now Soar unable to get that second spike in. Now he eats that hit, can go for the pop. And now we have a rescued forward. Oh
my god!
Negate it.
Yeah, but Forward still has a ball, and he's just gonna rush all the way. Oh my god! And Pipicha is in danger of a 4 escape right here. I think Pipicha could still manage to get like a 1 kill at least, but it just looks so hard.
Everyone is separated. We do see someone is at the second floor here, but keep going. They're forcing him to go back into human and wheel form. This is a great counter, and man, just the Enchantress also being there, forcing him to bring that excitement. Now it's Tsunami has to avoid the trap. Can he get in time? Oh my god, the portal though. It was a short portal, and now he's able to try and down Tsunami, but the Gravekeeper is also here. So like you said, Nell, maybe he's able to get at least 1 survivor out. Let's see if what SC will do to counter this.
Yeah, he wanted to go for the body block because he knows that Pollen doesn't have he doesn't have detention.
Detention.
Yeah, but yeah, Tsunami is gonna be the one falling, and I have to say, Pipicha will have to be happy that he gets at least 1 because SZ, what a showing of tremendous coordination, teamwork, and it happened. They got the first win. It's not gonna even be a draw. They actually win Battle of the Pollens, and SZ coming on top. Wow.
Yeah. The stats don't lie. They're win or nothing, all or nothing when it comes to their strategy, and they played that to a T. Like you said, the Enchantress and Forward tandem was definitely forcing him to bring that excitement, and it was just so hard. We saw how Blink was able to be utilized at least at the end for that tie game in the first half. But I mean, the early chase. Talk us through the highlights for you, Nell.
the highlights has definitely, I have to say, to be honest, it was fairly going like very smoothly. I mean, because it's also high level. But if I have to choose one highlight, it has to be the part where the Gravekeeper manages to take that trap, just like taking that trap and just allowing the priestess to gain distance. Yeah, at one point where he actually managed to took the trap and allow the priestess to go. I think that was the part.
Break that line of sight. I think
Break that
he was
line of sight, yeah.
he was in wheel form, and then he hit him out of the
out of the duck form.
Yeah.
I have to say the rescue is very, very on point. The rescue is very, very on point, and they didn't mess up. It just looks very, very stable, and I have to say the highlight, it's clean. But I think one of the more obvious things that we have to point is the fact that Pipicha didn't bring trump card. If you want to go for excitement, it's okay, but not having the ability to change to another trait at the late game costed him a lot, and it was almost a forced escape.
He brought a 9-12 build, right?
Yeah, he wants to break the pallet fast, but you can see most of the time when the pallets are down, he just goes into breaking wheel form. He didn't even destroy a lot of pallets, just like one or two, like in the beginning and in the mid. Most of the time he just runs through it. So I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty convinced that if he brought trump card, he could have at least tried to manage something in the late games.
Yeah, tie or something. And unfortunately, he didn't even vault that much windows. So it was quite tough on the get-go. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the match stats. Again, all these guys above 60 seconds. I mean, the Enchantress was just there to provide that support, but you got to give it up to that Priestess. You got to give it up to the forward. Is it Mon? Pi 1? Getting hit early on, all right, that's fine. But I think that's also another moment. Him getting that stun for that Priestess to lose line of sight. Gravekeeper was in the immediate area, and I think it was the Gravekeeper that was next on the rocket chair. Just beautiful coordination all throughout, and it just shows that they really did their homework. It was a very good ban on the side of the Hunter, banning the Seer, banning the Mercenary, but they were able to kind of counter and also kind of psych him out in the sense to bring excitement and nothing else. And the stuns were still happening left and right for them to at least get a 3-person escape.
Yeah, but the points differential is fairly low. It's 5-3, and round 1 is going to go to SZ. So I believe a lot of people are panicking about their apples. Apples, please. I actually put my apples on AG as well. But you know what? It is a competition. Anything can happen. And it is, after all, the best of 1. So if anything, if history has taught us anything, it's that there is always a comeback. There is a possibility of a comeback, and anything can happen in a tournament. So I'm not surprised, because I've seen a lot of best of 1s going one-sided into one team, and in best of 2, best of 3, in the second and third round, something usually happens. So I'm just saying it might happen.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, but this is what we were talking about. This is what we said about Scars being a team to look out for, because they didn't have the best. They had a shaky performance in the group stages, but here they're just showing us why they're such a formidable team. And like you said, you can't base everything off of just round number 1. You really have to see the entire match. And knowing AG, they definitely will go back to the war room and go back to the drawing board and come up with a new plan, a new blueprint to try and counter this measure. And it's not the biggest point differential. So ladies and gentlemen, let's check out these highlights and head into a quick break.
Guys, we're back from Guangzhou. Just had 5 minutes, just a few minutes to grab our drinks. But you know what? Intense first game, first half and second half. Who would have expected? I'm sure the people who were betting on AG with their apples, they're probably worried right now.
I saw
you know,
one with the 10K bet. Oh my
10K
god.
bet. Oh
yeah,
my god.
I'm like, guys, you got. There's that's just one match. We have more apples to just pace it
Yeah.
out. But
Yeah.
I mean, I bet everyone aside from AG shaking in their boots. I think people in the chat they're shaking in their boots. Oh no.
Oh
Gonna
no.
be recession for the apples. But yeah, go for it.
Recession of the apples. But you know what? It is part of the fun, but you know what? Good fun comes when you don't lose everything. So please be moderate.
Hey,
Please be
it's
moderate.
either you win or you learn. That's the ultimate.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate learning
Ultimate
experience.
lesson. Yeah, but nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, nothing short of spectacular with both teams, with how they performed, and this is what Call of the Abyss is all about, right? We want to find the best of the best, and Scar is just showing us that, you can't look past us. We are definitely here to stay, even though that odds makers and the commentators, like, hey, you and me, Nell, and also the commentators kind of say, like, AG is going to take this. But in our opinion, though, we did talk about it. By no means is going to be like a 2-0. This is going to be a tightly contested match since this is JP versus JP. And I'm sure that Sun Sisters is watching real close because the winner of this match will be facing them tomorrow.
Yeah, Sun Sister has to wonder, like, no matter which one comes in, it's still gonna be a really, it's gonna be a journey. Definitely, they have to fight for it. But before we can see that happen, AG and SZ are still battling. Don't worry, guys. It's only game number 1. It's not over yet. Your apples are still safe.
For now.
For now. Yeah.
We'll have to find out in just a bit. But I mean, let's look at the stats with how AG and SC have fared. Their survivors, AG survivors, usually come online in the second and third round. They don't receive any losses in the second and third. They're very stable. They get their record with their wins and losses. It's 3-5-1. So they usually lose in the first round, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm just giving everyone like a sigh of relief just to see AG might come back online in the second round. And so do the PP job being very stable as well. They're gonna have to break past this trend of at least the survivor team or the hunter team need to break that tie and just go for that win, since the point differential isn't that much. They don't need to win with 4K. They just need that 3 survivor win or 3K on the hunter side. And knowing PP Cha definitely has some hunters to do that. Like you mentioned, Sculptor. I'm sure that they're going to ban the breaking wheel unless they're confident enough that they can come up with another lineup that can counter that breaking wheel. So, yeah, it's still up in the air. But Scars, on the other hand, like you mentioned, they did win their tournament in JP. And now, you know, they were in a pretty rough bracket in the group stages. So I think now they're definitely coming online.
Yeah. And they definitely need to come online because right now, the last thing they want to do is give PP the pressure of trying to get more kills. Because it is already a very tough game. Both of the survivors and the hunters are really good. But when it comes to pressure, the one that succumbs to pressure first is gonna be prone to make more mistakes. But looking at this stage right now, it seems like AG is gonna be surviving first.
Yes. So that was Celia that you just saw there. So you want Nell, paint us a picture of what do you think Celia will bring to the table?
Geisha. One word, Geisha. Geisha, or even a Bloody Queen or Pollen, but I'm counting on Geisha, especially, like, we just have to look at the map first. If it's Chinatown, if it's Arms Factory, well, it's also a very good map for Geisha. And we've seen his very, very sharp turns. Like, he got a 3K against GG in Chinatown with his Geisha, so I'm not surprised if that's gonna be his go-to hunter. Especially if the map is going to be Chinatown. Yeah.
Here's the question, though. Knowing this and looking at the stats, ladies and gentlemen, of Celia, what are the odds that AG is going to ban that Geisha and just bring out the Bloody Queen?
Yeah, Bloody Queen as well. I mean, I still remember there was one game where back and forth, we were counting the number of abnormals as well. So So I don't know if we're gonna see this with if it's really neck and neck, if it's really gonna come down to that as well. But you just have to look at him and just imagine how focused he is, because strategy, like we've talked over and over before, drafting is half the battle won. A great draft is already half the battle won, and they're definitely trying to think of the best strategy they win. Because in game 1, obviously SZ's strategy made it. It's not that their skills are anyway like superior or inferior, but it's because the drafts just work for them against the Pollen in that map. And I just have to say, the key to winning this second game will have to be the drafts, the lineup that they go for.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one to just draft, but if you have a very strong draft, it's the game plan and implementation of that lineup that you just drafted that really are the keys to victory. And speaking of the draft, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if AG would ban that Geisha, like you said, because Geisha has been the really go-to hunter of Celia, and Celia being like the second round hunter has to be prepared for that. Can bring out the Bloody Queen, can bring out the Pollen. It's going to be only, I guess, when it comes to map selection, that's when we're gonna find out which one they're gonna lean towards. Because again, I don't think they want to give him a chance for that Pollen if it's a really pollen-sided map like Moonlit or something. But then again, Geisha's so terrifying there as well, especially Celia's Geisha. So AG really have to pick their poison. Again, the pressure is on, not so much as like a 4K type pressure, a 4 survivor escape pressure, but it's still definitely there on the side of AG.
Yeah. Whereas Z, they are looking not to drop. Like they have to play very, very defensively, and I have to say, they just have to keep their momentum. They just have to play their game, and just expect, like what happened in game 1, just expect Pipicha to somehow mess up and possibly give them the advantage in the game. And right now here, Celia, I think all he has to do is even a draw here would look very strong for him, especially if his Geisha is banned. Because we've already seen what SZ's unconventional starting lineup had done to Pipicha, so just being on the defensive is good. But of course, if he takes the 3K here, it will be very good for SZ as well. But on the other hand, AG would be the one under a lot of pressure here, just to try and win one game.
Yeah, I like the mindset that you brought up with Scars. They definitely just want to hold on to this lead and just hold on to it and allow more pressure to go in AG's favor for them to be able to crack under the amount of that pressure. Because like you said, just getting the lead early on, they could play it very passively, go with defense, go for ties, don't overextend and give them that opportunity, because they're definitely in a winning position now.
Go for 4 rescuers.
Hey, that happened. That definitely happened.
Ultimate turtle. Wilding forward of scenery. Gravekeeper.
That's it. That's the winning lineup. That is the solution, guys. All rescuer. Who is the hunter gonna chase first? I don't know. But all rescue lineup, the decoding is definitely gonna be slowed down. So
they have to count on the accelerated decoding. They have to wait for 240 seconds before the accelerated decoding hits and allows the extra 30% at dispatch to kick in. And because everyone is a master decoder when accelerated decoding kicks in.
Just wait for that mid to late game, guys. You start become really smart, and you can just decode ciphers like crazy. But while waiting, guys, while waiting, I just want to give a shout out to Gabriela Andor. She did say exactly, the real apples are the love we get from the commentators. You guys are so sweet. Thank you.
Hey, fun fact, Posh. Gabriela actually mentioned something. If Posh is seeing this, we are married.
Wow. Oh my God. I just saw it. What does that mean? Should I go? Thank you so much. So much support coming out. So, Chantal actually put some hearts with flames in it, because definitely Scars is on fire right now. So
on fire, yeah, their hearts are on fire. Our hearts are on fire too. Because we're very excited to cast this as well, especially since it's an old Japanese brawl out at this point. And the points are just so close. It's just like anything can happen. Yeah.
I really can't wait for at least for us to see the map, because we can talk a storm with like, oh yeah, this could happen, this could happen. But once we're able to see the map, which is Lakeside, which is a map we rarely see.
Geisha's good too here.
Geisha, yeah, this was the map where he got 3K over GG. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was Chinatown. That was Chinatown. But no, Lakeside.
Yeah.
Lakeside was the Dream Witch mirror match with ACT versus ACT MRC that I think they brought out. Yeah, here. Pollen was here, so that was crazy. But now Lakeside, with a ban of Priestess and Seer on the side of Celia, and the Dream Witch, the Respect Dream Witch being banned. Can be a very scary hunter to go after. So now this is priming Celia for that Geisha.
Yeah, Geisha all the way.
All Survivor lineup now? What is happening? All rescue.
Okay. The next one.
Wildling Coordinator.
No, I don't. My God, it's gonna be so hard to decode. Coordinator has that debuff to decode, even the Wildling as well. Yeah, they're just gonna go for the standard. I think they learned from SC Survivor. They want to play it safe. So two rescuers is good, and now they're gonna pick up the Painter, and that's the Painter that we're gonna see that has been banned in the first game. But like what you said, Geisha 100% is gonna be making an appearance here.
Yeah, and Celia has, I think he's the hunter that used the Geisha the most here.
Yeah.
So he definitely has most experience. Yeah, for sure.
Don't share Geishas in a row.
Yeah. So it was Dio that actually brought out the Painter, and this Painter was respect banned in the first round. So now I'm excited to see Dio use this Painter, because for it to gain the respect of Mirake is definitely something we cannot look past. And now number 5 again on that forward did an excellent kite at the early game. Having Yat, again, if you have the Priestess ban, and Entomologist is still pretty good. But with a big map like Lakeside, I guess you're just going to use it to really hide, or use the bees to hide your tracks, and also use the speed boost on those bees. But if a Geisha is chasing you, you're going to be very careful. Probably just use the bees to slow down the dash.
Yeah, use the bees to slow down the dash, use the bees to block the damage. So many things that the entomologist can do. Lubricating the windows, lubricating the pallets. Yeah, it's just so good. Like it just gives you the buff in vaulting. It just gives you the movement speed boost. Nothing can go wrong when you play entomologist, especially against a single hit hunter like Geisha. So yeah, I really like this. I would say the lineup, I will give it, like, on the Survivor side, I would give it a 9 out of 10, because it's just so well rounded. The forward, the machinery can just dash, cover a distance just to rescue, and then can escape. Entomologist as well, and the Painter with the stuns. So Celia though, what will he bring? Abnormal? Teleport? Excitement? So many things he has to consider though.
Yeah, especially with what you said. But, the drafting, like you said, you give it a 9 out of 10. Out of 100, I'll give it an A+ 0.5.
Wow. A+ 0.5. Sounds very Asian. I don't understand.
I don't understand it either. But I like it. And I also like Celia. I really think maybe he'll go a little more aggressive. Like you said, can play defensive, but yeah, you just want to establish that first survivor down. So let's find out. He spawned over at the big boat, making his way. Everyone is running towards the middle. Like, I want to take first chase. Celia now dropping down. It seems like Dio and number 5 are in the vicinity of the shack area. So it seems like Celia is heading that way. At least number forward and Dio being the being the Painter. That's gonna be quite tough if ever he's gonna get those paintings online.
Yeah, number 5 just vaulting over the pallets just to like give a notification. But Celia doesn't fall for it. He knows, like, okay, if you're brave enough to give that one a dash.
Watch
out.
My
God.
Yeah, that was close, but excellent. Just cutting the corners there by Dio. But now he's gonna try to loop around. Oh my God! Another dash. That was beautiful. But now the painting is coming online. Excitement is the trait. We do see some bees in the area also. And has to be very careful. Another dash to not go for that vaulting window. The bees are doing their job here, breaking that line of sight, and Dio has the painting online.
Yeah, so such a beautiful dash right there. Like, I really admire Geisha players because the art of dashing is not as simple as that. Oh,
the excitement canceling it out though. Oh, he's gonna be going for it. He didn't see the red light, and now the Painter goes down. Number 5 is free to stun though now.
Yeah, that's the thing, and number 5 is definitely gonna come. No, he's not. Why not?
Waiting for it, probably for the chair rescue, but no, the chair isn't outside the shack area. Oh, Number 5 trying to go for a stun, but no, was quite
bumped
short.
into the wall.
I think
he bumped into the fence.
This is huge, but goes for it again. Chair rescue, no more excitement to utilize, and now another painting is coming online.
Wow. And this is buying a lot of time for AG. Like, look, the tree. Another stun. Oh my god. Celia's like, what have I done to deserve this? I've been a good housewife. But Celia is unrelenting. Brought the iron trade as well. The excitement definitely gonna play a lot of role there. And the last painting is gonna be used. And yeah.
No, you did say a lot of time is being bought, but look, ciphers are just being primed now. So Celia can still focus on this painter since it's the painter's second time on the rocket share. Again, the cooldown time is for this painter. Yeah, that's one of the traits that you really have to be careful with. Since he can sit for a while, and now we see that Celia has to be very careful not to get dropped by this pallet. And now Dio transitioning over to the crab shack.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him. Oh, he baits him! Oh my god!
Wow.
Beautiful bait right there.
The mind games coming out of Celia, and we do see that the mercenary can go for that support rescue. He is bringing a perfume bottle as well. So probably going to drop the elbow pads for him, but look at that. This is what's so good about the painter. Early rescue, that's all good. Now the chair time is all the way at the bottom, making the survivors take their time to go for this rescue. We do see that the mercenary is working on a cipher right now, as well as the 4 about to pop a cipher.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand why number 5 goes for that stun rescue instead of stunning when the geisha pick him up, because you can only do this with the painter. Because early rescue means nothing to the painter. Like, painter can just still sit for a whole duration even after that early rescue. So basically, the chair restarted at 10%. So very good right there.
Wow.
Okay. Scenery, perfumer. He's gonna change job to perfumer for a bit. He's gonna run rescue. Tide is gonna be in effect. No.
Waiting for it. Oh my gosh! I think it's Yat that's gonna try to go for the rescue. Man, they're really cutting it close. Eats no hit, and now we see that the Yat is trying to buy some time here. But now mercenary has to go be on body blocking duties, while the entomologist, the mercenary, takes the hit.
Yeah, just hit the machinery is fine. There are still 2 ciphers remaining. 2 of them are here. 1 of them only decoding. He has to know that the cipher's not going to be prime anytime soon. So just get Dio down. And after that, change your trait to teleport and get the last one. It works as well. Because 2 survivors down, one survivor is already down. 1 has been sent back to the manor. The only ones left are the 4 entomologists. So if he can get the entomologist straight away, nice. He knows where they are.
He knows. Wow, just changing the trait already. Even though the painter's already done, he's already received the worst of that football, and now Celia just has to camp this one out. Like he has to wait for the survivors to actually be more aggressive here, because he just wants to go for that tie. They'll still be in the lead, which is all good. And now he will be playing the camping game. It is number 5 that will try and go for this rescue, but now this cipher isn't close to being primed just yet.
Wow. Using the whatever remains of his balls to escape that first hit. But I don't know. He's trying to just block and get it over half. Is it gonna be over half? Yep, it's gonna be over half.
Wow.
But for nowhere to be prime as well. Still 30% on the big boat. Oh my god, this looks really hard. Oh!
And it's the 4 that is falling down, but he can go for Dacho instead. Does have a butterfly to utilize, but now elbow pad in this area was able to pick it up, and now forcing, again, more pressure on the survivors here. Going to chair number 5, but this actually primes them for this rescue to happen on Dacho's side.
Yeah, Dacho cannot go down instantly. He's gonna get hit, but he has to at least manage that rescue. And that's the good thing about saving all his pads. He has 3 pads at the start of this game. So he already used up 2. He still has 1 for late game. So if you are Celia right here, Cypher has already been primed. Why did he go to the corner?
I'm not so sure. It seemed like he was trying to look for someone there, but Dacho saw him already go behind him, and the forward is definitely out. Celia now can get a hit, and now will be falling down, but wow, that could have been...
Yeah, that's just gonna go send back to the manor, and Celia, he has to teleport correctly and instantly, because if he can teleport straight away, he'll be able to catch the survivor off guard, but it looks like forward is gonna stay in the middle.
Just to try and buy some time, but no, committing towards the teleport. No one here. So again, they practiced some discipline there, not really extending to that exit gate, while we see that the entomologist is hiding inside the big boat. Number 5 is going to try to push open the back gate to see if they can try to, manage an escape here. But no, Celia wants more survivors in rocket chairs.
Yeah. At this rate, it looks like Celia is definitely going to get it because, look, Forward does not have any more balls. He does not have any more items. Celia, oh my god, he thinks that he's at the gate, but no, he's actually going towards the dungeon, and he's already opening the front gate. This is so tense.
Yeah, I know. Number 5 trying to make a mad dash towards that dungeon area. Yat focusing on going for the gate. I don't think he knows where the dungeon's at. Number 5 so close to getting to the dungeon. The exit gate is about to open. Celia, what's that?
It's gonna open!
Open already, and now we see Celia trying to make it, but no, they manage a tie, and look at the sigh of relief on number 5. Wow.
Oh my god.
I was lost for words. Yeah, tinnitus finally propped up. He knew that the dungeon was there, but wow, Nell, my goodness, this is tense.
Yeah, I think that the part where Celia doesn't know where the dungeon is definitely plays a role in him. In the role where AG manages to get that escape through the dungeon. It just shows that communication is just so important. Like entomologist is leaving it straight away, going for the big boat, and Celia, he knows that if he goes to the big boat, it might be wasting time. But ultimately, the favor works. It works in favor of SC. In favor of AG. From a losing game, they managed to tie it up. So that's a very good start in game number 2, first half for AG.
Again, if we recall the start, great containment time, great support. But again, the ciphers weren't moving as fast as they could. Again, they really tried their best. But Celia, again, being very proactive with sharing the painter first and just stuffing any attempts of rescues and stuns. But yeah, I just want to bring back that moment too, where he kind of walked to the corner of the beach area, where he lost sight of that Forward, allowing them to kind of overextend. Again, he did change to that teleport, which mitigated the situation from turning into it was already looking like it was going to be a tie, and him having that teleporting straight away, hoping someone would overextend. But this is what AG brings to the table: nerves of steel, and they're so good at just playing the patient game and also being very careful, not giving their hunter or their opponents any advantage. So let's talk about the match now.
Yeah, like Dio has kited like 116 seconds, used up all of his paintings when there are 5 ciphers remaining, but it's okay because he managed to bot the longest time ever while just sitting on the chair. And despite the early rescue by number 5, again, we've mentioned that Painter has this unique trait where it doesn't matter if you rescue him early because it's just gonna pick up from where he was being rescued at. So all in all, it worked very well. The strategy works very well, and the knowledge of the game, knowledge of the terrain has played into the advantage of AG. Celia looks very strong. He was supposed to get 3k, but because he had no idea where the dungeon is, just a step slower. Exit the gate, entomologist exit the gate, Forward, jump through the dungeon, and they have to be very happy with that.
Yeah, it was really intense because the moment the gate was open and the dungeon was about to be primed open, that's when he figured out where the Forward was staying because the tinnitus finally propped up, and then he threw his butterfly just to try and stop or at least hit him away from the dungeon, but it was a little too late. So AG just being a step ahead in that scenario. Again, going for that tie. This is still pretty good on CZ's side. It's still playing very defensively. They're still in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. So AG is still trying to fight back. And I think now they're kind of building that momentum to try and get that win. So I don't know. Your apples are still safe, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Let's see how this one's going to go.
Yeah,
Everyone's nervous, shaking in their boots.
Yeah, they're nervous. But I think the people who are not nervous are definitely the Japanese audience. They were so calm. Did you realize? Very respectful, very calm. Like, the play of our games we're shouting on the top of our lungs, and they're like, so that's that.
Respectful, I would have to say. The Japanese audience gives yes they give a lot of respect to the players, and honestly I think even though everyone there is very respectful, everyone's very calm, I feel like the tension you can cut with a knife because again,
It
the stakes are very high. One team will be sent out of this tournament, and you saw that the fans there know what's at stake, and I think SST is also just watching in the arena or where they're at. So that's one of the beauties of having a live audience, and you and me, Nell, hope fingers crossed we get to experience that sometime soon or in the future.
Soon.
The situation now is still kind of crazy. So again, safety first, health first, everyone. I hope you guys have been staying hydrated as we're about to hit the second hour here. Again, it's a full day of Identity 5 matches here at the Call of Duty playoffs.
Yeah. And just like that, it's back to the exact same situation in BO1, where it was also a draw in the first half of game 1, and now it's also a draw in the first half of game 2. So it's up to Pipicha to break that stalemate right here. If he can get a 3-person elimination, it's gonna bring the score to 1 win AG, 1 win SZ, and ultimately best of 3. The round 3 is going to be the deciding factor for both of these teams. So game 2, well, I mean, I don't know. Lakeside, they have to ban his pollen, don't you think?
They do. Pollen is kind of strong here. Well, there are some windowed areas, but ultimately it's the distance that you have to, because obviously they're 2 survivor bans. They're definitely going to ban a priestess if they're going to prime for like a pollen or whatever, because it's actually a good pick. And also they have their pick on like what the second survivor is going to be, whether it be a forward, a seer. They have to definitely ban that pollen, leaving the sculptor, Dream Witch, Naiad open for Pipicha to use. Now, among the 3, because let's hypothetically ban the pollen. What would you think would be the strongest for Pipicha to go for?
I mean, he can go Dream Witch in this map. He has a lot he can use, even a Sculptor as well, because Sculptor does have that CCTV, allowing the palace to be allowing her chips to be thrown far away, just to scout, just to create some pressure onto the ciphers. I just have to say, there's a lot of choices Pipicha can go here, or even the Geisha. But I have yet to see him play Geisha though.
Honestly, a Geisha, we saw how well a Geisha can perform in this map. We haven't even seen those those levitating dashes where she props up and then she dashes further, the one Dongxuan does, and a lot of Geishas do, just to make their dash a lot further. So we haven't seen that in the previous match because the survivors, he just knew where they were at. But here though, we definitely see that if ever he chooses that Geisha to come out.
Yeah, Geisha can come out here. But again, we have to see what he bans first. Like if he's going for a seer priestess ban, then you might as well be expecting a Geisha right there. But if he feels confident enough, Dreamwitch is actually very strong here. After all, Dreamwitch can be a 4K hunter. Sculptor can be a 4K hunter as well. And AG survivors, they've already gotten their draw in the second game. So all they need to do now, Pipicha, he needs to get a 3K just to draw the points. Or he can just push for it, go for a 4K, and at least, even if best of 3, they get a draw, at least they will still win by points. So I think that should be the game plan of Pipicha right here.
Yeah, that's definitely the best case scenario for him to go for, especially since it's already established we are seeing game number 3. So guys, let us know also in the chat who you guys are rooting for. Once again, I want to see those notes of those butterflies and those flaming hearts, or those regular hearts, because it seems like Scars proving everyone, all the doubters, all the apples, not on their side. Everyone is shaking in their boots.
Shaking.
Yeah,
trying to the MCs.
Yeah, not just us. You got the China commentators as well.
6 out of 7, man.
6 out of 7. That's huge. That is definitely huge. And we got the backroom shot. I love this because now all the pressure is definitely on the side of the hunter, Pipicha. And actually, now, if the survivors get 3K, we're not going to see a round 3.
It's going to be a 2-0.
It's going to be a 2-0. Wow, I
just
realized that now. Okay, this is going to be intense.
Oh my God.
All the pressure is definitely in the world. And look at that. Hashtag. Use that hashtag, ladies and gentlemen. CZ win with the flaming hearts. Let's go. Okay.
Hashtag win. CZ win. Okay, guys, go ahead. Yeah, just some shout outs as well. Agnia, thank you for being here. Chantel, Bunny Teeth, and where Fukia, Chi, hello. thank you so much, guys. Just hashtags for your teams. We know that the game is so unpredictable at this point. It can be anyone's game at this point. But hashtag for SZ. If you think that SZ is gonna win, hashtag SZ wins. With the flaming hearts and hashtag AG.
AG win with the butterfly.
Butterfly. Let's go, guys.
Wow. Okay. So, again, I'm just gonna bring this out there. I think the casters, we're cursed. We're cursed now. We're cursed.
Yeah, we're cursed with the gift of foresight. Nah, just kidding.
No, not with the gift of foresight. With the gift of no sight.
No sight.
6 out of 7. I think all of us also went. I think Grizzly and Eli, did they go for AG? I think they did too.
Everyone went for AG. That's the thing.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Yeah. To be honest, okay, just to be fair, right? Just to throw some backstory into it. Before all of this happened on the grand stage, I was actually saying that SZ is very strong.
Yeah, you were the one. You were the one that watched their matches, right? When we split.
SZ was actually. I actually rooted for SZ coming in from the qualifiers and just showing them, especially after the 4K Haster by Celia. I was actually saying, well, SZ is actually really strong, but in the group stages, I think things didn't go as expected, so they actually ended up not performing as people might thought they would. But coming into the quarterfinals right here, like the best 12 right here, they definitely show that they are that's just the start of their story, and they are making it work right now.
I know. Honestly,
you're costing people a lot of the apples, though.
Me? Us?
No, but they're making us lose a lot of apples, though.
I know. Oh, I just have to say that, you know what, we're so easy to. I mean, our memory must be really short because it was Scars to win the JP tournament, and going up against AG, it might be in their favor because maybe they struggle a little bit with the China teams or the other regions, but they were the best in the JP region, not accounting for Sun Sisters though, because they already had an instant pass. But honestly, here, they definitely have a good shot, and I don't know, making me eat my words, Nell. I know I had lunch, but we're eating our words here with the AG here. Our apples are definitely on the line. Making us this whole Call of the Abyss very unpredictable. I know we have our own predictions here and there, but I think it's a gift and a curse being here in the caster's desk now. We get the matches, we get to react to them, but all our predictions are wrong.
But it's a good thing that it's wrong, because right now it proves that they are surpassing everyone's prediction. We don't care if 6 out of 7 casters say that AG is gonna win. We're just gonna do our best, and we're just gonna prove everyone wrong. I think that's a very...
Honestly, I feel like, yes, I agree with you with the competitors and all the ones that are doubting them. That's just noise to them. They honestly just listen to the support of everyone, which honestly, like, the chat is definitely going wild. I see a lot of butterflies and flaming hearts in the chat. So yeah, keep sending that, because that definitely goes a long way for these players, because again, once a year, it happens once a year, ladies and gentlemen, and the odds for you competing, like with the group stage and getting invited here, it's huge. So AG and SC really making this moment count for them. And now let's head into the picks and bans. Seer being the first, allowing the priestess to come in. Interesting choice by PP Cha.
PP Cha maybe wants to go for the teleport trade, or even the Geisha. Like, Geisha isn't as necessarily afraid of portal rescues and things like that. And you see SZ doesn't even waste time. They're not even wasting time. Gonna pick up Mercenary and Priestess straight away. And PP Cha is gonna ban the third and last survivor, the Patient.
Oh.
Wow.
And
they're really going for they are. Okay.
They are. Okay, so it seems like with the Dream Witch, which honestly, no, we've had this conversation time and time again. The Dream Witch, one of the ways to counter is distance, and having the Priestess in this mix could definitely help out CZ here to have his attention spread out. We know that this map is actually good for the Dream Witch, but as long as you're able to leech these survivors. So again, with Soar on that Enchantress is so dangerous.
That's weird. That's very weird, actually, because you mentioned, like, we've talked about it, Dream Witch is countered by Doctor, number 1, number 2, Priestess, because of the distance.
Yes.
And at this point, wouldn't it be better to ban the priestess instead of the forward? Because Dreamwish isn't exactly afraid of stuns. Like with the leech, he can just block the stuns. Yeah.
Yeah, block or change
Yeah.
followers. So I honestly like again, JP is a meta that I really want to try to understand, but they really don't like their harassers. I think they'd rather just go for their long kites. They don't matter if the distance or the support is there, as long as they're safe from stun. So I'm gonna take note of what trait that PP Chow will be bringing out, because pressure is definitely on his side, because this is actually a really strong lineup for the survivors.
It is. It is. I just have to say, like, we've already made so many predictions. I have to say the bans aren't as strong as I hope it would be. The bans aren't as strong as I hope it would be.
Priestess in this map is a menace.
Yeah, and 3 of them are actually fast decoders. Like forward, if you leave the forward around, you like he decodes slowly. Like even if you leave him alone, it's gonna be time before he wastes his spells.
I agree. But then again, let's see how that's in paper. Let's see it in practice as we head into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Again, all is on the line here for AG. They need at least a tie to push for that game number 3. But looking like the survivors here have a really strong lineup. So we're going to see how this would pan out. Again, Nello Mello and Poch Spice, your commentators for this match.
Yes. Okay, playing for the 10k apples right here. PP Cha is going to be spawning in the middle of the boat. Pi 1. Tsunami is already at the shack decoding. The priestess is at the... Sorry, the priestess on Tsunami. Tsunami is going to be the first target there. So maybe that is PP Cha's game plan. Get rid of the priestess first. That's why you don't need... Yeah, then you don't need to be afraid of the portals. Oh, go through. But he's just going to use the portal. He knows that the Dreamwish is going to block. He knows Dreamwish is going to block the window, so he just decided to go to the portal instead. So very great insight by Tsunami right there. Already off to a great start. No leech, just one leech so far. But again, the distance created by the priestess.
He's gonna block it first. No, he knows. All right, he's gonna bolt right away. So he's gonna get a speed boost here to transition. But I think the mercenary is in this area now. Patroller being dropped and unable to the pallet. So now this is gonna be a hit on the side of Tsunami. But let's see, he's still able to kite away. But that patroller can just stop him in his tracks. And now this is great because this was a main body hit. That leech is still alive.
But he can still run. Look. Tsunami is basically doing a marathon kite right now. The moment he gets hit, the moment he's not able to juke that area, he can just go away. Like now, even if the patroller bites him, he's already still very far. He can still go very far. And look at the cipher progress. The cipher progress, 3 ciphers are almost done at that point. And I just can't imagine how it would look like. Patroller's having a hard time, but eventually he's gonna get here. And just like that, the pallet slam as well. Tsunami is doing amazing right here.
Yeah, oh my god, the action was so intense, I almost blacked out for a second there. Didn't see what happened, but now the priestess does fall down, and now first survivor down, great stuff, but I mean, they did a handshake there. All that time being bought for these survivors to prime those ciphers, and mind you, one is about to pop, another one is at 70%. So it's looking pretty good on the side of objectives here for the survivors to escape this lakeside village.
Yeah, it can be anyone's game here. 25%, the AI mentioning that it's going to be a 4. It's going to be a 4 escape. Sorry. Sorry, it's 4 shot. But it's okay, because right now, 3 ciphers have been done. 2 ciphers remaining. Also, it's only the priestess first chair. And that's the problem with having a priestess run around. His portals counters these leeches, and he can just do a marathon kite. So annoying.
Okay, mercenary tanking that hit, allowing that priestess to move on and move towards a better part in this map. But we do see that he is focusing on this priestess, and now priestess can go to the second floor of this big boat, allowing her for a stronger kiting area, and also has a portal online, utilizing it right away. And now PP Cha has to move his main body here just to create a situation where the priestess will be trapped and now switches to Blink. But we do know that this is going to be the second time the priestess will be on a rocket chair.
Yeah, but one Cypher is remaining. It's already at 40%. Both of them are rushing the Cypher in the beach. Pipicha knows about it. That's why he sent the spawn followers towards the area. But what can you really do when... what can you really do when there's so much grounds to cover?
And not just that, like not a lot of ground to cover and only one leech. So now we do know that the last Cypher is so far away. It's in the cornfield. Mercenary is here, as well as I believe the Acrobat. The Acrobat goes for the save, and Pipicha changing. I think he was trying to go and extend towards that cornfield Cypher, but no, able to move away. And now they're at a really strong kiting part in this map. Spawn follower is trying to defend this last Cypher here. Zor I think he's going to pop this one. Close to popping it. Can tank one hit at least. They don't want to at least get leeched.
Yeah, but no abnormal anymore. And that's the thing. Big distance. You need to change to blink to cover.
There we go.
He's going to pop it straight away. Yeah. And the delete as well. My God, it's going to be at least a escape here.
Yeah, this is looking quite bad on the side of AG and SC really doing their homework. They had such a strong line of Priestess just buying so much time and everyone just focusing on decoding, while we see Senami being the one to try and buy as much time as possible. But the portal, the long portal is ready. Senami will be leeched once again, but that exit gate is already open. They can go 3-person escape is already happening now, while the Enchantress is trying to go for the exit on the other side of this map. And SZ, ladies and gentlemen, put respect on their name. 10K apples, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God.
SZ moving on very strong.
Plot twist, I actually betted on SZ, but okay.
I knew it.
I'm just kidding. But seriously, strong showing right there.
So strong.
Like, yeah, the moment he banned forward instead of the Priestess, I knew that the game was already going to be very hard for Pipicha. And like what you saw just now, holy moly, 4 escape. Just because the Priestess kited 3 Cyphers at the very start.
Honestly, like having, again, the Seer ban, great, because you're going to use that Dream Witch. But the Priestess was, once the Priestess was let loose, the game plan, yes, get the Priestess down early on so she's not able to give support. But that's the thing, you have to get her down in this map, which I think it was Yat, or I forgot who was the one on, on Scars' Priestess, but I think it was Senami. Senami on the Priestess did so well, knew the routes to take, knew the best possible places to go, and we did see the Acrobat also bringing that Tide Turner, so they knew, all right, you know, we got to rescue here, and allowing the Priestess to contain as long as possible. Winning strategy on the side of SZ, and ultimately they move on, but you got to give it up to AG. They were fighting till the very end, had a very strong showing in the group stages, and honestly, I think this is just the start of their journey. So big love and big shout outs to AG.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Scars making it through. Thank you, my apples are safe. Anyway, just kidding. Anyway, AG has also shown a lot of dominance, but we've already talked about this also. Just bringing it up again. Drafts are so important. Banning, choosing the maps, banning, and picking the strongest lineup against a certain hunter. Like you have to know, like as a Dream Witch player, what do you not want to face against? You do not want to face against characters that can heal fast, that can create distance among you, because you can see just now Pipicha didn't manage to get that sandwich situation. Sandwich makes me hungry, but he was unable
makes me
to
hungry.
Apples. Okay. He wasn't able to sandwich Nami, and that was what ultimately bought him so much time. Look, 62 seconds. It doesn't even give justice to Tsunami because the distance.
Yeah, again, it's a little hard because, you know, main body follower to, it's a little tough, but I'm pretty sure that number is definitely a lot higher because of how much he traversed in the map, and we're just focusing on the Priestess at the start, and considering that, wow, honestly, now 4 minutes and 44 seconds. This is probably one of the fastest matches that we've seen. So again, that's the best you can actually ask for against the Dream Witch. And shout outs to Scars, able to really counter Pipicha's Dream Witch. And again, nothing to take away from AG. They performed very well. We want to find the best of the best. So hope you guys can still send love and support to AG's way, because this is definitely not the last we'll see of them. Still a chapter in their story, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that they've taken a lot of this tournament's memories. But you know what? When you fall down, you just have to pick yourself up. And that's true in most cases, not just in Identity 5, but in life as well. So, congratulations once again, Team Fire. Team
Heart Fire Scars.
Heart
Let's
Fire.
go.
The Burning Heart has won against the Butterflies. Very well deserved victory because of their just very, very good coordination, very good lineup, very good transitions. I just have to say, Scars definitely surprised a lot of the people here watching today, and I'm proud to see such prediction-defying results.
Oh yeah, that just shows again in Call of the Abyss, anything is definitely possible. And you know what, Tsunami and best deduction MVP with that Priestess kite. You know, we aren't. There's no contention here. Yeah, you definitely did a lot of the kiting in that round, and that ultimately led to that victory. So amazing performance on Tsunami's side.
Yeah, look at him. He's like, you think I was gone? No.
No.
No. Oh my god, look at them. They're just so chill. Like, oh, SZ Scars right there. Yeah, so SZ will be facing SST, but oh my god, I hope the prediction. But since the prediction in the first one was already off, so
yeah, I'm gonna keep bringing it up, like the majority, but I honestly think that we're cursed now. We're definitely cursed.
we're cursed. Like, we're not even gonna get apples for the next
So
one because
I'm gonna let everyone know. Don't tell us who you bet on, because if we say like we'll bet on them too, like no, that's the curse. That's just say the opposite and let us know, so we'll bet on them too. But like we mentioned, this was honestly considering just the group stage, yes, this was this was an incredible match, especially on Scars' side. I would say an upset with how much we favored AG. But if, as you mentioned, Nell, they did win their, I think it was IVC in Japan. So and the matchup that they had, the matchup knowledge against the JP meta, and for them to just have a rocky performance in the group stage, it really just shows that, you know what, they really, I think, reached a new power spike level, and you really can't count any team out here in the Call of the Abyss Global Finals.
Yeah, SC just surprising us there. Actually, it wasn't even a surprise, but it was a surprise since they came from the group stages, and basically their hunters were getting draws and the survivors were winning games for them. So it's back to the battle of the survivors between AG and SZ, and ultimately SZ survivors carried the game with the 5-0, very decisive win as well at the very last one. Yeah.
So once again, congrats to SC, and I wanted to say, everyone in the chat, congrats to the people that were supporting SC throughout, because you guys got a lot of apples and definitely proving us wrong. So and congrats to both teams, giving us a showcase of what JP meta can offer. And I think we're just waiting on the interview portion. I wonder who they'll be interviewing, because I really want to understand their thought process coming into this match. So let's head on to the stage.
Oh, we don't have to translate, because she can translate in English too.
I hope so. She might translate to Chinese.
Hello， 大家好，
and
欢迎
English.
来到赛后采访环节，我是阮阮冰。首先呢，我们有请 S 队的代表，也是我们今天的 MVP 西纳米来登场。それでは
asking Tsunami to come.
Scars チームの西納選手ご登場ください。
Oh, sorry, no English. So I'll translate. Tsunami Senshu.
So Tsunami.
まず試合の勝利おめでとうございます。
Oh, congratulations.
我们真的是恭喜 S 战队获得了本
Oh, we really congratulate you.
ベスト8に進出
Increase the volume.
でき、今率直な感想を伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、そうですね、すごく嬉しいです。
非常開心、すごく嬉しいです。
Yeah, I'm very happy because I'm so strong.
からすごい大きな歓声が聞こえたんですけれども、はい、やっぱりまだドキドキしてますか？
そうですね、なんか少し興奮が少し残ってます。
那刚才我们的西纳米选手也说呢，就是真的是现在呢还很兴奋，然后刚才呢在待机的时候也是就是一直兴奋的停不
He's
下来。
very excited now. But during the match just now, he was actually very nervous.
一番パフォーマンスが良かった選手、西納選手から見てどなたでしょうか？
僕
So nice to speak multilingual.
そうですね，もう MVP ですね，本当にすごかったんです。那我问了一下说，从下面选手来看，今天他们队表现最好的是谁呢？他说，还是他，没错，他今天真的是带来了非常。
He said, based on what he see today, like who has performed the best, he said, yeah, it's me.
There we go. Toot your horn. Best deduction, Tsunami.
Yeah.
COA V の試合で指示を出すとき、普段の練習との違いはありますでしょうか？
そうですね。試合の時には自分はあんまり喋りすぎないようにしてますね。
喋りすぎない。
はい、なんか練習の時はなんか指令とか結構出したりするんですけど、本番だとなんか自分のプレーもすごく上げなきゃいけないので、なので本番はもう味方、仲間を信じて全員で戦ってるっていったそんな感じではあります。
そうですね。もう信頼関係は大事なので、もう自分はあんまり話さないようにしているというような感じですね。はい、ありがとうございます。那我问他了一下说，因为平常呢他们也是这样的一个练习，也没有到线下这种的这么大规模的比赛。那他想问他一下，作为这个队长，也作为一个这个司令官，那他呢在比赛的时候呢就不会太去给他的队员做出指示，因为呢他非常信任他的队员们，他相信大家可以在比赛中发挥得很好。包括他自己呢也是
performances, like just preparing for this. It's just that they believe in the leaders' decisions, the drafts and picks, and they're just very confident with it. They trust it 100%. Something like that.
原宿に来ましたよね。そうですね。はい、クレープも食べてすごく仲良しに見えたんですけれども、明日の試合で戦いますので、今の気持ちはどうですか？
そうですね。SST のアルフもう普段からめちゃくちゃ仲いいんで。
そうですね。
そうですね。すごく楽しみです。
楽しみですね。
はい、ボコボコにしたいなと思います。
あ、ボコボコしたい。明日は本当に楽しみですね。那我们问一个轻松的问题，就是其实呢，他和 SST 的 ALF 选手呢，真的关系非常好。然后前几天还在元素一起吃。
Yeah, he's saying that his relationship with SST's Alfu is actually very good. So how does he feel going up against him? So he said that he's very. How do you feel going up against him? He said he's actually very excited to go up against SST's Alfu. Yeah, Alfu the Great. And he's looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah.
今応援してくださったファンの皆さんにコメントをお願いいたします。
はい。明日の試合サンシスターすごい強いチームになるんですけど、今日みたいなスカーズらしい試合をして勝ちたいと思います。そしてここにいる会場の皆さん、遠路はるばるありがとうございます。
すごいですね、本当に。
いろんなチームたくさん見れると思うんですけど、明日の僕たちも応援してくださるとありがたいです。応援ありがとうございます。
Oh my God! Don't speak so fast. I can't hear.
会場からも大きな拍手です。ありがとうございます。那明天呢，针对他们要跟 SST 对战，然后我问他一下，他想对现场的大家有什么想说的？还有呢，正在直播支持他的粉丝想说的是明天是对 SST 的比赛，那对他们来说呢也是非常的重要。而且呢，现场有很多的粉丝拿出了这样的看板来支持他们，所以呢，他会努力的。
All of them are going to come and support their fight against SST.
ありがとうございました。
And said thank you so much for the support, Nello and Portia Hansen. Hope to see you guys commentate. JK/JK.
好的，我们感谢下面选手，也期待他们在接下来的比赛。
But yeah, thank you, Nell, for the translation. A lot of people in the chat. And yeah, amazing how she's so multilingual. Big shout outs to the translator here too.
Yeah, here's a question. Is she a Japanese who speaks Chinese or a Chinese who speaks Japanese?
She is amazing. That's what she is. So we're just going to throw in some highlights, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. But after FPX.ZQ versus
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
welcome yet. Good luck. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss Global Finals, where we witness Scars versus AG, and Scars advances. Now we got to move on to our next series of the day. It's going to be FPX.ZQ versus WGB Weibo Gaming. I always call them Weibo. Like, I know there's a lot of letters there, but Weibo, honestly, now is going to be the underdogs coming into this. But after seeing Scars able to trump that prediction, I don't know. How are you feeling about this match?
Nah, I'm not gonna get myself wrong twice in a row in a day.
How do you feel? How do you feel about this match? We're not gonna ask for your predictions because we know that's cursed. We're all cursed here. No,
I'm gonna say my predictions anyway.
Okay, say it. Curse them. I dare you.
Okay, FPX versus ZQ versus WBG. I have to say WBG, even though they have YMM Young Moren as their hunter, but FPX.ZQ have shown a lot of potential with their survivors. Like, they've been really consistent and strong. And Afu has he's just known as the stable god. Like, he never fails to get a draw, especially when the team needs it. And maybe that's why FPX.ZQ is persisting on Afu going all the way as the main hunter. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, FPX.ZQ actually has a sub-hunter as well. But they're just using Afu as the main all the time.
Yeah, I think it was Super Rich. I know because the original hunter back in Call of the Abyss 4, it was Ken, but yeah, it is Afu now. Afu being very stable, I agree, is like kind of the defense, while the offense are the survivors that are the ones gaining the points. And fun fact, this was actually the quarterfinals for Call of the Abyss 4. So this is a rematch of sorts in Call of the Abyss stage. Yeah, but FPX.ZQ showed a lot of promise. Unfortunately, it was GG to take Call of the Abyss 4. And Weibo Gaming, honestly, not a team to look out for, but they had a shaky performance. So here we have it. The map preference, I'm sure this is Chinatown or a big map, because they usually go for those big maps at the start to give Afu that first round advantage. Do you know? Oh, okay, I thought you were going to read that.
It's okay, because I know why you feel that way, because even in the qualifiers, when we were doing a watch party and we were watching some games during the qualifiers, and we bet against Soy Milk, I'm calling you out.
Whoa.
We actually saw WBG, Weibo Gaming, and MRC pulling out wins, and they actually won against GR, they actually won against what was that again? X-Rock. And that's why we were like, oh, they're pulling upsets after upsets. They're really doing really, really strong. And that's why they are now in the top 12. They are the strong 12 right now. But going up against FPX.ZQ, I have to say, my decision, my pick is more towards FPX.ZQ, simply because they are just so stable in the hunter side, and from the survivor side, well, what can I say? I have to say, if Wolves aren't around, I have to say FPX.ZQ's survivor are gonna be the one to be one of the strongest.
That's very true. Their survivors, I mean, look at their win rate. It's 5-1 win-loss. That's incredible. 5-4-1. They played a total of 9 games, and Afu is a 2-6-2. Like, he's very stable. He's like I would say the foundation of this team. And note that FPX.ZQ played the most games in the qualifiers, meaning they had to fight tooth and nail to get here. So that means more experience. But like you said, Weibo Gaming, they've got victories in the China qualifiers, like over really big names. However, in the group stage, they did fare up against some adversity. But that's not very telling with how this match might go out, even though, yes, we can base it off the group stages, but Scars proved us wrong. So let's see if Weibo can do that. Again, when it comes down to their survivors, shout outs to Milky, by the way. I was able to talk to her. Their mentality comes into a little bit of question here when they're not on when the match isn't going their way. So I'm excited to see how they're able to push past that and how well they're going to be able to perform, since they will be doing the surviving first.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is this Afu. That's not Afu.
It's not. It's not Afu.
Wow. Is that Super Rich?
Afu is not around maybe. And Super Rich, I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's actually part of GR, not.
Oh, he's not. GR. My bad. Yeah.
Because
it's not
PPX, when PPX not playing, it's
Super Rich.
Yeah.
My apologies for that. But let's meet the survivors. Now let's talk about Li Bao.
Li Bao, mechanic and an acrobat player. Right there, containment time is at 78 seconds and the coding is at 82 seconds. But Li Bao, though, I think he plays acrobat more and more now over mechanic, especially since acrobat is showing so much promise in kiting, in rescuing. The only downside, again, we've talked about is just the slow opening gate.
Yeah, and speaking of acrobat, Mao also uses the acrobat from time to time, but he's the dedicated priestess of this group. And if you're going to be going at a big part in this map, it's definitely a priestess is something that you have to ban, especially as we use the last game as an example of the power of a priestess and just being able to be in a very capable hands of an excellent kiter. Priestess is definitely something that you have to respect ban.
Respect ban indeed. Strategy comes in, respect ban, because the point of respect banning is you just want to take out the strongest hunter right there. Moving on though, we're gonna see Weibo Gaming, Tang on the machinery and the forward. So really interested to see how he will be carrying his team, because basically he's the only forward player I believe in WBG. So unless if the mercenary is taken out, he'll probably be playing the mercenary. And if the machinery is banned, he'll be playing the forward. So that's it. We have to watch out for the harasser of the team.
Tang being a very stable rescuer, and he's the only one that plays forward. Hui also plays mercenary, but he's mainly support containment with that patient, with that psychologist. Can use Merc from time to time, but honestly, when it comes to the Weibo survivors, they don't really deviate away from the meta. Sometimes you see Li Bao use the mechanic, you sometimes see Mao use the postman, but nothing too outrageous. We're not going to see an enchantress come out in the early rounds at least, so they're going to be definitely sticking to the meta. Now I want to see who's going to be the hunter on FPX.ZQ side.
Yeah, me too. Chi is in the stream. Just a shout out to you, Chi. I love you. And so good to see you here. I have to say that it's gonna be Xuan. Yeah, Xuan is actually the sub for FPX.ZQ. Xuan will be doing the first of one, and since this is the first time he's on stage, we don't really have any data on him during the during the COA group stages. So, but if ever, I think they're probably gonna bring him in because of the breaking wheel. Like basically, if you want to be in the first game, like if you want to be in the BO1, basically you play meta hunters. So I think Xuan might be the one who is like a one-trick pony, strongest sculptor, strongest.
Kind of like Mirake, but if that's the case, then I'm sure that if it's not a big map, or it's definitely not a map advantageous to the breaking wheel. That's why he's the first one up, because Afu's breaking wheel is pretty good. So I wonder, I'm only speculating that it's not that, since he is coming up here. And this is the surprise that I think could make or break FPX.ZQ, since this is the first time he is on the Call of the Abyss stage. He was not playing in the qualifiers nor in the group stage, so the pressure is definitely on Xuan.
Yeah, Xuan first time in. It's something like PP Chia from GG, where he has been missing for one whole year. And I think it's like a similar situation. He has to be rather nervous.
Yeah, the thing with PP Chia though, PP Chia, he came in like when they were in a winning state. He's going to be the point hunter here. So I would say yes, in similar, but man, the pressure is definitely going to be on FPX.ZQ's hunter side.
Yeah. But if they have to make an impression, if they want to make a statement, they have to make it right at BO1. There's no other places. They have to assert their dominance now, because it's practically no hunter bans at this point. So FPX.ZQ, they either have to go on the offensive on the hunter side, like just get more points on the hunter side, or just play defense and just hope for FPX.ZQ Survivor to bring the victory in BO1.
Yeah, like you said, if you're the point hunter, you need to do as much damage as possible, since you're only going to come in one round, right? pretty sure if Afu is still available, he will come in the second round where he's more advantageous, let's say on the BQ, on the Pollen, on the Sculptor. But yeah, I'm really excited to see who Shen will be able to utilize. And am I pronouncing it right? Shen?
Shen. Yeah, Shen.
Shen.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shen
gotcha.
only appeared during IVL though, but not during COA group stages, I
Yeah.
think. Maybe once. Not really sure though.
Okay, so Afu being saved on for later. It is Chinatown. So interesting. 'Cause this is usually Afu's map with that Pollen. So maybe Shen also has a breaking wheel.
Breaking wheel, yeah, probably. But he's not banning Seer first, so it is rather interesting. If it's a breaking wheel, he would have banned the Seer first. Or even I don't know, an acrobat, not even bothering with the priestess. So I'm really curious to see what Xuan actually plays.
Sculptor?
Sculptor, probably.
Probably, yeah, because and he doesn't want to get locked in. He has the chisel just to locate the area. But look at that, Weibo Gaming not wasting any time, already locking in a very international lineup. Forward, priestess, mercenary, and patient. Man, take your pick, Shen. Who you're gonna be? Who your first chase will be? Oh,
Breaking wheel, banning the banning forward, banning acrobat.
I guess it's a preference thing now.
But not
like we
banning the
said-
priestess.
Yeah, it's really tough if you allow the priestess to come in. Yeah, an acrobat too. So I guess he's just gonna be in wheel form and try to clean up the portals. But yeah, we've seen how effective the priestess can be, even in a breaking wheel match, especially here in Chinatown. It's huge. Even the short portals can stun you for so long.
Yeah, I would say ban the priestess and the forward. Like when they when he actually instead of the acrobat, maybe the forward is okay, but priestess has to be banned too.
So here's actually an insight. Shout out to Soy Milk. She has a feeling Afu might not be feeling well, so that could be something also that could play into effect. Because usually we see Afu in this map, so we're gonna have to see if Shen can come in here. Again, make or break. This is Call of the Abyss, ladies and gentlemen. So they will have to roll with the punches here. Weibo Gaming versus FPX.ZQ. Weibo survivors in this map. They're the underdogs. Let's see how this is going to pan out. Again, Nello Mello and Poch Spice are your commentators for the second match of the day.
Quick shout outs to Chi. Chi's bringing in Kayla as well. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello. We're just gonna do it today. Proudly brought to you by Xperia, by the way, guys. So if you're using an Xperia phone, I salute you.
Immediate buff.
Immediate buff. 10%.
In Call of the Abyss.
Kayla, hello. Chinatown. Xuan is going to be spawning on the second floor. Well, the good thing is he's not spawning everywhere else. Otherwise, the priestess is going to be doing that elevator portal. It's going to be spawning out the priestess first. Priestess is already going to be spotted out straight away. Maum just trying to circle around this area. While the other survivors are obviously having a good time positioning themselves in ciphers. And look at the
my
spin.
god.
Wow.
I'm getting dizzy with all these spinning.
Yeah, me too.
And now forcing Xuan to go out of that wheel form, chasing Maum on foot would be so hard because just the portal and now breaking line of sight. He can continue chasing on foot, but he decides not to. He goes back to wheel form. Seems like he's going to change targets here because the priestess could be very slippery to chase. Now Li Bao and Tang are in this area. Tang being the mercenary can try to go for that, but you know what? Tang has to be very careful. Now again, Xuan still needs to focus on one survivor.
Yeah. I don't know. It looks really hard. Like everyone is already positioning themselves really well. Like Hui on the patient, he's already on the second floor, and you know that this driving is actually really good. Like he wasn't blocked at any point, but if he actually got blocked, it would have been different. One spike, he's gonna try and go for the slam. He's gonna try and go for three points. Oh my god, dodging like a snake right there. Hui.
Yeah. And now again with a patient hook. Oh, trying to trap him once again, but
God.
still able to dodge the trap here. At
It's
least
over.
for Xuan, that he can be able to go back into wheel form and at least doesn't have to worry too much about those grappling hooks. Has one left, but man, these ciphers are moving and all of them seem pretty hot. Hui now just doing so well, containing 2 spikes already, forcing him out of the wheel form. But once again, the grappling hook. Can he try and force Hui to drop down? No, he's going to go straight to the hotel side of the map.
My God. And that's why you do not want to play against people in this 2 floor, especially against a priestess or even the patient. And Hui is going to go down.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
That's what happens when the Seer is not banned, especially once that hit. Again, 2 spikes are still there, but this containment time is so great on the side of Weibo. Hui now has 3 spikes on him. No blink, because that was countered by the Seer's Owl. And Hui now just containing so long, trying to buy enough time for his teammates. 2 ciphers remain, though. I'm all for 3 ciphers, but man, the pressure is definitely on Hui's side, on Xuan's side.
Yeah, and you can see the AI predictions right there. Almost 40% that it's going to be a 3-person escape. And why not? Because Xuan has spent most of his time chasing one survivor, a patient. And even if he goes away now, he's just trying his best to salvage. He's going to get Li Bao. Oh, okay.
This is huge. But no, the trap placement, able to dodge it. And now Mercenary able to get that rescue before half. It seems like Shen now focusing his attention on this Seer. Have to be very careful. Oh my God, Li Bao got caught by the trap. Can go for the hit. Oh, terror shock. Beautiful. Shen now, trying to turn the tides here, which is slowly again. I mean, it's still pretty tough because 2 ciphers still remain. And Tang now, the main rescuer, is in this area, has already expended Tide Turner, will be going for that rescue now, while 2 ciphers close to being primed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get it. Like, if you're in a winning position, then maybe, like, if you went for a fast down, you could have changed targets. But here, he changed targets after downing the patient for the very first time after 3 ciphers have been popped. So, as a result, I have to say, it might look not like a 3 escape. It might even look like a 4-person escape here.
Yeah, able to get the rescue. Tang can tank all that hits. And now Li Bao. Yeah, now forcing to go for another change of survivors here. It's Hui, the first target, does have that wanted order, but I mean, 1 cipher remains. It's at 75%. He's going to try to keep pressuring. The priestess now also has a spike on her. Seer as well. I mean, divide and conquer, but right now it seems like, Shen is just a step behind Weibo Gaming.
Yeah. I like how he's very aggressive, like going back and forth with this, like just try to force them out of the comfort zone, just getting them out of the comfort zone and just spiking them and just bursting them. That's what he did, and Hui is now down for the 2nd time. But the last cipher is at 90%. Priestess is the one decoding the last cipher right there.
And it seems like he's going to try to force someone out of this cipher, but allowing the Seer to go for that rescue. So it's going to be quite tough. He's going to have to defend 2 places so far, but this is what we're talking about with the breaking wheel. He can go to 2 places at the same time. Malm, though, can he stuff this rescue? He needs to be able to get this, but now Hui eating that hit. The cipher, it's already primed, and now Xuan going back into that wheel form, forcing the last cipher to pop, did bring detention, so he's gonna try to at least down 1 survivor in this scramble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. He definitely had 2 spikes. Oh, nice, getting it up on Hui, and he still has trump card, so he can definitely just change into teleport. He has a detention, so mind you, he is playing for late game right there. So right now
they know. Oh, he goes straight for it. Oh my God, he's gonna travel in wheel form. Everyone is already at the exit gate, so it seems like it's gonna be a 3-person escape. Oh my God, Weibo Gaming getting 3 off the gate. This is actually a great start for Weibo, but yeah, Nell, I echo your same sentiments. Yeah, I thought he was gonna change the trump card. He didn't utilize the blink anymore. It was ready. Did you see the build? I didn't see the persona.
He probably have brought. He would probably have brought 6-9 with the insolence. Maybe that's why. Yeah, he probably didn't bring trump card at all. He was going for the draw, but apparently it didn't work in his favor. So yeah, very good effort though. Like he from 1 stat. like at least he didn't get it into a like unsalvageable moment. So I have to say, at least getting one is a saving grace, considering that this is also his first time on the main stage in the finals. So 1K, not too bad, not too bad. They can still bring it back in the second half. FPX.ZQ Survivor have to play like crazy for that.
Yeah, and usually they're usually very strong at the first round. So again, it's actually still okay that he was able to salvage the situation because it looked like it was going to be a 4-man escape. A 3-man escape is still okay. At least you don't give the 5 points to the team. But yeah, you saw how I would say the survivors of Weibo were able to spread out and really spread the attention of Shen here because he was focusing on the patient at the start and the seer. So the switch in targets kind of made the game last a little longer for them to prep for that last cipher to be primed. So again, incredible performance on Weibo Gaming side. Shen, welcome to Call of the Abyss. You are definitely being put into the deep end right away. So let's see how he's gonna come back. And I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see Afu. Who knows? But for now, we will see a swap here. It's gonna be the FPX.ZQ survivors coming up to the stage. But first, let's talk about the match stats.
Yeah, match stat. Hui definitely the MVP of that game. Just managing so well, just knowing his terrains. He's definitely been ready for the breaking wheel at the 2 floor, just utilizing his hooks just to get up from the stairs to the other side. So Shen just had a terrible time. So 139 seconds containment time there. And even the support of the portal, even though he was being really aggressive and active, but ultimately, Cypher, the damage has been done. By the time he got Hui down, it was already 3.5 ciphers. Not even 2.5. It's 3.5 ciphers done. So what can you do when you're in that position? At least a 1K. So that's what he did.
And I mean, I like recalling the match, but let's recall also the picks and bans because allowing the priestess to come in, allowing the seer to come in as well. We saw how banning the seer is so good on the side of the survivors because you don't have to worry about that owl. The owl was able to counter the blink, which a blink is bring a blink early on, early down, and also at least turning turning it to a hunter-sided match. But yeah, again, I think Shen really needs to go back to the drawing board and come back stronger in this one. But for now, we do see the survivors of FPX.ZQ take the stage.
Yeah, it's okay. FPX.ZQ right now, if they want to get into round 2 if they want to get through round 1 with a better result, they just have to get a 3-man escape, which can be quite hard because it is gonna be Weibo Gaming's main hunter, Yang Oren, YMM. So I think even getting a draw against him would be really good. But FPX.ZQ has to be gunning for a 3-man escape in that point.
And now let's meet the survivors. AK being the designated acrobat and patient as well. Last year he was the dedicated forward. I think he won the forward of the year as well in IVL. But you know what? The stats don't lie. His containment time is amazing in this, and now I think it's Iron or Long on the side. Actually, I think on FPX.ZQ side, they have a lot of people that can play forward. Either MK, Iron, and AK could play forward, but it is Iron mainly on that forward. So let's see if he will be utilizing that. And I just have to also note the AK-MK connection. With that priestess being loose, MK could definitely help out AK when it comes to really tight situations when he's on the kiting, when he's kiting the hunter.
Yeah, so the AK-MK brothers link right there, the duo in rank. Probably. Like, yeah, I love how you made that connection, especially with the priestess combo, especially if it's not banned. But of course, we will also have to look at the other survivors as well. Actually, one of the survivors that I pay a lot of respect to, which is Long, because he has shown us an amazing game time and time again during the previous tournaments in IVL. But in this COA Grand Finals, we can see that he plays Mechanic, he plays Mercenary, which, may I point, is not really his go-to survivors. In the previous tournaments, he used to play things like Batter, he used to play things like Seer.
You know what's funny? You mentioned Seer. Every time a hunter goes up against FPX.ZQ in this group stage, they've banned Seer. They've not allowed them to use the Seer at all, which is actually really good because Long on that Seer kites like his name. He kites very long. And Sand's coming in. Okay.
Yeah. He's gonna replace Iron.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so Sands, again, he was brought in the China qualifiers, so not much stats on him when it comes to the group stage. So really interested to see how he's gonna fare coming into this one.
I mean, if they bring him in, I think FPX.ZQ is doing a lot of risky plays today.
Subs, yeah.
It's not double elimination; it's single elimination, and you're putting in Xuan instead of Afu, and now you're putting in Sans instead of Iron. I don't know if.
I brought out some stats when it came to the China qualifier. Sans did come in. He only played twice in the China qualifiers, and he's only brought out the Mercenary. So I'm pretty sure they're just going to leave him on Mercenary duties. But yeah, the time for experimentation is definitely... I mean, it's very scary. Yeah, it's going to be very scary to bring it out now.
Yeah. I mean, if I was in their shoes, I think even if you're... I mean, I don't know. Even if you're sick, I think you'll probably even come no matter what. But who knows? Health does come first.
Health comes first, and also, like, we don't know these these teams, they're under so much pressure. So you just have to put respect and also trust that this is the best possible situation that they can come up with the resources given. So we're just gonna have to see how FPX.ZQ will fare in this tight situation, I would say. Again, the bar has been raised. 3 survivors is the go-to for them to at least tie this game.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's the ideal situation we're looking for. But I have to say, WBG's survivors definitely earned that first half. So I'm not gonna take that away from them. We're not gonna take that away from them. Now it's just a matter of whether FPX.ZQ's survivor lineup is able to take that away from Young Moran, YMM, because that's what they need to do now. And I wouldn't expect anything less than a 3 escape from FPX.ZQ, considering how. Yeah, go ahead.
The chat also reminded me, shout out to the chat, and also reminded me of the video, that YMM used to be teammates with FPX.ZQ. They used to be the same. So now this can be a very intense match because they know each other. So yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on I would say Sans coming in. But you also have to put some pressure on YMM since he knows that this is his former team. However, the survivors of Weibo's side did give him a little bit of leeway for him to at least come up with a winning plan here, for him to at least tie, because a tie for him would definitely be a win. So Nell, my question to you, so the chat will be more interactive. What are the emojis you want to give these teams that they should spam?
For WBG, maybe red heart
and yellow hearts.
Red heart and yellow hearts.
Yes.
And
red heart
for would be yellow.
Yeah. So red and yellow, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow for FPX.ZQ. Red hearts for Weibo Gaming. I want to see the chat flooded with some hearts here, because both these teams need your support now more than ever. Since again, this is do or die for both the teams.
Do or die indeed. Red hearts because they're wearing red jerseys. Yellow hearts for FPX.ZQ because their hair is yellow.
and they're on the yellow side. I don't know when FPX.ZQ
yellow too as well. Yeah. But no matter what, I think they might have an idea what they're doing. I think they have to survive this. Things happen in real life which are unavoidable at times. So FPX.ZQ must be very aware of how high the stakes is. And I have to say, they just have to put their best foot forward, given the circumstances. And we're going into the ban picks. Chinatown, second half. Who do you think is going to be banned, Posh? Like
forward Priestess, if possible. But the Priestess is going to get locked in. So maybe YMM might want to get rid of the Mercenary or
the Seer.
Or Acrobat. Like that's another choice.
Yeah.
If they don't lock in the the Seer first. But knowing that Sans is coming in, I think Mercenary might be the one that they have to lock in first.
Oh no!
Patient.
Not blocking blocking Priestess, not blocking Seer.
I think the Priestess was already locked in. We just have to wait for the graphic to come out. So maybe Mercenary Priestess was the one that was chosen first. AK still has the Acrobat. Yeah, or Seer, true.
Yeah,
it was allowed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure, but throughout from the very beginning of this game, we've seen very interesting bans, and so far the interesting bans aren't really working for them. So I'm wondering, like the same situation, Chinatown, you get rid of the patient. That's very good because last game Hui was giving the Pollen a hard time with patient. But what about the priestess? Like you saw that Xuan gave up on the priestess because he knows how hard it is to catch the priestess. So
that's why.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they locked in the seer and priestess, allowing for the patient, but you're allowing the mercenary to come through, which I think Sans. Oh no, batter! Wow. And this is something that's signature to FPX.ZQ. They go for containment, they go for support. They're okay not going for rescuers early round. So quite risky, but let's see if this pays off because Sans, being a very formidable forward in IVL, did bring out the mercenary only in the China qualifiers, but now the batter. And that's why you see like he's definitely shaking off the nerves here because a lot is riding on this match.
Yeah, shaking off the nerves. But so many mobility though. Acrobat is also a very high mobility character. Priestess, I think the ideal character that YMM has to chase should be the seer first, or at least the batter. Just make him waste up. But top one priority has to be the seer, just to make him use up the all during the chase. Then once that headache is out of the way, at least. And that's the thing too. Like if you chase the seer first, Long is so good at kiting with the seer. And,
I mean, I keep bringing back like his COA kite with he was able to get 3. Well, negate 1 owl. He was able to farm 2 owls. It was incredible. So again, it's really a pick your poison type situation, especially with the priestess giving support. And like you said, FPX.ZQ best survivors next to wolves.
Yeah.
So YMM really has to be very careful with how he deals with these survivors.
Yeah. Well, FPX.ZQ versus WBG right here. First game, second half, brought to you by Xperia, even though we're using iPhones. Right now, commentaries brought to you. So sorry. Commentaries brought to you. Thank you so much, guys, by Posh Spice, one and only. And me, Mellow Mellow. Hope you guys enjoy the commentaries as well. We're just bringing the fun. Keep the positive. Let's spread more.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. YMM spawning at the center of this map, and now, again, really wants to look for that seer or that batter to start things off. But it seems like he will be finding a Long here, which is the seer. So this is actually, oh no! He's able to crouch down, but no, Long able to pop up here. And now this is an excellent 5 on YMM side.
Yeah, he's not being very, how do you put this? He's not being very impatient. Like, he doesn't just go and vault straight away. He knows that YMM is already targeting the wheel towards the defaulting area. So he dodged, and he managed to dodge once. Oh, okay, he's going to get that one spike first. But now he's just waiting. He's just waiting right there.
Yeah, he just needs to, able to vault now. Oh my god, able to spot out MK, and now he wants to spike him as well. Will he take the elevator? It seems like he's going to go to back to human form to clean it up. Long breaking that line of sight is excellent. At least the seer can transition towards the hotel part, and now we are going to that staircase. MK in the area here as well, just to provide a little bit of support, but now Long has to be careful because Blink is already online.
Yeah, Blink is online, but he has an owl. He has to use the owl. Yep, very smart using the owl, and then close the pallet.
Blink,
but here's the Blink. Use the Blink. Interesting. Like
yeah, I thought he was going to definitely go for that blink. Maybe he wants an early down. Like, he needs to get a spike first before he utilizes that blink. So now Long able to move away from the fire escape. There is a portal that is set up. Can Long make it to that side? He's trying to block the way. Another owl! Oh my god! He was able to kite that Long. He was able to get 2 owls.
Oh my god.
That's the danger for Long, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, he's going through the portal as well. He's going back. Oh my god, how far did the portal travel? Beautiful support. Like, that's why leaving out the priestess, leaving out the seer. Look at how much Long is kiting. That's 3 ciphers right there.
And now utilizing the blink. Oh my gosh. And able to get the Acrobat slow, but the snap does happen. Acrobat allowing Seer to transition away, and now it is AK that will be gaining the attention of this hunter. Beautiful survivor coordination here on the side of FPX.ZQ.
Wow, but he's already at full presence. He's dodged. He dodged, and creating so much distance with the ball as well. this is why you have to fear FPX.ZQ survivors. Like, look at Long. You let him use the Seer, he's gonna cut you forever if you continue to chase him. And the support, just beautiful. AK is gonna be the second choice right now. He has 3 spikes right there, but YMM does not have Blink, and that's gonna make it really difficult, especially if he dodges. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the snap was ready, but you saw that Sans able to utilize the bat. Oh my god, and now AK able to move away and allowing more distance to be provided for AK to move away. He does break the cricket balls of this batter, but man, Sans making a highlight here. First time he's in the Call of the Abyss stage and already making his presence felt. 2 ciphers still remain. 1 is about to pop. Long back in the chase here.
FPX.ZQ. My god, Sans right there, the FPS god, doing that 2 times. Okay, I really like that. But
note, Nell, Sans Long has another owl. He has 3 owls.
3 owls.
He might break his record here.
Oh my goodness, seriously, man.
Priestess about to go for the save here, waiting for the trap to expire, and now able to get the rescue. Sans now in the area as well, just to provide a little bit of nuance here. And now we see that AK and MK, MK just trying to remove the spikes. Long, eats the hit, can go for a rebound rescue here. Sans already in the area, but Priestess needs to get the spikes away. One more spike would definitely. Oh my god, Sans again trying to go for another swing, but not quite there. And I love the fact that YMM is cleaning up the cricket balls here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely... Long doesn't want to use that off because he wants to save it for late game. They're definitely planning to go for the 4 escape. So close. So close.
Dodging another one. Oh man, dropping it because this is the cipher. He changes to normal. Wow, beautiful call there. Yeah.
He knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. And just like that, YMM getting the control back. It looks like a 4 escape, to be honest, if they prime that cipher. Yeah.
But now they're working on another cipher. AK, actually the one that was working on that cipher, will have to go for the rescue. Able to get the flame bomb in, locking him into human form, but he's going to have to make this rescue count. Long has to be very careful in his next kite. He does have an owl to utilize. He utilizes it right away now.
Nice! Oh my goodness. The 3 owls by Long. Oh my goodness. And he doesn't even have Blink anymore.
But able to get into the wheel form, so now unable to utilize that slow. Long farming another owl. Look at the lower left side of the screen now. It is almost online.
Oh my goodness. It's already at 70%. He's just gonna release
another. Oh my god. There's the owl. Oh, but it wasn't done quite enough. But look at that.
He jumped down. He's gonna force the heal.
He's going away, but no, a little too short, and the cipher is not primed just yet. They have to pop it.
Yeah,
wow.
Oh my god.
Only if AK was just able to drop down as well and force that heal from happening. Could have been a different story. Could have tanked that hit. But now, YMM, this is what he needs. He needs to go for that tie. He wants to be able to still seize control of this match and still provide that win for round number 1 for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah. He still has a chance to break. And I think FPX.ZQ was counting on keeping Long alive and basically just doing it. And that's why they wasted all of their resources on too Long. But now that Long is dead, now all of a sudden FPX.ZQ is caught in the pinch of getting a drop.
Oh my god, Sans not being able to see. Yeah, now, and it seems like a tie is going to be inevitable here. But YMM, he's going to try to chase out these survivors first or try to get a little bit more or to clean up these portals. But yeah, batter is down. No more cricket balls for him to utilize. He is going to clean things up, and now he's going to focus his attention on Sans. But what a debut on Sans' part. You know, him able to get some stuns here and there. Drop in a trap just to make sure if he's able to revive himself. Now they go for the GGs. The handshake is going to be made. And YMM, I would have to say there's definitely a win on Weibo's side.
Yeah, he has to be really happy about that. Like, considering how long Long had kited for such a long time.
3 owls, ladies and gentlemen. And that owl, if he was able to just use that owl before he got the hit on that bridge side, man, that could have been a different story. And this is what FPX.ZQ brings to the table. This is the type of heat that they bring. you don't want that smoke from FPX.ZQ, ladies and gentlemen, because they will bring it to you. And it looked like it was going to be a 4-person escape. I think YMM, again, just showing the experience that he had going up against his former teammates, bringing the abnormal, changing things up. And yeah, this is honestly the best case scenario for YMM.
Yeah, I mean, definitely nothing more they can do. They've already done their best. It's just very unfortunate that YMM was just so perceptive of his surroundings. He knows that they're trying to prime that cipher. Right, Hui Long is down, so that's why he took his time. He didn't pick up Long yet. He just tried to
assess.
And finally, when his trade is up, he just changed it into abnormal, and I think that was what changed the 4 escape into a tie.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the second one was also, of course, the Owl, which he didn't bring it out fast enough. Otherwise, it would have been also at least a 3-person escape at that point.
Yeah, so again, YMM being the defender of the team, still solidifying their lead. Looking at the match stats here, containment time on AK and Long. God, that almost reached 200 seconds. Long hiding. Like, really living up to his name, Long. Like, if you're going to chase him, you're going to have a long time going after Long.
Long and hard.
So the thing is, with Long, he has 3 owls. So that's something that we have to take note of, because he's... I don't know who's going to break that record. So he was able to farm 2 owls, ladies and gentlemen. 3 owls in total. But yeah, just a beast when it comes to using that seer.
Yeah. Just that last minute. Like what I said, they used up all of their resources, hoping to keep him alive. And that's why after Long... I was sent back to the manor. Well, YMM, all he has to do is just get a draw, so he wasn't feeling much pressure, just locked in onto one remaining survivor, and that's it. And Sans wasn't even anywhere close to the dungeon, which made it even harder. So maybe a little bit of communication there.
Yeah, and also the excellent awareness. I mean, YMM using that moonwalking trick, hiding the light, just for Sans to run into him. And at that point, yeah, it was really hard for Sans because he didn't have much to kite with. He had no more resources to utilize his cricket bat. So yeah, it was only a matter of time before YMM got his second survivor down and out. But yeah, you still got to give it up to FPX.ZQ. They could still come back in this, even though round 1 and 2 are their strongest. They were the team to put Dowu on notice and push for that round 4, the only round 4 in the group stage, ladies and gentlemen. So great on Weibo Gaming's side. Not the end of the task just yet. They're not out of the woods. They still have to solidify game number 2 to call themselves the victor here. So I don't know what's happening now. This is, I don't know whose apples are, like, I don't know what the chat is thinking about their apples at this point. But again, I think
FPX.ZQ would have helped the fans win their apples.
And all China casters had FPX.ZQ winning here. So that's not even a 6-7. This is all of them. So that's how much stronger they are. Definitely not out of the woods. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're gonna cut to short highlights before anything else. So we will again just take a short break, but to really catch ourselves in this match. But yeah, let's throw it to the highlights, and we'll see you afterwards.
闪现好了是吧？闪现好了，留长盾直接修1号计时。不用扛。长盾倒了，长盾倒了。5号继续完。我还会被夹一下。没事，我有快满加速，好慢。闪现。你能帮我扛一下吗？丢球。可以。还有一些地窖。丢到了。你。加两。
All right, back from Guangzhou, bringing you the live commentaries of FPX.ZQ versus Posh.
All right, Weibo Gaming, and we're live from the studio apartments where we're at right now.
Yep,
so
yeah, you just can't see our backs. Yeah, we're actually in Tokyo right now. Yeah,
Yep.
it's pretty cozy now. Yeah, thank you.
So beautiful performance by the side of Weibo Gaming, and they take round number 1. YMM just showing us that he does know, he has the experience going up against the survivors, his former teammates. That is, just showing us getting a tie over FPX.ZQ survivors is definitely not an easy feat, and he was able to do that. Now, question in everyone's mind. I was looking through the chat too. Everyone's looking, where's Afu? I wonder if Afu is going to be playing too, and if not, I hope he's okay wherever he is, and I hope that you guys will send him some love and support as well, because again, these teams are put under so much stress, and the circumstances where we can't really put ourselves in their shoes, but we can only try to understand what they're going through, and this is the best possible scenario for them. So, yeah, will it be Afu that will be hunting, or will it be Shen?
Yeah, I mean, from what we heard, Afu might not be feeling well. That's why Shen had to come in. But well, we cannot speculate much at the moment. We can only just wait until we see who's on the stage next, because it's not over yet, guys. It's only round number 1. Round number 2, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of actions. That Weibo Gaming pulling an early advantage over FPX.ZQ with a 5-3 score advantage, bringing them to 1 win at the moment. So I have to say, if they want to make it back, even if they don't have Afu, FPX.ZQ, they definitely need to at least prep Shen up, like especially with the bans as well, because he was clearly having trouble with the patient and the priestess. So he definitely the coach definitely has to prep him up for the ban picks, so that it can help him to at least secure something more than 1K. If they can get 2K, I think that would have been a much better scenario for FPX.ZQ survivors to pull through.
And we've been talking about how a trend is being set today where they go for unorthodox bans. Like we always say, like, this is, you got to go for the priestess, you got to go for the seer. But some of these bans, allowing the priestess to come in a big part in round number 2. If you can get out the priestess, if you just deal with the mercenary, deal with the forward if ever, because if you allow that priestess to come in, or the seer, and you're using a single hit hunter, or a hunter that again gets countered by distance, you can really feel the effects of having that priestess in. So I agree. Maybe prep Shen up with what he would prefer to go up against, because Weibo, there's no surprises with their picks. They're just very mechanically gifted, and they're also really good with the meta. Like, their synergy is amazing. So if you know that coming in, you know that they're going to go to the standard, the international picks and bans. So at least you can counter them on that front before you head into the map.
Yeah, countering them at that front. I like that. I like that. Is that from Sun Tzu?
Oh, Art of War. Yeah, I mean,
yeah. But definitely knowing your opponent's weaknesses is going to be one of the keys to knowing what to ban, knowing what they are comfortable at. Like, we have all these stats, right? If you actually have an analyst on the team, they will be the ones to analyze or which map have the best success rate and all those things, and definitely help to make better decisions for their hunters to play up against certain teams. You know what? We're gonna go back into the game. Game number 2 looks like Weibo Gaming is gonna be huntering first. YMM.
So yeah, it seems like we're still gonna be on that hot streak of YMM getting that tie, but this also means that the survivors are really primed and ready, and they know they're all warmed up. That is. So depending on the map, we've actually seen YMM use a breaking wheel in Red Church. It didn't really work out too well. We have seen him also utilize Bloody Queen. You want to ban his Dream Witch. I think he has an S badge Dream Witch. That's one of his best hunters out there. So really, depending on the map, you want to ban that Dream Witch. Unless you can target ban it, but I mean, Dream Witch can, depending on the Dream Witch player, yeah, they can go in big maps too. It's totally fine.
Yeah, totally fine. Like, especially since I mean, I don't know if Shen is gonna play again. I don't know what he's gonna be playing next. But right now, YMM, he, like what you said, he has the Pollen, he has the BQ, he has the Geisha. But knowing what FPX.ZQ, if they are the ones picking the map, they'll probably pick maps like Red Church, Factory, just to counter his, Breaking Wheel, counter YMM's Breaking Wheel, and then banning, the Bloody Queen, which leaves YMM with a Geisha. So yeah, taking away the Pollen, taking away the BQ is definitely, yeah, it's gonna create a lot of trouble for YMM. So it really is up to what the map is gonna be, who is the one choosing the map, and what are they gonna pick in order to counter YMM, because YMM is obviously comfortable with his Pollen in Chinatown, in Ever Sleeping. So I will say it again. Factory, Red Church, definitely gonna be the best ones to give Pollen an even harder time, and that way FPX.ZQ will be able to tie. And I just like FPX.ZQ survivors though going first, because at least that way they will be able to set the tone.
Yes.
Yeah, and Xuan doesn't have to feel so. Oh, I was sleeping down.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm not sure, but I was actually on I wasn't on the fence. I totally agreed that if we go Red Church, that would be great, because taking it back to the group stage, FPX.ZQ were the team to take it 3-1 up against Dongxuan's Dream Witch. So if YMM brings out the Dream Witch, that's totally fine. Dream Witch does get banned, so it seems like YMM might be propping up for a Pollen pick here. Banning the Forward and the Seer. You gotta take hold of that Priestess. I want to see the MK-AK tandem on the Acrobat Patient Priestess.
Priestess. And Iron is gonna go back into the mix. It's not gonna be Sans anymore. Iron is gonna be taking over. So it looks like we'll be seeing Forward, but unfortunately it's banned. So maybe a Psychologist, or even in this map, maybe he'll be the one playing Mercenary, but MK is the one playing Mercenary. Iron, I don't know. What else does he play though? Because
I think MK is going to be on Priestess. AK is going to be on Acrobat. Oh, Enchantress? Iron
first
might be
time?
going. I think so. Oh, well, at least in the COA group stage, they didn't bring out an Enchantress. They brought out, I think they brought a Mechanic, Ento, Toy Merchant, but this is the first time we're going to see an Enchantress come out of FPX.ZQ.
Wow. I have to say they I think they're definitely comfortable going against YMM, especially if YMM goes as Pollen again, because mind you, even though they got a draw in the first round, it was actually very close to being a 4 escape. So I think that's what FPX.ZQ is betting on, just trying to make YMM play again so that Xuan will be able to play Breaking Wheel in Ever Sleeping again. I think Afu might not be around. He's definitely sick if we don't see him again. So they're probably prepping up Xuan to at least be able to use his Breaking Wheel in this map again. So hence the Ever Sleeping Town.
That makes sense. So yeah, AK MK on the Acrobat Priestess tandem, but yeah, Iron, the dedicated stunner, doesn't have a Forward, but will use the Enchantress, and Long, not on kiting duties, but in rescuing duties on this Mercenary. So yeah, again, the Survivor setting the tempo early on, really good on the side of FPX.ZQ, but now that you mention it, Nell, I really feel like maybe it is Shen that will be hunting once again. Because if Afu does come in, they're definitely going to ban that Pollen. They're going to ban that Breaking Wheel. But here they ban YMM signature Dream Witch for him to bring out the Pollen again. And it was a tie game. So let's see if anyone can break that trend of a tie. Will it be FPX.ZQ or will it be Weibo Gaming? We're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Nello Mello, Potch Spice, giving you the commentary action, shouting uncontrollably, trying to make sense of the matches, trying to salvage our apples. But,
Once again, thank you so much for keeping the chat positive. And I really like how not only are the teams improving, but even our community chat, just getting better and better. And I just see nothing but love and support for the teams. Once again, yellow hearts for FPX.ZQ, red hearts for Weibo Gaming. Shout outs to you, Krisha, because you say I never shout out for you ever, but I love you. So thank you guys. And we are gonna see it. It's not over. It's practically round 2. First half, and yes, as Posh mentioned, we are gonna be seeing again the battle of YMM and the FPX.ZQ survivors. Let's go!
Going ever sleeping town from one big map to another. YMM still with that breaking wheel. Not wasting any time, going to the wheel form right away. AK is at the center part of this map. Oh, wait, no, at the end part of this map. And AK is going to be like, the acrobat. So with the priestess support, it's going to be a little tough. And he still has, all these acrobat balls to utilize. And just the kiting on AK is definitely something to highlight. And that's what he's doing just now.
Wow, AK. Oh my god, this place is it's a nightmare for YMM. YMM has to get at least one spike.
Wow.
He's gonna get that one spike. Yep. I mean, YMM does bring detention. I'm not really sure. He brings insolence. He does have insolence, so probably oh my god. I really hope it's not 6-9 again, because we've seen a few times that 9 isn't really working that well. But right now, the priestess support gonna bring him to the second floor, and then maybe the elevator portal. Are there? No, there's not.
Not quite. He's just gonna try and force him down, and now YMM will have to go down the stairs. But AK trying to juke his way back up there, forcing him out of the wheel form, because there is a portal here. Tried to trap him, but no. YMM cleans up the trap. AK has to be very careful. Tried to go back, double back into that house, but now still providing the team time to go for the Cypher Rush here.
Wow, look at that right there. Seriously, but YMM is gonna use the speed boost, and he's gonna go through. But he's gonna go for the portal.
Oh my goodness.
God. And then he's just gonna make his way to the grave now. No, he's not gonna make the way. He's gonna make his way to S pallet there. Oh god, and the dash right there.
Jumping through, forcing him back to the wheel form. Again, he can only eat 3 spikes here, and still keeping him here. The presence isn't full just yet. AK on this acrobat is definitely a problem for any hunter. Blink is available, so let's see if he'll utilize it. AK has to be very careful, but then the blink hit does connect for YMM.
Oh my god, I don't know how that blink got through. Like, if I blinked, it'll probably be an empty blink. Definitely a very hard blink to pull off at that spot. But YMM pulls through. But looking at the Cypher at the moment, 3 Cyphers remaining though. 2 Cyphers have been done, 1 by Enchantress, 1 by Mercenary. YMM wasting no time going back into the wheel form after chairing. He's not going to be passive. He hears Tinnitus though, and he decided to stay back. And that's the thing. Does he see anyone coming, actually? He knows that the priestess might be around the corner? No.
Yeah, he's trying to check, but now it is the Mercenary, the B-Duck skin. Let's go! Oh my god, able to dodge the hit, eats the regular hit, and now gets the rescue done. AK has to be very careful now. He does have 2 flame balls to utilize, and now he's trying to make his way towards an open area. 1 spike on, another spike will be so hard, trying to go for it, able to get away, but no, the snap.
No, he doesn't, yeah. I thought that jump was far enough to dodge the burst, but no, it's not. And he's going to go down for the second time, but it's okay because AK still has another ball remaining. He still has another red ball, so definitely Priestess can come and make the rescue. 2 Cyphers remaining, 1 is already at 83%. Let's just hope that they don't make that same situation again where they just wait for normal.
Yeah, that's true. MK now not wasting any time, utilizing the portal already here, just getting the attention, buying enough time for everyone to just prime that last 2 Cyphers, able to utilize the portal. Now waiting for the right possible moment, gets him out of the wheel form, but no, the trap able to land, and AK falls down again. Enchantress is here. They're forcing the heal.
Enchantress needs to force the heal, because if Enchantress gets hit, she will have the stack. When she has the stack, she'll be able to stun.
Oh my god, yeah, they are trying to prime this, but 2 Cyphers remain. Iron now just trying to buy enough time. Can they go for it? Gets the stun. AK unable. Oh, he's able to get it. The flame bomb keeping him locked into human form. He has to kite out for at least 5 more seconds to have another bomb online.
My goodness, and that's why Enchantress was just, even though he doesn't have the 3 stacks, just using 1 stack at the wall is definitely gonna make YMM lose grip, and that's what they're counting on. And the Cyphers, right now, one of them is already at 96, 97, going through. Is he gonna burst? Oh, he cannot burst.
1 snap away. Oh, he's able to stun him before the snap happens. And now just gaining so much distance. AK cannot be in the same vicinity. Iron just being a nuance here. Just keeps interrupting the snap from happening. AK still trying his best. Now MK trying to make a block happen here. Enchantress about to intercept AK here. But now the Cypher is about to be primed now. AK still making a mad dash towards it. Avoids the trap. Can he just kite as long as he can? The snap does happen. The prime! And now we're at the end game.
Blink as well. Yeah, already a game, but oh my god, YMM is this? This is the game I'm talking about, man. This is why they didn't ban the Breaking Wheel. They banned the Dream Witch in this game because they are confident. They know what to do. They know how to handle YMM's Breaking Wheel, and this is exactly what they're doing. And the stun is gonna happen again.
Another stun, and look at that, just body blocking, able to go towards the long portal. It's already at the exit gate. The mercenaries opening it up. They have to use the teleport. Acrobat is down, and now he's gonna try and hit more survivors. AK is down, forcing the heal from happening. Now the terror shock, but that's, oh my god. They're both down. This is quite tough. They're gonna still try to force heal AK. Oh my god, another terror shock! Everyone's crawling out. He's gonna have to decide. Enchantress is still here. My goodness. Oh, now watch out. Enchantress is still here. Can she have a stun? Oh my god, the mercenary can tank one hit. It's gonna be a 4-man escape.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. This was an insane matchup.
It was taking turns, getting terror shocked. Yeah, but the most important thing is, the Enchantress was there to make a difference. And after stunning the Mercenary out, the Mercenary still can tank one more hit, and everyone just went out together. Oh my god!
This is what FPX brings to the table, ladies and gentlemen. You asked for a 3-man out. They went above and beyond, went 4-man out, and it was looking so scary. I'm looking at the replay right now when they were healing up the Acrobat and the Enchantress was in the area. Now they have to worry about an Enchantress. They didn't mind. That was like the most terror shocks in one game. YMM really tried his best, but man, all these survivors scrambling. He can only carry one at a time. Which one does he pick? And the Enchantress was the only one safe because, again, you want that Enchantress to be the safest one there. But wow, the bodies were hitting the floor. But yeah,
I think if he picked up the Priestess, that would be a different thing because even if the Enchantress stuns the Priestess, the Priestess can hit him again. Can still hit him again. But picking up the Mercenary, I think that was like, when you are dealt with that kind of situation, obviously you're gonna panic. You're gonna make some decisions which you cannot second thought it. So Mercenary, and that was four escape right there.
I mean, in hindsight, right? Picking up the Priestess would have been more advantageous, but that's what FPX brings to the table. They make hunters make these rash decisions that bite them in the end. And Iron, wow, I mean, kudos to him on the Enchantress. This is the most harassing Enchantress I've ever seen in Call of the Abyss. This was like peak Enchantress. This is what you want to achieve as an Enchantress. Beautiful.
Without that, though.
I don't think he even had a 3-stack stun. He was just utilizing just one. All right, it's cool because he just knows that the survivors can contain. And look at that, AK having above 200 seconds containment time. Man, but
wow,
it was a beautiful performance by survivors. Yeah,
best kiter right there. 208 seconds, and even the Iron, like bringing back Iron as the Enchantress as well. It definitely worked in the favor of FPX.ZQ. I really love how Enchantress is doing exactly what a peak Enchantress should be doing, like what you pointed out. So yeah,
that was I'm looking at it. It was the Acrobat that went up first, and then he picked up the MK. Oh gosh, he was supposed to pick up the Priestess, and the Priestess it was the Priestess was actually so close. I mean, the Enchantress was so close to getting that hit first. So the Enchantress could have been could have gotten that terror shock first, which would have changed things drastically. So crazy. I can't. Wow. FPX.ZQ, ladies and gentlemen. That was insane. Again, this was FPX.ZQ was the one in the grand finals last year up against GG. So this was incredible, and we're just getting word from Eli. He's never seen this before in our life. Honestly, I've never seen this before in my life.
I've never seen this before in my life. No. I've only seen Enchantresses canceling attack recovery. That's all.
And this is again peak Enchantress. This is definitely something that they have to be very careful of. Iron, ladies and gentlemen.
Iron.
Ooh,
MVP for sure. The game.
We can't jump into conclusions just yet. Like we said, this was something that I saw in the chat. You can't just base everything off of one round, and rightly so. FPX.ZQ bouncing back hard here. Now it is Shen or Afu that will have to, really solidify their lead. But I think it's a good done deal that we are going to see a round number 3, because even if Weibo Gaming does get 4 survivors out, that will be a tie, forcing a match 3 to happen.
Yeah, for sure. But with that point advantage, though, they achieve 2 things. One, Xuan doesn't have to play as pressured as round 1. And number 2, they have the points advantage, even if it goes to a draw in game 3. So, yeah, I have to say, this is why we say that a lot of the comebacks happen in round 2 and above. And yeah, we're gonna see. But don't count Xuan out yet. I think Xuan should be the one hunting, because Afu isn't seen yet.
Yeah, he might be the one hunting. If he is, I think he's all warmed up. He knows what he has to do, and I think this is the buff you have if your survivor team is FPX.ZQ. It's Afu. Afu's back, guys.
Oh my god, he's like, you know what? I'm awake now. I don't need sleep. I don't need. I'm cool. I'm cool. The team needs me. The team needs me. We have to go. We have to go right here, right now. Afu, if he can get at least a draw, the points will be 5.
Yeah.
Sorry, 7 and 2 in advantage of FPX.ZQ.
And like we said, Afu is the most stable hunter in IBL. Like, he's just, his points speak for himself. I would call him the iron wall of FPX.ZQ, because he's just the defender. He makes the attackers, which is the survivor team, go for the points while he remains solid. The iron wall that is Afu has made it in the stage. I'm so excited, because now what? They definitely have to ban his Pollen. Pollen is one of his 4K hunters. Maybe he's going to bring out that Bloody Queen, maybe that Sculptor, but he has gotten 4Ks as well with those hunters.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. Like, he can go for anything, to be honest. He can just bring Bloody Queen, go for the tie, especially because we've seen his Bloody Queen. It is damn good as well. And I just have to say, being the most stable hunter, you can imagine how, and especially since it was the survivors of FPX.ZQ going first, so he has definitely been feeling more relaxed.
Yeah.
And therefore, you can expect him to get like a 2, at least a draw. And that would be really good. And like, he's like the guy, he's like the guy you want to choose as a boyfriend, because he's so stable.
You gotta commit. You gotta commit. Afu's not afraid of being so stable with his team and with anyone. So with that, actually, let's talk about Weibo, because again, they had a great performance up against Xuan, though. So now, honestly, like, Weibo still has a little bit of advantage here since they're all warmed up. This is the one advantage I'll give them. They've already had a test, or they had a feel of the COA stage now, and Afu has no chance to warm up. So let's see how this one's gonna go, because it can go any which way, and I don't want to count out Weibo just yet. We know that Afu is very stable. That is the win condition for him, because of how well the survivors perform. So let's head into the picks and bans.
Yeah. Picks and bans, they are taking out his Bloody Queen. So yeah, he is more afraid of his Bloody Queen. I can see why, because in this map, Bloody Queen is more reliable in getting a draw instead of Pollen. Pollen is more like a high risk, high reward thing, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. It's either you get everyone down or you get everyone out. Everyone's
That's
out.
true.
So yeah, so banning the Seer and the Forward, I have to say though, banning the tanky characters, the Stunner and the Seer, it makes me believe that he might actually go for the Pollen. I think he's confident that he can at least get a draw with his Pollen. Otherwise, I don't see any other hunters he can play here, which would be more reliable. Dream Witch, but
yeah, that's a little risky, right? Especially with the Priestess. I agree. He might just stick to the Pollen, bring detention, just go for the tie. That's the win condition for him. We did just see how Pollen is either all or nothing hunter, but I think Afu is able to make it work, and he is bringing out the Pollen. I mean, it is Ever Sleeping Town. Your Pollen is available. You just have to adjust accordingly. Again, the win condition for Afu, just to get a tie. So he will still continue to use this breaking wheel. But looking at the lineup, again, pretty international, pretty standard, but no Forward, no Seer. He's gonna have to at least worry about the Acrobat Balls as well as the Priestess's Portals.
Yeah, Priestess Portals. If there's one thing we can learn, is that Priestess Portal, Patient, that was the downfall of Breaking Wheel in Chinatown.
Right.
And Ever Sleeping Town is a fairly similar terrain to Chinatown, I would have to say. So that's why it's actually like one of the best maps for Pollen as well. But it's also one of the best maps for the Patient and the Priestess. And seeing Li Bao with the Acrobat, it just makes me wonder if he is going to be the first kite, he has to do insanely well.
Yeah. That's
if
true.
they want to get a 4-man escape on the side of WBG.
And yeah, Li Bao, I mean, he's been using Acrobat, so I think he's very experienced. Again, I don't know if you guys have joined us or just joining us now, but again, we want to see those hearts in the chat. Again, red hearts for Weibo Gaming, yellow hearts for FPX.ZQ. FPX.ZQ just coming out, guns blazing in game number 2 with their survivors. Now, Afu, he's awake. We have confirmation that he is hunting now. So let's see how much damage he can do to gain more points for his survivor team.
Yeah, for sure. And I just can't wait for the second game, second half. Bringing you the live, exciting commentaries right here. Nello Mello and Posh Spice. We are so proud to be sponsored by Xperia as well. Thank you, Sony. Please sponsor us for a PS5. But anyway, thank you so much, guys in the chat. Again, like what Posh said, red hearts for WBG, yellow hearts for FPX.ZQ, and if you are a team of Afu, just go #Afu right there, because he is making his comeback in round 2, second half.
You're spawning already at the corner house, doesn't waste any time, already in wheel form, going straight to the middle, wants to find the best possible target. Again, with Acrobat in the mix, with Priestess, it's going to be quite tough if they have a tandem going on, but spots out the portal here, the elevator portal. Maum being chased away to not go for that elevator, and now we see that the Priestess will have to try and kite for as long as possible, setting the trap, forcing him to probably jump, but no, goes down and goes for the stairs instead.
Yeah, I really love the foresight. Like, he knows that the elevator is going to be a trouble for Pollen to access, and Maum is already going to get his second spike from that burst dash right there. And he's just 15 seconds away though from his blink, and I think he's just waiting right there. Priestess does not have any more portals, so she has to make this run properly.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. It's about to be online, that portal. Can he kite it out long enough? He does drop a trap, and Maum just hiding around these pallets. Again, there's not much of a place for him to utilize the portal, but he does. Oh my god, it's a short portal. Able to buy enough time, but now trying to go for the blink. No, trying to bait it out. Watch out, there it is.
Okay,
the blink hit
nice.
connects. And we do see he brought a insolence as well as detention build. So yeah, he is accounting for that. Yeah, that's a very nice build. We have to wait for him to use that detention if ever he will bring that out.
Yeah, I mean, he's making the 6-9 build work right now, especially since he got him down fairly early, using up all of the portals. But 2 ciphers have been popped on the side of WBG right here. But I have to say, considering how the game is going on, Afu doesn't need to break a sweat because, again, all he needs is just a draw.
Yeah, goes for the hit right away. Priestess gets slowed down with the trap. Another trap to slow her down, and the Priestess is going to fall down once the last effort runs out. So I would say that's an excellent stuffing of that rescue. Maum just trying to move a little further away in the graveyard side just so he won't interrupt any Cypher rush that is going on, since 3 Cyphers are remaining. But still a great start for Afu, because like you said, he just needs that 2-person down.
Yeah, and you saw how well you saw how he wasn't hesitant at all. He was very decisive. Usually when you play Hunter, you try to get the double down, right? In that situation, you try to hit the Merc first. Yeah, then you chase the Priestess, but he didn't care. He just wanted the Priestess down. As soon as the tide is popped, down instantly. I don't care about getting a double down because all I need is a secured kill instead of the Priestess running for another 1-2 minutes.
And that's the stability, but now we see Huyi able to utilize that hook and waited for the last possible minute for him to get into that wheel form. But now he's eating some of these spikes. Priestess gets saved, but now the burst will be happening, but now able to body block. And now we see that the Priestess able to get out of dodge here. And now Huyi in the area here, just providing a little bit of that support and also the Tide Turner. Priestess has her Holy Keys online now.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, what? He actually came out.
Yeah, he came out on the other end, and now this priestess will be falling down once he's out of that. Well, has one spike, needs one more spike for her to be falling down. But again, this is a really strong spot for the survivors to contain this this hunter.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't get to, how do you put this? If he didn't exit prematurely, he would have been able to land that second spike burst onto the priestess. But right now, look, one cipher remaining, and all of a sudden things are looking very, very good for WBG. WBG is managing to kite, and the red bombs.
Locked him out of the wheel form, and now one cipher remains. I just wish we could see the cipher progress on that one cipher if it is almost prime. But Maum now just keeping the attention here, dropping the spike there just to make sure he won't try to go for another window. But it seems like the priestess is considering it. And now they pop the last cipher. So this is not looking good for the side of Afu. He had a very strong to mid game, but once that patient was able to rescue that priestess, things have turned around. Now we see that the priestess, utilizing the portal once again. So now Mao buying so much time. The blink is online. Note that he doesn't have trump card to try and go for that exit gate.
So near though.
Oh my god, the dungeon is there as well, but oh my god, trying to go for the blink, but the priestess, gets the snap already, and now portal is online. Afu will have to go through it while the priestess will try to go for the exit gate. Afu's gonna try to for a 3. He's gonna avoid it. Oh my god, a 4-person escape. Weibo Gaming staying alive here. Beautiful performance, and now we're still all tied up.
What the... oh my god, it's going on right here, because right now we thought that 5-0 was already good enough for FPX.ZQ in round number 2, but they are drawing this game. So all of a sudden, WBG is back into the game. One win, one draw. And whereas FPX.ZQ, 1 lose, 1 draw. So ultimately, they need to make game number 3 count for either one of these teams. They have to make game number 3 down. But I just have to say, back to the game, oh my god, the priestess though at the graveyard, supported by the acrobat, that was very, very good support. Not as flashy as the first half, but they made it matter. They made it count. They made it count. 5-0.
Honestly, this is huge because Afu not really is a stranger to getting 4-man escapes, because he was really vying for that 2-person, at least that priestess down and out. But yeah, I think the pressure was definitely on, and this is what I was saying. He's not warmed up. Weibo survivors have been warmed up because they had that confidence boost going in the first round. And now Maum, we did say that it was long kiting for a really long time with that seer, but now Maum, I would say MVP with how well he was able to handle that situation, even though the rebound kite from the mercenary rescue didn't go so well. But once the patient was able to rescue, they did so well. And him able to make a mad dash towards that dungeon, the last holy key utilized, the blink hit was empty, and now we have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is definitely going to go down to the wire. Game number 3 will definitely at least bring the favor into either side here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Like most of the games where we've seen a priestess, we're bound to see a lot of success rates. We're bound to see 3-man escape, 4-man escape, and that's what's been proven in the last 2 matchups as well. Like priestess, patient. And just look at the stats, it speaks for itself. 145 seconds containment time, and that's enough to bring them to a 4-man escape against Afu, mind you. Breaking Wheel, Ever Sleeping Town. Oh my god. And also Posh, just to bring into consideration again, 6-9 build for the 3rd time not working. 6-9 build not working.
I think with Afu, with how well he played the early seconds to the mid game, maybe he could have sacrificed the 9 to go for the trump card just so he can add a little more pressure, or at least just keep the survivors on their toes. But I mean, you got to give it up to Weibo Gaming. They played that so well, and they were able to kind of counter every offensive move Afu was throwing into the match there. So yeah, Priestess on the survivor side working all the time. 6-9 build, unfortunately, on Hunter side not paying dividends here on the Hunter side.
Yeah, 6-9 not a good number today, ladies and gentlemen, and all the way from the Japanese teams to the Chinese teams not working, unfortunately. So definitely think if you want to bring a Poland, first thing you need to do, from the match histories that we've witnessed so far, definitely take out the Priestess, or at least take out the Patient. Priestess or Patient. Priestess definitely needs to be taken out. And number two, 6-9 build, not as good as it should be. 3-9 build would have been better.
3-9 build. True. Honestly, I think it was YMM that was most successful Poland today, because he did bring that 3-9 build. He had the trump card to change to abnormal. Yeah, exactly. So I guess you got to take a page out of YMM's book. He really did the homework here, and he was really able to win. Now I have a feeling next round they got to ban Poland. I think. Well, I don't know. Bring it to Arms Factory. Bring it to a more close quarter map. We'll have to find out how that's going to shake out. But we're back to square one. We're back to round number 1. It's all tied up in round number 2, so that's negated. Like you said, it's 3-1 technically. So it's still a 2-point differential. So who's going to blink first? Who's going to flinch first in this matchup?
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
I flinched. That's twice for flinching.
He did twice, yeah. But maybe that's why that's why I really like when they ban Afu's Bloody Queen, because I believe his Bloody Queen is more reliable. Like what we mentioned is now, it's either 4-man kill or 4-man escape. And unfortunately, it's like a high risk, high reward thing. But unfortunately, it goes both ways. And Afu got the shorter end of it, and he got 4 escaped. And that's the thing. They banned Bloody Queen knowing that Afu is more stable on Bloody Queen. To be honest, I have to say Bloody Queen is actually a better choice for Afu.
True.
In that second game.
Especially in the stakes. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out these Poland highlight matches. Again, we'll take a very short break, but when we return, it's going to be game number 3 between FPX.ZQ and Weibo Gaming.
5、4、3、2、1，压好了，你去，走了，3、2、1，走了，可以，nice。
And welcome back to Call of the Abyss Global Finals. Call of the Abyss 5 Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen. Pot Spice and Nello Mello at the edge of our seats with this amazing matchup between FPX.ZQ and Weibo Gaming. Nell, if you could summarize that round number 2 in one word, what would it be?
Spectacular. I have to say spectacular on the side of survivors, of course, because number 1, spectacular because the power of friendship has brought all of them terror shock, but it paid off. All of them escaped. And the second half, spectacular because Priestess was doing the clutch escape. So I have to say, Poland has officially, the Poland reign has on the Ever Sleeping Town has been broken. By these two. Yeah.
Imagine back-to-back Poland matches, getting 4K, living up to the all or nothing meta that we usually go for. Not going for like the stable ones. But now data comparison between Li Bao and AK. Li Bao containment time 69.1 and 78.93 on Li Bao's side, both on this acrobat. Honestly, like I think the stats, they're kind of synonymous, but then you really have to be careful if you're chasing either of them. And in the last match, we didn't see much of Li Bao. We actually saw more of Mao on that priestess. So even though they are the relegated kiters, note that all of them can kite if they have to.
Yeah, they can all kite. Definitely, everyone can kite, given the right lineups as well. Basically, their lineups were really good against Apollon as well. Having a priestess, I don't know. They have to just look at Green 3. I think they are all in shock as well, especially since FPX.ZQ was relying on Afu to get at least 1K. So I have to say, it has to be a really big shock for FPX.ZQ. And right now, it seems like WBG, Weibo Gaming, is going to be the one doing the survivoring first against Afu. So I have to say, the pressure is on Afu. He got a 0K in the previous game. He has to reset. I don't know what's going through his mind right now, but he has to go to that happy place in his mind where he can relax and go back to playing optimally. He has to find that happy place right now, because right here, Red Church being banned, Leo's memory.
We're going Leo's. Oh my god. And FPX.ZQ chose this map. So I'm guessing they always choose for Afu's advantage. So he's probably thinking of something here. And Leo's memory, a map that I don't think we've ever seen it in the group stage, but we rarely see it in competitive, especially in COA, IBL levels. Like it's a rare map. So for FPX.ZQ to choose this map, I think they have something up their sleeve.
Definitely. Spider kind.
It's a spider. Okay, yeah, it could be a spider. But Chinatown,
Spider is good here too. Yeah, Spider Town is good too here. But Leo's memory, maybe they're counting on some strategies that they have prepared beforehand. Because otherwise, given the pools, I think what FPX.ZQ might be doing here is choosing a map that is less practiced by any other teams, and at least they have touched the map in the BO3. They can take out YMM's Pollen. They can take out YMM's Galatea, or even Dreamwitch, or even Bloody Queen. They can choose, just choose your poison. But definitely, if you play against if you play Pollen in this match, they've shown in their previous 2 games they are not afraid of Pollen. So they don't even need to take out the Pollen. They just have to take out Dreamwitch, take out the Bloody Queen, and that's it. What can YMM play? Geisha. That's all. But in this map, it's so hard to see though.
Joseph.
Yes, why not?
Who knows?
Why not? But it's so risky, and I think Joseph in this big map, it's gonna be so hard.
Yeah. So they're actually, again, I'm just, if we do the math right here, if Afu gets a tie and the survivors get a 3-person escape, we're gonna see a round number 4. So we could still tie up in points, ladies and gentlemen. So again, Afu is gonna have to go above and beyond his normal ties for them to be able to secure themselves a win in round number 3 at least.
Yeah, I'd like to see a spider on this map though. But we're just gonna have to look at the bans first. Seer, forward, Mercenary. Okay, taking out all the rescuers. But Priestess is still around, and this is a rather big map, so Priestess would still be good here, and taking the Gravekeeper maybe, just to counter any potential Pollen plays. But they're gonna take out Pollen, yep.
Yeah, so now we got the lovers here, we got the patient and psychologist getting locked in first, allowing Afu to ban that Priestess, which he does. Like, I respect that, you have to ban that Priestess. So now a very international lineup that has been banned. Let's see how they'll respond. First, by securing the Acrobat. Are they going to go Ento, Mechanic? What are they going to... Gravekeeper, like you said.
Yeah, Gravekeeper is good. Before all these fancy survivors come out, Gravekeeper used to be a very most frequent pick. Simply because of the shuffle. Yeah, everyone's banned. And because he's just reliable as well. And Afu's gonna go for Geisha. Yep.
Wow.
Nothing else he can go for. Yeah, Afu has to go for Geisha here. At least get a second kill.
What's worrying here is that Afu's Geisha did come out in the qualifiers and it didn't perform to his standard of ties. So now pressure is definitely on Afu's side. Weibo, I think they definitely have an advantage here, especially with their lineup. And since he did bring out the geisha here, there's definitely a lot of kiting potential on all the survivors here.
But that's the thing, though. Leo's memory, there's a factory where they can kite. They can kite for a very long time, and having the patient and the acrobat is gonna allow them for such a long kiting as well. Even the loop at the shack going to the Christmas tree, or even from the shack going towards the moon gate, or even at the factory going around the factory, going up on the second floor, jumping down, going all the way back to the back part with the 2 pallets behind the factory. So many places where the survivors can go. It's so big. So I have to say, Afu choosing geisha is actually pretty good because it covers that distance.
And also it negates tight kiting, especially if you're able to drop the butterfly and just cut off any routes that the survivors are going to take. Like you mentioned, that's a long distance you're going to have to walk if you're going to loop the factory. So at least if he has a butterfly, or he's able to put a butterfly down and they didn't pick it up, he can just dash straight there and get it down early on. We do know that the pressure is definitely on still FPX.ZQ side. And after Weibo getting a 4-person out, their confidence must be through the roof. So can they still get more than that, or still sustain that energy coming into this match?
Yeah. Through the roof is indeed correct, but it's still anyone's game at this point because the point differential is just so small. 5-3. Basically, round number 2 is just a draw, so you can negate that. 5-3. So FPX.ZQ, if you're Afu right now, he has to get a minimum 2-man escape. Hope for FPX.ZQ to get a 4-man escape. But I have to say, Battle of the Survivors, it really is down to how many survivors the hunter can take out.
Right.
If Afu can take out one, FPX.ZQ just has to escape 4. If Afu takes out 2, yeah, they still have to escape 4 if they want to win it overall. 3 is just going to bring them to a round 3.
Yeah, again, it's really important to set that tempo, and Afu will have to be the one to set that tempo. And now already transitioning towards the shack area, Huyi and Tang just being in this area, so it really Afu has his choice of who he will go for first.
I mean, he can go for a lot of people. He can go for the patient first, the acrobat, because the ball leaps mean nothing to him, to the geisha. The hooks mean nothing as well. He's gonna find Hui first. Okay, Hui is gonna try loop here. Wow!
Whoa, negated the grappling. Oh, this is good. But again, Afu had a great start in the first round. He can't just relax here. He needs to be very careful. And now he's able to dash through. Hui has to be so careful. By the way, he brought abnormal. So that's something that we have to also take note of. So he wants to be able to find a way in this map. And look at that. It goes for the grappling hook. And now Hui is still buying enough time, dropping the pallet down, forcing Afu to break the pallet.
Yeah, and you notice that Afu, instead of throwing the butterfly and dashing towards it, Hui didn't anti-dash. And he got that dash. Afu got that dash onto Hui like 2 times in a row, actually. Oh, what is that?
My God, and Tang is in this area, and this cipher looks like it's being... it's halfway there, so at least he has a cipher to abnormal, because we did see before Dongxuan bringing abnormal, and there was no cipher in sight, so at least Afu can abnormal at least 1 cipher in this area.
Yeah, abnormal, the cipher is delicious. Yeah, you see Afu dashing towards it. He's like, yeah, I can't wait to eat it up. Gobble, gobble right there, and the cipher is going to be resetted to 0. And Tang is going to be on the ground, maybe? No?
There we go. Tang going for the rescue. Afu didn't stuff. Oh, there. He sees it. Going to go for a drop-down hit. Tang, not in shovel form, will have to eat a regular hit. And now Hui has no more grappling hooks to utilize.
Yeah, he's just going to get that really quick. Okay, things are looking very good for Afu right now. Even though 2 ciphers have been popped, 3 ciphers are still new because of the abnormal. 3 ciphers are still new because of the abnormal. And Hui, 1 more hit, and Geisha is going to be dashing like an F1. Oh, Afu not going to make it in time. A little bit delayed response right there from Afu, but it's okay. Because 1 more hit, and he's going to dash like Van Diesel.
Yeah, and now Afu able to note that the dungeon is there. He's gonna try to look for another cipher, but this was the one he already abnormal. I'm not sure if he's anyone touched that one, but again, this is actually great. Having one cipher abnormal is actually good because it kind of puts him in that winning pace. Now Gravekeeper is on the ground. He will try and go for that rescue, but Afu still being very patient here. Actually, Tang is pretty far. I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it.
I don't think he's gonna rescue. I don't think he's gonna rescue because I think they're contemplating because he doesn't have hooks anymore. So rescuing him is just gonna end up with a down. But in that case, why go into the ground?
Exactly. That's what's so weird. And now Afu just trying to find out who is giving him this tinnitus. He does have abnormal back online. I think he knows someone is in this area, and the Gravekeeper has already utilized that shovel. He sees Gravekeeper here, gets a hit. The shovel is still being 10 more seconds before it's back online.
Wow, very, very nicely done here. He's just going for Tang, and then because I think he's fine because even if they finish 2 ciphers, it's still 1 new cipher that Afu has to worry about, and he has abnormal to take care of that. Even if he doesn't use abnormal, he can just easily change it for late game, going for a teleport. So I just have to say, Afu potential 3K. I have to say 3K or at least a draw. It's looking very strong. So
watch out. Tried to go for a long hit there, but no. He able to dodge it, but not able to dodge that one. Now Tang, the sole rescuer, will be chaired now. Psychologist has already used her whistle, and it seems like it's the Acrobat that did bring Tide Turner, so it seems like the Acrobat is making his way. 1 cipher does remain now.
Whoa. 1 cipher remaining, but he doesn't really care because he knows that as long as he gets a draw. But you can never be too safe against WBG's YMM. Okay. The thing is, he has to just force it to be after half.
After, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if he's gonna get a hit. He was already a dash in, and now Cypher is almost primed. The tension is gonna be in the air, and it seems like he's trying to go for that Acrobat. Oh my God, locking in his skills now, so he's gonna have to chase Malm on foot.
Yeah. Which is actually really good. I'm not really sure what he's doing. I think he's trying to get that double down, which is kind of pointless because if Cypher pops...
Primed, able to drop the pallet in time, but like you said, the Cypher has already been primed, and now can switch, or I don't know if you did bring trump card, but he wants to down Tang at least since he already saw the rocket chair. So he's going to go for a long range hit while we see the psychologist, trying to open it, but they're expecting him to change trades. He's not committing to that exit gate just yet.
Yeah, I mean, his palace is fairly slow.
Teleport? Wow, an aggressive strategy coming out of Afu. So this is incredible. Li Bao now has to be very careful. He picked up the butterfly, but no, gets the terror shock. Psychologist is now down. He's going to chair the Psychologist. Gravekeeper is healing on his own. Acrobat now split between opening the gate or healing up. It seems like he will be trying to go for the exit gate, but no, he's going to be dashing to the Gravekeeper now.
Oh my God, who is this Afu?
Yeah,
aggression. Afu is playing so aggressive. Like, if he just chairs the Gravekeeper, he would have gotten a draw at least. But right now, I think he's trying to redeem himself. He's just trying to redeem himself and getting a 3K at least. Yep. But Acrobat is just staying in the middle. That's hard.
Yeah, and now Gravekeeper is opening this up, and now it seems like Malm... he's going to snipe him out. This is so scary for the side of Weibo Gaming. Malm does have a ball to utilize, trying to slow him down. The tension is still pretty online, so he cannot tank just one hit. Oh my God, he goes to another butterfly, but it seems like he's going to try to commit towards, just transitioning away, but giving Malm the opening to go for that exit, and now the tinnitus is still drawing him towards this side of the map, but we do see that the Acrobat is going to try to go for this exit gate. Afu is still staying in the middle. It looks like it might be a tie, but let's see if he's going to try to go for the dash. No, it is going to be a tied game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I like it when Afu was being very aggressive, but if you're going to be very aggressive, just go through all the way, because he was afraid that someone would come and rescue the Psychologist. But he just backed out at the very last moment. If he wanted to do that kind of play, he should have just went for the Acrobat, commit straight away. Because even if someone rescues the Psychologist, it's fine. He still has time to wait until his teleport is done. He can get the Acrobat down. It's still going to be a draw. So, but Afu getting a 2K, I
It's
think
still
for
good.
now it's
It
good
could have
enough.
been better, but
Could have been
like
better.
you mentioned, a 2K is still pretty good. But yeah, if he solely committed to Acrobat, this could have been a different story. I think he showed a little bit of his fangs there and really went very aggressive, but still living up to the Tide name. Yes, I do agree also that it was too bad he didn't commit to the Acrobat, because that was the winning strat for him, because the Acrobat was in a really tough spot, was
Yeah.
nowhere near the dungeon, was nowhere near rescuing or near the exit gate, and the Gravekeeper wasn't even going to attempt to rescue because he's already seen the rocket chair and had no shovels left. So looking back, it seemed like if he went for the Acrobat, it could have been a 3-1, but then again, you got to account for the pressure that these guys are feeling. Let's talk about the match stats now.
300% on Li Bao. Basically, she kited the whole game just to die in the end. but it's
No,
okay
she
because
decoded the whole time, yeah?
300% right there. And it's fine because that's what she did, and Li Bao has managed to help get the draw for his team. And even Maom as well. The top kiter definitely Tang right there, buying a lot of time with his shovels right there. Just very unfortunate right there because Afu's strat just now was supposed to enable him to get a 3K. That's why he dropped and teleport straight away. So like what you said, if he committed, it would have been a 3K, but he didn't. And Leo's memory is too big, so the Tinnitus can be anywhere. It can be sparked from the factory, dealing a rescue. It can be sparked from towards the dungeon area. It can spark towards the gate. So in the end, it plays well. WBG getting the draw. Let's just say WBG getting this draw is okay, but FPX.ZQ, if they get a draw, if only 2 people escape, it's gonna be Weibo Gaming moving forward.
GG's, yeah, it's gonna
GG's.
be Weibo. Yeah, it's gonna be Weibo Gaming. So now they need at least a 3-person escape. In any other team, that would be like a really impossible task. But this is FPX.ZQ we're talking about. 3 survivor out is their standard. However, I mean, YMM, this is their former teammate, so that he definitely has an edge over other hunters going up against FPX.ZQ. So this is how scary this matchup is for FPX.ZQ. But at least it's the survivors now that I think the weight is on. And Afu did the best he can. He lived up to his name. Yes, I think he had a glimpse of redemption because of how he performed in Ever Sleeping Town, getting that 4-man escape. But now FPX.ZQ survivors, really up to them. They need at least a 4-person out. They need at least a 3-person out for a tie and push for a game number 4, or a 4-person escape to solidify their win here.
Yeah, it's either 4 escape or the 3 escape. Anything less than that, Weibo Gaming is gonna win. So
GG's.
Yeah, it's so hard. Maybe Afu had that in mind, so he wanted to go for the 3K. That way, at least even if FPX.ZQ gets a draw, they still can go to round 4, or even a 3-man escape. They would have won it straight away. But right now, because of the draw by Afu, 4 escape in order to win the whole thing. Oh, hello, YMM. Yeah, he's happy with the group draw. Okay.
There you have it. A draw for him is actually really good. So
it is.
Pressure is definitely on FPX.ZQ's side, because now they're not playing for a draw. They need to get 3-person out, or it's gonna be the end of their total run.
Yeah, they have to 3 men out, and then they're gonna move on to round 4, where it's gonna be a tiebreaker. Or if they can make it, 4-man escape. I mean, they've done it before against YMM. So I have to say, if anyone can make it, FPX.ZQ definitely can make it, and that's definitely what they are thinking about right now. As for YMM, he just has to focus on getting 2 as well. Because I think, like, it might seem like the easiest thing to say in the world, like, yeah, what's so hard about getting a draw? But when you're under a lot of pressure, you can see sometimes you get capitalized on your mistakes. It's amplified beyond, and your pressure is so immense, and your hands, I don't know. You just end up not getting a draw and getting a loss instead. So that's how YMM is feeling right now. at this table.
A draw is still pretty hard, especially if you're getting a draw over FPX.ZQ survivors. At least he doesn't have to overextend. He could actually play very turtily, very passively. Doesn't have to like pressure that much ciphers if he's camping out a chair. And considering the map is very, it's Leo's memory, right? And I think they chose this for Afu. That the survivors kind of have to be the ones to adjust to this map. And like you mentioned, Geisha might be a pick. I don't think he's gonna go for Joseph for sure. You gotta ban his Dream Witch. You gotta ban his Pollen. Leaving. I mean, he still has a Sculptor if ever. He still has Bloody Queen that could just go for a tie.
So many choices, but we have to see what they are gonna ban. But knowing them, I think they're probably just gonna ban YMM's Breaking Wheel. I'm not sure. They didn't ban in the first 2 games. Should they start banning it now? Because they want to go for a 4-man escape. But right now, sorry, it's not supposed to be Afu, right?
Yeah, I know. We're just gonna wait for them to fix this. I don't know if the picks and bans are just gonna still come through. But if ever it is, it is. It's not Afu that will be hunting. They switch sides, ladies and gentlemen. So it's FPX.ZQ that will be doing the surviving, while it is YMM on the hunter side.
Yep, YMM right there. Ban his Dream Witch. Oh my god, they're not respecting YMM's Breaking Wheel release. Yeah,
well, they were able to get. Oh my god, and the Enchantress comes in. Holy smokes! I don't know. We did see it on stage, but we're just gonna get a confirmation here if they will be locking it in the graphics here, because I think YMM definitely has some trauma with that Enchantress. Wow, Mercenary Enchantress first pick. That's insane.
Mercenary. Wait, the Acrobat has been banned though. Acrobat has been banned?
No, I think we gotta look on stage.
Okay. So
Mercenary Enchantress. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, Mercenary Enchantress. Sorry, I was actually looking at the bottom. Okay, it's okay. So Enchantress, I really like this pick. They're probably gearing up towards another Breaking Wheel. I mean, what else can YMM play besides Breaking Wheel? He has to get those points. And he does play Breaking Wheel the best.
But just like Afu, right? It's an all or nothing hunter, and he needs a tie. So it could be put in that same dilemma that Afu has. And the lovers were getting the psychologist and patient. Wow, and a Enchantress kicker. So this is quite intense. Geisha.
It is. Geisha, yeah, he can pull out the Geisha. I mean, all he has to do is get a 2-man kill, right?
No, the Naiad.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually great. Yeah, maybe you want to chair the Enchantress first, or I mean, Patient's gonna be kind of tough to chase. Mercenary has the elbow pads. Either Enchantress or Psychologist.
It looks like it caught FPX.ZQ a little bit off guard. I think they're probably expecting him to be stubborn and play Breaking Wheel for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
Or even going for the Sculptor at least. But yeah, YMM is gonna make the Naiad be the choice to get a 2-man elimination on the side of FPX.ZQ.
So this honestly, the 100% win rate, I think, on FPX.ZQ side, on the Patient as well as the Mercenary. So amazing stats. This Enchantress was picked once, and the stats don't lie. This is 100% win rate on the side of Iron.
It is.
But yeah, I kind of agree that maybe they're going to get caught off guard with this Naiad, because this pick, you'd really want to go for transitional kiters if ever you want to kite long for Naiad. So I don't think they were expecting YMM to bring out the Naiad here, even though you have 2 of them. I mean, if the Patient is close to the Psychologist, you can go for that connection thing where she runs really fast. But the Enchantress doesn't. It's going to be hard, especially with the puddles all around her.
Yeah. But who knows? Who knows what FPX.ZQ will be bringing to the table? And for YMM, especially with the stakes, this is potentially the last game, ladies and gentlemen. 2 kills is needed by YMM to secure the win over FPX.ZQ and eliminating them. Whereas FPX.ZQ needs to get a 3-man escape to draw the game and a 4-man escape to win it entirely. So, yeah, this is gonna be all or nothing, Posh.
All or nothing can go for a tie, but I think they want to go for that all or nothing either side, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, spam those hearts in the chat. Red for Weibo Gaming, yellow for FPX.ZQ. Your support definitely goes a long way for all these players. Watch Spice and Nello Mello again, giving you the potentially last match for this series. So will it be Weibo Gaming moving on? Will it be FPX.ZQ? Let's find out as we head to Leo's memory.
Pretty skin. YMM right there. Gonna start off at the back of the factory. She's just gearing up towards hurling the harpoon right there. Gonna hurl it straight away. Long is there to give the Tinnitus. Long, arguably the best kiter, and also the machinery. YMM is gonna get the first pallet stamp. He's saying, "Welcome, fish lady. I'm gonna get that stun onto you, bring you to the night market and all." But YMM realizing it's Long on the machinery, gonna transition straight away. But unfortunately, the other survivors are already running far away. And look at the Enchantress just tiptoeing.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is what's so hard. Yeah, this was so hard in Leo's memory. It's so big and it's kind of hard to see where all the survivors are at. AK is in the area. Iron is here, the Enchantress. So it seems like maybe the Enchantress will have to take this kite. He is still tiptoeing, is still hiding, but YMM throwing the harpoon, just trying to add more puddles here. Will try to trap this Enchantress, and now it seems like YMM is kind of set in this area. But look at that, the Enchantress getting out of the area. Doesn't care if there's ciphers there. Yeah, just all the way there. But AK, oh my gosh, still no survivor left, but he is pressuring these ciphers.
He is, but the thing is, if he doesn't get any hit at all, then it's not going to help much, isn't it? And that's what AK is doing right here. He's doing the transitional kite. And YMM forcing that first hook right there. And he's going to create that tunnel. Oh my god.
My god, there we go. Able to move away at least. That was 74%. Exhausted the blink, but now he's able to gain a little bit of presence. But AK on this patient, and especially the route he's running, he's definitely going to provide more distance. And now able to vault this, forcing YMM to vaulting. Oh my god, but the puddle! Wow.
Diagonal puddle right there. Look, you saw that it barely scrapped him. He almost got out of the puddle, but it's too late. And MK, he'll be dropped near where MK is, the psychologist right there. And just like that.
Yeah, again, just like remaining. That. Yeah, like you said, no. Again, 3 ciphers left. Still off to a great start is the survivor team, but YMM, it really depends on how long we'll try to go for this rescue, and the puddles has to be very careful. AK still has a hook to utilize, but oh my god, trying to body block here, has to be very careful. 39%, the mercenary able to go for the body block here. Now AK has to watch where he's stepping here, and now AK being cut off here. Gets it back, has to die in this quarter. Oh my god, last effort pop, but at least they can go for that rebound rescue. Psychologist still has that whistle, while the mercenary, just has to get rid of the humidity.
Yeah, but YMM, but even though you see like the ciphers are rushing really, really fast, but YMM is actually pretty stable at this point because again, all he needs is a tie, and he's like, okay, if I can guarantee AK going off, what's the worst that FPX.ZQ can do? A 3-man escape, it's fine. We'll just go to round 4. But I'm pretty sure that they do not want this to happen. YMM definitely does not want this to happen, and he definitely wants to get at least a draw here. And
wow. Okay, now Mercenary has to eat that hit. Enchantress in the area, mind you, so this could be a repeat, but now he's just trying to provide that support, but this is a different hunter. You have to watch where you're stepping. He's trying to cut off the corners here. AK has to be very careful. Oh my god, 70% humidity. Mercenary already going down with that humidity, and Iron just still being nuanced in this area. AK has fallen down, and now Iron will try to try to just harass as fast as possible here, while 2 ciphers are still being primed now.
Oh my god, Iron is trying his best right there, trying to go and stun, but it's not gonna make it in time. And just like that, YMM is gonna secure his first kill. And that's the thing about playing it like that, because the harassers come in, like Enchantress going to support, Mercenary rescuing, Enchantress support, but the thing is, it's not long enough. And
and now we see that exactly. And now MK will have to eat that hit. Ciphers are almost prime, but this could be a tie, and this is the win situation that YMM is looking for, ladies and gentlemen. So now they have to play this one right. They need all survivors out, but YMM already has full presence. Blink is definitely online. they're gonna have to push this last cipher really carefully because the detention is there. MK now gonna have to kite here in the in the factory area, and he doesn't have any resource to work with. Does have a pallet to utilize, trying to hug the pallets, and now it's gonna be so hard for him before he's going to be consumed by these puddles. But so far, so good. YMM throwing the harpoon once again, forcing him to enter this puddle. And now we see that the humidity is rising. MK moving away. They are starting a new cipher, ladies and gentlemen. So MK is still buying enough time. YMM still holding on to this blink. Can he down this psychologist before any cipher does pop? Oh no, it's about to be primed now. I think it's already primed. MK just has to worry about where he's stepping in this map.
Yeah, and the thing is, YMM, he knows that the cipher is prime. That's why he's saving up for his blink.
They pop it, then they go for it, and now we see that the has to be very
the
careful.
blink's gonna kill him. The blink's gonna kill him for sure. Oh my god. Okay. The puddle. Not even the hit. It's just the puddle that's gonna be. Okay. That's gonna be downing MK, and just like that, YMM is gonna put him in the factory. Oh my goodness, they cannot leave. They cannot leave this game just yet. Iron and Long has to go back and somehow make this work. Mind you though, Iron has a 3 stack and Long still has one more pad right there.
But YMM is so good at just utilizing these puddles and just making it so hard for the rescue. Double rescue. Again, all or nothing is the lineup here. They go for a regular stun, but now the Enchantress will be falling down with a regular hit plus the puddles. And now YMM can just focus on just keeping this Enchantress down while Long is still in this area here. Has to be very careful because the blink hit will be downing him. Mercenary will be falling down. Again, they really had to go all out here, but it seems like Weibo Gaming will be moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
It looks like it, but Iron, I think they cannot escape again. They have to, they have to heal up, and then they have to come back again.
But YMM knows where they're at, and now he's gonna try to just put more puddles in the area. MK is the one that is fully healed. Mercenary will be falling down sometime soon, and now Psychologist falls down. Mercenary is down, and we see that YMM, ladies and gentlemen, able to go above and beyond the tie, able to get a 4K against FPX.ZQ with a Naiad. Again, an all-or-nothing strat, and he was able to go all out here. Again, FPX.ZQ put up a great fight, but it is Weibo Gaming to rewrite history. Since this was a rematch for COA 4, they are moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on right here? So far, all of the teams that were expected by everyone, majority of the people, those teams are dropping out one by one. First, AG versus Scars, AG dropping out, and now FPX.ZQ, the favorites to win against Weibo Gaming. Oh my god, I'm so happy for Weibo Gaming. Congratulations to Weibo Gaming. But FPX.ZQ, don't feel too bad. They've definitely done their best, showing us so many amazing highlights. But at the end of the day, the apples are going to go to SZ and Weibo Gaming. Congrats to both teams.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Weibo, because even all the China commentators, they did see FPX.ZQ. It's so hard to count them out, but the early game, they were able to establish that victory with their survivors, and they were still able to go toe-to-toe with the survivors at FPX.ZQ. Going with a 4-person escape against Afu is pretty unheard of, and still continuing that streak, YMM able to solidify the lead here. Beautiful performance by Weibo Gaming, and nothing but love and respect going out to them. And also, guys, you got to give your love and respect to FPX.ZQ, because they really tried their best, and they really tried to perform to the full potential.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. But at the end of the game, one mistake is all it takes. One slip up is all it takes. And apparently WBG just being very stable, just going all the way with their normal lineups, their normal survivor lineups, their normal hunter lineups from game 1 to game 3, and ultimately pulling off that unexpected Naiad at the end and solidifying their win. They are moving on. They are moving on along with Scars. So congratulations to both of these teams that made it so far.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, I forgot the brackets. Is Weibo Gaming going up against GR?
Weibo game.
GG. They're going up against GG.
GG.
So yeah, GG. That's going to be an intense matchup. So again, Scars will be facing SST tomorrow, and Weibo Gaming will be going up against GG. I mean, underdogs. I think today is the day of underdogs, guys. If you could change your apples now, just go for it. Just go for the underdogs the entire day and see if that works out. Because man, they're proving all the analysts, the casters, all wrong here. So match stats once again. You know what? The kiting time, as impressive as it is, the control of YMM is what I want to look at. 14 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 8 knockdowns. Ultimately, like he just knew. Like once he downed AK at the top part of that map, it was like the start, the beginning of the end there for FPX.ZQ, and YMM has got to be through the roof with how he was able to perform.
Yeah, YMM pulling off that 4-man kill at the very end, and that just goes to show how one simple game can just make all the difference in the world. Like if they actually got a draw in the first game as well, right here FPX.ZQ would have been safe going out of the 2-man escape. But unfortunately, and even if they actually managed to get a win in the best of 2, where they got a 4-man escape against the breaking will of YMM, even if Afu gets just 1 kill, that would have been all the difference though. But at the end of the day, everything happens for a reason. There's no turning back. And what's the most important is all of them gave their best for this tournament as well. So props to them.
Yeah, huge props to both teams. Unfortunately, this is FPX.ZQ's last game, last run in this tournament because, again, it's do or die time for both these teams. And for FPX.ZQ, they played the most games. They were the ones with the most experience, one of the strongest survivor teams out there. So this is definitely a level up in YMM's experience, but for them to be able to, coming from a lose game in game number 2, right, for no survivors down and out, a 5K. Again, it was looking like a tie, and in any other circumstance, like you said, they would go for that tie, but they needed all the survivors out of the game, so they really were forced to go for that rescue. And ultimately, it paid off in Weibo's favor. And ladies and gentlemen, Weibo Gaming is moving on.
Weibo Gaming moving on. Congratulations again. This is just the first 2 matchups of the day. I'm so excited to see what is next. If you think that this is over, no, it's not. It's only the second one. We still have a lot of games coming up, and especially next, I believe you will be casting ACT versus MS. Again, MS is also one of the underdogs, right?
Dude, I don't even know what an underdog is at these days. Like, I think MS might win this. I'm just gonna put it out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Change your votes now. Even GR versus MRC could be anyone's game. MRC actually is really strong.
I think that is the most. Even though the China casters did say MRC, and MRC has been doing really well, dude, you can't count out GR. They're the 3-time COA champs, and just the first 2 matches, it just shows that you really can't predict these things, ladies and gentlemen. And everyone, I think the 1 week break, or like the few days we had as a break, these teams have definitely spent sleepless nights just trying to perfect their craft. So nothing but respect to all these teams. And yes, the next match will be ACT versus MS. So it's definitely going to be one exciting match. Yeah, money sweep.
Make the money rain. How did they do it though? This?
I think it's like that. It's an M.
Like M.
Yeah, money sweep, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, they're definitely making history because they're the only non-China or Japan team to make it out of the group stage. So that's definitely, they're already making history here. So they can make even a bigger statement if they're able to make it to the quarterfinals and send a team like ACT, one of the most formidable teams out there, home. That's definitely something to look forward to. But yeah, I honestly think we gotta talk about who the MVP is. Who do you think it's gonna be? Is it gonna be YMM with his performance? Is it gonna be Maum with his priestess? Li Bao?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say it has to be YMM because he's the one bringing the 4K. He's the one bringing the 4K, which ultimately wins in the last game. So I have to say YMM. But on the Survivor side, I have to say it's the priestess, especially in the Ever Sleeping Town, where she manages to dodge for the longest time, Maum, and just clutching, just like sidestepping the pinch, going all the way to the dungeon and managing that 4-man escape, getting Afu the 0K, which is a very rare sight.
I would agree, YMM, but if we're gonna go with overall, I think it might have to go to Maum since unfortunately in the second game he got no K. So it is going to Mao with Priestess. I'm pretty sure that's what solidified him. But again, overall, a very solid survivor, well deserved with how well he kited. And he did receive some support here and there. I mean, I think there was way more support in FPX.ZQ side, but he was not really raw kiting, but utilizing the strengths of the graveyard up against that breaking wheel and the last portal possible for him to secure that dungeon escape. Congratulations, Weibo Gaming Mao.
Congratulations. This calls for a celebration for WBG at the moment because they have eliminated another one of China's powerhouse, FPX.ZQ. And they have to be really happy, so rest well, guys, because tomorrow you guys are going to be facing another monster. GG.
Well, if they go up against FPX.ZQ, the level up is GG, right? So
yeah, the level up is GG.
It's
next boss.
Yeah, next boss. But I'm looking at the chat, man. We are starving for some apples. I don't know.
Apples. Everyone wants some apples here.
Oh my god, not much apples left.
Yeah, it's okay. But you know what, guys? If there's anything you can change at this point, stop voting blue and just go voting red.
Yeah, red. It seems like all the
Reds are winning at this point.
Whatever side you see, like red. Okay, is that team on red? MS is on red. Let's go red.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if MS actually wins against ACT because ACT has Yue, and it is just a very very. It is just a very very. Yeah, sorry, my. Yeah, FPX ACT is just very, very strong. Like just looking at the stats, right here. Yeah. Oh, is she still here? Sorry.
Like, shout out to Crystal, by the way.
Thank you. But we're gonna go to the interview right now. Okay, YMM and Mao. How do you guys feel? Are you guys very happy?
压力山大，就还是很紧张的。
Next round，
因为今天赢下了比赛，其实有看到对面做出了非常多的战术上的准备，他们还甚至调整了一波人员上的一些变动。那猫猫，我们在发现对面有做这样的一个战术安排之后，我们是怎样进行自己的一个调整的呢？
对面的
How can we remind ourselves of what to do next time？
还是一样的，所以我们就按训练的状态打，就干就完了。
今天猫猫确实表现的不错，拿下了最佳演绎。那第一局的时候，老杨
Sorry when I speaking, my voice just drowns it, so I can't really hear.
太痛苦了，想问一下，那一脚失常踹下去之后，你是对场上的局势有一个什么样的判断呢？
爽了，当时就是底牌救我。
对，当时
在等底牌，你知道吧？
啊，对，一直在等底牌。前面的时候，你有没有觉得那局有点危险？
悬了，心凉一半了都，你知道吧？
后面等到底牌之后，就觉得长出一口气嘛。
对，当时因为电机站着了嘛，然后他们打团的话，打一满机还是不太好打的。
对，但没想到
Yeah, he's just saying that at the end, the detention definitely has helped him secure the 4K, which ultimately helps him to win against
因为上半场
FPX.ZQ
我们有劣势，必须要争4，所以我们下半场就是必4，必须要4，然后就可能这边给了机会，就也做到了，
拿下了。因为开门战确实是面对封门一刀闪现的破轮拿下了一个4跑，你觉得那局的4跑的关键点会在哪里呢？
就是后面2救完以后，那个崩刺没崩到，然后杂技过来保我，然后拖到了电机开。
想问一下，跑地窖的时候队内云是什么样子？我看到你们挺激动的，有具体
They're talking about the technicalities where Mao in the Ever Sleeping Town manages to get through and finally win. It's like Acrobat fortunately throws the firebomb, stops Afu from snapping, and you know the one part at the window in the grave.
Right.
And finally just managing that clutch to rescue because the moment he thinks that he can escape, he just signals for them to leave and he manages to run through the dungeon.
炸掉了备战间，就这种感觉。
但是他们第3局的时候，也是为了能够拿下胜利，在我们极限保平之后，选到了一局里奥的回忆。当时大家是怎么做的调整？有想到会去打这张图吗？老杨？
没，根本就没想过咋会掏这图啊。然后人类这边也是打得非常给力啊，保了个平。那 BO3 的话，打个鱼女。 还可以，
还是挺舒服的。
I never expected them to pick this Leo's memory because we weren't prepared for that as well. So finally, just decided to go for Nayab and managing to make it count.
开门战会打得这么刺激， 吗？
有想到，因为毕竟红蝶机动性很高，然后我们拉门战也没有牵制很久，所以就他还有个底牌在手里，所以就可能要拉扯，就打得很紧张，很刺激。
你当时是怎么部署的那个开门战呢？因为他一直在全程去控图找人嘛。
就他不挂以后肯定是要直接传着小门，然后心里撑不了的话，就我卡中场那边守门人可以自起，然后就努力的先跑一个，然后再看屠夫给不给机会来争平。
He's talking about where Afu
那下半场老杨就更别说了，与女打得很舒服，
3K, right where he just left.
其实前期的节奏
He just teleported straight away and went for the psychologist instead. And he's like saying, yeah, so basically what he's thinking about is Acrobat just staying in the middle, just waiting to see if the hunter is gonna make some mistake and just give chance for them to escape, which he actually did. He changed target.
应该电击不够过来干我了，然后我就躲着咒术，我俩不知道谁是监管者，追着我一顿跑。
哎，今天对咒术这个角色有没有什么评价？孔城最大咒术师的受害者，
我害怕死他了，真的，追着我打，半掉。
那有什么话今天影响了比赛，想要送给屏幕前的粉丝呢？我觉得大家一定跟选手们一样，粉丝的心情也是非常激动。猫猫先来吧。
Talk about how they feel.
明天不让你们做 SU。
这份满满的祝福我收下了。老杨呢？
今天粉丝可能心情跟我们差不多，都是过山车。就反正我们今天人类也好，监管者也好，就互相捧着往前进了嘛，终于晋级了，然后金苹果保住了，然后谢谢大家支持，感谢。
I'm saying that everyone definitely feeling the same way as us. It was an adrenaline rush, and we all trust each other and cover each other's weaknesses and manage to pull through. So thank you so much for the support and continue to fight tomorrow. That's what they say.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, cutting to a short break, but yeah, when we return, it's going to be MS versus ACT. Don't want to go anywhere. More identified when we return.
The new rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the A costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the second stage of voting will be added. In the second stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The first stage of voting opens by logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous Deduction Star, etc. You can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event exclusive rewards. the second stage of voting opens. Vouchers for second stage nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the first stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra nymph card with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the second stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
Welcome back, ladies
and gentlemen. Let's go, Posh. We are looking at this.
Yeah, the Deduction Star event that we did see a promo of, and you know what? This is one of the amazing things about Identity 5. They just keep, they hear what you guys have to say, and again, the Deduction Star event with these costumes. Just vote on your favorite ones. And Nell, I mean, I know that you are definitely a costume connoisseur here. What are your favorite ones so far?
Emma, for sure. And I know that your favorite one is Eli, right? Am I right? Yeah, I got it right. But speaking of these Deductions costumes, though, we're going to have even more after this because the voting is going on, right? It's still ongoing. And a lot of you are going to see new Deduction Star characters. So don't forget to vote. But the highlight of the day, though, look at this. Bonbon on the bee duck skin. A beautiful, cute little ducky.
Yeah, and not just that, we also, I think in the next one, we did see it kind of featured here, the mercenary. And I don't know if you're following Null on Twitter, but I think you're gonna do a little giveaway, aren't you?
Yeah, 500 followers, and I'm gonna give away a bee duck mercenary skin. So
let's go. Yeah,
let's go. Twitter.
Big shout out. Yeah, again, just check out. The bee duck style. Again, also the crossover. This limited edition furniture. Look. A duck in a bathtub, a photo frame. Look at that. You just gotta love how Identity 5 is just making just these crossovers as well as just amazing stuff to purchase.
Yeah, if I'm in Japan now, I'll probably go kawaii, kawaii ne. And you know what? I definitely want to get my hands onto this furniture as well. But looks like we are gonna go into a short break after this. And Posh,
so. Not much. Again, I'm really excited for the next match, but I think this is going to be, we're going to see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be here again tomorrow. Thank you for having me, though. It's been a really great pleasure casting with you for the 2 games as well. And
oh, yeah. Always. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. When we come back, Eli and Botch will be taking over the mic, going up against MS and ACT. So don't go anywhere. More of Call of the Abyss 5 playoffs when we return. Woo.
last Cypher machine is not primed yet. Princer knows he needs to put that
God.
on the chair because if the last Cypher machine is primed, it's gonna be very difficult. And look at and Princer not even necessarily trying to go for the mercenary. Knows that if he can bring down a survivor, he might be able to put that survivor on the chair. But now we also have the board. They are setting up for the 4 survivor escape. They want to get them out of here. Board is in the area to potentially
trying to cover
trying to get trying to get the points.
Oh my god, he still has a blink though, that's the thing, and he has fast breaking palace after all. But right now, he cannot afford to let all of them go down. Oh my god, it's like defending the queen, I don't know. 3 people coming to throw right here. They're forcing him to hit, and now he's gonna run out. Is he gonna run out? And he's gonna, oh my god, that's full health.
He opened the gate, there is no
god.
And
we're always constantly watching and studying other teams.
Possible target, this is not good. Oh my god, he eats that hit, and now it has to transition here. Now playing the pallet stunning game, buying enough time here, has to be very careful. Oh my god, just past him. He's so close, long now.
I gave him the trick!
That's so good, hiding the
tree, man. Still here.
I mean, what's the saying? 3rd time's the charm with this abnormal, and it has been working out. And the only one in this area that is full of health, and I just spoke too soon because he hit him.
The Cypher's not even that.
Oh my god. Tried to go for it. He's gonna live up to his name. It's been a delayed gratification with how we've been building him up, and now goes for that blink hit, and now
does get that snap. He needs the chair in time. He's going to try to push them off the Cypher here, but they're all going to rush it down. It's 80% of the way done. Actually, I think with himself down there, so you can heal up the dead on Chair Mechanic. Does get the hit to that snap down and goes for the abnormal before he continues to chase on just to buy a little more time. So you can see that this Hunter is definitely pressured, and it has his sights set on 2 objectives here, and they pop the last Cypher just in time. So the abnormal has no, but the other survivors should do the Huang to get out that back gate, and only 1 survivor from this group here has to make out as well.
Wow, the crazy Bramble of body blocking mechanic because the psychologist is opening up that back gate. There's going to be a 4-person escape.
ウルブス戦隊のスーパー G 選手です。一番うまいサバイバーだと思うからです。
那我只能用牵制你很久来回应你了。
最後まで応援よろしくお願いします。
But yeah, this is going to be tough. He's going to try to do another, lasso trick here. Waiting for it, but now downs and has to be very careful. Try to break that line of sight. Last effort is popped, and Alf will be downing. Is there Olaf? Oh my gosh, again, he's trying to stay in this area, but the Geisha, able to use the flame bomb to just move away, but Alf still has some butterflies to utilize. Able to skill check him now. A bit of a game of a red light, green light for Olaf to be able to hug the pallets here, but still. Wow. Just the patience. 99 still buying enough time, but yeah, it's gonna take some time for the mercenary to bleed out. He's gonna try to go towards the roller coaster here, but Alf is putting a butterfly. That's a stop sign for you, Miss. You're not adding on that right. You need to be this tall to enter the roller coaster, and Alf downs the toy merchant, leading to
save me from the past and take the lead. I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be right. To my sins I washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. Without chances on my eye, don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the egg costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the second stage of voting will be added. In the second stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The first stage of voting opens by logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous Deduction Star, etc. You can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event-exclusive rewards. The second stage of voting opens. Vouchers for second stage Nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the first stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra Nymph cards with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the second stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
Cypher machine is not primed yet. Princer knows he needs to put that fiber on the chair because if the last Cypher machine is primed, it's gonna be very difficult. And look at and Princer not even necessarily trying to go for the mercenary, knows that if he can bring down a survivor, he might be able to put that survivor on the chair. But now we also have the board. They are setting up for the 4 survivor escape. They want to get them out of here. Board is in the area to potentially
trying to cover
trying to get the points.
Oh my god, he still has a blink though, that's the thing, and he has fast breaking palace after all. But right now, he cannot afford to let all of them go down. Oh my god, it's like defending the queen, I don't know. 3 people covered.
He's broken right here.
They're forcing him to hit, and now he's gonna run out. Is he gonna run out? And he's gonna, oh my god, that's full health.
He opened the gate, there is no
god.
We're always constantly watching and studying other teams.
Possible target, this is not good. Oh my god, he eats that hit, and now has to transition here. Now playing the pallet stunning game, buying enough time here, has to be very careful. Oh my god, just follow past him. He's so close, long now.
I gave him the trick!
That's so good, hiding the
love tree, man. Still here.
What's the saying? 3rd time's the charm with this abnormal, and it has been working out. And the only one in this area that is full of health, and I just spoke too soon because he hit him.
The Cypher's not even that.
Oh my god! Tried to go for it. He's gonna live up to his name. It's been a delayed gratification with how we've been building him up, and now goes for that blink hit, and now.
Does get that snap, he needs the chair in time. He's going to try to push them off the Cypher here, but they're all going to rush it down. It's 80% of the way done. Actually, I think with himself down there, so you can heal up the dead on Chair Mechanic. Does get the hit to that snap down and goes for the abnormal before he continues to chase on just to buy a little more time. So you can see that this Hunter is definitely pressured, and it has his sights set on 2 objectives here, and they pop the last Cypher just in time. So the abnormal has no... But the other survivors should do the Huang to get out that back gate, and only 1 survivor from this group here has to make out as well.
Wow, the crazy Rainbow body blocking mechanic because this psychologist is opening up that back gate. There's going to be a 4-person escape.
ウルブス戦隊のスーパー重戦士です。一番うまいサバイバーだと思うからです。
那我只能用牵制你很久来回应你了。
最後まで応援よろしくお願いします。
But yeah, this is going to be tough. He's going to try to do another,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss Global Finals, where we saw some intense matches and the underdogs are proving everyone wrong. Congratulations to SC, congratulations to Weibo Gaming moving forward, Eli and Pot Spice giving you the action to now the match between ACT and MS. Eli, how are you feeling about this match we're about to witness?
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be this is going to be a really good matchup, actually. A non-mainland team going against one of the mainland China teams here. But MS has been a team that's come out and really proven to be a match for these teams. In the past, we haven't seen South Korea be too successful in any of these Call of Abyss global tournaments. But, you know, they took FPX.ZQ 3 rounds earlier. They were able to beat GH, who's one of the stronger teams as well in this tournament. And I actually think on paper, of course, ACT would seem favored here, but MS has really shown that they can compete at the level of these Chinese teams. And I really think we're going to have a very good matchup here.
Yeah, if I could describe MS's style, it's very fan-friendly, right? Their survivors are so fun to watch. I mean, Dancer, Enchantress picks, round number 1. And the Hunter picks, I would have to say, very unorthodox. Round 1 and very unconventional. Mad Eyes as well coming into the mix. Like, kind of showing that right away is definitely risky. But if I would ask you, if you could describe ACT's style of play, how would it be?
ACTs usually always lead with Yez Dream Witch. That's been the most common sort of strategy is just going with that Dream Witch right away. One of the best Dream Witch players in the world for sure. But yeah, I mean, we saw earlier on, I believe it was SST had a good matchup against them as well. So that's also something to keep in mind. Again, more of these other global teams coming in and doing well against these Hunters. But yeah, I think definitely we're going to see a round 1 Dream Witch for the most part. Again, you know, he does have some other Hunters as well. You have Breaking Wheel, you have Anne that we talked about a little before, Bloody Queen as well. But really, really known for that round 1 Dream Witch. This team, ACT, loves to jump ahead in the first round with Ye having a very strong Dream Witch round. And then the survivors doing, you know, enough to get a win in round number 1, and they just kind of try to hold the lead going into the last 2 rounds. That's typically how this team's competed in the past, in IVL at least, from what we've seen.
Yeah, and just shining light on their group stage performance. They are in the 2nd place spot. They did fall to SST, but they beat MRC, which I would say is a bit of a grudge match because it was MRC to send them to the lower bracket in the China qualifiers. So ACT able to redeem themselves, getting that win over MRC has definitely given them that confidence boost, and also got a win over BZ. And yes, round 1 Dream Witch can be in the air for ACT, but not to mention you of MS does have a Dream Witch as well, but chooses to bring it out later on in the match. Wants to bring out the, you know, I guess his comfort pick, which is the Mad Eyes. But talk to me about that, because Mad Eyes, if you know it's coming out, it's definitely going to be hard for you, the Mad Eyes to come back, because they will try to counterpick that Mad Eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this a little bit earlier as well, and Mad Eyes is a character that it's very good when the other team doesn't know that you're going to bring it out. It's a character that you can just come out of nowhere, you can surprise people, but the problem with Mad Eyes, it is one of the characters that can get counterpicked so hard to a point that it's almost unplayable. There's just simple characters that may not even seem like they're that strong that counter. At Priestess, you can easily portal through the fences. Even things like Doctor can heal off those chip damages. Any sort of just harassing character, stunning character can stun the Mad Eyes off the consoles, and it's just so hard for a Mad Eyes player to deal with. So it's very easy to counter comp Mad Eyes, and you know that's why. And again, this is something that I was talking about. We were talking about as well. I personally believe that they should have saved the Mad Eyes for you know, one of these later rounds. But we are going to see the teams here. We have MS again, the team from Korea representing here, and we'll be going up against ACT.
Yeah, and the stats here do say that the survivors have been gaining a little bit of the points more than the hunters, because the hunters, as much there's Papua and there's you, they haven't really gotten victories, more on ties. It's really the survivor team that's something that is very strong on MS's side. And you know what, they can play to the conventional international lineup, but they can also bring the heat with a dancer, with the enchantress, with a toy merchant. They have those crazy picks up their sleeve, and I think that's one of the strengths that they can bring into this match, since we do know that China teams, they really know the China meta, but when it comes to like foreign meta, they can struggle.
And so here we go. MS versus ACT here again. Non-mainland China team from Korea going against one of these IVL teams. We do see ACT taking the stand on the survivor side first. So we're going to have MS on the hunter side, which means that potentially MS did win coin flip. And this is a team that relies heavily on winning coin flip. If you're going for a round one, and it's very important to have that map in your favor, because they're maps that Anne can thrive on, such as Arms Factory or Red Church, but also weaker ones such as Ever Sleeping Town or Chinatown. So it looks like we are seeing, I believe that's Papuya on the hunter side, so we are going to see the round one in yet again from MS. And again, it's really going to come down to, does MS have this first map pick? Will they be able to pick a map that's strong for Anne and strong for Papuya going into this first round?
Yeah, but first and foremost, let's meet the survivors of ACT, starting off with JMT. The dedicated rescuer has Mercenary, picked him a total of 5 times, and that forward. Very stable. Doesn't really, again, ACT, there's no shenanigans here. They have a toy merchant in Ning. They have also an amazing acrobat in Fox. But yeah, JMT very strong on that rescuer / stunner.
Absolutely, and and it's going to come down to, do these players, how well are you able to support against an Anne? That's what Anne's biggest weakness is support. We do have, Ming Mechanic and Toy Merchant, as you mentioned. Poch, I don't think, if it is the map option for Papuya, we're not going to see a Toy Merchant, because again, Red Church, Arms Factory, not very strong for Merchant by any means. So it's, again, I don't know what they're going to have to go for here. We'll probably see it. If it is Arms Factory, you can simply go with the Seer Band, but if it's a more favorable map for Priestess, we'll probably see Priestess Band. We saw Papuya actually opt for a Priestess Band early on in Chinatown, so that's definitely an option as well. But again, this is where the map pick's very important. We see Fox as well on Acrobat and Patience, so two of the main kiting characters. Acrobat can be very effective against Anne as well. You can use those slow bombs in narrow areas to potentially kite out the cats or the flame bomb, whereas Patient may be a little bit more challenging in some instances. You can cancel the hooks quite easily. You can close the distance with the jumps. However, sometimes Patient can hook themselves into strong areas and potentially kite out those cats as well.
note that Fox also has an Embalmer. Did favor the Patient more than the Acrobat 6-1, and ZB has a Mercenary, has a Priestess, as well as a Coordinator. Has been using the Priestess mainly 4 times in the group stages, so trust that this Priestess would come in. And like the maps that you mentioned, if it's going to be a red church, yeah, Priestess would definitely shine there. We're going to shift things over to the Japan stage because Papua is ready to hunt here. Again, he just used 1 hunter throughout his entire stay here in the group stage, and I think he's just going to go for it. He's just going to go for that An.
Yeah, just An, that's it. And if I'm not mistaken, Puya is actually also the #1 An on the Japan server as well, if I'm not mistaken. I don't watch too many IDV streamers, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Papuya if it is the first An player, I do watch them a lot on YouTube, actually. So I have learned quite a bit from them. So it's very nice to see them play here. And yeah, again, we're going to have to see what map it is. That's very, very important. Typically, it's not too relevant for the most part, but for when you're a one-trick hunter and you have 1 hunter that's only good on a select few maps, it's really, really crucial. You cannot stress it enough how important it is for Papuya to be able to play on a small map like Red Church or Arms Factory. Again, MS being on the hunter side, typically when you have faction as an option, you opt to go survivor first, so your hunter knows what type of hunter they have to go with, whether that's a winning hunter, a draw hunter, something like that. That would indicate that ACT may have picked faction first, which means MS could potentially have had that first round map pick.
Yeah, and just hoping that it goes in favor of an An pick, because we have seen Papuya bring out the An in a Chinatown. It didn't work out quite well. I forgot the other map that they played, but against FPX.ZQ and Papua being a very colorful character here on stage. Yeah, despite the map, he's still going to bring out that An, which is both good and bad, because there are some bad matchups in terms of the map selection for An. If she wants like really close quarters, small maps, just so she doesn't have the distance of walking or trying to find these survivors. If you go to if you go to Chinatown, if you go to an ever sleeping town, it's gonna be a little tough. But Papuya being the point hunter of MS, as well as a very loyal loyal character main in An, yeah, I don't think there's any shenanigans here. He's only gonna bring out that An.
Yeah, and also you have to look at the build as well. Something we see a lot from this hunter as well is just up-down blink, just the most standard high and build ever. Papuya known to be just an up-down blink player. He'll bring up-down blink on pretty much everything we see on Ever Sleeping Town. I think it was against GH. We saw up-down blink and no teleport, no trade swap, nothing like that. Just simply straight up, get yourself a draw. And we actually see Lakeside Village, so I'm going to be honest with you, Poch, I don't know which team picked this. This is not something we expect to see from a Lakeside Village is not a very common map. It's not a meta map for mainland China, and it's not too strong for An, so I don't know who had first map selection. That's very interesting, actually.
Wow, and 2 forwards. Okay, not 2 forwards, but we do see a forward, Acrobat, Patient, and Priestess. Yeah, it seems like he's really going to go for this An, but man, again, forward and Lakeside, like you mentioned, is going to be kind of tough here, as well as the Priestess. A lot of these survivors have a lot of staying power, and Papua on this An, ACT has definitely done their homework, because this lineup can counter An. He's going to have to be very careful with his early chase. He's going to have to be committal, and he's going to have to always constantly look over his shoulder for either an Acrobat Bomb or that forward stun.
Yeah, Mercenary Band here makes it easier for him to bring up-down blink in comparison to something like Teleport, because if there's a Mercenary on the team, you can't really chase Mercenary, and it allows for good rotation, which in that case you might want to bring Teleport. But banning Mercenary and giving less Rescuers is actually very good for a hunter that it just goes straight to blink, which in this case is probably Papuya's An, because you're just playing for a draw up-down blink. Forcing them into 3 Kiters and only 1 Rescuer, and forward actually is chaseable for An as well. So Papuya intentionally did these bans, so he gets rid of the 1 support character with the Seer that could potentially force out an extra cat. And then you get rid of the 1 Rescuer that you don't want to have to chase. So now you have 4 chaseable targets here. Some better than others, of course, but again, since it's such a large map and you're probably bringing blink here if you're Papuya, you don't want to have to get rotated, and it's just a lot safer and a lot easier for him in the long run.
Yeah, we did see the tandem of the Priestess and Patient, but like you said in Lakeside, it's not really the best for Priestess. Yes, it is big for the global portals, but you don't have the structure like in Chinatown or Ever Sleeping Town. So let's see what kind of tandems and what kind of synergy that the team comp will come up with, because yeah, he can go for that first Rescuer to go down against. really up to Papuya and how he's going to play this one out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Poch Spice, together with Eli O, giving you the commentary action. This is going to be game number 1, first half between ACT versus MS.
And we are going to see the mini boat wall spawn here from the end. It means the survivor does spawn middle over near cornfield as well, and two survivors over near cornfield, one over near big bow. He's going to immediately go towards this location. He knows that there is potential targets that he might want to commit to here. Does he see Fox? He actually does, and Fox is in not a great area. The goal here for Fox is to push for that ramp. Patient can actually hook up the ramp from downstairs, and I think that's probably what Fox is going to go for. Can he cancel the cats? No, Fox gets the hook up before the cancel, and that gives him enough distance to potentially make it to big boat. But yeah, it's still not great for Fox here. He's going to really get this pallet down, but if Papuya can trap him in this area and get a cat here, like right now, unable to dodge that, he might be able to get a quick down. Goes for another hook to get up the ramp, but I think he can probably still get a hit here in the long run. We'll have to see.
Yeah, he just committed to going down right now, gets the silence, and now gonna try to hug these pallets, but you know what, 8 seconds, and those cats will be online. Papuya now in a great spot to get his first hit. So far, so good on the side of Fox. Just playing the pallet game here, but now has another cat. Can he get the grappling hook off? Oh my god, he was able to get it, and now the chase continues.
Yeah, and again, Papuya having a difficult time here. This is why Ann can struggle. Just in the early rounds, 3 hooks already down, blink available, but no hits on any survivor. All the Cypher machines already 50%. Yeah, and he's just gonna be able to leave here. And Papuya doesn't have a chase target. He doesn't know where any survivors are. I mean, you have I think that's the forward in the vicinity. Not a great target, but yeah, with Blink and Cats, maybe he's able to potentially get this down, but already a lot of progress, and he may just have to leave here.
But no, it seems like he was gonna, but then forcing JMT to touch that Cypher, like he said, yeah, and can counter that forward. But with these portals set up, he does have an exit strategy to go for this, long portal if ever, but he chooses not to, continues to run this route, and now Papuya forced to just clean up, and now it seems like he's changing target, which is buying so much time for the survivors.
Yeah, at this point, it's just so difficult at this point, the game's pretty much already over, and it's already 0-win for ACT. The only way Papuya really comes back here is he's able to actually stuff a rescue. We're going to see him go for Blink and misses the Blink as well. He should still be able to get it. No, he doesn't even have a jump available. Yeah, it's slowly just falling out of control here. All 4 Cypher machines already started. Is able to get the hit through the pallet, so that's maybe a saving grace from here. But again, it's going to come down to how well can he camp. That's his only chance at this moment. He's going to be able to get Fox down here almost 100%. But yeah, again, with 4 Cypher machines, already a lot of progress here. ACT has such a huge advantage.
Yeah, this is the first time on the rocket chair, and man, they kept him starving for presence. That miss blink was going to be the detriment of this hunter, but at least he was able to down Fox in this area, because if it lasted any longer with no blink, that would have been so tough. But now this forward with a full football and Tide Turner for the rescue, he will have to be very careful, because this is where, Papuya can turn things around. He just goes and dashes straight in. The cats are coming in, gonna get the hit on the forward, and the forward will get stunned. Gonna go for a down on that forward. At least the Acrobat can try to transition, and JMT with the support stun to continue, to at least give him no line of sight of Fox.
Yeah, he had to stuff that rescue. That was kind of his only chance here, because now Ford, as you mentioned, can easily... he may hit Ford for full presence, but yeah, it's not really going to matter here. Again, all they have to do is go for one more rescue. The last Cypher machine already close to 50%. And with I assume it's probably up-down. I don't think we're going to see any sort of trade swap as an option, so this should just be a winning position here for the survivors. Again, yeah, that puts a lot of pressure on MS, especially because we're going to see Yez Dreamwitch probably come out here, splitting those cats here, trying to potentially stuff this rescue on the Acrobat, but double save here from the survivors. There's not much the Ant can do to potentially stuff this, yeah. And
yeah, it locks him in. but at least he's able to camp this Cypher out. This is actually the Cypher that is moving, so now it's patient on Cypher popping duties, and now gonna do a cleanup here, and it seems like Papuya will try, and I don't know, is he gonna chase the others? Is he gonna go for another survivor? It seems like he's losing line of sight from these 3 survivors that were hit. Now drops another cat just to see who he's gonna try to go for, and it seems like the Acrobat, Ming is splitting the attention away from that forward. Ming has not seen the rocket chair just yet, and Ming still has that bomb to vault this, to stay in this area.
Gonna try to use that jump to close some distance, but the pallet already thrown down, and the cat's already on cooldown again. 2 Cypher machines completely split here, which means there's really no option for him to pressure both. Again, having Blink here, it's a draw build, but if you do get kited or rotated in the early game, which did happen, there's not much you can do to come back, and the portal is still, a new portal is going to be able to help him get through here. He's going to be able to get the down. Cypher machine is primed, though. Can he get the cat trick as well? And he gets the stun on the cat, but Ming able to make some distance. Will he go for immediate blink just to secure the down here? I think he probably will. But we see Ming going for an early bump and messes it up, and he does blink instead and does secure the down, but I believe this should be enough for the survivors to get out. Someone is actually opening the big boat gate, but I think it should have enough progress to be opened.
Yeah, so Priestess able to open up the gate. Another gate is being opened. It looks like it's going to be a 3-person out, but considering how things were going, it looked like it was going to be a 4-survivor escape. But yeah, Papuya, you still sticking to this and tough early game. Like if he wasn't able to down Fox after that missed blink attempt, could have been a different story. And ZV, the last one to exit, it's going to be 3-person escape. And yeah, GG's. ACT leading the first of this half.
Yeah, I mean, again, Papuya getting the bare minimum, getting 1 kill here, but you see, I would imagine this is probably ACT's map selection, actually. We did see in the ACT versus, I think it was MRC matchup around 1 Lakeside, so that could have been an option for ACT. I'm not quite sure who picked there, but it might have actually been ACT. So I think that probably does make sense for them to go with Lakeside Village here, because again, Lakeside Village is not very strong for Ann. It's very... there's a lot of places where you can cut out the cats. You see the patient, abusing that ramp, abusing those hooks to pull themselves up onto Big Boat. Big Boat, you can easily cut out cats as well. Other areas such as Shack, Small Boat as well. It's just so challenging for Ann, and it just really didn't work out for Papuya. And so now you have to go against one of the best stream witches in the world on a map that they picked. It's going to be very difficult for MS here. I think MS's goal, again, is just try to minimize the damage as much as possible, maybe just secure a draw here. And again, round 1, and on a map that isn't strong for Ann is going to be a huge weakness for MS. So as long as they can, try to come back as much as they can in this round, not go down by too many points, that's going to be the ultimate goal for them here.
Yeah, I think they need to push for that late game, because this is not the best way to start things out. But like we said before, it's the survivors of MS that really garner the points. Now, a huge test will be the next match, because Yue, his Dream Witch did get 4K against MRC in this exact map. But before anything else, looking at the match stats here, Fox not only having the longest containment time, but triple digits on the decoding progress. Ming leading the charge here with actually it's ZB leading the charge with 168. Ming not so far behind with 152. So I don't know. I think this was great synergy, great performance on all fronts for the survivor side, and Papuya just trying to counter or trying to just defend as much as possible. Really tough lineup for the survivors and tough map for Ann to go up against.
Yeah, and you don't even see the containment times being that high. That's just the power of rotation. Ann is a character that can get rotated quite easily, and you saw that's what happened on a big map here. And that's why sometimes you'll see Ann's go for something like teleport, but again, in a situation where Papuya really just wants to go for a draw, it makes more sense to just go up, down, blink. But again, plays right into that rotation factor, which he did find the patient early, but as soon as patient makes it towards that ramp, they can just pull themselves onto the ramp. There's nothing they can do. Any hunter can really do for that matter. So yeah, excellent job from Fox to just abuse that, the power of the patient on this map. And now looking at the side of MS here for the survivors, again, how do you come back in this? We'll probably see, if it is going to be a Dream Witch here, we're probably going to see a Seer Band. Survivors probably lock in. Maybe they go Priestess. Maybe they just go forward Mercenary as well. Those are both options. It's probably going to be some sort of combination of forward Mercenary and forward Priestess. And then maybe we'll see a Psychologist ban, or maybe we'll see a Psychologist lock. I don't know. Again, you don't want to play too hard into anti-Dream Witch, because then maybe you put yourself in a situation where you play into Ye's Breaking Wheel, but Breaking Wheel not too strong on Lakeside. So we'll have to see what they have to go with.
Something to note, though, they only picked forward once in the group stages, it was Sika. They usually opt for Mercenary and have more containment support. Seiyun, the dedicated rescuer of this team, and I believe one of the players is playing in Korea, ladies and gentlemen, so that's why there are 3 on stage as we speak in Japan. So might lock in the Mercenary, and probably if the Seer does get banned, probably the Priestess, because CH's portals with Priestess have been very good. So we will have to just wait and see as Yue makes the stage here. Yeah, I don't think there's any question here. He will lock in that Dream Witch since he has brought it out before in this exact map.
Yeah, the Survivors can actually give themselves a pretty good comp here, because what's going to happen is we're probably going to see Seer ban. And as you mentioned, if they don't go for forward, we're probably going to see Priestess and Mercenary locked in, and then forward ban after that. That gives them a Psychologist option as well, and they do like to see the Gravekeeper. So we end up seeing Mercenary, Gravekeeper, Psychologist, and Priestess, which is actually very strong going into a Dream Witch. However, Yale might also pick up on this and ban Psychologist and actually give up forward. Because they know that forward isn't a likely, option here for MS. So, yeah, it's definitely, but it depends on how, again, forward is just so strong in Dream Witch in reality. It's not something you want to give up, but it may be an option for him to give that up here. He has to give Psychologist or forward. So we'll have to see which he'd rather, have to go against.
Yeah. So meeting the Survivors, that was Seiyun, ladies and gentlemen, the dedicated rescuer. I mean, her rescues are so on point, very patient, really knows the role very well. Only used the Mercenary and Gravekeeper, so really just the dedicated rescuer of the team. Now, I am so sexy. A lot of highlights on this player, ladies and gentlemen, especially with that Dancer, the Enchantress as well. Not sure if he'll be bringing that out. I'm so sexy also has a Seer. So I would say, yeah, his kiting abilities have been very highlighted in the group stage as well as in the qualifying stage in their own IVT to qualify to this stage here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Dancer or Enchantress going into a Dream Witch here. It wouldn't really make too much, especially not Enchantress, but potentially Dancer. It just seems unlikely based off of that, that it's probably going to be a Dream Witch. I think the best goal is just to go hard against this Dream Witch as possible. We also see CH here, who is playing from Korea on Psychologist and Priestess. Those are both options, for the Survivors. I don't think either of them will get banned if it does opt to ban the forward, but yeah, we'll have to see again. We don't really see too much forward here, and I think it's only Sika that plays forward as well, but we'll have to see. And we'll have to see what they lock in. Again, they really like that Gravekeeper, so we may end up with the Mercenary Gravekeeper comp as well. If they don't ban the forward, we'll probably see Mercenary and forward, and Psychologist be the one that's banned instead.
And last but not least, Sika here, Entomologist, Acrobat, Diz, really heavy on the support, some stuns as well as just harassment. So I think, yeah, Entomologist, if the Priestess does get banned, it's really up to Yue. Probably Seer is definitely going to be the first one banned. And bring it back to I'm So Sexy, by the way. He also has a Barmaid. So that's something that he could possibly try to bring out if ever they do want to try to counter a Barmaid and a Mechanic. Since actually we haven't seen a single Mechanic today. So he could be the first one to bring that out. But again, I think Yue definitely can set the tempo here because of how well ACT Survivors performed. And there you have it. He does have an Anne as well as a Dream Witch. Who knows? He might bring out the Anne as well.
Who knows? I don't think on this map, but I think we are going to see, again, from the Survivors. It's just, it's almost certainly going to be a Dream Witch here, so maybe they don't go Psychologist. I was thinking they could also go Acrobat. Acrobat's not bad for Dream Witch as well. You can cut out the patrols. You can cancel Patroller by with those Acrobat bombs. You can also, they can also technically go Patient, but that's not a character we see this Korean team use too often, so maybe that might not come out here, but I don't know. Again, we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting. I think, again, the most logical, just standard meta composition would be a forward span. You go Psychologist, Psychologist span, you go forward. But again, they opt to go with different things. We might even see Dancer. We might even see, something like Acrobat as well, which Acrobat being a meta character, but in a comp when it's going to be Dream Witch, you could just go, again, with that Psychologist and go super ultra aggressive against going against a Dream Witch here. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see again. Acrobat is also a little bit safer in that it also can counter not counter, but is strong against other characters as well if he opts to go with a different hunter other than a Dream Witch.
Yeah, honestly, Seer is definitely a straight out ban at the start, but again, if they really did their homework, they want to probably ban. Not sure if they're going to ban that forward because, again, it's only Sika that has used that forward. Again, Acrobat, I think, is the more preferred character from Sika. And Psychologist has been only used once by CH. He really opts for that Priestess at the start. And note that I feel like this based on the group stages and what we've seen so far, this team doesn't really kind of swap roles too often. Like Saiyan's definitely the rescuer. We see CH as the support, Sika as the kiter, as well as I'm So Sexy. So I'm not sure if they can swap either way, if they can have a Mercenary, Gravekeeper, Psychologist going on, because Seiyan only uses the Mercenary and Gravekeeper. So yeah, it's really up in the air, because I know MS has some tricks up their sleeves. You know, they were the first one to bring out the Mad Eyes, but they could bring it out here. So banning the forward right away, allowing I'm So Sexy to go for that Seer.
Yeah, forward ban, that might actually be Bloody Queen. I think maybe he just goes Bloody Queen here and goes for a draw as well. That could be an option. I don't know. Yeah, we talked about forward not being a huge character on the side of MS, but we're going to see Mercenary and Seer. That makes the most optimal lock-ins for sure. He'll probably go ahead and ban Priestess as the second one. Right. We've seen MS really thrive off that Priestess support. I'm actually surprised they didn't go for a Priestess lock here right away. But, you know, Lakeside Priestess not quite as strong as something like Ever Sleeping or Chinatown. So I guess it makes a little more sense. We are going to see Barmaid. So this actually works against, believe it or not, Barmaid typically wouldn't work against Bloody Queen because you get mirrored and blinked and you can't get the heal off. But because Yez giving them the Seer Owl actually allows Barmaid to get the heal off, and it plays around the blink. So this actually works for both. This works for both Dream Witch and Bloody Queen, so maybe Yed doesn't even go with either here. This is such a hard counter comp to Dream Witch.
Single hit.
Even Bloody Queen for that matter. Yeah, this is really difficult. I don't know what he plays here. Maybe Breaking Wheel, but Lakeside Wheel is just... He's going to go Wheel. Yeah, Lakeside Wheel, though, is just... It's so difficult. There's so many really hard places for them to chase. All you have to do as a survivor here is Seer takes Shack, or Seer or Barman takes Shack, and then the other survivor takes either the bottom windows on Big Boat or the mini boat windows as well. It's just so hard for Breaking Wheel to kill anyone in that area.
Yeah, the transitions could be on their side, but I mean, like, those spots are so hard. And yeah, allowing the Seer Barmaid combo to come through, yeah, I think they kind of countered his Bloody Queen as well as his Dream Witch here, because they could, I mean, this is pre-patch, so the Owl will stay a while, can allow to transition and for the heal to happen. So yeah, I'm So Sexy on that Barmaid. CH now with that Seer. First time we're going to see CH on that Seer, so I'm incredibly excited to see this, because we rarely see Breaking Wheel here in this map. I think we did see it in the match with MRC, but it didn't really go their favor, because UA did bring out the Dream Witch, because they didn't want to go toe-to-toe with UA's Dream Witch. Bring out the Breaking Wheel, I think it did go to 3-1. We'll have to refresh myself on that. But yeah, it's still up in the air. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second half of the first round, MS versus ACT, Eli O and Potch Spice on the commentary desk, ready for round number 1, second half.
All right, here we go. We do see the Breaking Wheel spawning over near, I believe that's the mini boat area, means the survivor does spawn middle. Probably will check that out right away. And it is CH hiding right away, and he does find him immediately. So this is, yeah, this is interesting. He does actually miss the spike here, but he's caught in such a bad area, and he's probably going to be able to get a first hit right out the gate. Yeah, this is the downside of hiding. It can work, but if you do get found, you give a free hit instantly. And just like that, yeah, is off to an excellent start here.
Now we see that he is trying to trap him before he can get to that window, because at least if he's able to get at least one more spike, that'll be really good. But now forcing him to go around, and the mini boat area is definitely a good place to kite this Breaking Wheel. See, it's trying to make another rotation into another window, but eats that spike, forcing him out of the wheel form. But I believe the Owl is ready. Blink is about to be online, but no Owl. CH will be falling down. Note that it's a 12-9 build on the side of the Hunter.
Yeah, he did go for. I think he's trying to hold the. He held the owl because I think he was worried that he was going to bait out the owl and just snap him right after and just waste the owl. But yeah, it went straight for the hit instead, which is just trying to gain extra presence. And this is the Cypher progress is actually not too bad. We see 2 Cyphers almost done here. And it is, I believe that's Sika in the area, Acrobat, probably one of the Tide Turner characters here. I imagine it's Acrobat and Mercenary. So we may see him actually come in for a rescue here. But it looks like no, we're going to have Saiyan come in for that backdoor save. Tide, again, wanted to order on the Mercenary, so he knows he's coming for the save. Owl's still available, but yeah, he still has Blink here. So this is going to be really interesting. Can he potentially make it off the chair? He goes for that hit there. She needs to eat the trap before. Sear's actually able to avoid it. Again, he still has that owl available. He'll probably see it just get baited out, and then he uses it a bit early, and now this plays right into Blink, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just trying to trap him right here. He knows that he's just trying to contest these windows, and now at least the Seer doesn't have any of the spikes on him, but the Blink is going to be utilized already. CH has to be very careful, but no, will be falling down. UA is so focused on just downing this Seer. Again, he just needs a tie just for him to be able to win this game for his team.
Yeah, he's going to be placed on the chair for the second time. This is looking very good for at least a draw here, and they haven't even started the last Cypher machine, so this is a really strong position. We do see Sika coming in. Did he not see the Acrobat? He did see the Acrobat, it looks like. Acrobat with Tide Turner, full presence available. He might immediately get out of wheel form. He's going to go ahead and do that. Do get the rescue off in time, and he does hit the Acrobat. That's going to be a double hit, so that's not ideal here. We'll probably see him use a flame bump, but he missed. Acrobat waiting too long there, and I think Seer might actually have gotten a second owl, but it's not going to matter. He does have that 2 spikes plus a snap here, so yeah, Acrobat missing that flame bomb. Maybe could have given Seer an opportunity here, but now it's just not going to work out.
Got snaps right away. Didn't even allow him to use that. A double down situation for UA. Great presence and great awareness. Again, this is not the best map for Breaking Wheel, but he's making it work. Able to stuff the rescues, able to pressure, and able to just cancel out the Seer that did gain that owl, and now changing his target. Will try to look for Sika, since Sika is the one that has been down, and I believe that he's going to spot him and just chair him right away just to add a little more pressure. 1 Cypher does remain, but they haven't worked on it just yet.
Yeah, we are going to see him. It's just really tough here, again, with the map pressure Wheel has here as Survivor already on the chair. We do see the Barmaid coming into effect here, giving that Mercenary the heal, and they are going to be able to get the heal off most likely, but again, no Cypher machine already started here. Breaking Wheel can easily pressure all of them. We do see Saiyan coming in for rescue. No Tide Turner available, which means, they've already used it. So it means that we're just going to see probably a farm. She is able to avoid that, but again, you really want to try to make the rescue before half. We're going to see the elbow pad come in here. He is probably just going to drop a trap on the chair here and try to force it after half.
Oh my god, yeah, just patiently waiting. Seiyun, able to get the rescue, but stuffed it right away. Sika goes down. Seiyun has 1 elbow pad to utilize. Cypher is nowhere near priming. At least the Mercenary was unscathed in that rescue. And Acrobat on the rocket chair for a second time. Seiyun can still go for a rebound rescue here, just buying a little more time for that Barmaid to prime that Cypher. And note, there's no detention, so it's going to be pretty tough for UA to down 3 survivors if they push for the endgame.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to see the down. Beautiful job from Ye there. Unfortunate misstep from Seiyun. You have to elbow pad that away so you don't take that full presence hit, and Seiyun just did not time that right, unfortunately. So just like that, Ye is able to get a second survivor sent back to the manor here, 3rd survivor on chair. Cypher Machine almost primed. If Seiyun elbow pads away from that full presence, the survivors probably end up drawing this game. The Cypher Machine would have been online there, but now all you have to do if you're the hunter is just go straight for that big bow area, look for that Barmaid, get 2 spikes, and they do have Blink available, so this should be a 4-person elimination for ACT.
Man, look at the driving. I'm able to go up there, and now Barmaid has to kite for as long as he can. The dungeon is so far away from where this Barmaid is at, and now just forcing, I'm So Sexy, just forcing UA to be in uncomfortable spots here, and it's going to be quite the chase here, but I'm So Sexy not going for another loop here. Now, being out in the open could help UA try to down I'm So Sexy. Extended spikes have already expired, and now he's just going to keep rotating here. Blink is available, so he's going to have to spike him twice and go for that 1 hit just to down I'm So Sexy right away.
Yeah, we do see incredible jukes from the Barmaid. It's not taking any hits so far. This is an excellent job, from Sexy here. Proven to be one of the best kiters that we've seen in the tournament so far. We're going to see him go for the Blink, and just does clip the corner of that hitbox there, downing the barmaid there, and that is going to be a 4-person elimination here. Again, we saw them play a hard counter comp to Bloody Queen and Dream Witch, but it does fall right into the hands of the Breaking Wheel, and that worked out perfectly here for Yen. Just like that, 8-1 in favor of of ACT.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was all part of the plan, right? We were kind of nervous that he banned the forward right away, and then he allowed the Seer to come through and the barmaid as well. Priestess was the second ban, but it really played to their favor. Like, he was in complete control from start to finish, and we were so worried about the Dream Witch, we forgot that Pollen is another hunter that he loves using, and his Brain Wheel really did a lot of work there, and this is a huge lead. It is 8-1 currently in terms of points, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's, again, one of those situations where drawing rounds isn't really going to work. You're going to have to try to come back by winning the next few rounds here. And again, I think it just stays, in my opinion, at least it stays that, this MS team is always going to be unfavored in round 1 if they're using Ann. I don't think I'll ever understand the round 1 Ann selection, but again, it's a strategy MS likes to go with, and it's worked for them up to this point. Unfortunately, not in this round. ACT was able to take advantage of the fact that Papuya only plays Ann, and you're able to play a comp that's strong against Ann, and it worked out perfectly for them. Beautiful rotation as well, and then in this next round, they did MS did their best to counter comp the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen, but again, plays right into Breaking Wheel. Even if it is a leg side Breaking Wheel, it still worked out. Finding that Seer early, and again, spawns are really important, right? If you think about it this way, Mercenary spawns middle there. The survivors have a perfect position. You have all 3 survivors that are chaseable nowhere near the Breaking Wheel, and you can easily get to windows and camp out there. But Seer being probably one of the easiest targets to chase, getting found first at middle is just not ideal for MS, and it worked out perfectly for ACT here. And they are going to go on top, as you mentioned, 8-1.
Yeah, and just looking at the containment time, you know what? Unfortunately, yeah, CH was the first one to get spotted out. Did farm an owl, but it was, the way he was able to spike, transition, trap placement, so on point, able to utilize the blink. No wasted movement on US side, and honestly, well-deserved victory. I think he's in prime position for best deduction with how well he performed here. And MS Survivors round 1, I have to say that they do often tie it out. Like, I don't think they've ever went around where they won or lost. So they're very stable at that part because they usually get the wins towards the second and third. So let's see how this one's gonna go, because the tie cannot be in their vocabulary now because of how much the point differential is on the side of ACT.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, as we talked about, the round 1 is always been ACT's. It's always been the round that they are always trying to win, because now you go into the second round here. Now you can just ban Dream Witch. You can actually play characters that are stronger against Breaking Wheel. You don't have to go, hard anti-Dream Witch comps anymore, because you can simply eliminate that as an option. Now the question is, if you do have you from MS coming into Hunt here and you try to go Mad Eyes, do you want to give Ever Sleeping Town? I don't think you do, because it plays right again into Ye's Breaking Wheel if you're gonna ban that Dream Witch. So I think you have to try to consider something else. I think Red Church would probably benefit them better. Mad Eye is also very strong on Red Church as well, so I think that could definitely work out for them. But we'll have to see yet again. Maybe we don't even see Mad Eyes at all, as we talked about. Mad Eyes is not if your opposing team knows it's going to be a Mad Eyes, you can simply just play counter characters, and it's just really difficult for them.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Go for the Red Church. If they're gonna go for the Mad Eyes, but not to mention, UA does have a Bloody Queen. He does also have a Dream Witch. They can go for a Dream Witch mirror, but at least you're able to. I'm pretty sure that they gain the respect of banning the Mad Eyes in round number 2 if Yu is gonna come into the mix. Or unless they counter or they target ban him by just having a comp like a Doctor, like you mentioned. Also the Priestess, having some stunners on the team. So I think that's also the detriment of showing your cards really early, especially from group stage 2 playoffs, because all these teams have definitely done their homework. And clearly in round number 1, they knew what MS, the heat that they would bring, especially the survivors, and UA was able to counter that to a T. And this is looking like an ACT-sided match, but like we said at the start, you can't just judge things off round number 1. This is the time where MS really has to, kick it to the next gear and try to gain more than just a tie. But before anything else, let's check out some highlights and take a very quick break. When we return, round number 2.
撞晕了，撞晕了，撞晕了！我小陈了，我跑大门了，我跑大门了，我小陈了。 换过来怎么说？换了，来小门，上门能看，鼓励来小门。学闪过了，闪跑了。
我都死どこチェイス。
All right, here we go. Round number 2, ACT versus MS. We did see ACT taking an 8-1 lead in that first round on Lakeside Village, but we talked about this a little bit going into round number 2 here. This is going to be very, I think MS gets stronger as these rounds progress here, because now you don't have to worry about Yez Dream Witch, or you don't have to worry about the Breaking Wheel. You can ban one or the other and then just play a counter comp to the character you don't go with. And they also have map selection, and you also have you most likely coming in here as well. So yeah, we'll see. What do you think, Poch? What do you think MS has to do here to come back again? Down 8-1, probably has to win these next 2 rounds, but what do you think would be the best map for them going into this next round?
Like you mentioned, you know what, just try and open up like a survivor-sided map, as well as kind of give that inkling that maybe the Mad Eyes is gonna come out, just to try and surprise the survivor side of ACT, like a Red Church, or maybe I don't know if you want to bring Arms Factory into the mix, because you're kind of walking into a trap there with the Dream Witch of Yue, but you can definitely target ban that if you want to. So yeah, I do agree with you that MS's survivors do shine in the second and third game. I think right now their mentality needs to be, let's not look at the points. Let's just try to win these rounds like one game at a time, and worry about the points later on. Because if they can win this in terms of rounds, this is definitely something that is definitely achievable. And looking at how the underdogs were performing in the previous matches, shoutouts to Scars, shoutouts to Weibo, could be MS's round this time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see again what the map is. And, you know, we talked about a little bit how there's a couple of options here. We did see if Yu's trying to play the Mad Eyes in this next round here, Ever Slipping Town has been a map that he really likes for that. But again, the problem with playing Ever Slipping Town is if you ban Dream Witch, then you play right into Ye's Breaking Wheel. But you can actually ban Breaking Wheel and play this almost the same exact comp you played in the first round, because now you don't, Ye doesn't have an option to counter anymore. His only real options remaining are kind of Bloody Queen and Dream Witch. Both get countered by Barmaid, both get countered by Good Priestess support or Seer, whatever survivors he opts to give them. And you could also go but Ann on Ever Slipping Town just very weak and still would get countered by all those characters that can force those extra hits. So yeah, it's actually gonna be difficult for Ye here, depending on what map they have to go. They could also go Red Church, ban Dream Witch. Red Church also very strong for Mad Eyes, and then force like a Red Church Breaking Wheel, which is again not very ideal.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at like the Red Church breaking wheels we have witnessed in group stage, even like a very formidable breaking wheel like YMM's breaking wheel didn't perform so well. So I don't know if they want to roll the dice on that one, but it seems like you will be the first one to be on the stage hunting for MS, while ACT survivors are already getting ready. Yeah, there's never been a time where Papua actually went twice, so it's safe to say that you will be the one hunting first. And yeah, I'm actually really nervous if we're gonna see that Ever Sleeping Town or that Red Church, because history does dictate they always love round 2 Ever Sleeping Town. Let's see if they're gonna be playing into that. But before anything else, again, interaction in the chat. Blue hearts for MS, yellow hearts for ACT. We are meeting you once again here. Mad Eyes, Bloody Queen also has a Dream Witch, so I'm really excited to see who he will be bringing out.
Something interesting here is that assuming ACT did pick Lakeside Village, which I imagine they did, it's interesting to see that the China survivors, they opt to go with Survivor first when they have an option to pick faction, whereas this Korean team rather they went with Hunter first when they had an option to pick faction, because again, in the first round, MS had the option to pick faction based off of ACT picking Lakeside Village, and they opted to play Hunter first. And in this case, we do see that MS most likely chose the map here, and we see that the survivors of ACT are going Survivor first. And we talked about Survivor first usually being more beneficial, but Korea favoring that Hunter first, which is a little interesting. Again, we don't really see that as often. But it actually makes... Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to note the first match that we commentated together was an MS versus FPX.ZQ, and it was Chinatown, but Papua was the first disciple, and so I don't think that was a map that he wanted to pick. And FPX.ZQ loves Chinatown. So yeah, very interesting strategy, and I kind of doubled down on that, and I think that they opt for Hunter first.
Yeah, and I think the reason why, now that I'm thinking about it, is again, you pick Survivor first usually because you want to know what type of Hunter that your Hunter has to play. Whether the Survivor's Drew, you want to play a draw Hunter to try to secure a draw. Does the Hunter need to play for a win? Do they need to play a winning Hunter? But Papuya plays one Hunter, so it doesn't matter how the Survivors do anyway. So you might as well play Hunter first, and then the Survivors can go try to push for wins or push for draws, depending on how well Papuya does. Because again, we talk about if you go Survivor first, you can simply pick your Hunter knows what type of Hunter has to play, a win Hunter or a draw Hunter. But if Papuya is playing one Hunter, it doesn't matter, right? In the long run, it's more on the Survivors in this case, whether they want to play for a draw or win, depending on how well Papuya ultimately did.
That's true. I guess they're really leaning towards the Survivors being the main point earners of the team. And also, I think that they know that Papuya is just going to do one, and he is the point hunter. Might as well just go and see how well he'll do. If a tie happens, that's awesome. At least just get 1K. And moving on over, I think maybe they're setting themselves up for map 2 selection, and this is where they really shine. Also, based on the stats, this is where they gain points against teams.
Yeah, again, I'm very interested to see what the map's going to be. Again, Ever Sleeping Town and Red Church, the 2 most likely options here. But again, you also have to consider on the side of ACT, what Hunter are you going to ban? You could ban Dream Witch, which we've seen every every Survivor side ban against you here so far in round number 2, giving that round 2 Mad Eyes. And it just kind of plays right into a good map for Mad Eyes, and it is going to be Ever Sleeping Town. So that's one of the ones we talked about. And I think here's what's going to happen here is Yu's going to play either Dream Witch or Mad Eyes. Both Hunters strong on this map. It depends on what they opt to ban. Seer and Priestess, both those bans work for Dream Witch, both for Mad Eyes as well. And then on the Hunter side, when Ye's hunting, the Survivors are actually going to ban Breaking Wheel, and they're going to play a hard Bloody Queen and Dream Witch counter comp. I think that makes the most sense, unless they want to take the Breaking Wheel. We've seen them give Afu Breaking Wheel 2 rounds in a row back in the FPX.ZQ matchup. So
true.
Maybe it's something. Maybe they'll go with that female dancer strategy, which is also very effective. And it's going to be a Mad Eyes ban, so they're actually giving you Dream Witch here in round number 2. We'll see how it's able to potentially work for him.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to counter his potential Dream Witch or his Bloody Queen, because his Bloody Queen did get more than 4K in a match. But yeah, you got to lock in that forward and Psychologist. So it seems like they want to sustain. I think they're heavily leaning towards like a Dream Witch counter here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Psychologist and forward. And we'll see what the last ban is going to be. Barmaid. So that actually is fine to ban Barmaid here. You don't really want to play, because again, they know that Yu's playing Dream Witch, so you don't want to give them a hard counter comp. And I think also on the Korea server, hard counter comps are very common. Playing Psychologist and Barmaid to hard counter comp the Dream Witch, which is what we saw, in the first round from these survivors on the side of MS. It's something that they like to do. It's something that the Korea teams like to do. It's not as common for the mainland China to play hard counter comps. They try to be as diverse as possible and be prepared for all matchups. But yeah, just playing it completely conservative, completely safe here, banning that Barmaid and just forcing them into just kind of a standard team comp that you can play Dream Witch, against.
Yeah, it seems like there's gonna be some support here and there. Again, I think Fox wants to be the first chase, like the previous matchup, but with Yu's Dream Witch, and Yu's Dream Witch has definitely gotten in a lot of work. In this map, though, at least she was able to negate the Seer as well as the Priestess, because they could be a very big counter to his Dream Witch. But really depends. I forget, his Dream Witch, does he bring Patroller or Blink first?
I would imagine it's probably Patroller. That's pretty standard. You only really bring Blink when there's as this kind of a surprise option, or if it's like there's counter characters like Barmaid or Doctor or something along those lines. So, and with the Barmaid being banned, he should probably just go straight up with the Patroller. But who knows? Maybe go Blink here again. Acrobat is a counter to Patroller, whereas Patroller can also be strong against Patient, so it's kind of a trade-off. But yeah, I think we're probably just going to see a standard Patroller Dream Witch here. Yeah, again, we'll have to see how Yu's able to do this. He really needs to make a comeback here, down 7 points. So let's see what MS can do in the second round.
Can't wait any further. And shouting out Silk, he did surprise everyone. I think also the Chinese mainland team bringing that Blink Dream Witch at the start. So who knows? You could definitely do that. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is round number 2, ACT versus MS in the first half. Eli O and Potch Spice here on the mic, giving you the commentary action. Let's head into Ever Sleeping Town.
All right, we are going to see the garbage corner spawn, as we like to call it. Pretty bad area for survivors to kite, and that's why we give it that name. And immediately heading towards this middle area does catch on sight of the forward. Not going to be an ideal chase target. Heading towards Graveyard as well, which is location of Acrobat, which is not too bad of a find here. Let's see what he's able to do. Probably going to go for immediate leech here, trying to trap the Acrobat here, putting the leech on the other side, keeping him inside of Graveyard, and he's going to go ahead and bring his spawn follower around here, right into Bing here. Does he go for that Pal Stun? And he does get the stun on the leech here, so Yu's going to have to wait a little bit longer for that leech to recover, but he still is able to go for immediately Patroller as the spawn follower is still following.
You saw that he was ready for that Acrobat bomb, but now has to eat that Patroller and eat the regular hit, saving his Acrobat bomb, but now the leech follower is still active, and now dropping another Patroller, but the distance has been felt. Can Ming try and go for anything? No, has to eat that Patroller bite. Now we see that the distance again is being established. One of the biggest counters to Dream Witch is establishing that distance, but this Patroller could definitely stop that. Now the leech and as well as the main follower are here, so Ming has to be very careful not to get hit.
Yeah, the leech didn't. It didn't break the pallet. Wow. That's very unfortunate for you. That was really crucial. Being able to stop the leech there was a big game changer. Walked straight through the pallet though, and he actually gets the down with the spawn follower. Not even a leech hit from that. So that's actually wow. I don't think Ming expected that at all. He actually camped the pallet. Typically, when you camp a pallet, you don't expect the hunter to walk immediately through it, but it just really he kind of double mind gamed him there, and actually works out for you because he didn't die to the leech as well. You has another leech available. He can easily just leech the patient and apply even more map pressure here.
Yeah, see, now they don't have anti-curses, so this is going to be quite hard for them to try and get rid of these leeches. And yeah, I think If we note, oh my god, JMT trying to go for a stun there, but has to go for the rescue. Acrobat has to be very careful. Psychologist picked up an anti-curse, can heal up the forward. Bring it back to you. He always, like, he doesn't care. He just walks through pallets, and I think the confidence of him just walking through pallets really catches these survivors off guard. Now we see that the psychologist is trying to de-leech the patient, and yeah, constant shifting back and forth, able to get the pallet stun on one of the followers here. So still anyone's game.
Yeah, we're going to see him continue to chase after Ming here, probably with the leech here, trying to apply as much map pressure as possible. Blink should be available, but he's going to go take the turn, switch to the Blink, and does get that Blink down on the Acrobat here. He needs to bring in 2 followers. Forward should be in the area to support this. And yeah, we do see the forward JMT coming in here. He's going to force 2 leeches to be there for the pickup, and this is why forward is really strong against Dream, which we're going to see him get a leech here, drop it on the Acrobat, and now he can pick up with the spawn follower. This way, you can't, have the forward go for, you can't stun 2 leeches at one time. So we're going to have 1 leech escort him to the rocket chair. And this is the second time on chair. The Cypher's pretty far behind here, actually, Poch. So Yu's still in a pretty good position. This map pressure he's had so far has been quite phenomenal, actually.
Yeah, so again, downing this. This is the second time the Acrobat's on the chair. Patient forced to utilize the hook just to get away from any hits. Psychologist still holding on to that whistle, so I think it was already in the cooldown, so he tried to go for that whistle, but I think the forward had to get away from his own leech. And now Fox has to be very careful, baiting out these hits, might have to go for that hit, and now able to get the rescue here. Psychologist now feeling up that forward. Ming able to get that roll, but no, the Blink hit does connect, and now Ming on the final chair, making sure that the forward is nowhere near the area, but I think the forward, I don't know if he was in the corner. No, JMT is near the dungeon area, so this is going to be the first survivor down.
Yeah, first survivor down, but this is still a pretty good position for ACT. Only one leech in play, and all survivors healed up, so no injuries on the board is going to be very important for them, and they have 2 Cypher machines almost completed. So the important thing here for you is you want to make sure you kind of have to acknowledge that 2 Cypher machines are almost done. 1 almost done here, and you don't want to give him a chance to start an extra one. Oh, but Fox hooking right into the spawn here, and it gets canceled, giving a free hit to the spawn follower, and every free hit given to a Dream Witch makes it more and more favorable for this hunter. It's really one of those snowball hunters you have to watch out for. So this is exactly what you wants to see here. And just like this, trying to pressure down Fox again, 2 leeches in play here. You in a pretty good position, but again, you gotta make sure they don't start an extra Cypher machine.
That's true. And can I just say that you, with the excellent main follower hits, and also now they only pick up the anti-curses, so it's still they're trying to fight their way back into this. Patient has no more resources to work with, so he has to be very careful. Even though he's in the graveyard area, forward can come in for that save. Psychologist ZB is also in this area, so now it's really a race to see which Cypher they'll be touching first. ACT's JMT is over there at the corner spot, and now going towards the tram area. Excellent utilization of the real estate by Fox.
He's going to go ahead and bring, I think, the main spawn. Yeah, he's going to bring the main spawn follower over to the other edge of the trim. He has to get it off the track so it doesn't get hit here. So he's going to do that, and he's going to make it so he can instantly down this character as soon as they got the trim. Can he get the hit? No, he doesn't get the stun, and he gives another free hit to the survivors here. So again, as we talked about, Poch, every free hit that's not a leech hit is so important. He gets the blink down as well. Just like that, you has turned this right into his favor. They still need a whole nother Cypher machine. 1 leech on play here, and it's on the patient, which means he can't even decode till he de-leeches.
That's true. Yeah, free hits on the main follower are so big, and now he's being chased out by his follower. It already is about to be primed to get to de-leech, but he has to be very careful. He removes it in time, so he just has to worry about the forward leech, but now Psychologist has to tank that hit. No Tide Turner, so he does have a football to utilize. ZB has to be very careful to stay in this area, because we see that he doesn't care. He's just going to walk right through these pallets, and now Blink is not available. He's going to try to create a situation, but I believe the Psychologist has fallen down, and 1 Cypher still remain. They haven't worked on it just yet. They are de-leeching. They are trying to heal up. They are trying to prepare for the end game.
Yeah, and look what he did. He actually picks up with the spawn follower here. Make sure you don't get that leech into play. The leech that gets removed picks up the Psychologist, because then she would immediately struggle free. And we're going to see him get a second leech into play here, trying to pressure down where they're healing. They do get 1 heal off, but only 1. So it's still pretty good for you here. You can also pressure this Cypher Machine as well. The only downside is that if you only have one leech camping, Chair 4 can instantly just stun on Chair and get an uninjured rescue. Look what he's doing. He's actually going to move the spawn follower into the open. That way Forward cannot get a free stun on Chair rescue, and he's going to be able to get at least one hit on Forward before he gets that save.
Yeah, and has to eat that hit, and now ZB and the Forward have to move on away, but the blink connects to the Psychologist. Beautiful, well, scramble there on the side of U. So now, yeah, this one Cypher has not moved, so this does look like a 4K.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and leech Forward just to make sure Forward can't harass, and now he can go ahead and share the Survivor here. Yeah, pushing the Forward away just like that. And another blink, and another down on the Forward. Forward down on the ground here, and we do see that leech pressuring the Cypher Machine as well. Fox unable to decode. Forward probably going to be placed on Rocket Chair, but again, you also want to make sure you have something camping this chair. Leech is on cooldown for 20 seconds, but all you has to do here is wait for this Psychologist to expire, leech the Forward, and just leave the leech on top of the Forward. As soon as he self-heals, he can knock him down again, waste that self-heal, and then just chase Fox in the end game. Fox does get his syringe here, so that's not too bad, but there's just no progress on any of these ciphers. It's just not going to be enough here for ACT.
Yeah, this is actually a beautiful Dream Witch match by you, and now the Forward utilizing the football, but unable to get the stun, will be falling down again. Patient is almost about to be healed up by his syringe. I do believe he also has an elbow pad to utilize, but yeah, the Forward already expended that self-heal, so now you can just focus his attention on this Patient, because that's one Cypher isn't going to pop anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, yeah, just leave the Forward on the ground here, fine. The Patient, he's actually priming, so if you see what he's doing here, he's not using his heal up immediately. This does two things. One, if you're healing yourself, it prevents you from getting crows, which is very important. It also makes it so the hunter doesn't know that you're healing yourself, right? So it gives the hunter a little bit less information to work with. And we're going to go ahead and see him just go ahead and drop a leech on the Forward. So, you know, if the Patient does try to pick up the Forward without self-heal, then you can just down them with the Forward's leech. Just, you know, really safeguarding that Forward, making sure there's no chance of him getting back up. And now, yeah, again, he's just going to stand the leech on top of it and continue to look for Fox here. It's kind of just it's just a game of hide and seek at this point. It's only a matter of time before you finds this last survivor.
Yeah, Fox again just playing the long game, trying to wait if there's going to be any openings, because he has nothing left to lose, right? This is definitely a big win on the side of you. Now, Tinnitus is already triggered, ACTs, Fox already healed up completely, and you just moving around with a main body here, finally finds Fox, gonna leech him just so that he can create a sandwich situation with the main follower and his spawn follower to down him right away. Does have some elbow pads to utilize, but this is a corner part in this map. No grappling hooks, just some elbow pads to utilize. Now he's cleaning up shop. You really wants to down this Patient.
Absolutely. He does try to go for a leech trap there, as you mentioned, but instead he is able to make a little bit of distance here. Yeah, I mean, Fox can't take 2 hits, but again, Forward can't self-heal. The only way the survivors really manage anything here is if Fox can kite until the Forward bleeds out, which is actually almost there, but we do see Blink here for that first hit, and the leech for on Fox should also have Blink as well, so you can simply just wait for that and go for a Blink with that leech, or again, just go for another leech trap here, try to trap him in and get that elimination.
Yeah, I think the best thing he should do is just chase him away from this this dungeon area. Down Fox, play very conservatively because he's already done so much of the work early on in this game. So now, again, Fox has to be kite for as long as he can, goes for the stun, but you see that the spawn follower did break that pallet. And now Fox just trying to go for the tram. Oh, doesn't get the hit, able to get inside. So he's really trying to kite out this Forward to bleed out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, though, because all you can do is just put the spawn on the other end of the tram, and as soon as he gets to that end of the tram, he's going to get knocked right off. And that's why Dream Witch is another reason why Dream Witch can be very good. He's going to get off the tram here, doesn't matter, is able to get the down here before Forward bleeds out, and that is a 4-person elimination for MS here. Just like that, right back into their favor, closing the gap. Now 2 points away, Poch. It was a huge 7-point gap, and just like that, you really shifting things right into their favor. And again, you see banning Mad Eyes, they were really scared of going against that character. You saw how strong it was overall, and you know, a lot of these teams, of course, very prepared to play against a Dream Witch, but it really shows the difference between Dream Witch in round 1 and round 2. Once you have that extra ban, it's so crucial for a Dream Witch player. You of course have to ban Sierra's Dream Witch, but then you can ban the Priestess, and you can ban something else as well. The Priestess being eliminated gave no options for extra support, and again, we see Priestess being very strong against Dream Witch, but as soon as that goes out the window, you has all the room that he wants to work with to potentially push for a win. In this case, he was able to do so.
Yeah, incredible Dream Witch performance by you. And, we're talking about the psychology of him utilizing the Mad Eyes early on. I think it built to this moment. Everyone respected his Mad Eyes to the point, like, let's not ban the Meta Hunter, which is the Dream Witch in a map that actually favors her. And it really went their way. And honestly, this might be the big brain 4D chess game that MS was playing. We definitely have ourselves a game, because even if ACT gets 4 survivors, if UA gets 4 survivors out, we're still going to push for game number 3. We have seen it before. It's pretty tough to still do this, but at least Yu was able to get himself a huge lead for his survivors to actually kind of breathe easier coming into this next round.
Yeah, and something that's very important to note as well is, we talked about before Mad Eyes being a character that you don't really want to bring out too early as a surprise option, but it really works out here for for MS, because again, these China teams, they like to go. They like to give hunters what they're comfortable with. I mean, I don't think a lot of these hunters practice, or a lot of these Star teams practice for going against the Mad Eyes, because it's not standard meta. It's not standard meta for China. It's really only something that you'll see out of these other regions like Korea here. So again, they just aren't comfortable playing against Mad Eyes because you just don't practice it. I mean, what team practices Mad Eyes? No team that I know. So it just makes sense for them to ban something that they're uncomfortable with and take a hunter they are comfortable with, in this case Dream Witch, but it plays right into the double ban for you, and a perfect situation for MS.
Yeah, it was really the way he was able to play that game was beautiful, and all the patroller drops were really on point once he switched to Blink. Very committal, even walking through the palette. I think the pace that you played this in kind of caught the survivors off guard, and honestly, I don't think they prepared for such an intense Dream Witch match that could even emanate IVL levels of Dream Witch. So congratulations, pushing for 5 points here, definitely making this game last even for a game number 3. And now pressure is I would say, still kind of neutral, because that was definitely an excellent match. Now they got to put respect in Yu's Dream Witch, and now UA has to come in up against the survivors of MS. And like we said, this is where MS survivors come online.
Yeah, MS they have to get 1 survivor out. That's kind of the bare minimum. If you get no survivors out here, you get 4 eliminated, then it's pretty much over, because then you have to go 8-1 in the last round. It's just almost that's almost impossible. So the best case scenario here is obviously they get like a 3. Well, best case scenario before, but if they can get a 3 survivor escape and tie things up straight up completely on points and rounds, that would be very strong. But I think just tying up on rounds here and trying to win the last round is the best for them. Just get at least 1 survivor out the gate here. And now you don't actually have to counter comp Bloody Queen, because Bloody Queen is not a hunter that's probably going to 4-limb your survivors. It's a tie hunter. It's not meant to get a lot of kills. So I think the goal here is you can either take the ban Breaking Wheel, take Dream Witch and counter comp Dream Witch, or you can just ban Dream Witch and just counter comp Breaking Wheel and let him maybe play something like Bloody Queen, get a draw, but you're still favored, or you're still tying up in rounds rather as MS in that instance.
Yeah, and something to bring up also in terms of the group stages, MS really does the most damage at the start, right? So if they're able to weather out the early storm of... ACT does the most damage at the start. So if MS, I think this favors them if they're able to take them into unfamiliar territory, bring it to round number 3, maybe even tie it or something, they definitely stand a bigger chance. And you leading the charge here, just setting that tempo, was definitely a big win on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, again, the survivors really need to come through here. Again, they have a few options, as we talked about. An option that we discussed as well, ban Breaking Wheel and just play hard anti-Bloody Queen, hard anti-Dream Witch. But again, we talked about round 2, Dream Witch having an extra ban. That's very crucial, especially on something like Ever Sleeping Town. So I think they probably will take Breaking Wheel, because, again, we see them...
Did it before.
Yeah, we see them prefer going against Breaking Wheel. They gave Afu Breaking Wheel 2 rounds in a row, arguably his best hunter. So, I think basically the game plan here probably for MS is ban Dream Witch, and we probably will see Female Dancer actually come out, as Female Dancer is a strong character against Breaking Wheel and good on Ever Sleeping Town, because when you drop down from those 2-story areas, when you drop down the holes, you actually get that 40% speed boost as well, which is really beneficial for kiting. So I think that we're probably going to see Dream Witch ban in some sort of dancer-related team comp to go against Yez Breaking Wheel. Maybe he goes something like Bloody Queen, but Ever Sleeping Bloody Queen not very strong, and especially in a situation where you want to try to get as many kills as possible. As if the survivors get 1 out, they're just in a good position for MS to come back.
Yeah, considering what you just said, yeah, I think they are more comfy going up against a breaking wheel match. Not necessarily you as breaking wheel, but they already had experience with it, and they I don't think they want to face the Dream Witch unless their survivor lineups can actually counter more Dream Witch, then go for it. But just like you said, they allowed Afu being one of the most skilled breaking wheels to come through. Yeah, they just rocked it, and they just went for a tie, which, like you said, one survivor out is a win in their book already with how well you already played the first round. So yeah, MS, they've been known to get ties, and they just have to do that, the bare minimum. They just have to go for that, and they'll be able to win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of pressure here still. Again, you just can't get four-limbed here. You got to get one survivor out the gate. But yeah, I think they're in a good position to do it. Again, we talked about, you mentioned as the rounds progress, it's going to become more favorable for MS. ACT really thrives in that round one situation, which we did see them do. But all of a sudden, MS immediately turning things into the favor, showing why this team is stronger in the later rounds in comparison to ACT being stronger in the early rounds. So yeah, if you're the survivors here, if you are going with that Dream Witch ban, we'll probably see Seer and Forward be the first two bans here, just because that works for both Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel as well. So if Seer and Forward's ban, we'll probably see Mercenary Priestess get locked in. Then probably something like Acrobat ban, and then maybe the Female Dancer, and then possibly something like Entomologist as well also would work. Maybe Gravekeeper, because that's something they also like to go with as well. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I would imagine probably I'm So Sexy goes Dancer, and Sika probably goes Entomologist, and then you have Seiun go Mercenary and CH go Priestess. I think that's probably going to be the team comp we see if it is a Forward Seer ban, but it looks like possibly Priestess. So yeah, respecting the Priestess support from MS, that's been their strongest weapon so far, and they are going to take the Forward. So this might backfire for you. It might work out. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and now the Dream Witch ban. So they are raring up for a pollen pick on a UA, which actually, again, yes, they can counter, but this is UA's pollen. His one of his best hunters out there, so they have to be very prepared. So coming into this, yeah, locking in the Forward. Now also I'm So Sexy being able to lock in that Dancer is definitely a confidence boost, since this is one of his characters that he does opt to go for. I'm not sure if we have the last ban on screen just yet. It's can't make it out. I think that's a double Seer, but we're gonna have to wait for that last ban to come out via.
Probably going to be Mercenary. Typically, you lock in Mercenary here, and you assume that they don't ban Dancer, but we have seen that kind of be an option here. Sometimes you'll ban that specialty character, so I don't know. It looks like, yeah, so it's going to be Mercenary. That makes the most sense, which I imagine we might actually just see Gravekeeper. Oh, Toy Merchant. This is actually really good. I actually like to see this. Toy Merchant is a strong character against Breaking Wheel. Typically, what they do is they'll try to kite in the open, juke the spikes as long as possible. Wait for the Breaking Wheel to get out of wheel form, and as soon as they get out, you jump on your catapult, because the Breaking Wheel, they can't break the catapult while they're in wheel form, so you force them out. Oh, they're actually going to switch to Gravekeeper, so this is also fine.
We might still see the Toy Merchant.
We might still see the Toy Merchant. We might also see the Entomologist as well, I think. Both of those are potential options here for Sika. Oh, Mechanic. Okay. That's actually yeah, that's fine as well, because again, Mechanic, a good character for getting a draw. They need to get at least one survivor out here, so Mechanic is perfectly fine.
Sorry, I got so excited with you as well, seeing a Toy Merchant. I was like, oh, I'm getting giddy. We're going to see a Toy Merchant here. And especially she has a lot of good jump points in the second stories of Ever Sleeping Town, can provide so much support. But you know what? Oh, wow. Okay, not going for the wheel here, going for the Bloody Queen. Again, this lineup is kind of brawny. I think UA wants to go for that early down of that Mechanic. I think he saw that Afu had a hard time downing this Dancer and downing this team comp. Yeah, going for the Bloody Queen here. Let's see if he'll pay off for UA, because a tie is definitely not a win in ACT's side. Maybe he just wants to mitigate the points, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, if UA's able to get a draw here, it still technically keeps ACT in the lead in terms of points, but not in terms of rounds. Again, it's going to go down. If UA's able to get a draw here, then ACT can draw the last round, and they will win on points. So I think that's kind of the goal here, is go into the third round in a situation where you force MS to actually win the last round. So yeah, I think that's probably the game plan here. But again, some of these characters are difficult. You can't. It's hard to chase Gravekeeper. It's pretty much impossible to chase forward as a Bloody Queen. Dancer, believe it or not, is actually difficult for Bloody Queen as well, because if you time those spins properly, you can actually get out of the range of the mirror. Similar to an Acrobat Charge Bomb. And then the mechanic Cypher Rush is really hard for a TIE Hunter like Bloody Queen to actually deal with.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out. This definitely, again, this draft is pretty strong. Again, I was expecting to see a breaking wheel. I think they were as well, but this can actually work against a Bloody Queen. So I'm really excited to see how this match will play out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the second half of round number 2, MS versus ACT, heading into Ever Sleeping Town.
All right, here we go. We do see the corner house spawn from the Bloody Queen, which means the key spawn over near the weak pallet near the garbage corner area. Immediately heading towards the alleyway, which is Seun, the Gravekeeper. Immediately using that mirror image, we should expect a shovel here to try to prevent a hit here. And there is the shovel, missing that hit on the Gravekeeper as well. Does get a shovel out early, so that's not bad for Ye, but not an ideal chase target. Again, 2 strong characters here that you can't commit to. There's the bot as well. Does he chase the bot? And I think maybe that's worth committing. No, he's actually going to change targets to the upstairs area, and it is the the dancer? No, it's the mechanic. So not a bad, not a bad find. But again, you have to keep in mind there still is that bot in play.
Able to get that hit again, just at least expending the resources here, expending the attrition of that Gravekeeper early on. But now you see that he is looking down to try and will have the chase speed even faster. But now let's see CH not camping anything, able to drop down the mechanic early on is actually pretty good. But the bot is out and about, and he sees that the dancer is in this area, so he's gonna try to pressure this Cypher as well.
Yeah, he does actually have abnormal as well, so you can actually just go abnormal to Cypher machine. And that's going to be a lot of progress kicked down here, just like that. So that's a really big play there. Again, you see the downside. We're going to be able to see a Pallet Stun be used from the dancer here to waste some time. But again, you see the downside of not forcing out 2 mirrors. If you can force out an extra mirror there, you put yourself in a really good position. He's going for that mirror on the dancer and gets that hit there as well. Where you see Sika coming in for a stun, unable to get it, and that's going to be another hit given here. So, yeah, just like that's really kind of spiraling out of control here for MS. They need at least one survivor out in this position, but slowly, Ye's picking up a really favorable position here.
Yeah, and wow, abnormal Bloody Queen. This is definitely something you don't see that often. But wow, you know what? This really works out because, again, he's trying to just mitigate the Cypher Rush, and rightly so, because that dancer has to work back to square one, and also stuffing the forward and that rescue was definitely something that they needed. Sika now is the one in the immediate area here. Can't go for that save because one hit he will be falling down. It seems like he's going to try to commit to just pressure that Cypher where the bot is going to be. If he's able to down this bot, that's going to be a big game changer for the side of ACT.
He is trying. It actually switches targets to the, I think that's the forward, but it looks like we're going to see Gravekeeper come into the save, take that hit here. Now everybody is injured. I'm actually curious why the survivors opt to keep going for rescues on a mechanic that's probably going to go down here, but I guess it's just to give the bot an extra chance to decode longer. Does swing at the pallet there. CH going to commit to here, but again, that's another situation where, going down, yeah, it gives the mirror back to Ye here, but yeah, changing targets to the forward, so it's not actually picking up someone that's worth chasing. He does get the bot down, but it actually doesn't matter because mechanic is dead anyways. So it ends up still working out fine, but with everybody injured here, this is really difficult for MS. Again, we talk about the downside of dying to no mirrors. You have to force mirror image hits as a survivor, and if you're going down to basic hits, that's just so difficult, for a survivor side to deal with.
Yeah, and now he's trying to find Sika, able to, if he's able to down him, this could definitely really go more than a tie. He's able to utilize the switch here, and also the abnormal is still present here, so he can, after hitting these survivors away from this, he could just abnormal this Cypher, and now the pressure is still on. The dungeon is still hidden, Eli. The pressure that UA is putting the survivor in is definitely something to behold here. Sika now trying to move away from this area, forcing the mirror to come out, and we see that Sika is trying to transition, forcing the mirror hit, but no, expending all the football, he will be forced to move away, and now Sika at the corner house will be hiding behind these pallets, but the pallet drop hit, oh my god, Yue has his second survivor down.
Yeah, he's going to see him get that swing at the pallet there. Again, that's another hit given. That's not a mirror hit, and that's, again, why it's really becoming more favorable for Ye here. And you have to, again, you just got to force mirror hits, unfortunately. ACTU playing this perfectly so far. The abnormal, just it's a way that you can actually push for wins as a Bloody Queen. It's, you know, typically we talk about Bloody Queen being a very good draw hunter, but if you have that abnormal, it's something that you can use. We're going to see him go into shovel here, just cutting off the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper without Tide Turner as well. Again, this is the downside of going for multiple rescues on a mechanic, on a character that's probably unable to rebound kite. Can he potentially force this rescue after half? It's going to be very close here. Goes for that swing and gets the Terror Shock on the Gravekeeper, and that should secure the four-person elimination here for you, just like that.
Dang, that stuffing of that rescue, forcing him to go for the rescue before half. Man, Yue's timing was amazing there, and this really turned things around, and this could actually be a 5-point lead, a 5-point game for Yue. Now, again, it's I'm So Sexy as that dancer does have a music box to utilize, waiting for at least the forward to expire, and now moving on over to the next target here, forcing that, oh my god, that self-heal. And now already using that abnormal. We did see that he can swap traits, but he's still making this this abnormal work, and he's just cleaning up shop at this point.
Yeah, we are going to see him go towards Graveyard here, trying to find. He's gonna go ahead and take down all these pallets again. You have all the time in the world to work with, so he's going to go ahead and take down this music box as well. Probably going to take down this other pallet, and nope, just going to keep looking around here. Does pick up Tinnitus here. Knows that Dancer probably in the graveyard here. Only one box to work with. Gonna go ahead and change that mirror angle. He should be able to kite out this one mirror at least, but Gravekeeper back up early here, which means he can just go back to Gravekeeper, slug them again, and their self-heal would at that point have been expired.
Yeah, and also take note, he does know where the dungeon is at, so he knows where all the survivors are going to be at once Seiyun does expire, but still didn't swap traits, still sticking with it, and his mirrors have been more defensive. It's really the regular hits that have been doing a lot of the work here. Trying to swipe once again, but Seiyun going up here is definitely going to buy enough time for him to make another round in corner house. But watch out, trying to go for another hit, but Seiyun able to avoid. Excellent timing there on dropping back down. And Yue, you know what? He can actually just play this very conservatively. He doesn't have to overextend, but I mean, you still have a dancer out there that's decoding like crazy. If I'm So Sexy is able to drop those fast boxes down.
Yeah, we're going to see Seiyun drop down yet again here. Was able to kite out one of those mirror images, but not much you can do with this one, unfortunately. Yeah, he's going to get that sandwich, get the down on the Gravekeeper. Excellent trap with the mirror, and just going to go right back to female Dancer here. Dancer was able to put some progress onto some of these ciphers, but the abnormal just having a huge effect here. You may just abnormal the cipher again. Now it looks like he's probably just going to hold this straight here, just to play it safe here. Help yourself down that Dancer as quickly as possible. And he has caught onto the trail of the female Dancer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he has, and now he's gonna wait for that bright mirror placement. I'm So Sexy has to be very careful. Drops another just so he can do some pirouettes here. I'm So Sexy buying enough time. Has to hit him twice, so Yue does have his hands full here. Tries to redirect the mirror here to try and continue this chase, but so far so good. I'm So Sexy picks up the music box, will have to eat this hit, drops a pallet down just for that speed boost over to the other side here to the 11. But now let's see, blinks, no, empty, and now this actually is in favor of I'm So Sexy. Still buying enough time, but honestly, it's only a matter of time. Drops another music box, pirouettes out of the way, now gets that final hit. Yue able to get another 5-point game.
Yeah, just like that. Excellent moves from the Dancer at the end there, but able to secure 5 points, 4-person elimination with Bloody Queen on a not very strong Bloody Queen map with the mechanic. on the team, and it looked like a good start. You know, he had an early mirror onto a survivor that you don't really want to chase, in that case being the Gravekeeper. And just from there, though, just so many free hits. Again, you saw the mechanic take one mirror hit, but then take a basic hit to go down. You never really want to allow that to happen, especially as an abnormal Bloody Queen. You want to make sure you die away from Cypher machines. If you die on someone's Cypher, in this case dying on the Female Dancer Cypher, you put yourself in a position where, one, you died too quickly because you only forced out one mirror, and two, the Female Dancer's progress, about 80%, gets knocked all the way down to almost 0.
Yeah, I think the ace up his sleeve was definitely that abnormal with how they played that as well. I mean, if he didn't bring Blink early on, but still able to get those regular hits, really put the favor into Yue. And now the question remains, now you have to respect the Bloody Queen and the Pollen and the Dream Witch coming into round number 3. It can only ban 2. So it's going to be quite the feat that MS is going to have to pull off, because now the point differential is still there. We're tied in round number 2, Eli, and it's still a 7-point difference. So the pressure is definitely on MS's side.
Yeah, I think, again, since you have to get 7 points here, it means either one side has to form for escape or one side has to for elimination, depending on whether that's the Hunter or the Survivor side. So I think the Survivors have to be in Bloody Queen. You can't give a draw Hunter here. You have to just take the breaking wheel. Again, map pick's going to be very important as well. Maybe if the Survivors, if MS is lucky here, they do get to option to pick map. They'll probably just ban Dream Witch, probably ban Bloody Queen, try to go for a bad breaking wheel map. It's probably their best option. And just, see what you can do. It's just really difficult, though. Again, either side has to do is just get a draw for ACT, and they will secure again. MS has to go 7 points in this round to come back.
Yeah, all things considered, shoutouts to Yue, because this is round 2 is usually the bread and butter of MS, and they usually come online. But with a Bloody Queen, an abnormal build, and he only changed the Blink towards the end, and the Blink didn't really come into fruition. It was really just his map awareness and him utilizing the abnormal and also the regular hits, because the mirror hits were mainly defensive, just to swat them away from Cyphers. I think he only got 1 hit on the Dancer with that long range mirror, but the rest were just to stop them from decoding, stop them from healing. So Yue really brought it to them. And now, as you mentioned, I think, that's the best possible strategy. Just force a map that is not favorable for that breaking wheel, and just force them, and just ban the Bloody Queen, ban also, as well as the Dream Witch. So MS have a lot of thinking to do, but luckily, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully they can recuperate from this, because honestly, ACT looks like they look like they're in prime position here. But it's just Yue that's been doing a lot of the work. I think the Survivors now definitely need to come online.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see again how they're able to pull this out here. Have to get 7 points here, and with the Dream Witch being gone and the Mad Eyes probably being gone as well, you doesn't really have a 4-person elimination Hunter. So it's gonna be really difficult. Again, they're gonna have to try to turn this around, but we'll have to see what they're able to do. Again, map pick's gonna be very important as well. But they're gonna have to be able to beat who's been just really dominant so far in this best of 3.
Yeah, and considering that you will be the one to go for the Hunter side, definitely want to see more of what else he can bring to the table. But right now, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. But when we return, it's going to be round number 3 between ACT and MS.
Welcome back, everyone, to our third round of MS versus ACT. Again, we saw a tied round number 2 there between both sides hunting excellent. We saw you getting a 4-person elimination with Dream Witch, and then on the side of ACT coming in with a 4-person elimination with Abnormal Bloody Queen. A strategy with Bloody Queen you don't see as often because Bloody Queen's typically in there to go for draws, but Abnormal Bloody Queen is a winning strategy. In this case, worked out perfectly. So going into the last round here, again, 8-1 favor in favor of ACT here. So MS is going to have a really big comeback if they want to try to force an extra round here.
Yeah, let's talk about the hunters, right? Because this seems like the battle of the hunters after round number 2 with the excellent 4Ks from Yu and Yue. Now, Yu does have a Mad Eyes, also has a Bloody Queen, has a Dream Witch, and also a Spider. So if you look at it on the other side as well, when it comes to ACT's Hunter, he also does have a Spider, does have an Anne, a Bloody Queen, as well as a Breaking Wheel. So I really think when it comes down to it, I think they might try to go for a map that, especially who gets into map selection, kind of highlights them. But if you're going to highlight that Hunter, you also kind of give the same, because it's kind of a mirror match when it comes to the Hunter's selection pool, unless the Mad Eyes comes through, which I have a feeling that ACT does not want to deal with the Mad Eyes now. But what are your thoughts when it comes to these Hunters and the potential maps that we're going to see, UI?
Yeah, so the best map for, in my opinion at least, the best map for MS here is Arms Factory. And the reason why is because you can ban Dream Witch, you can ban Bloody Queen, and then Soul Weaver is really weak on Arms Factory, and then Bloody Queen, and then Breaking Wheel also incredibly weak on Arms Factory. So already put Yet as huge disadvantage. And then on top of that, since Arms Factory is a smaller map, it gives you a better chance for getting a 4-person elimination. Smaller maps are better for getting extra kills because it's easier to pressure Cypher machines and it's easier to get between those gates in the end game. So yeah, just the smaller maps give more win potential to the Hunter. So in this case, you have to give you as much win potential as possible. You have to put on a bad map, but in reality, the problem is I think ACT will just ban Arms Factory if they get that option.
Yeah, not to mention if they do ban the Arms Factory, yeah, they're going to ban the Mad Eyes for sure. And they're going to possibly ban the Dream Witch, leaving Spider and Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen would probably be the best, but I mean, he needs to go above and beyond the time. Here we have the data comparison. Again, Yue having a little more, survivor kills than Yu. So, yeah, it's definitely, the pressure is definitely on Yu's side. So yeah, if they force the Arms Factory though, which Hunter should you play? Bloody Queen?
Well, Bloody Queen should be banned. There's no reason you can't get Bloody Queen in a situation where you have to win. So they're gonna ban Dream Witch and Bloody Queen. It doesn't really matter what the map's gonna be. In my opinion, that's probably what we're gonna see here.
Because I was talking about you. So the
right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's tough because Mad Eyes, Dream Witch are gonna get banned. So. The two options are Bloody Queen and Axe Boy, I think, from what we know. So, Axe Boy has a lot more win potential than Bloody Queen. So I think Axe Boy would make more sense. But we've seen you be more comfortable with the Bloody Queen in most time situations.
We're going back to Ever Sleeping Town.
We're going back to Ever Sleeping Town. It is a ACT is going Ever Sleeping Town. So we'll have to see what the game plan is here.
I actually thought that if we were going to go Arms, Papua is going to come back on stage. Because Anne in Arms Factory would be pretty alright. But, I digress. We are still going back to Ever Sleeping Town. So, I mean, we're going to see more bans. So let's talk about it. So now they're for sure going to ban the Mad Eyes. They're going to definitely ban either the Dream Witch or Bloody Queen. Oh, wait, yeah. They're probably going to ban the Dream Witch.
Yeah, they're going to ban Dream Witch, they're going to ban Bloody Queen, and I don't know. I'll have to see. And yeah, the thing is, it has to be you because if you go back to Papuya, they just ban the Anne because it's a round 3 situation. So
you're right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, if you're you here, Mad Eyes and Dream Witch will get banned 100%. There's no reason the survivors ban anything else. Eliminate the 2 Hunters that actually have win potential. He's gonna ban Seer, he's gonna ban Priestess, probably Mercenary as well, which means that he's probably playing a Hunter that doesn't mind going against forward. So that would actually indicate Axeboy. Axeboy can deal with forward pretty easily, in that you can, you have those paths for getting around very quickly. You can force the forward away, just based off of your pure speed as well. So we should see forward get locked in nonetheless. Yeah, we're going to see forward locked in probably. They may actually go Entomologist just to counter the Axeboy. We're going to see Acrobat. That's just, more a safer lock in here for ACT. And I would expect to see probably something that I think you just has to go Axeboy. You can't go Dream Witch. You can't go Bloody Queen on Ever Sleeping Town. It's in a situation where you have to win. We're going to see Patient Ban, which is indicating Bloody Queen, but I don't know. Maybe he goes, maybe he has something up his sleeve here. We don't know,
Yeah, so now looking at the rest of the survivors, Fox definitely doesn't have his Patient anymore. Probably was on that Acrobat. I mean, Toy Merchant, I would definitely love to see if a Toy Merchant does come in, but we're going to see a Mechanic and Postman. Wow, the decoding is going to be really fast in this lineup. So, yeah, they're looking to draw this. They don't want to risk too much. If the Mechanic will be down, that's fine. Let's let the Cypher Rush happen. And now he's aiming for this Bloody Queen. No Axeboy here, so he's gonna have to worry about those stuns coming in from that forward. So this lineup is looking pretty strong up against the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, so they just really went with as fast decoding as possible again. The two main decoders currently in the meta are Mechanic and Postman, with the decoding letter and the Mechanic Cypher Rush with the bot. So I think if you're you here, I don't think you can play Blink Bloody Queen into this. It's just not going to work. You're going to get Cypher Rush too hard. There's no way you can really win this unless the survivors make monumental mistakes. There's just no way. So I think you have to probably go with a similar abnormal Bloody Queen strategy. It's really your only chance here to come back in this, especially against this sort of decoding speed.
Yeah, what's crazy is that UA kind of gave the blueprint to how to utilize this Bloody Queen in a decoder lineup, and they really doubled down on that decoder lineup. Not only the Mechanic, but with that Postman coming in, can definitely give support and buffs to these survivors. And it's gonna be a tough chase if he's gonna go for either the Acrobat or that forward. At least if he goes after the Mechanic or that Postman, it's pretty good. So it's a 50-50 when it comes to the chase. But like you said, you with this BQ, it's going to be hard to go for more than a tie here because of how well the survivors are looking right now. So let's see, because points will matter. They want to go for the round win. So I think that should be in his mindset and not really think about it so much because the point differential is just way too much.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what Yu is able to do here. Again, needs to get at least 3 survivors eliminated. 4 would be ideal. It puts the MS survivors in a chance to get 3 out for themselves. I'm Eli-O, joined here with Poch for our last round here, or the third round of this matchup. And we'll see, can you come back against ACT survivors? We'll find out in a moment.
All right, back to Ever Sleeping Town we go, and we do see that Yu did spawn in the middle part of this map, and now he has his sight set on trying to go for that corner house. Let's see if he spots anyone in the process. ZB and JMT in the mid tier just swinging in air right now. He's probably making sure, he's all ravenous and he's ready to just down the survivor. Able to find ZB in the process, but ZB, the Acrobat, able to utilize that bomb just to gain more distance. He spawns up in the house here. We'll have to drop down, but now allowing ZB to move along and drop that pallet down, forcing Yu to break this pallet.
Yeah, and I think he does have Blink as well, so this is just kind of a draw build here. Which I don't know. It's interesting. I think you kind of had to go with the do or die normal build, but who knows? Maybe we'll be able to pull something out here. One mirror already down though, which already puts him in a good position here. Going for that. That mirror does get the hit before he's able to get the bomb off, so that is a upside here for you. And now with Blink online, he can potentially get this down on the Acrobat fairly quickly.
No, Acrobat just playing it very carefully. Will drop down, and now he's going to transition to another side. Fox is over there at the graveyard, so ZB has to utilize this bomb just to gain enough distance. He knows that there might be a blink hit online, and now Acrobat does fall down. JMT in the area, though, so the forward, wow, spotting it early on, so he does note that the forward is about to come in with that rescue. And Fox also, so this is a great chair placement by you.
Yeah, it does share near that Cypher Machine, able to push him off a little bit here. And we'll probably see, yeah, as you mentioned, Ford come in for the save. The thing is, if you go in for the save as Ford here and you take a hit, it makes it so the Mechanic Cypher is going to be slowed down significantly with 2 survivors injured. So we'll see if he's able to get that hit. Is able to get that hit pretty early here. Again, Mechanic Cypher is going to be slowed down a lot here. Immediate mirror on the Acrobat. He has to kind of hit this mirror right here. If you give him a chance to kind of decide, it could be really bad here. He is able to avoid that, but it's going to come down to a mind game at this pallet. If he's able to get the down before Tide Turner runs out, he doesn't lose any time in the process, and he does eat the pallet stun as well, which means that he can kite out the Tide Turner, and this gives a lot of extra decoding time here to ACT.
Yeah, and now he has a slow ball online. ACT's Fox able to just buy enough time. He thought about, you tried thinking about changing targets, but now sets another mirror and now drops another bomb here. But no, ZB was able to, well, he was able to connect the hit to ZB, and now no more slow bomb for him to utilize, and now he's trying to get more bodies on the floor. Forward is the only one injured. Mechanics still decoding. 4 Cyphers still remain, but 1 is about to pop.
Yeah, beautiful mirror there. I'm actually surprised he's able to get that. Again, if Acrobat makes it to that window with that bomb, gets the speed boost from the broken windows, he's easily able to cut out that mirror image. But just like that, perfectly there, we're going to see him go for that mirror image hit on the Mechanic, forcing the Mechanic away. His best chance here is to hit this Mechanic, and they're going to, yeah, he forces a double rescue. So that's actually really strong. It forces 2 survivors off of Cypher Machine. So in reality, this gives you a little bit of extra time to work with. We're going to see Ford come in for the stun, but it is a Bloody Queen, so it doesn't really, it doesn't matter too much. He's able to catch up pretty significantly. He does break line of sight. That's the important thing, and it makes it harder for him to down this Acrobat. Acrobat going to use that bomb here, trying to kite this out, and he is going to go ahead and switch places, continue out to the Acrobat. Blink still on cooldown. He's able to get a speed boost from this pallet as well. And he's able to cut out the mirror image, so the forward stun does actually end up mattering here, and it gives Acrobat enough distance to make it to this middle 2-story.
Wow, okay, ZB trying to buy enough time as possible, and now the mind games begin at the pallet while JMT is in this area to try and potentially stun rescue or just go for those stuns. Can drop down the pallet here, but now the Acrobat having some foresight, changing levels here. JMT trying to go for that stun, failed though, and now the mirror is going to be back online. He's just going to use it to close the distance here, and still going for that blink hit, and JMT is in this area. Will he go up for the pickup right away? JMT is just trying to buy enough time. Does almost half a football left. Will try and just still remain in this area, and now he's going to try to down this forward. That's so close. JMT has to be very careful. Acrobat is trying to heal up. 1 Cypher remains.
Yeah, Cypher Machine's almost done here. He has to get this forward away here. Ford can actually just eat the hit and they can pop the Cypher Machine. I think it's going to be Prime. No, it's the Mechanic decoding with 2 people injured. She's not going to be able to get it off in time, but the biggest problem here for you is that he does not have a trait. He needs to eliminate 3 of these survivors. There's 1, but even if he's able to mirror and down someone here, he can't teleport to the exit gate because that trait is on cooldown.
And a tie is definitely a win on ACT's side because they do have the point lead, and we do see that Yu is not going to commit to that forward. Ming is in the area. Fox already near that exit gate. Ming seems to be the one that gains the attention of this Bloody Queen. Teleports, just switches sides already, and Ming trying to play some mind games here. Slow pallet dropping speed. It's going to be very dangerous. Ming can't really do much, and Fox in the immediate area. Exit gate, I think, is open already, and we do see that the postman did release the Hound, and now ACT will have to exit this game, while the forward as well. It looks like this is definitely a tied game.
Yeah, he's going to try to mirror on this gate here, maybe try to snipe the forward down before he gets to get up. It's actually going to be pretty close here. Can he get the hit? No, he's actually just short, and that is going to be 2 survivors out the exit gate for ACT here, which means that they will be securing the win here. ACT is going to be advancing to the next round. We probably will see the last half of the 3rd round. Yeah, you did their best there. I mean, a 4-person elimination and a draw 2 rounds in a row. Absolutely beautiful. But ACT survivors doing exactly what they needed to do with what they were given with their Hunter side. And yeah, ACT is going to be the winner here.
So, again, incredible performance, but like you said, the build already with the blink trait, as well as, I mean, he could swap it out, but yeah, I was building towards a tie. You can't really stop the Cypher Rush, even though he was able to contain. I think the way he was able to keep everyone on their toes and away from Cyphers, that bought enough time. But I mean, this is Bloody Queen we're talking about, especially in round number 3. The forward there, the Acrobat buying enough time. ACT did what they had to do. They had to go for just that tie, just to secure their victory. And we did see that the winners are ACT, but we got to give our kudos to MS, the sole team that is not from Korea, that is not from Japan, that is not from China, representing the Republic of Korea. You got to give it up to them. They definitely made history here in Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, going against some of these top teams and just really performing well. Just came a little bit short every single time. Again, FPX.ZQ matchup just became a little bit short there. This matchup as well, just a little bit short in terms of points. But yeah, ultimately, ACT is going to go ahead and advance here. You know, again, we can revisit some of these rounds. We can kind of analyze this, and I think the question for me is always going to be. Now I understand, you know, of course, Puyo being a very strong AND player, but with the way that you has the Dream Witch, you know, getting a 4-person elimination, right? Very strong Dream Witch. You have Dream Witch round 1, you have Mad Eyes round 2, and you have a good Bloody Queen round 3. To me, it doesn't really make sense to go with the AND first. Maybe if you have a strong AND map like Arms Factory or Red Church, but when you get placed on Lakeside Village, I think it's just stronger to just go straight in with you and let them play let them play Dream Witch right away in round 1. But ultimately, yeah, they did what they could at the situation they were in, and it is going to be the win for ACT here.
Yeah, it is what it is. And I'd like to also echo there, because it was Papuya using the AN at the start, right? So, yeah, really letting them, revealing their cards early on. We do see that ACT are the winners, ladies and gentlemen. So give your praise, give your shout outs. Thank them for the apples, if ever you did put your apples down for them. But you got to give it up to MS too. And yeah, I agree. Maybe Papuya could have been that. Well, I think that X factor that they didn't reveal right away. Maybe be a specialty hunter. Let you take all the heat, and everyone's gonna study him, and then Papuya could come in at the very last minute, maybe tiebreakers or something, because he does have a very strong AN. It's just that first round AN, if you're up against like an international lineup with not that much bans, and you're in a map that's not favoring AN, it can't really go AN's favor, because I mean, we're playing a very high level here, and we have to go with the 1s and 0s of it, and AN unfortunately isn't really a first round hunter, and I think ACT heavily showed that.
Yeah, and you do have to pick. You do have to show, you know, I believe you have to say what hunter or what player is going to be hunting before you pick the map. So obviously MS would say Papuya, and then they would go Lakeside based off of that. If you go you there, I think it's still similar though, because I mean, again, they're both players want to play Dream Witch in the first round. So if that were the case, I don't think it really would have mattered too much for MS. But yeah, sticking with that AND strategy, ACT was able to play around it here and take the victory. We see a 2-2 here again. You played very well. They got a 4-person elimination in a situation where you had to really clutch up. They were able to do so, but then came out and was able to return with their own 5 points, and that was really the big difference maker there. You know, if MS gets one survivor out, they go into the last round, winning round number 2. This is a different story. You know, if you get to draw here and MS survivors get a 3 escape, then MS just wins. So that one survivor not being able to escape there again is just so crucial. And yeah, just doing an excellent job on the hunter side, really propelling them to victory. I think when we see the best deduction, the MVP here, 100% will be. There's no way, you know, 2 4-person eliminations. There's no way it can go anywhere else here.
And we're not even going to play the second half. It's just, it really has to go Ye's favor, because as much as the survivors did great, like second round was really tough for them, facing the Dream Witch of you. So yeah, no contention here with best deduction, because Ye is just a force to be reckoned with. We really have to respect his Dream Witch. Got to respect his Breaking Will as well, and also his Bloody Queen. So that's a lot to take note of. And the winner of this is facing, I think, Wolves. Am I correct in the way the brackets have been placed?
Yeah, the winner of this should be going against the Wolves. So yeah, It's only an uphill battle here for ACT. going against arguably the best team in this tournament. So this is going to be it's going to be challenging for them for sure. But yeah, either way, just advancing to the next round here is always an excellent accomplishment as well. Yeah, we'll have to see how they're able to go against Wolves. That's definitely going to be a matchup of you have a strong Hunter with as you saw in this round, but you're going against a really strong Survivor team. And then that it's just really going to be how well can Ye actually perform against the Wolves Survivors is ultimately what it comes down to. So, Wolves being a very Survivor-sided team and all that's really going to that's how that matchup's going to play out for sure. But of course, Wolves going into that matchup on paper is favored by a wide margin. But yeah, anything's possible. You've seen these China IVL teams win matchups against other China IVL teams where they're unfavored in. So it should be a good one. That will be played, I probably imagine, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, third match, I believe. Since the first match will be SST versus Scars. I think that if the schedule is correct, if we're going to follow the brackets, the second match is going to be Weibo versus GG, and Wolves will be going up against the winners of this match, which is ACT. And Do 5 is going to be going up with the winners against the next match that Eli and Grizzly will be casting between GR and MRC, which is that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that's actually those two have always been like the two rival teams. They've always been almost dead equal for the most part. They've always been back and forth. It's always kind of been a debate which team is arguably better, but in reality, they've always been just dead even for the last quite a few IVL seasons as well. Sometimes you'll see one team go ahead. I remember there was one season where XC, the Hunter, had a bit of a difficult season and GR was able to pull ahead, but then XC was actually able to turn it around, perform very well with Dreamwitch, becoming one of the best Dreamwitch players in the world, and then MRC was able to take the advantage. But yeah, that's always been a very close matchup, two strong Hunters, MRC with a very good Survivor side as well. So that's just been a matchup that's always gone either way. So it's going to be very close as well. I don't remember. I think I had MRC barely coming out on top in terms of my Golden Apple predictions, but and I think that was simply just because MRC's Survivor side has just proven to be so strong. Shouty, one of the best kiters in the entire world, up alongside 487 there. So that's kind of how I had it. But yeah, again, that matchup is for the most part very, very even.
Yeah, honestly, I was talking to Nell about this. I think out of all the matches, I feel like this might actually even hit that round number 4 mark, if ever, because of how dead even they are in terms of Survivors and Hunters. So I don't know. I hope you guys have your popcorns ready and you guys are ready to see, will glory reign supreme or will a miracle happen? Because this is GR versus MRC. And MRC, I would have to say, this is the furthest they've ever gone because they did have a roster shakeup before. They didn't get too far in the previous COAs, but I think the roster shakeup did help out. And I think coming in, GR definitely, I would say, has a chip on their shoulder. They do want to be able to claim that I would say that COA glory once again and have be a 4-time COA champion. And last year they even said that, you know what, they will come back even better. So this is the first step to do that, but they will have to go through MRC to get there.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, just a very close matchup as well. So. Now, looking at how this brackets, the rest of the bracket's going to place out again. We have Scars. We can talk about the early matchups as well. Scars with kind of an upset victory. A team we did not expect Scars to beat AG at all. I think AG definitely favored in that based off of the way they played so far. They went toe to toe with Wolves. So and then Scars coming out and actually beating them was quite a surprise. Celia's Geisha, something that I've really enjoyed watching. I personally still believe probably the best Geisha player we've seen in this tournament. So, and it's coming out of Japan too, which is very nice to see. So, just a very close matchup there, and Scars coming out on top. We are going to see, it is best deduction 2, as we predicted here, 2 4-person eliminations. Almost a perfect 12,000 deduction, a little bit short, but ultimately just an incredible job from this Hunter.
Yeah, no contention here. He performed an incredibly consistent 4K Hunter. I think you can't ask anything more for a Hunter team. And now to the interviews between ACT.
首先恭喜 ACT 拿下了今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了自闭跟曲月来到赛后采访席，先来打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 ACT 战队的自闭。
大家好，我是曲。
欢迎
So
两
now
位。
they're introducing themselves. It's ZB and
觉得
Yue.
今天2把4抓，对自己今天的表现还满意吗？觉得自己今天状态怎么样？
状态就正常发挥吧。
正常发挥。那自闭呢？因为小组赛看下来，感觉大家的状态是有在慢慢提升的。
Yeah, she's asking about how he was able to get force survivor eliminations, and if he's happy with that. He said he's very happy to be able to do that.
那今天第一局就是一个8比1的大比分领先，求生者是先手拿下了一个3跑。想问一下那一局，九梦图有一个非常
So
惊险的
she went to ask like any suggestions for the other teams, and he just straight up said, "Yeah, practice,
就是牵制的
practice,
话，尽量
practice."
往祭司这边牵制，然后满血的话就进我的小洞，受伤的话就进我的大洞。
打配合嘛。
对，
那下半场的时候，曲总也是一己之力拿下一个4抓，很多人都在夸曲总那一局的破轮打得非常的细节。哎，第一局不玩女巫是出于什么考虑？是觉得那个图女巫不太好打，还是怎么样？觉得想宠幸一下破轮今天？
阵容不太好的。
阵容不太好。那一局你有没有什么特别满意的破轮的操作？
就
So I talked about when it comes to like saving survivors, just different strats about like coming in and waiting for the cipher to pop. They're just in-game strats basically.
永眠阵顶着前锋拿红夫人还蛮有挑战性的。你当时是出于一个什么样的考虑选到了这个角色呢，曲总？
因为其实破轮也不太好打，就选这个红夫人带个市场拼一拼吧。
She was asking about what were some of his best moments as Hunter, and he was talking about when he was able to get a double kill in one instance during the matches.
确实，可能我们来看角色呀，包括地图会有一点难受。你自己有没有想到能拿下一个干净利落的4抓呢？或者你觉得4抓的关键点会是在哪里？
So she was asking if they could choose different characters or hunters. Would you change anything? And he goes, no, I would choose the same, and the results would be the same. So that's just consistency.
已经完全被曲苑拿捏了，我的天哪！自闭当时看到那个救人之后，是不是觉得稳了？当时备战间什么情况呢？
就赞扬吧，赞扬曲岳是我们的神。
对，曲总，我们的神。那今天第3局上半场的时候，也是成功拿下了一个平局，结束了比赛。有没有说是做一下战术的安排？因为根据我们淘汰赛的规则，只要上半场你们保平就可以拿下了。
Yes, they're asking about the survivor side, and he's answering essentially that. Of course, it's a little bit of luck based, but also comes down to how well they're able to practice and perform.
那今天我觉得赢下了比赛，但总体来说还是有一点惊险刺激的。所以我想问一下，求生者对于自己今天的表现还满意吗？我看你刚才好像还挺严肃的。
So they were asking more about the tactics, and he was just saying, yeah, just decode fast and go straight to the exit, which I think is very sound advice.
不够好吧？
那接下来有没有什么自己的想法，想要去继续提升呢？
还要再多磨合。
多磨合一下。因为淘汰赛对于每一位选手来说，其实都是非常残酷的，所以想问一下。2个人在自己心中有没有
Yes, they're asking how well the survivor performance was, and they said that obviously in some instances for the survivors, not everything went as planned, and they weren't quite satisfied, and they'll see how they can improve in the future.
赢了血战，输了不亏吧。
好，可以。接下来的比赛也是会尽自己的全力继续努力的。那也是感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访席，也是再次恭喜 ACT 拿下了我们今天比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛。
If they have any message for Wolves, the next team that they'll be facing, and they just said Wolves were coming. And that's the end of the interview portion, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us in this match. And honestly, Eli, I'm super excited to see tomorrow and how they're going to perform up against Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be very exciting. I believe we are going to a short break in a minute here, and we will have MRC versus GR coming up next. Grizzly will be in, and that will be a very close matchup. Again, 2 of the best teams coming out of IVL going at it. 2 very even teams. Should be a very good matchup.
Yeah. So on behalf of everyone here, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, it's going to be that main event of GR versus MRC. So we're going to see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Actually, I don't think we're going to take a break. I guess not. I guess highlights aren't ready yet.
Okay, yeah. It looks
Let's
like
talk
they were
about
for a second,
apples.
but I guess not. Okay, yeah. So how's your apples, Podge?
I finally broke the streak, but now it seems like we're gonna go to the highlights now. See you guys in a bit.
64的，可以不控了，你可以不控了，我自己可以修。行，我不控。能爆。
Here you go. Here are the new rules for Deduction Star 2022. This year, the Deduction Star voting will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the same as in previous years. The 2 most popular survivors and 1 hunter selected by the voting will be awarded the title of Deduction Star and will receive the A costumes of Deduction Star. Starting this year, the second stage of voting will be added. In the second stage, the characters who have been selected in previous years will compete for only 1 Best Performance title and will receive S costume. The rules as follows. The first stage of voting opens. By logging in every day, finishing battle tasks, unlocking previous Deduction Star, etc., you can obtain plenty of newsletter voting coupons and event-exclusive rewards. The second stage of voting opens. Vouchers for second stage Nymph card can be automatically obtained by converting the voting coupons obtained in the first stage. Meanwhile, you can buy extra Nymph card with echoes. The character with the highest number of votes in the second stage will be the winner of the Nymph Award, and the dev team will customize a special Best Performance S costume for him or her. Vote for your favorite characters now. Good news! During this year's event, the Deduction Star costumes will also be sold at a limited time discount. Make sure you don't miss out. Who will attract everyone's attention? Let's look forward to it.
10月5總決賽啊，快啲嚟啦！
馬上來，馬上來，
馬上來，馬上來！
必來的呀，必來呀
！COA V 揀出準決賽，剛才有你快樂防備。
手比赛是吧？就要这台吧。哇，你们闪现了，这太强了吧
COA V 全球总决赛，春天开赛，部落竞赛。
这手打得非常非常好，但是不要忘了防守间啊，这是 sexy shot that was a poor combo in the bomb.
Versus MRC, a very exciting matchup. Two of the probably most even teams going at it here. I am joined by Grizzly. Grizzly, it's great to be here with you today on our last match of a long day, but it is going to be a very exciting one to wrap things up. So how are you feeling about this really close matchup here?
Oh, I am very, very excited to see the upcoming match. GR versus MRC. Definitely two of the, I would say, closest teams when it comes to skill gaps. Like, they will not give each other anything. I wouldn't be surprised if we not only go into a round 3, but into a round 4, because it could end up in ties all throughout the entire match. I want to highlight the last few matches that we have seen. All the teams, Scars, we have Weibo, we have ACT, that will continue in the tournament. We're doing absolutely fantastic. There were matches that were absolutely outstanding, absolutely amazing. For example, we saw FPX.ZQ going against Weibo, and they were performing such a phenomenal full survivor escape. I had to rewatch this moment like 5 times to even come close to understand what was going on. Absolutely love that match, and I am definitely excited to see what we can expect from GR versus MRC.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, two teams very close here. Two very good hunters as well. We talk about PPX a lot. I think that's probably the most well-known name throughout the world, and mostly because, you know, GR's had a lot of success in COA in the past, being able to win multiple, you know, COA events. But, you know, MRC's XC, also arguably very similar in skill to PPX, actually has a little bit of a similar arsenal, but plays in a different order. We see PPX often start with something like Bonbon, whereas XC will often start with something like Dream Witch. And then they, you know, they also have like Breaking Wheels and Sculptors, but they like to play them in different orders. So very similar hunters, just you know, different utilized in different rounds. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to how well can both of these survivor sides perform. I think a notable survivor as well as Shouty on the side of MRC, a very good survivor. We're going to see both rosters here. This is statistics for GR.
GR so far doing extremely well in this tournament. Just like MRC, though both of these teams have been performing extremely well. And the winner of this matchup right here will go against DAO 5. So they are fighting for a spot in the next bracket right here in the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. And yeah, GR, as you already mentioned, Hunter can come in as pretty much, but also Guard, 26, Bloody Queen, and Isha. And on the other side here we have MRC. And on the MRC's Hunter side we saw XC coming in with the Soul Weaver twice already. So I'm curious to see if we might be able to see another Soul Weaver from MRC. We have the stats. Honestly, overall, very, very similar stats from these both teams. We already mentioned it. It's going to be a head-to-head game because both of these teams are doing extremely well so far, but only one of the teams will continue and go against DAO 5.
Yeah, the Soul Weaver, as you mentioned, is actually XC's signature hunter, similar to PPX's signature Bonbon. So that's going to be a hunter we usually see XC bring out in that third round situation. It's good for, you know, it's a good draw hunter. Also has some win potential in the end game. So, maybe we'll see that come out for XC. Again, we'll probably see him stick to his classic Dream Witch in the early rounds, and then maybe something like Breaking Wheel Sculptor in the middle rounds, and go into a round 3 Soul Weaver. But yeah, we're going to see a short video, and we'll be back in a moment.
And here you can see the teams getting on stage, getting ready for the matchup. We can see MRC is starting on the Survivor side. The players are getting into their spots, and therefore we will see GR PPX in this first round, first half on the hunting side.
Yeah, so MRC Survivor is going right out here, which means that there's a good chance PPX did have an option to pick map here, but again, we have seen it switch up a little bit. Some of these teams opting to go Hunter first instead of the typical Survivor first. And we do see Shouty. This is going to be the main kiter. This is arguably one of the best kiters in the world, up alongside 487. So I would expect to see some very good things from Shouty here. See on the Priestess Entomologist. Also can play other kiting characters as well. But known to be one of the best Priestess players. Not only in China, but in the world as well. So, and we'll have to see what they're able to do here. I'm actually very curious on what this round 1 map is going to be, because again, this is going to dictate most likely what Hunter PPX is going to play. We see him sometimes bring out the round 1 Bonbon, try to push for a draw in the early rounds, but sometimes we also see him go Breaking Wheel if it's a more favorable Breaking Wheel map, such as Chinatown or Eversleeping. So, that's again, this map here is really going to probably help PPX choose what he wants to go with. But yeah, who knows? Again, XC probably will go for, if they have an option to go with map pick, maybe they go Eversleeping Town, maybe they go Arms Factory as well to benefit that Dream Witch.
That could definitely be a chance, and I'm curious to see if it would be reasonable to maybe pick Arms Factory, so the Priestess of Shao-Di is not necessarily having the best chances. And I'm curious to see if PPX will ban that Priestess, just respect ban that Priestess, because Shao-Di, as you already mentioned, one of the best, arguably the best Priestess player in the game. We just saw Weirdo, who comes in as Mercenary, Patient, Acrobat. Now we are jumping over to Hang H. Hang H coming in as Acrobat very, very frequently and providing very, a lot of kiting time for the team to decode Cypher Machines. Curious to see what he will bring to the table. Also comes in as Psychologist, but we also saw that he was utilizing the Seer in case the Seer isn't banned in round number 1 and all the other rounds, as well as Mercenary and Coordinator. Coordinator, a character that I always enjoy to see, because either the Hunter has to bring excitement to counter that Coordinator's flare gun, or the Coordinator has the chance to perform an extremely key moment in the matches where the pace of the match can really change. Here we have Xing H, known for his forward. He has utilized the forward so many times in this tournament, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna see him come out as forward in this matchup against against GR as well. He could also bring out a Wildling. We saw him bring out the Wildling, Enchantress, Acrobat, and Mercenary as well. Wildling would be something I would absolutely enjoy to see, just because it's a character we wouldn't necessarily expect in these high competition matches.
Yeah, Wildling viable in the later rounds, as it is technically an unchaseable character. Once you get on that board, 90% of the hunters in this game are ineffective in chasing that character. We are going to see PPX on the hunter side, again highlighting that Bonbon. That is his signature hunter in comparison to XC's Dream Witch and and Soul Weaver. But yeah, again, Bonbon or Dream Witch is an option round 1. I expect if we have a smaller map, we're probably going to see Bonbon from PPX. If it, again, bigger, Chinatown, Ever Sleeping, most likely he'll go into that Breaking Wheel. We also see him utilize that. We also see him sometimes go with the Sculptor, but it's not really his most ideal round 1 option. Sculptor is a hunter that can push for more of a winning strategy, whereas the Bonbon, again, if you're PPX, maybe just go out, try to get a draw early with that Bonbon and give your survivors a chance to potentially beat XC. But it is XC's Dream Witch, again, one of the better Dream Witches that you have to go up against. So it's a bit of an uphill battle, and this is on paper here, again, very even matchup. I do think MRC just slightly favored ultimately, just because of the round 1 hunters for PPX are more of drawing hunters such as that Bonbon, whereas XC may have more winning strategies with the Dream Witch. But ultimately, these two teams are almost dead even in reality.
That is for sure, and I can only agree. I would assume we're gonna see that Guard 26 or potentially the Dream Witch. Sculptor has been utilized the most by PPX, but that's only because you can see these main character bans in later rounds, and therefore PPX is kind of forced to sub out to hunters like the Sculptor. So I can only agree. We might see Guard 26, we might see the Dream Witch, and I'm sure that MRC is getting ready to face either of these hunters.
Absolutely. And yeah, again, just waiting around for we'll see the map in a moment. And it's going to be very important, again, dictating what hunter PPX probably will play. And, that's the advantage of having a hunter, GR having a hunter that can play different hunters on different maps. Sometimes we see players such as, on ACT in the last round, usually likes to start with that Dream Witch if possible. Can go Breaking Wheel, which we did see come out, but for the most part, wants to be able to start with Dream Witch, whereas with PPX, he has a few extra options. He can start with the Breaking Wheel quite effectively. He can start with the Bonbon quite effectively. Again, Bonbon, not a hunter that's always brought out in round number 1. We did see that from PB Shaw back on GG in COA 4. That was a pretty good option for him. He'd like to go with that round 1 Bonbon on Sacred Heart Hospital, going with the Peeper Bonbon. But PPX loves the teleport Bonbon, so he plays a little bit differently, a little bit of a different strategy. Teleport is just very good on those wide open maps such as Moonlight River Park, and you don't have to bring Trump card if you're starting with teleport, so it gives you more options to build up to more traits such as Control Freak, or maybe Wanted Order, or some other trait, possibly Detention, Confined Space, Fast Pallet Breaking Speed, whatever it may be. It gives you just more options to work around with that Persona Web.
That is for sure, and I want to see everyone in the chat just spam some hearts for your favorite team, either MRC or GR. These two teams are going to fight against each other for a spot in the next bracket, and again, this is just going to be such a close matchup because both of these teams are extremely well known, extremely versatile when it comes to hunters, when it comes to survivor picks, and overall just two of the best teams in the world. So this is already a really interesting matchup that we are going to spectate right here, but only one team can continue into the next brackets. And yeah, we talked about GR coming in with potentially the Guard 26 or the Dream Witch in round number 1. Question still remains, what will we see as map? I would almost say that potentially an Arms Factory round number 1 would be something that I would be interested to see, because that would kind of cancel out Xiaodi's Priestess, and you wouldn't have to worry about that ban of the Priestess. You wouldn't have to worry about these portals, and that would also give you the option to just utilize, I would say, Guard 26 as well as Dream Witch. Either of these two will be great picks. But if you look at MRC's side on the Hunter, XC could also come out with the Dream Witch, could come out with the Bloody Queen if we are talking about GR's PPX trying to get a first half tie with Guard 26. We can definitely see the same result coming in from XC with the Bloody Queen. Could potentially see a Breaking Wheel if it is going to be a first half or first round bigger map like Ever Sleeping Town. Breaking Wheel, a character we haven't really seen from GR so far, so I'm very curious to see if PPX would potentially bring out the Breaking Wheel if we are seeing an Ever Sleeping Town, or if he will stick to characters like we already mentioned, Guard 26 Dreamwitch or potentially the Sculptor.
Yeah, Bonbon, a good hunter, again, for getting that round 1 draw. But again, teleport Bonbon, it's more aggressive. You have options to push for more wins. You have more map pressure with the teleport. You know, whether that's you get rotated in the early game, you can't find a good survivor to chase, you can easily teleport on someone. Obviously, you don't have that blink to help yourself get a quick down. But, you know, if you do get rotated, you'll probably have 6 bombs stacked up anyway. So even if you're able to teleport on a survivor, you have a bunch of bombs ready to easily get a quick down. And, you know, in reality, again, it's like we said, more aggressive. You know, you're able to chair a survivor, and you're able to walk away, pressure a Cypher machine, and then teleport back to chair, or teleport to another Cypher instantly, and just create more map pressure, which is good for Bonbon, considering that Bonbon is a hunter that really struggles applying map pressure and slowing down Cypher Rush. It's a hunter that's strong for camp and strong for chase, but not so much for that map control. So teleport really adds to that and gives PPX that extra advantage. And again, it opens up more spots on the Persona Web. Again, it's going to make your chase a little bit weaker because you don't have Blink as an option. But we've seen PPX bring teleport even on maps like Red Church, and it's going to be Moonlit River Park. So this is probably selected by GR. This is a map that PPX does enjoy for both Bonbon, I would imagine, Breaking Wheel as well. We do see Priestess ban, which does heavily indicate a Bonbon here. There's no need to ban Seer if you are going for that Bonbon.
Yeah, you just want to ban that Priestess, not only on Mudra Park, she can be so destroying, but also on Shao Di's hand. That's just a deadly combination. So banning the Priestess and the Mercenary, two very, very reasonable bans, will allow the Seer to come into play. And we can see that we also have the Postman in combination. Very, very exciting to see that lineup right here. We have the Ford for harassment. We have the Patient who can just utilize these grappling hooks very, very well. So this is going to be very strong on MRC's side. But as you already mentioned, as you already predicted, we have the Guard 26 on PPX's side. And with Teleport, definitely a great pick when it comes to bigger maps like Moonlit River Park. So I'm really curious to see how this first half will play out, and how the entire first round will play out when we see these teams switch sides.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do see, yeah, they did opt to go Seer here again. You know, Seer is a character that's commonly banned early, but again, you don't really have to ban Seer as a Bonbon. You can deal with those that Owl quite efficiently. Now, Seer can still be effective against Bonbon because you can actually give Seer Owl to the Rescuer, because Bonbon has such strong camp. If you give Owl, make it so they essentially can take an extra hit or an extra chip, it makes it a lot harder to actually stuff that Rescuer and makes it easier for them to make the save. But yeah, it looks like we have MRC Survivors against PPX's Bonbon, round number 1 of our 4th matchup today. We have the coaches shaking hands here, and it's gonna be a very exciting match here, Grizzly.
That is for sure. That is for sure going to be a very exciting match. We're gonna end day number 1 of the grand finals with the matchup between MRC and GR, and I'm very curious to see how this matchup will go. Will we see a round 3, potentially a round number 4, and what characters will we see in these later rounds? Especially on the Survivor side, we might, as you already mentioned, expect to see a potential Wildling, but let's talk about these Survivor picks that are a little bit off meta a little bit later. We are jumping right into the first match between MRC and GR.
All right, here we go. We are going to see the first up spawn from the Bonbon, which means the Survivor does spawn over near the God Kiting area immediately. That is the key spawn, and he does rotate straight into 2 Survivors. Instant find on the Patient as well. This is a great start for PPX. He's able to get he's able to actually miss that hit, and he's going to try to go for a couple bombs here, maybe try to get a chip here. No, just going to take a basic hit on that Patient. That's an early hit there, Grizzly. Already PPX off to an excellent start here. Does miss that chip there, unfortunately, but still has an already injured Patient to work with.
Comes really, really good through with the first hit right there, and is trying to just chip damage a little bit more, but was preventing the patient from getting away right here with the chip damage, brings down Weirdo right in front of the chair, and this is a really, really good start for PPX right now because he has the first survivor on the chair. We can see the forward slowly sneaking in, is at Godkite right now and will just push the Nidus for a little bit longer for the rest of the team. But it seems like PPX already figured out that Xing H is hiding right there, the first bomb hit, and that is going to prevent Xing H from going in for the rescue, because if he's taking another bomb, he is going to be a one hit down. Let's see how this will play out. Potentially, we will see the patient sitting on the chair for quite some time because the rest of the team just needs to focus on decoding.
Yeah, this is absolutely a perfect start here for PPX. A quick down. Seer Owl wasn't even able to be utilized for the patient's kite there. Again, patient trying to push that first stop coaster to take it, but wasn't able to get it, getting that hook canceled by the bomb there. And wanted to order on the Seer so he can instantly just teleport on the Seer. We're going to see the Seer leave their Cypher machine early, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to teleport, close the distance, break this pallet, get this out of the way, and he knows Seer is behind there because of that wanted order. So already PPX finding his next best chase target. Still Owl available, but yeah, he's going to be able to get an early hit. Gets to hit that chip there with the bomb, trying to go for a second. Will they go for that Owl? We're going to see it get utilized here, able to dodge all the bombs. There's the control bomb, but he can get a speed boost from this window and potentially avoid a basic hit.
Wow, what a fantastic start so far. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining, and we have the first chip damage. The Owl is gone. We have the Seer halfway injured. We can see another bomb coming through, and now he's 1 chip damage away from going down. Will he connect? Now he's probably going for the normal hit right here, or trying to, wow, utilize these bombs yet again. Brings down the Seer by not hitting him once with a normal attack, but by hitting him 4 times with the bomb. Oh, and we can see that the, oh my god, the forward dash was cancelled out with that bomb. And right in front of PPX, we saw Xing go down with a normal swing. Fantastic job, as we already said. Great start for GR. But that match just continues to snowball right here. The survivors are going down, and we can see PPX really moving towards the rest of the team. Is putting down the forward right here, because this is potentially going to be already the late game back and forth that we can see, where PPX wants to secure the full survivor elimination to really get all the points for this first half for his team.
Yeah, he's actually just going to bring the forward away here. Just kind of drag him away from that chair so there's no option for him to jump up, self-heal, and get that rescue. And, you know, that forward stun was kind of, it's a risky one because there's a bomb there. It's kind of just a last-ditch effort. Again, the Cypher machine, the progress was so far behind there that, you know, if you're Xing H here, you kind of just have to try something aggressive and hope it works out. And PPX was able to cancel it out with the bombs here, and this is looking very strong. Yeah, a 4 survivor elimination on board here potentially for PPX with the Bonbon. This is not a hunter you see get a high amount of kills. But again, it goes to show the power of teleport. Bonbon, it's a lot more aggressive, and especially on an open map like Moonlit River Park, it's very hard to dodge those bombs because it's just hard to break line of sight. It's very easy for him to hit those connections.
And as I said, it's already going to be the late game where we can see PPX going back and forth between the 2 survivors. Ford was able to heal himself up, but is now not able to get up one more time. So as soon as Chao D goes down, nice utilization of the roller coaster. Will he go through the second stop, or will he stop right there? Nobody pushed the stop sign, so we can see Chao D is now the one who's getting kited. And as soon as the postman is down, PPX will go back to the forward. It's going to be a back and forth. The question now is, will Chao D be able to kite long enough for the forward? No! You can see PPX teleporting over here to the forward, because again, if you bring down the forward, he can't get self-healed, so therefore the postman will be the last survivor that you have to chase and to bring down. But so far, so good. We can see the survivors really buying more time for each other, but the Cypher machines are at nearly 30% and 50%, so it's definitely going to be a challenge. We have the first bomb hit, we have the timed bomb, the controlled bomb, and now it's going to be a chase for the postman.
Yeah, and he knows Ford doesn't have self-heal. Basically what PPX was doing, he's just waiting. He was chasing the postman until he saw another Cypher moving. And as soon as he sees that Cypher moving, he teleports to it because he knows the forward already has expended that self-heal. So you can instantly just down the forward. No more self-heal available. He has a couple bombs waiting on the bottom floor. Does he actually time them right to land on Shouty? No, Shouty's actually able to avoid every single bomb so far. So this is an excellent kiting job. He can even take the roller coaster as well, extend this a little bit longer here. Yeah, very good patience here. He's probably going to take it right now. Oh, he actually gets chipped off with the control bomb, and he's going to hold him at the second stop platform, trying to get the heal off potentially, but it's not going to matter here. Takes a basic hit. The bombs are going to blow up here, and it's just a matter of time here for Shouty.
Wow, roller coaster took off without the postman. What a perfect timing on that bomb. This game is, as I said, really just snowballing for PPX right here. Bringing down the survivors so fast. We saw, just a quick recap, we saw the patient going down extremely fast thanks to the bombs that were preventing the patient from utilizing his hooks properly. Then we saw basically the rest of the survivors snowballing. Now we are having the forward on the ground who can't get up. We have the postman kiting around, and overall this is just such a tough situation. We can see the postman is near to the dungeon, but at the same time forward is nowhere to be bleeding out anytime soon, and at the same time postman only needs one more chip damage to fall down. We have a little bit of a pause right here, seeing what is going on, but at the end of the day I would say this match is already decided. We can see the 5-point game for GR coming out in this first half of round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Just already off to a great start, putting a lot of pressure on XC as well. I think we're probably going to see XC potentially pull out Dream Witch. You know, it is a good it's an okay hunter for this map. You know, again, it's very big, it's very open, which makes it good for survivors because you're able to split the Cypher machines a lot easier. But, you know, you do put yourselves in a situation where, you know, the Dream Witch can control essentially one side of the map and force the survivors to decode these Cyphers on the other side and put themselves into a 3-Cypher situation, which happens a lot. So I think that maybe, you know, XC goes Dream Witch, maybe he goes Breaking Wheel. It's just, how do you come back in this? I mean, it's pretty much already set in stone that PPX has 4 survivors eliminated here. So for XC, I think you don't want to waste the opportunity to play your signature Dream Witch, because again, that he's been so efficient with it. He's been so effective in getting high amounts of kills. Whereas his Breaking Wheel is one of his later round hunters. It's not something he's quite as familiar with as compared to the Dream Witch. So while it may be tempting to play Breaking Wheel here on Moonlit, I think going with that Dream Witch would make a little bit more sense for him. But we'll have to see ultimately what they decide.
Yeah, I can only agree. XC needs to go for the 4 survival elimination, so playing with the hunter that he is most comfortable with, which would be the Dream Witch, is definitely something that we can predict. Because, again, they want to get the 4 survival elimination as well to at least tie this round number 1. On the other side, we can now see GR switching over to the survivor side, and they know they have to only get 1 survivor through the exit gate or through the dungeon to at least, you know, win not only by points, but also to have this first round victory, which can be crucial, especially if we are going into later rounds where we see ties, and, you know, this one round that you have won early in the matchup can decide if you are winning or losing. So GR definitely is going to put themselves into a situation where they are trying to force at least 1 survivor out through the gate. But again, on the other side, MRC knows that. MRC is going to push for the 4 survival elimination. It's going to be a very, very interesting second half of round number 1. We are still waiting for the end of round number 1's first half, because we saw a little bit of a pause coming in right at the moment where the postman was almost going down, was trying to buy more time. I'm curious to see how this will end, but at the end of the day, it looks really, really good for PPX. The way everything was snowballing into that situation where all the survivors are, almost all of the survivors are already out of the game. Extremely good, extremely good. And as you already said, right, these 2 teams, they will not give each other anything, and we can already see it in this round number 1. Curious to see how this will turn out after round number 2 and 3.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you know, this is most likely PPX's map selection. He does really like that Moonlit Bomb, but we're going to get back into the match here again. 1 more chip for this postman. Going to go ahead and take the coaster yet again. He can do this, but we do have teleport back online for PPX. He's going to go walk up to this. I believe he's just going to walk up here and force him to go towards that 4 stop. No, actually, Shouty's going to go around here. Excellent mind game as well, staying alive a little bit longer. So forward on the verge of potentially bleeding out soon, but the dungeon not in the vicinity and 1 chip away here. I don't know if there's much Shouty can do here, and it really goes to show the difference if maybe Shouty had gotten that first kite. He's able to kite this full presence bonbon so effectively, but it doesn't matter. He's going for the
able to dodge it.
he does not get the dog, and he is going to go down to that bomb just in time there, and that is going to be 4 survivors eliminated with Bonbon here for PPX 5-0 right out the gate.
Definitely not a lot that the survivor side could do right here. We have to give it to the postman, who was really avoiding that one last chip damage for as long as possible. But at the end of the day, Ford was really needing a lot of time to bleed out, and it's just extremely difficult to just kite for such a long time against these extremely strong hunters, especially if you only need 1 chip damage and you will go down. Trying to get to that dungeon was definitely a difficult task. He was almost able to do so, but at the same time, Ford was still on the ground, so there was nothing happening with the dungeon, not opening up, not giving him the chance to get that 1 survivor out of the game. That is always what you want to try to do, right? If you're playing on the hunter side, or if you're playing on the survivor side, you want to get at least 1 survivor out of the game. You want to prevent the opponent's team from getting a perfect 5-point game. But PPX was doing an absolutely fantastic job. Again, it just started to ball as soon as the patient was down. Nobody could come in for the rescue. Ford was also not really able to rescue from the balloons because of these bombs that were placed so perfectly well. And overall, great start for GR. We have to say that MRC was doing good, considering that the early game was going so well and so much in favor of GR. MRC was definitely able to kind of come back, was definitely putting a strong game out there. But at the end of the day, it didn't really end up well for MRC. Survivor side in round number 1. Let's see how they will do on the hunting side.
Yeah, and it really goes to show the importance of spawns as well. When the Bonbon spawns over near that first stop, you do have the patient getting the key spawn over at Godkind. You don't really have a lot of places to rotate to. We saw the patient try to push the middle 2-story area and try to make it up that way. But, you know, we've also seen some other strategies. I believe it was BL survivors who had the exact same situation where patient spawned at that Godkite against PPX's Bonbon on Moonlit River Park. It was the exact same situation. And in that case, the patient ended up going behind 2-story and was able to loop around there with a hook and actually lasted pretty long. In this case, the patient taking a different route, and it just wasn't working out there. You know, it's trying to push the 2-story, trying to get away, but you see the ultimate containment time, only 41 seconds, you know, from Weirdo here. And you know, Seer Owl was, I think, online right at the, or right about the time where he went down, and they weren't able to get it. I think if they give Owl there, it's also a bit of a game changer because there's a chance that patient could potentially take that coaster as well. But yeah, again, that spawn is just so strong for the hunter. When you spawn there, you know, as a hunter and you push that Godkite, as long as you don't find a rescuer there, you have an excellent chase target right away.
That is for sure. And I mean, we saw how this played out. We saw how PPX was able to get the 5-point game. And yeah, now the question is, what will we see from XC? What will be the response of XC from MRC? Will we see the Dream Witch coming in? I would assume Dream Witch, as we already said before, Dream Witch might be the pick that we can expect, because this is round number 1. You don't see any bans on the hunter side, so therefore you are allowed to bring out the Dream Witch. And I can, or we all can expect to see a Dream Witch ban in the later rounds as soon as you are allowed to ban hunters. Here we have the team now again. GR going on the surviving side, MRC going on the hunter seat. Curious to see what we can expect.
Yeah, we'll see what XC opts to go with the first ban here again. First ban is probably going to indicate what character he's opting to play there. You see XC, a lot of energy, ready to go here. And we'll see what hunter he's opting to pull out here. If we see an instant Seer ban, I would expect we're probably going to see something like that Dream Witch, but it could also indicate towards breaking wheel. Looking at the side of the GR survivors, we do have GR Heart here, one of the main rescuers on that mercenary, and an Acrobat as well, which we'll probably more than likely see come out here. Again, Acrobat incredibly strong on that Moonlit River Park. Very easy to loop those platforms, and it's very hard for hunters to actually catch you there. And also an effective character against the Dream Witch as well. You know, you can, again, cancel out those patrollers with the Acrobat bombs, so that could definitely be an option for Heart. Yeah, again, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we did not see Acrobat in the last round from the MRC survivors. I think it was probably the second ban, I would imagine, or unless it was...
Yes, it was Priest as a mercenary ban. And
okay, Priest as a mercenary ban.
Yes.
Okay.
We saw.
And yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm actually trying to think right now. We saw Patient. We saw the fourth. We also saw Postman. What was the fourth?
And we
Survivor?
saw Seer. We actually saw Seer. So no, they actually, yeah, no Acrobat, which is interesting because Acrobat's so strong on that map. So an interesting choice there. It might have benefited the survivors of MRC. But yeah, instead we're gonna see Shadow as well on that psychologist being the main character. They opt to bring out also a potential mechanic, but. Yeah, again, a mechanic might not be a bad play here. Again, you just need one survivor at the exit gate, so mechanic would be a good character for getting that Cypher Rush online. But they'll probably just go for a more stable team comp here with some kiters and a rescuer. Again, I expect if XC's going Dream, which we're going to see a Seer ban, probably Priestess and Forward locked in, Mercenary being the second, and play Acrobat and Patient as the last two. That's the most standard meta comp for this sort of map in this sort of situation.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what Hart will play, because Hart is very, very well known for his mercenary gameplay, but also can bring out the Acrobat that you mentioned. But again, the question is, will he come out with mercenary or the Acrobat? Both survivors definitely have their ups and downs on this map as well, and Acrobat definitely brings a lot to the table on the Mundra Park map. Here we can see Cizai. Cizai can come in as forward. We saw him mainly playing forward. Could also come in with a coordinator. Most likely not in round number 1, but he can also opt out to play Seer if that might be an option for them. But you already said, we're probably gonna see, if we see a Dream, which we most likely see that Seer being banned. And Cizai could also potentially come in as Acrobat or Priestess. Priestess also very strong character on the Munadra Park map. We saw how GR on the hunting side was banning that Priestess because, first of all, yes, we have Gaudi, who is one of the best Priestess player out there, but also just on that map, Priestess can really make or break the game. Now, MRC, XT on the hunting side, he needs to get that 4 survival elimination for his team. If he can get the 4 survival elimination, MRC is at least tying this round number 1 against GR. We already mentioned that he's very well known for his Dream Witch as well as Bloody Queen. Most likely not going in as Bloody Queen because you can clearly secure the tie with the Bloody Queen, but again, they need to get the victory going. They need to get the 4 survival elimination to tie this round number 1. And therefore, we can expect the Dream Witch, especially in round number 1, where you don't see any bans on the Hunter side.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you want to use that Dream Witch while you have it as an option. And, you know, again, it's a situation where this is going to be a very even back and forth matchup. For the most part, you know, you typically talk about a lot of these teams being very survivor-sided, the meta being very survivor-sided, but both hunters are very strong for MRC and GR. They're really known for their hunters. You know, PPX is known to be a very strong hunter for GR. XC known to be a very strong hunter, at least with the early rounds with that Dream Witch for, you know, for the MRC team. So that's really some of their highlights here. You know, of course, Shouty as well on MRC. But yeah, again, we'll have to see. Again, it is the map chosen by GR, right? So this is their advantage, it's their home field advantage. This is what they wanted to go in as. Try to force XC to play Dream Witch on Moonlit, which is not the best Dream Witch map in the world. It's not bad, but it's not the best. And you give PPX a good map for his Bonbon, which, you know, obviously we saw work out very, very well for him. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, maybe XC tries to go with that breaking wheel, but I think you just have to go with a character you know, as you mentioned, more comfortable with. And if you don't use the Dream Witch now, you're probably not going to get it later. And XC, again, not too big on breaking wheel. It's not one of his more comfortable characters that he's known for playing. He will bring it out in certain situations. However, I don't think there's any reason to just not play Dream Witch here.
Yeah, I was just about to ask it, because if we look at XC's lineup when it comes to the Hunter side, he knows breaking wheel, but not necessarily his favorite character. And besides that, we can see Bloody Queen, for example. Bloody Queen, such a Thai hunter. We can see the Geisha, who can really close gaps between survivors. But again, we are in round number 1. Why would you bring out a hunter that you would preferably play in later rounds when you can get the chance to play a Dream Witch in round number 1 because she's not banned. We could also see a Sculptor, but again, you want to push for that 4 survival elimination, and in my opinion, MRC's best chance sorry, right now is to go out with the Priestess, with the Dream Witch, and try to get that 4 survival elimination.
Yeah, and just like that, we do see the Seer ban as well, so that does indicate towards that Dream Witch. And we'll see what the Survivors opt to lock in, probably forward Priestess, maybe forward Mercenary here. Actually, Mercenary Priestess, okay, so definitely just a combination of those 3, but it definitely would make sense to see that come into play. And it looks like forward will be the second ban because of the Mercenary Priestess lock-in. Now, what do they opt to go with? I think Acrobat has to be an option here. Now, do you go Patient or do you go Psychologist? They're actually going Psychologist. So Psychologist is a little bit risky because it allows for Breaking Wheel. But again, as we talked about, XC probably should be going Dream Witch here. This is a tough comp for Dream Witch. This is really difficult. Priestess, a difficult chase target. Acrobat, difficult. He's going to go with the Dream Witch. He's really going all in here, but all these chase targets are just very difficult for XC. This is very anti-Dream Witch, so we'll see what he's able to do here. Again, Psychologist taking extra hits. Priestess can avoid the leech traps with those portals. Acrobat can kite out Patrollers and Mercenary and unchaseable targets. So this is going to be interesting to see how XC can combat this team comp.
Definitely has to go all in with that Dream Witch. Again, they need to get that 4 survival elimination, the 5-point game to tie in round number 1. And now my question is for you, because you mentioned it, all of these survivors are extremely difficult. Each of the survivors have different abilities to prolong that kite and to really give a hard time to the Dream Witch. If you were in XC's shoes right now, which survivor would you prefer to go for first?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, typically it would be the Acrobat, but on this map, depending on where the Acrobat spawns, is so difficult. So in reality, it's difficult. Maybe Priestess, maybe Psychologist. None of them are ideal. Yeah, I think probably Acrobat. It's just all of these characters are all strong kiters against Dream Witch, so it's going to be very difficult. But yeah, let's see. Second half of the first round, 5-0 in favor of GR. XC's Dream Witch against the GR Survivors. I'm Elio, joined here with Grizzly for the second half of this first round. We'll see if XC can make a comeback for MRC.
And here you can see the spawn point was at 10th and is immediately going into the direction of what is, I think, part right here, which is the Mercenary, as you said, an unchaseable target so early in the game. And he's really hiding. I think XC did not spot out the Mercenary right there and is trying to find the Survivor in a different area, but that is buying a lot of time. Really just look at the Mercenary, just being happy that the Dream Witch is still trying to go for him, but again, not necessarily the best target, not at all. Trying to find someone else already. We have Seasai in the area. Seasai, the Acrobat, as you mentioned, can be potentially the best find, but with these Acrobat's balls, he can really buy a lot of time. Is concentrating on Seasai right now, putting down that leech. And now, oh, we can already see the connections. Nice cancellation of that portal right here, really putting Seasai in a situation where leeches are left and right. To get away from there.
Yeah, he actually put the leech there to cut off the portal, and he does take a leech here, which is fine, but you have to make sure you're constantly pressuring the Acrobat as XC. Oh, immediately taking the long portal. This is actually really strong because the leech was removed. So if the leech is still on the Acrobat and he goes through the portal there, the leech will simply just follow him, and he'll go be able to be picked up by that leech. But instead, because the leech already hit the Acrobat, he can simply take that portal for free, and they're going to be able to heal them up here. Will we see Psychologist try to go for an extra heal on him? Nope, it looks like, oh, they're going to commit to it. Can he switch to the leech in time to get that? No, he's going to have to cancel, and that will give XC a small chance to go for this Patroller here and still turn things around into his favor.
Wow, such a fantastic job so far. Is not getting the acrobat yet, but here we go. We have the patroller on the leg, and this will most likely end up in... Oh, jumps right into the arms of the leech with this ball right here. Was trying to get away as good as possible, but unfortunately he was really getting into that leech. But at the same time, that leech is now gone, at least for now, and that is putting the first survivor on the rocket chair. But we can clearly see how GR is having a little bit of a better start on the survivor side than MRC earlier. So therefore we have one Cypher machine already popped. We can see five other Cypher machines already have been worked on, and this is definitely putting MRC in a tough spot, because again, they need to get the 5-point game, they need to get the 4 survival elimination, and right now they are really concentrating on that first survival elimination, because the mercenary is already here, coming in for the rescue, not taking the terror shock. Fantastic job. Acrobat is trying to buy more time, is trying to get away from the leech. Can see Patroller is still active. Will we see Patroller coming in to stop that kite from being so excessive? But Acrobat doing a great job, and we have the Patroller coming on the floor.
We do have the Patroller coming in here, and he's going to be able to get the down on the Acrobat here, most likely with this spawn follower. He's going to try to time everything as perfectly as possible. He may actually force another leech hit. If Acrobat's able to force a leech hit here, that would be very strong, but he vaults right into the spawn follower, unfortunately. And that's not actually ideal for GR. I would like to highlight in the first kite, when the Acrobat actually bombed across into the leech, that was actually a perfectly done job by the Acrobat, because if you stay on that platform, you get hit by the spawn follower and you go down, but he intentionally bombed into the leech to force that leech hit. But here, he actually vaults into the main spawn and gets a spawn follower hit instead of a leech hit, which is a little bit of a turnaround for XC, which is going to benefit him instead. We do have a lot of progress on the Cypher machines, and you see how Moonlit River can be a bit difficult for Dreamwitch because of how far they are away. You know, it's not easy for him to pressure that last Cypher. He does go for the trap, but he's unable to get the hit. He does get the vault, tries to vault again, and does go down, and the Cypher is not primed, so the Acrobat trying to predict the switch there wasn't able to get it, so XC on track to at least secure a draw here, which is kind of the minimum. You have to at least, you know, try to get some survivors out to make the, you know, the gap not too big here. But since the Cyphers are so far apart, it looks like the GR survivors should be able to prime this last Cypher before XC is able to catch up.
That is for sure. And we can really see how they are already decoding on 2 different Cypher machines, because Dreamwitch is extremely strong late game, can really prevent survivors from decoding that Cypher machine. But here we can see the Mercenary is able to establish a little bit more distance, is trying to buy as much time as possible for the team, because even if he is taking the hit right here, he can still move around a little bit, and we can see that the last Cypher machine is around 90%. Will they able to pop that Cypher machine off and get the Mercenary up again right away? It seems like the Mercenary is not even going down, and late game is activated. Both exit gates are active. We have survivors working on both sides, and now we are in a tough situation for XC, because again, there will be no way that XC is getting the 4 survival eliminations, since we have 2 gates being worked on with the global portal right here. Teleport is coming through. All right. Still putting pressure on the survivors, trying to get as many points out of this match as possible. As you already said, at least wants to get that tie to potentially not necessarily get the victory in round number 1, but at least take as many points as possible out of this game. We can see Mercenary buying more time. Late game is actually transitioning towards the dungeon. Will we see a dungeon escape? Is the exit gate open? Yes. Both survivors escaped, and Mercenary makes it through the dungeon. A 3-point game for GR on the survivor side, in addition to the already fantastic start on the Hunter side, which was a 5-point game. So that means we have 8 points for GR in the first half and the first round, and 1 point for MRC, which is not only giving GR the first round victory, but also an extremely strong advantage over MRC, because if it's going into a tie later and it's going to be decided by points, GR is already having a really strong standing right here with 8-1. So fantastic job on GR side. Very curious to see if MRC will turn this around in round number 2. And honestly, they have to. They have to turn it around in round number 2, because even if they're getting a tie, they still have quite a challenge ahead of them in round number 3. So MRC's task right now is to get at least a round win in round number 2. GR has an absolutely fantastic start in this matchup between these two giants.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see in the end game there, XC actually switched to teleport. You know, you saw the long portal connecting over to first stop. I think kind of the idea is to maybe teleport to first stop. But the problem is when you teleport with the spawn follower, it's just going to get out of range of the main body and then head back. So what you have to do essentially is you teleport with the spawn follower and then you try to walk the main body over there as quick as you can and then bring the spawn follower back a little bit closer. You just kind of try to keep them off the gate, but the problem is the gate already was like 90% of the way done. It was pretty much already completed, so there wasn't much he could do. So I think in reality, it would have been stronger for XC to save his trait, switch to Blink, try to Blink the Mercenary, and secure at least one down on the Mercenary and get that draw. But instead, got a little aggressive with the teleport, did not pay off here, and GR taking advantage of that, getting 3 survivors out the exit gate, going up 8-1 here, and you see overall, you just excellent, again, excellent job from the Acrobat, forcing that leech hit on that first kite, bombing directly into the leech was very important, so he could get that leech removed from the board. He did, again, give up that main follower hit at some point, which was not ideal, but ultimately, was able to last long enough to at least secure a drawn situation, and then beautiful communication with the long portal, Priestess escaping out the gate, and Mercenary pushing for that dungeon.
Yeah, that was an extremely strong game for GR. We definitely saw XC pushing. We saw XC pushing to get more survivors, utilizing that teleport. I agree, you could have played it more safe, potentially go for the Blink and bring down that Mercenary to secure the tie. But at the same time, you're already in a tough spot when you have the first half decided for the opponent's team where they got 5 points and you just want to secure as many points as possible. So we definitely saw how XC was trying to play the high risk, high reward game. But at the end of the day, if we look at high risk, high reward, we also know high risk can give the opponents a better chance to escape. And this is exactly what we saw. The high risk did not necessarily pay off, and therefore we had a 3 survivor escape through the dungeon. Mercenary, fantastic job locating the dungeon and just communicating with the team. As soon as he was on the dungeon, the 2 survivors were out and the dungeon opened up, and that was giving them the 3-point game. So it's already a really, really good start for GR. But at the same time, we have seen MRC going extremely strong in this entire tournament. And if we look at the IB, in the Chinese qualifiers, I think in the Chinese qualifiers, we saw MRC actually winning over GR. So this might be still a game for both sides. If MRC was able to win against GR, why shouldn't they be able to replicate that result? So therefore, everything can still turn around in round number 2 and round number 3, potentially even round number 4. Very, very curious to see that. I was about to say that we might see a round number 4. Right now, I'm not even sure if we will see a round number 3. So that's definitely something that's really exciting to see. GR really, really putting pressure on MRC and accelerating in this first round. But that, could also mean that MRC is really coming back in round number 2, because diamonds are made under pressure and MRC is under pressure right now.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a tough situation to try to come back in, but we are going to look at a few highlights, and we will be back in a moment.
Welcome back to the second round of the matchup between MRC and GR. Again, if you just tuned in, a short breakdown of the first half of the first round right here was that GR was really taking home the points, was taking 5 points on the hunting side, and was also taking 3 points on the surviving side. So absolutely fantastic showcase of their skill against MRC. But if anyone can come back from this, it definitely is MRC. It is an uphill battle. It's definitely a mountain to climb right here to go against GR, especially when they are already having so many points under their belt and the first round victory. But if anyone can make it, it is MRC. We have seen MRC performing extremely strong, not only against other teams, but specifically against GR. So there might be something that they have up their sleeves in round number 2 to really secure a spot in round number 3 and potentially take round number 3 home and decide that for themselves. So we're definitely in for a treat right here. Curious to see how this will play out. And what I wanted to ask you earlier was about, you know, the Wildling. I was mentioning the Wildling. We have seen these two teams coming out with very, very meta lineups, not only on the Hunter side, also on the surviving side. And I just want to ask you, what are you hoping for when it comes to these two teams and, you know, off-meta survivor picks?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's difficult because, you know, we talk about these mainland China teams. They stick so strictly to a lot of these meta characters. We're more likely to see these options come out from some of these other regions, such as Japan or Korea. But yeah, I mean, maybe in a third round situation, we have seen some of the Chinese teams start to utilize Enchantress a little bit more. So that's definitely a character that could actually come out. Enchantress, not a bad character necessarily for going against Breaking Will. You can cancel that full presence if you time that stun properly. It can also be effective against something like a Geisha as well. And Geisha we've seen be utilized quite often in this tournament. Not too bad against chip hunters such as Sculptor and Bonbon as well. So Enchantress has been a character that's popped up here and there, even from some of the mainland China players as well. So looking at the map here, it was Ever Sleeping Town. We're going to have a quick interview, actually, and we'll discuss that in a minute. Yeah, so Ever Sleeping Town was the map selected from MRC here. So we'll see how they're able to come back in this. We're going to have XC hunting again for the second time. Ever Sleeping Town is interesting. I think most likely this is gearing XC up to potentially go with maybe Breaking Will or Sculptor. He has a lot of good options for this map. If Dream Witch is banned, which we're probably going to assume that's going to be the case here, you do have Breaking Will, you have Sculptor. Also, XC has been utilizing that Geisha quite often. Soul Weaver, also a viable option here. But if you are going with that Soul Weaver, you probably they probably would have gone for more of a Chinatown strategy. It's a little bit better for that Soul Weaver. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see what XC opts to go for again. You may try to go in with a Hunter that has high kill potential again. You're going against a Hunter-sided team for the most part with PPX, so you want to rely on, you know, yourself for the most part to get as many kills here as possible. So I don't know. Again, XC, not a huge it doesn't favor the Breaking Will as much, but it is definitely an option here for him. I'm curious to see this Ever Sleeping Town. I think it does benefit PPX as well. So you know, again, we'll have to see what XC has, what XC is planning to play in this round.
That is for sure. And yeah, Ever Sleeping Town, a bigger map. If we look at PPX right here, I'm curious to see what PPX will bring out, because we will most likely see the guard being banned, but that still allows him to bring out the Dream Witch and Sculptor. But for now, we are jumping into the Hunter side of MRC, and the bans will be Priestess and Seer, two characters that are very, very reasonable to ban. You want to get rid of the Priestess, that is for sure. That is not even a question. Priestess, we don't have to talk about on Ever Sleeping Town. We have seen it over and over again. Whenever Priestess is allowed on this map, she is definitely providing, not only for herself, but also for her team. She is providing a huge support late game with the global portal or throughout the entire match with the normal globals, with the normal portals. And Sia definitely a character that you don't want to go against. We have the 2 survivor picks, which are clearly mercenary and forward. As long as they are open, you're gonna pick these meta characters. Now we see Postman banned, Dream Witch banned, and this is putting MRC into a spot where they could potentially come out with the Breaking Wheel. They could potentially come out with the Breaking Wheel, but at the same time, seeing the Priestess ban, Priestess not necessarily the biggest challenge for a Breaking Wheel, but at the same time on this map, a Priestess will always be a challenge. But this could also be a great setup right here for potentially the Sculptor or the Bloody Queen to secure at least a tie, and then have the survivor side go against GR's PPX again and try to get the points on the. So it actually is going to be the Breaking Wheel. Doesn't want to deal with the Priestess at all, even though you can go through the portals. The survivors have strategies on how they force you out of your wheel form, and then they utilize the skills. So therefore, getting rid of the Priestess not the worst choice right here. But this is leaving the option open again for the Acrobat, which we see on GR's side. And now this time, we're gonna see an Entomologist.
Yeah, and he does give forward as well, so you're kind of giving a lot of good characters for going against a Breaking Wheel if you are RXC. Maybe we'll actually see Excitement get utilized. Excitement wouldn't be too bad here. It can help you deal with the forward. It can also actually, you can actually Excitement through the Entomologist bees as well. So it acts like a blink almost against an Entomologist. So Excitement here definitely could be beneficial for XC. And the Postman ban is just there, just simply because, again, you're in a situation, you're down a lot of points. Postman is a Cypher Rushing character with that decoding letter. So you're trying to just eliminate a possible Cypher Rushing character from the survivors, hinder that Cypher Rush as much as possible, and put yourself in a position where you could potentially push for a win. We are going to have, yeah, again, not a lot of great chase targets. Probably the best one, the Acrobat, but again, Entomologist, it's just so strong at juking that wheel form and avoiding taking those spikes, whereas Acrobat, a very strong kiter, it still might just be your best option. If you're going with Excitement, you don't have Blink, Acrobat could kite for a long period of time. But yeah, we do have MRC, Hunter, XC, Breaking Wheel against GR Survivors down 7 points in the second round. Elio joined here with Grizzly. Let's see if XC can bring this back for MRC.
And we are jumping right into the action. We can see the wheels already going on the chase right here. Is most likely going to find the Acrobat first, who is hiding, not actually getting a visual sight of the Acrobat, and is just pushing Tinnitus on him. So therefore, we know that XC is trying to find that first survivor, trying to find out where he is hiding. But look at that, Acrobat really hiding in a good spot and is now trying to avoid these spikes. Getting the first spike right here, is immediately getting out of the wheel form, is trying to throw down that spike, and is actually, oh, what a snipe right here. What a fantastic job avoiding that slowdown bomb of the Acrobat, and now having the Acrobat in a tough situation. But that was only putting pressure on the survivors. We can now see how XC is changing targets to the Hermes shoes forward.
Yeah, we are going to see him go for that trap there. Forward, going to use a little bit of football to transition away here. Does have the trait, and it is Blink. We'll probably see him go back into wheel form right here and try to go for a second spike. Yeah, he's going to go back into wheel form. He's going to use those extended spikes to get a second spike on the forward, and then he's simply just going to go ahead and Blink him. Now, he did, again, changing targets away from Acrobat is very interesting. You could have gone back up for that Acrobat, gotten a spike, and gone for a kill that way. Will he go for the note? Forward's going to football away early, so you can't delay the blink. Again, delaying the inevitable as long as possible. Of course, it is the inevitable being the blink, but it does extend more time to your kite. And there is the blink to secure the down on Zizai, but you know, he was able to last a little bit of time. We do see the left-right build from XC. This is absolutely the correct build in this situation. Very limited windows. You don't really need that confined space. And it, of course, is a build that helps. It's a winning build. It's a build that helps push for 4Ks. It helps you have that insolence in the early game and trump card for that late game map pressure. So it's very important to have that.
That's for sure. We can see the mercenary coming in, who will most likely be able to make that rescue, and he's getting into the trap, and he's getting slowed down, but he's not taking any damage yet. He's playing it out as long as he can, and now rescues before halfway. Fantastic rescue, fantastic job of the mercenary. Forward, though, is taking another hit right here, will eventually go down, has 20 seconds of tide turner, and therefore can buy more time for the team. But we can see the Breaking Wheel is just really concentrating on this first survivor elimination of Seaside right here. But at the same time, if you look at the Cypher Machine progress, you can't leave all of the GR survivors on these Cyphers. They are already down to 3, almost down to 2 Cypher Machines, and that is definitely putting them into a great spot of getting into the late game quite soon and getting out some survivors against MRC's Hunter.
Yeah, no, the downside here as well, the Cyphers maybe push here. They're going to get a free rescue. There is no tide turner, as we were going to say. This does force him back into wheel form, so he's able to waste a little bit of time here. Still has a quarter football, so we're probably going to see Ziza. He's going to try to football away when XC gets out of wheel form. He's going to use that speed boost here, and XC knows this. He needs to go for 2 spikes. If he tries to go for that full presence, he's just going to football away and avoid that. The B's in the area to support as well, but the last 2 Cyphers not with a whole lot of progress. There is there's the football, goes for the snap, and the Entomologist Beast pushes him out of the snap, and he misses it. And this actually allows the forward to kite to corner house. What a play from the Entomologist. That's huge. Now the snap's on cooldown for 30 seconds, and the forward can easily kite here for a pretty extended period of time. That was a crucial play for the survivors of GR.
Absolutely fantastic. GR just setting themselves up yet again here in round number 2 to get points against MRC's Hunter. And we can see that Seaside is in a little bit of a troubled situation. But look at that. Hard just standing here trying to get that body block in. But we have XC concentrating on Seaside and really just utilizing the skill to bring him down. Wants to have that forward out of the game. First survivor is eliminated right now, and we can see that XC is not even concentrating on the mercenary, because the mercenary, even if he takes a hit, he can still stay alive longer. He is going to transition away to the Entomologist and is trying to get her hits. We have 1 hit, we have the 2nd hit coming in. Will the... Ooh, nice! Was able to avoid the trap right here. We can see Shadow buying more time for the team. Look at the Cypher Machine progress. We're down to 1 Cypher, which is already at 75%, but the survivors can't decode that, or are decoding it right now, but can't prime the Cypher in time for Shadow. Shadow is on the floor, but XC is actually transitioning away, trying to put more pressure on this last Cypher Machine, and we can see that that Cypher Machine has been popped. Mercenary was able to push through, and we saw the Acrobat on the gate, but XC is trying to prevent that exit gate from being opened. 1 spike is attached. 1 spike is more than enough because the Acrobat is already a little bit damaged. So that might be very, very interesting if the survivors can buy enough time to get that exit gate on the other side open. We might see a tie situation. We might potentially even see the dungeon coming in yet again. But this might be a little bit difficult against the Hunter that already has the skill ready to bring down the Acrobat. Fantastic job. They were setting themselves up yet again for another 3 survivor escape through the dungeon, but this time it didn't work out. We can see XC is securing the tie for their team. Question now is, what will MRC do on the survivor side?
Yeah, absolutely. GR again coming very close there to dungeon a second time. Again, you see the 3 spikes plus that original chip is just very important because it allows you to get that snap. I think the only chance the Acrobat really had there is try to just use the firebomb on the breaking wheel as he got out of that wheel form, and then potentially just cancel the snap long enough so you're able to make it to the dungeon. I think that's kind of your only chance there, but he was able to get the snap, is able to secure a draw, so this is not too bad for XC here. It puts them in a position where if MRC is able to get a 3 survivor escape, they can win this round, and then they're going to be forced to win the last round as well. But I think that's kind of the main game plan for them here. Even if they get a 4 survivor escape, get 5 points, they're still down on points, so they would still have to win the last round either way. So XC getting a draw here, again, not bad at all, but it does force the MRC survivors to they need to get a 3 survivor escape if they want a chance at the last round, because even if they tie, they go into the last round 8-1, and that's just too big of a deficit to come back from.
It definitely is a huge deficit to come back from. If anyone, MRC can definitely do it. I believe that MRC can do it, but you're very right. To tie this round number 2 right here is definitely putting a lot of pressure on MRC, is putting them into a more difficult situation. So going for the round victories right here, going for a round number 2 victory with a 3 survivor, if not even 4 survivor escape, would be the preferable outcome. And here we can see this match going down. We can see how Seaside, the forward, was really buying time for the team, almost 120 seconds against MRC's breaking wheel, XC's breaking wheel. That is extremely dangerous. And we can also see the rest of the team just doing their job, decoding Cypher machines, going in for a kite if needed, going in for rescues. The Mercenary was coming really in to rescue survivors. And yeah, the Entomologists are also doing a fantastic job. Overall, very, very well coordinated survivor side. And getting a tie right here is definitely not bad for MRC. But as you already mentioned, since this is a tie, even if they get a 4 survivor escape, a 5-point game, they will still have a point deficit. They will still have to win this round number 3. So I would say this tie right here is going in favor of GR, because ultimately it's setting them up for a little bit more of a comfortable situation where they, even if they would lose round number 2 right now, or even if they tie round number 2, they still have a good chance to just, you know, make it up in round number 3 and tie round number 3 and just go home with the victory, because you have the point deficit from round number 1.
Yeah, GR's totally fine with just tying out these last rounds. You know, being up by so many points, it's really not too big of an issue. So, yeah, I think as you said, that's their game plan, is just kind of, you can just draw out these last few rounds. Again, Survivors get a draw here, PPX gets a draw on his Hunter side, and you just, it's just easy as the rounds go on for GR. And that's really the advantage of taking such a huge lead early on. It's really difficult to come back from. Moonlight River Park just, you know, it really was, it was the perfect map selection for GR. It worked perfectly for PPX's Bonbon, and it really just hindered that Dream Witch so significantly, to a point where 3 survivors were able to get out the gate in 8-1 for the first round. So, you know, again, here, Ever Sleeping Town, getting a draw here isn't too bad, of course. It's significantly better than allowing a 3 escape. If the Acrobat makes Dungeon there, then it's, for the most part, pretty much over. The survivors would have had to get 4 out for them to even be in a viable position to come back. So, yeah, ultimately, getting a draw for XC here isn't too bad. At least gives MRC a chance to come back, but PPX still has a lot of Hunters still on the table. Still has Bonbon, still has Breaking Wheel, still has Dream Witch and Sculptor, and you can only ban one of them. All of those Hunters, in reality, are fairly effective on this map. Bonbon probably being the least effective, but we know how much PPX favors that Bonbon and is how proficient he is with it as well.
And you also have to point out that now we had GR, we had GR on the survivor side, so now they will come in on the hunting side. And again, they are perfectly fine with tying all the rounds and with just going in with the mindset of, hey, we need 2 survivors out and that's fine. That's all we have to do. And that is exactly what is making this a little bit dangerous for MRC, because if we look at PPX's Hunter pool, we see that he does not only know how to play Hunters that can secure more survivor eliminations, 3-4 survivor eliminations, but he also knows how to play characters that can easily draw the game. Again, draws is what GR needs, and it's like that's the minimum they need to do, and they are definitely able to do that, especially with PPX on the hunting side, who can really just push for these draws. And if we look at the surviving side, it's the same. They can really just push for these draws, if not even with the Dungeon Escape, a 3-point game. So it's definitely an uphill battle for MRC right here. They can take it back by rounds if they are at least deciding this round for themselves with a 3 survivor escape. But yet again, against PPX, getting a tie is already, I would say, is already good. But they have to push for the 3 survivor escape. They can do it, that is for sure. And it's gonna be difficult, but I'm really looking forward to that second half of round number 2. I want to see the support in the chat right now. Leave some hearts for MRC if you want to see them continue into the next bracket, go against Dow 5, but also leave some hearts for GR if you want to see them take it home against MRC and see them in the next bracket, which will lead them to a fight against Dow 5.
Yeah, and think about that same idea. Getting a 3 survivor escape here, it might actually benefit PPX just to play Bloody Queen. I mean, that's another hunter that he likes to play as well. So, of course, ever sleeping Bloody Queen can be a bit challenging, but in reality, it's not a bad option at all. And what do the survivors opt to ban? I don't, while he may have had a 4-person elimination with the Bonbon in round 1, that is a Moonlit Bonbon compared to an ever sleeping Bonbon. So I don't think we're going to see Bonbon get banned. It's a potential option. Because again, maybe he actually just plays Bonbon and goes for a draw that way. Maybe eliminate one of those draw hunters and try to beat the other one, whether that's Bloody Queen or Bonbon. You can play anti-Bloody Queen team comps, such as Patient, which is also very effective against other characters. Acrobat, not too bad as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting as well. Just trying to get a draw here if you're PPX, and I really think Bloody Queen or Bonbon would probably be his best option to just guarantee that draw and just be up by so many points going into the 3rd round.
I'm curious to see if you think they won't ban Guard 26, just, coming in with the respect ban. If they are not doing that and ban the Dream Witch instead, for example, I think we might see the Guard 26 because he was performing extremely well with the 4 survivor elimination, not even giving the survivor side a chance to escape. And yes, GR is definitely comfortable getting the ties right here and just pushing into round number 3 and tying over there as well. But at the same time, if GR can just get a 3 survivor elimination, which is definitely not impossible, not for PPX, they might already have decided this matchup between MRC versus GR for themselves, and they will go into the next bracket. So the mindset is definitely on, hey, we need to get at least a tie. But I am for sure, they are aiming for the 3 survivor elimination. PPX is really trying to get that victory going, because that would mean they would already have decided that, and they wouldn't have to, sweat in round number 3 because it's already over. And I think if we are seeing the Dream Witch ban, we might see rather Guard 26 again than Bloody Queen.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. But again, yeah, we'll see what PPX opts to go with again. Just trying to get at least get a draw again. That's just the minimum for him here. And we'll see what he opts to ban here. He's gonna be Seer and Priestess. So this might not be this could still be Bonbon, maybe Bloody Queen as well. I guess it could really be any hunter for the most part. We're actually gonna see Geisha get banned. Interesting. So this gives PPX a lot of options. I guess they didn't really want to have to play into a Blink Geisha. Blink Geisha also a good draw option as well. So I think that might be sort of the game plan, is just get that out of the way. And then maybe just take their chances with a Bloody Queen or a Bonbon. Again, Patient is going to be banned here, so that does indicate Bloody Queen or Bonbon as well. Transition kiters are just so strong against the Bloody Queen and Bonbon characters. So we'll see what the last 2 options are here for the survivors of MRC. Again, they're just really trying to get 3 survivors out the gate here and put themselves in a better position. It's just really difficult. Still down 7 points currently. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what the last 2 will be. Probably Mercenary, it's still on the table here. And maybe some sort of Kiter Entomologist potentially. Entomologist does struggle against the Entomologist does struggle against Bloody Queen and Bonbon, so that may not be an option for them here. We'll have to see what they have to lock in.
We have the Acrobat potentially. I would love to see a coordinator. I personally would love to see a coordinator. We have seen it's a Postman. We have seen MRC utilizing a coordinator, but it is round number 3 and you have other options on the table, and this time they are going with the Postman. Definitely a character that we have seen accelerate in the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament so far, so not too surprising. But we are still waiting for PPX, and PPX is coming in with that Sculptor, is trying to dominate on the Ever-Sleeping Town with the Sculptor. Again, the setup that MRC needs right here is at least to get the tie, but rather get a 3 survivor escape to set them up for a round victory in round number 2. If they get a tie, they're gonna have a really tough uphill battle against GR to get at least, you know, a tie and to push into round 4. And to actually win round number 4 in favor of them, so they would win by points, they would have to get 2 perfect games in round number 3 if they are tying this round right here. So they really just want to go for round victories, therefore getting a 3 survivor escape against PPX's Sculptor right here. On the other side, if GR's PPX can secure the tie, it's gonna be a quite comfortable round number 3 for GR, because they have such a huge point advantage from round number 1. And if GR is pushing for that 3 survivor, if not even 4 survivor elimination, that is it. GR would have won against MRC within only 2 rounds. I'm really curious to see how this will play out. We are here on the Ever Sleeping Town. GR PPX is coming in with the Sculptor that he has utilized quite often in this tournament in these round number 2s, and is trying to secure the victory for their team. And on the other side, MRC is trying to get that round 2 victory going on the survivor side. Here with me is Eli O. We are casting this second half of round number 2, and we can see the respect between these 2 giants, MRC versus GR.
All right, here we go. We do see loading in the match here. I believe that is a corner house spawn here from PPX here, immediately rotating towards middle. Has caught sight of Weirdo, who is the mercenary. So not a great start here for PPX here, but Shouty in the area as well is the postman. Not going to go for him, instead changing targets to Xing H, which is the forward. So excellent rotation from MRC. Not a single good target here found for PPX, but he may run into Shouty the postman. But again, we know how strong of a kiter Shouty can be, very effective. Will he commit to this target, or will he potentially change and look for that acrobat? It looks like he is going to actually go for the postman. An early chip here from PPX right out the gate is already putting him in a strong position.
We can see Shouty just trying to buy as much time as possible, is able to, I think, put the dog on the Sculptor. Sculptor is slowed down, which will give Shouty enough time to transition closer to the 2-story building that is right here, and is going to kite another round. But the thing is, only 1 more chip damage away and he will go down, and he is in areas where the Sculptor's statues can really accelerate, where they can really hit, but is able to out-kite them. We can see Blink come in, PPX really trying to shorten that kite, but Shouty is doing a fantastic job right here. We can see that Xing H is also coming in for protection, for harassment, and this might be the down. Oh, is able to dodge these statues over and over again. Fantastic job, just buying so much time. Forward coming in to just prolong that kite of Shouty, Shouty, and give him more time to escape into another kiting area. Just going back again, this area could be a little bit difficult because it's narrowed down, but Shouty is able to dodge the Sculpture statues, and it's just going on forever.
And you see all those pallets still remaining. He keeps Shouty keeps going back to them, and he does get the dog on him yet again here. Can he dodge these statues? And no, he does get chipped at the end there. Very close here. Forward in the vicinity though can harass. Will he go for it? Oh no, forward opted not to go for it. That looks like a pretty clean stun there, but instead he's going to hold off, playing very safe here. I would have expected more of a aggressive strategy again, because you are trying to get a few extra survivors out the gate here, but instead forward trying to play it slow here. It could be the survivors have a winning pace here, and they do have good progress on 4 of the Cypher machines, but they're still going to need an extra one or they have one popped. They're still getting the extra one. He does take the hit on the forward. This does allow for the rescue with Tide Turner here for the Mercenary, but already a chip hit, full presence almost online for PPX. This is going to be very difficult for Shouty to try to rebound Kite.
Good job avoiding these statues. We have to give it to... Oh! We have to give it to Shouty, who is able to avoid the statues a lot. Xing H is buying more time, but now PPX is changing the attention towards the forward right here. Is not quite able to hit the forward, and he is still buying more time. We can see that 4 Cypher machines pretty much have been decoded, so fantastic job on the Survivor side. They really need to get the points right here, and they are really stepping up their game. Fantastic job so far. Forward is going down. Postman was healed up though, which is really, really good, because that is going to be the first share for the forward. It's not going to be that concentration on the first Survivor elimination. It's rather buying more time for the rest of the team, because now 2 survivors can decode the last 1 Cypher machine, and 1 survivor can go in for the rescue. They are setting themselves up for a fantastic Cypher pop right here. PPX trying to put pressure on the survivors and on the Cypher machines, but at the same time, you just have to be prepared that the rescue will happen. We have 2 survivors right here putting pressure on PPX.
Yeah, you might as well just send in 2 survivors here. Again, guarantee that rescue. He's going to actually teleport, getting aggressive here, but he is on 2. Oh, Acrobat's going to use the bomb to make the distance off of the 2-story there and get all the way over towards the Dancing Geisha, able to leave that Cypher machine as well, kiting towards the dungeon. So if the Cypher is primed shortly, he could potentially even push for that. He's going to use one of the bombs with the bomb. He gets canceled, but he misses the hit because of the slow bomb as well. So Hang H doing an excellent job staying alive a little bit longer. We see Shouty starting on a new Cypher machine. There's that first chip, and Shouty does have to be careful. He has been on share already, so you want to make sure you don't go down and get sent back to the manor is going to be the important thing here. Spiking that corner house as well, trying to pressure both these Cyphers, but it's only a matter of time. If MRC manages to split up both these Cypher machines, PPX is going to have to pressure 1 at a time, and they're able to pop eventually.
That is for sure. It's going to be a back and forth right here between these Cyphers. We can see forward is healed up, and the Cypher machine at corner house is at 82%, and the Cypher machine right here is already at half. We can see Shouty really avoiding these statues yet again. Basically what he's doing throughout the entire match, just really avoiding these statues. But now PPX cannot just stay on the Cypher machine and put pressure on the other one by utilizing the statues. He needs to transition over there. But Mercenary is in the area, is now going to prime that Cypher machine. Even if PPX is scaring away the rest of the team from the Cypher machine that they started on, we have a primed Cypher machine right here at corner house. Mercenary transitioning to the exit gate, getting ready for that Cypher pop. Acrobat is standing on the Cypher machine, is getting ready. We can see that all survivors are pretty far spread away from PPX, and therefore they just pushed for the exit gate to be activated. They just pushed for the late game, and here we can see Xing H kiting around, trying to buy as much time for the rest of the team, but teleport is already ready.
Yeah, we do see him trying to push towards that. Oh, he does actually have a pocket watch, and he's gonna be able to avoid a hit here. Can he make it to the dungeon? 1 chip away here. Dungeon is open. Grizzly, he has to dodge the statue. Is he able to dodge? He is able to get around the statue there. Can PPX get the hit? He's gonna have to randomly swing at the air there, going all the way around the edge here. Can he make it? It's just a foot race at this point. Swinging at there, he goes for that juke, throws that pallet down, goes for the vault, gets the hit. Can he crawl to the dungeon in time? And he is able to crawl onto the dungeon, and that is a 4 survivor escape for MRC. That is exactly what they needed to see here if they wanted to come back, and that is that could not have come at a better time. Wow.
What a fantastic match. You can really see MRC stepping their game up, and as I said, if anyone can turn this around, it is MRC against GR right here, because GR was putting pressure on MRC in round number 1, but round number 2 was really going in favor of MRC. But still, if we look at the points, we still have GR in an upward battle right here. No, MRC in an upward battle, because GR is having more points secured in round number 2. Sorry, in round number 1. And therefore, if we are seeing a tie of round number 3, this will go in favor of GR. So we won't see a round number 4, because either it's going to be a victory for GR, or it's going to be a tie which will lead to a victory for GR, or we're going to see MRC coming back yet again in round number 3, deciding round number 3 for themselves, and therefore deciding the match between MRC and GR for themselves. So there's still everything on the table, especially after we just saw MRC with a 4 survivor escape on Ever Sleeping Town against PPX's Sculptor. What a fantastic outcome of this second round right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, that really comes down to the importance of XC getting that extra kill in the first round. If he switches to Blink there and kills that mercenary, we would be completely tied up here. And you know, they could easily just tie the last round and maybe play out a 4th round. But now, because that mercenary did escape through the dungeon and XC got a little bit over aggressive with the teleport play instead of the Blink, now there's so much more pressure on MRC to come back here. Now that, you know, these extra escapes here are very important, getting at least 3. They had to get at least 3 here. Again, the points aren't going to matter in the long run, as you mentioned. So, you know, the dungeon escape, of course, is nice. It believe it or not, actually, yeah, it doesn't matter if he got the dungeon escape or not in terms of rounds. But instead, yeah, we're going to see MRC taking the 2nd round. They have to win round number 3. They cannot draw. GR's goal is draw round number 3 here, and MRC is obviously go in for the win there.
165 seconds of kiting time on the Postman right here. As you already mentioned, Postman was potentially the best target that you want to go for, but at the same time, man, seeing Shao D on the Postman is just absolutely fantastic. He was able to dodge so many statues. Yes, he was taking a few statues, but at the same time, the way he was able to dodge most of them was just really buying a lot of time, and we saw that PPX wasn't really able to catch up, and at one point had to switch the attention towards the Ford right there, because Ford was just there to harass, to buy more time for his teammate, to buy more time for the Postman. And that was definitely buying a lot of time for the survivors, because if you switch your attention to a different survivor, this means that a different survivor will get on the chair for the first time, which just ultimately buys more time for the rest of the team to work on these Cypher machines, and that's exactly what we saw. They had to split up the attention late game between 2 Cypher machines, but at the end of the day, they were really able to put pressure on PPX right here, on GR, and now they are jumping into round number 3. They are in high spirits. They definitely can replicate that result again, and they can definitely come out as victor right here against GR. But at the end of the day, we also know that GR only needs a tie, and we still have to see the Bloody Queen of PPX that can come in with the tie. And it really depends on which hunter we will see first in round number 3. I think we might expect GR coming out on the hunter side in the first matchup, and that would just put a little bit, I don't know, would it put pressure on the survivor side if they go for a tie on the hunter side first, because then the survivors would need to tie? Let me ask you this. Is it easier as hunter to win in round number 1 compared to round number 3?
It's usually easier for the hunter to win in the early rounds, because you have more of the hunters with win potential. Like, and once you get to the later rounds, hunters like Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch are banned. The win potential hunters are banned, so you're left with only draw hunters like Bloody Queen, Geisha, things like that. So yeah, it's usually easier for the hunters to win in the early rounds because you do have those hunters with more win potential.
So it makes sense for, if GR is on the hunting side first, it makes sense for them to just push for a tie too, because then on the survivor side they also have the better chances of getting a tie, because obviously MRC also has to pick hunters that are potentially leading towards a tie than actually a victory. So it's still a game that is more comfortable for GR, but again, just seeing MRC coming in with the 4 survivor escape just like that, out of nowhere, absolutely fantastic job, and I'm curious to see how this round 3 will end, because everything is on the table. I have no idea. I couldn't place my bets right now. It's just... We're gonna jump into a quick break though before we jump into the next match.
转角面，就右边，我右手边，对，就这个位置，就这个方向。我拿球了。下把翻吧，下那个翻，漂亮。
All right, welcome back to our third and final round of the fourth match of today. We have GR versus MRC. Very close matchup, two rounds apiece here, or 1 round apiece rather. But we have GR currently in the lead by 1 extra survivor escape. So MRC needs to win this last round. And yeah, I'm very curious to see what the map's going to be. It's going to be very relevant for sure. What they opt to go for. I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier as well, Grizzly, as you mentioned. I think the goal here for GR is, if your PPX, is just get a draw on the Hunter side. If you get a draw as PPX here, all the survivors have to do is get a tie for themselves, and it's very easy for survivors to get a tie in the later rounds because, again, as we talked about, a lot of the winning hunters, the hunters with win potential, are banned, so you're left with draw hunters. So if PPX can easily just get a draw here, the survivors can draw themselves, and that would secure the win on points for GR. However, MRC is going to need to go a little bit aggressive here. I think for MRC, the goal is XC can go for a draw, and the survivors go for a 3-survivor escape is probably their best option here.
Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. Those are basically the 2 outcomes that we can expect. We could also see that PPX gets more eliminations, or GR in general gets more points, which is definitely on the table after we saw round number 1. But it's really just, there's everything on the table. Really, the victory is for both teams in sight. So definitely victory is in sight. Concentrate on opening the gates. It's very, very exciting to be in this round number 3. Also, this is going to be the last round. We won't see a round number 4, not at all. It's really going to be the match that is deciding the victor of this matchup between these 2 teams. And I'm curious to see, again, the survivor picks right now, because we are in round number 3, where we usually see some off-meta characters, and we saw on the MRC side, they were coming out with Enchantress, as you mentioned, but as well as Wildling in these later rounds. So I'm very, very curious to see if MRC goes off meta again and brings out either Enchantress or Wildling, or maybe a different character. Potentially we can see the Coordinator. On GR side, we didn't really see any off-meta characters at all, and here we can see the overall picks for the survivors as well as the hunters, and we can really see how these picks heavily lean towards the meta characters.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Psychologist obviously being in there to counter that Dream Witch character for the most part. Also good against single hit hunters, Mercenary, and Forward. Obviously very logical. Acrobat being one of the most commonly used characters in this tournament so far. I mean, obviously one of the best kiting characters so far as well. Yeah, we'll see if it does come out into this last round again. We'll see what the hunters opt to ban. He'll probably, depending on the map, of course, if it's something other than Arms Factory, where it's an option of Priestess getting banned, we'll probably see something along the lines of Priestess, Seer, and Forward, which then leaves, of course, the Mercenary and the Acrobat to be locked in. But yeah, we should, I think, be seeing the map shortly. And it looks like we are going to have MRC banning Arms Factory, and GR is choosing Red Church. And yeah, this is a good map for PPX's Bonbon. So I think as soon as MRC sees this Red Church as an option, they should be banning that Bonbon from PPX. I think, again, the MRC survivors need to push for a win, so they'll probably actually just ban Bonbon and Bloody Queen, which are the 2 best tie hunters for PPX. Because again, you want to get 3 survivors out here if you are MRC.
Still leaving room for the Geisha, for example. PPX definitely an extremely good hunter at Geisha, and we saw how they were banning Geisha in round number 2 already. Giving GR the chance to play Sculptor, which they were perfectly fine with. So they definitely were in the right to ban Geisha and to really push that Sculptor. So I'm curious to see if they are going to ban a potential Geisha instead of, the Bloody Queen, for example, because that can be extremely scary. And yeah, we are jumping into the bans and picks in just a moment. I am still curious to see if we might see different picks on the Survivor side this time, because we are starting with... Wait, we are starting with GR on the Hunter side, right?
Yes, GR on the Hunter.
Yes, so we are starting with GR on the Hunter side, so I'm really, really curious to see the Survivor picks this time. Survivor bans and picks. Again, I hope for something like an entomologist, potentially a coordinator, and the last option would be a wildling. I would love to see it, but it's quite unlikely, to be honest. And on the hunting side, if we look at PPX, there won't be anything too extraordinary. As we already said, Guard26 most likely will take a ban, potentially a Bloody Queen or Geisha ban. Then we still have Dreamwitch and Sculptor that can also work on this map, so I don't think we will see anything off meta besides the characters we just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, what does PPX opt to go with? Again, just trying to get a tie here. Blink Geisha is always an option. You know, maybe we will, as you mentioned, Grizzly, see the Geisha get banned. But again, there's just so many draw hunters PPX has available. He only needs to get, for the most part, he only really needs 2 survivors eliminated to give the survivors of GR an excellent position moving forward. So I think that will probably, I don't think you can get Bonbon here. That is his best hunter. So obviously the Bonbon should 100% be banned. But then, yeah, again, Geisha, which hunter do you think, again, from the MRC's perspective, which hunter can they, you know, more likely get a win against? Bloody Queen or Geisha? It's kind of the decision here for them. That's what they have to kind of ultimately decide.
That is an excellent question that MRC is asking themselves most likely right now. I almost want to say that we're gonna see a Geisha ban, because Geisha can definitely accelerate and potentially get something more than just a tie. Meanwhile, we have a Bloody Queen which will at least secure it. Like, is so well known to get the tie, and we have seen it over and over again in this tournament how the Bloody Queen is securing the tie. Maybe MRC just decides to go for rather, you know, a secure tie instead of a potential 3 or even 4 survivor elimination. So we actually see the Bloody Queen being banned. Alright, so we are having an option for a Geisha. If we look at the survivor bans, we see Seer, Forward, Priestess, which leaves the Mercenary and the Acrobat open. Now we are coming to the last survivor ban, which will be the Enchantress that I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, I think so. They actually didn't ban Bonbon at all. So they banned Dreamwitch and Bloody Queen. So Bonbon is still an option. So I think that's why we're seeing this Enchantress ban, because Enchantress can actually counter Geisha and Bonbon, and those are 2 hunters that PPX wants to play here. You know, obviously when you go for the dash on, we're actually gonna see maybe a Batter here. Batter is a good support character that can actually help push for wins, a good harasser when that forward's banned. I was going to say Enchantress is strong against Bonbon. Of course, once you take those bomb chips, you farm those stacks quite easily. And then you can also kite Geisha quite easily as well, because, you know, if they go for that dash, you can just stun them as they catch up to you and make it to the next pal. You can cut out those dashes quite easily. And we are going to see 100%, yeah, Bonbon should be the lock-in from PPX. I don't think he needs to play anything else here. They're giving him his signature hunter in round number 3, and it's a draw hunter. So the mechanic option here from the survivors is interesting. Mechanic is a good draw survivor, but again, MRC wants to go for a win, so maybe they're just trying to overpower with the Cypher Rush and try to win that way. Again, Batter support will be an option as well.
I agree. There's no question asked right here. GR is going for the Guard26, especially if we look at round number 1, how he was able to dominate that first match where he was really able to get the 4 survivor eliminations so quickly. And again, no question asked, PPX going in as Guard26. The only thing that I am looking at right now is if they're getting a tie. If MRC is pushing for the tie right now, they might potentially say, all right, we can tie this on the survivor side as long as our hunter XC is pushing for a 3 survivor elimination. This is still going to be a victory for us. And if we look at the character composition that XC can bring out, if we look at the different characters that he can play, we see Dreamwitch, for example, which will most likely take a ban. We see Breaking Wheel, not necessarily the best map for a Breaking Wheel, but we also see Bloody Queen, Soul Weaver, Sculptor, and I'm curious to see if, you know, as well as a Geisha, I'm curious to see if we might potentially see a Soul Weaver on XT side to secure a 3 survivor elimination. Again, right now, GR needs to tie this round number 3. MRC needs to get at least 1 point more, needs to get the victory in round number 3 to take that home for themselves. So it's going to be very, very interesting. We are jumping right into the first half of round number 3, MRC versus GR.
All right, we do have the middle church spawn from PPX, which means the survivor does spawn behind Shack, 1 at Backgate, 1 at God Palette, and also 1 at Top Broken. He's going to immediately go towards Shack first, and it is actually the mechanic. And does he actually check the bot? He is going to check the bot, and it is going to go down right away. When he knows mechanic location now, it is behind Shack. She's going to immediately go towards the Backgate area, but a quick kill on the bot for PPX is actually very, very strong here. It puts himself in a position. Oh, does Shadi rotate? He rotates into the Bonbon as well here. So PPX already off to a very good start here, trying to potentially drop the bot as well. I think he dropped it at the Backgate area. And Shouty's going to go down instantly. What a start for PPX. Wow.
Wow, yeah, I can only agree. And we can see that Shouty was really trying to keep the bot alive, trying to put him away from the bombs, but at this point right here, we can really see PPX concentrating on that mechanic. And now, as soon as the bot goes down, which PPX will concentrate on, that might be an excellent... Wow, what an excellent start yet again. As soon as we spectate PPX on guard 26, you can already see how the match starts. Absolutely fantastic for GR, because now not only is the mechanic on the rocket chair, but also the mechanic stall is completely gone. Cannot be used anymore, and that 5th survivor that can decode while the mechanic is on the chair is out of the game. So main decoder is basically disabled right here. Mercenary already took the first bomb, is going in for a rescue right away, is able to rescue the mechanic, but will eventually go down. Now mechanic, who is not necessarily the best kiter, is on the chase, and this bomb right here will determine that this is going to be a double down. 4 survivors, 4 Cypher machines still remaining. We're going to see 1 pot, 3 Cypher machines still remaining. Absolutely fantastic start for GR yet again.
Yeah, picture perfect bombs there for PPX here. Everything going perfectly. And again, I don't really I don't know if going for that rescue there is really worth it, because you know, typically you go for a rescue on a mechanic if they have their bot in play, because they can simply, you know, use that tide turner to decode even longer and get extra decoding progress. With the bot dead and mechanic can't really rebound because it's a mechanic, I don't really understand going for the rescue. I think save your tide turner, push the Cypher machines, or at least feed Tinnitus if your mercenary is a lot stronger. Now, this does give PPX full presence because of this. It's changing targets to the Acrobat here, which is it's fine for MRC. And the survivors are going to go ahead and heal up. We see that slow bomb really coming into effect here, giving him some more distance. PPX going to try to find where they're healing, but I look at the progress on these Cyphers, Grizzly. Still 2 more plus another half Cypher to go. I mean, the survivors are way behind in decoding progress, and it really shows the downside of the mechanic doll, you know, going down first.
And we can see that the better was actually taking a hit. PPX thinks that the better is in this area, but he was taking it a little bit more down towards the graveyard area. So fantastic job from Xing H, just buying a little bit more time. As you already mentioned, they still need 2.5 Cypher machines. It is going to be a little bit tough right here, but now we can see PPX going for Xing H. Let's see if he is committing. He's actually not. He is trying to snipe out what I think is the mercenary first right here. And he is finding the Acrobat. Acrobat is able to dodge that bomb, is destroying the pallet, trying to make it more difficult for the survivors to kite in this area. And he really wants to concentrate on that mercenary.
Yeah, it looks like they're... Yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess he's trying to pressure him off one of these Cypher machines, going for, you know, that mercenary. As you talked about, beautiful chip hit there on the mercenary, using an elbow pad to create some distance here. Full presence bombs really coming into effect. You see how fast they recharge. You see the range on that as well. Another elbow pad, the last one from Weirdo, having to be expired, and now this is a pretty easy chase. What a bomb. Yeah, beautiful bomb there. Has the control bomb as well, putting it right out the window, plus another connection there, and there's the hit, and he'll probably just teleport on a Cypher Machine as well, and he does find the batter as well, who already is injured, so this is a pretty good find for PPX here. Batter are going to do their best to try to dodge these bombs, but he misses the ball as well, and now it's on cooldown. He could potentially get it down quickly here, able to get a speed boost, staying alive a little bit longer, but yeah, PPX just in a really dominant position so far.
Extremely good right here. Oh, missed the ball again. PPX was predicting that to come in. Better can take another bomb, but needs to be careful right here, because now one chip damage away from going down is available to dodge it right here. Will he be able to dodge the controlled bomb? Isn't able to do so, and we have the better down now. Mercenary still on the floor. Mercenary takes a long time to get up and therefore can't really help with the decoding. We can see that MRC is really pushing these ciphers. We are down to 2 ciphers. The one that they are working on right here is almost done, almost primed, and the Acrobat is still able to provide more time for the team, but with these bombs right here, with the double tap bombs, it's going to be difficult for Hang H to stay in this area. But again, we have still half the cipher actually being decoded from the Mercenary, so they are focusing on decoding right here instead of going in for the rescue. So now what they are doing is they are setting themselves up to just push that last Cypher Machine on the Mercenary and then get away from the area. We can see NH is just getting away from the area, allowing Weirdo, as soon as he popped his Cypher Machine, to transition over there to just touch that last Cypher Machine that is already at 95.
Yeah, and, you know, it's fine to actually not rescue here. They can still draw from this position. There's a good chance he's actually going to go for the Flame Bomb here, and this forces a basic hit, and there's a good chance that PPX won't have detention, and the survivors know this. So basically the game plan for them here is, you know, we're going to go ahead and sell the survivor, have 2 up at the exit gates, and then one of us can kite to dungeon because of the lack of detention possibly from this Bonbon. Excellent dodges from Hung H here, not going down too quickly. Can he land this bomb? Another dodge here. He needs to kite until that Mercenary gets to that Cypher Machine. Tries to go for the bomb here, and he's able to avoid all of them so far, staying alive a little bit longer. Goes for that hit. Is the Cypher Machine primed? It is not. Oh, it is. They get the pop-up in time, and he avoids the hit as well.
Wow, that was a little bit of a late pop, but at the same time, the Cypher Machine was at 94%, so it wasn't completely primed, so it took a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, it was getting up the Acrobat. We can see Mercenary already working on the gate, but Acrobat is in a tough situation right here. If he is taking one more bomb, he is going down. He is definitely able to kite long enough for the Mercenary to open up this exit gate. Even with teleport, there won't be a chance for PPX to get the Mercenary, so that is a 1 survivor escape, but what is Hang H able to do right here? Will he able to get out of the situation and try to search for the dungeon? The dungeon is nowhere near to be found, so it might be difficult. This is potentially going to be the 3 survivor escape, elimination for PPX.
Yeah, he seems trying to hide away here, maybe baiting PPX into thinking that he left. And it might actually work. PPX is really circling around here, trying to find the Acrobat. He doesn't know where he is just yet. Now he's going to go ahead and make a break for it. Where is that dungeon? Is it at the top broken area? It looks like it is at the top broken area. If he's able to make it past here, he could potentially actually get to the dungeon. He needs to dodge these bombs. There's the bomb at the window. It's the slow bomb, which means PPX is going to evolve very slowly here. And the interaction speed slowed down. Dungeon's actually top broken, Grizzly. If he could potentially dodge a couple of these bombs here, he can make it. He needs to dodge this chain plus the control bomb. There's one of the bombs here. Here he goes. He bombs for the dungeon. There's the long control bomb, and it knocks him onto the dungeon, and he's actually able to make it. Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. This putting MRC in such a good spot. Again, they needed that tie. They needed to get that tie. Absolutely fantastic. What? I already said it while we were in the late game right here. I said that this is potentially going to be the 3 survival elimination for PPX, but MRC proving me wrong, showing that they can cross the entire map to make it to the dungeon right here. Had the bombs ready, and even with the bomb from the guard 26 bringing him down, he was almost getting pushed on the dungeon and getting the time that he needed to just crawl out of there. Fantastic job. They wanted that tie. They were setting themselves up for a tie because they know, okay, We can still make this in round number 3, second half. If we take a victory from our Hunter side, this is going to be the victory for us over GR. But at the same time now, GR only needs to get a tie. They need to replicate the outcome of this match. So it's definitely going to be an interesting second half right here, especially now that we saw that absolutely fantastic tie from MRC's Survivor side.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a comeback for them, absolutely. And, you know, we talked about in this situation, PPX is fine getting a draw here. Of course, getting a 3-survivor elimination would have been above and beyond, because in that case, then XC has to get 4 survivors eliminated, right? And now it's in a situation where he only needs to get 3. So there's a little bit less pressure for him to work with here. And Red Church being a smaller map, that gives him more options to push for extra kills. Because of the map being it's smaller, it's easier to pressure ciphers, it's easier to pressure the gates in the end game. So I think in the long run here, XC has a chance here. We'll see what MRC opts to ban. But you know, who knows? We've even seen some of these non-mainland China teams come out and get 3Ks with some of these other hunters in the later rounds as well. So if anyone can do it, definitely XC here. I think we'll probably see Dreamwitch get banned. I don't know about the other one. What they're considering, but yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll ban his Bloody Queen as well. Bloody Queen and Draw Hunter, but can also push for a 3-person elimination in some instances. So who knows? We'll have to see what XC has up his sleeve for getting 3 survivors eliminated.
We definitely have to wait and see. And here we saw again we just saw the match stats, and honestly, it was really looking like a round 1 situation right there, where it snowballs into this chaos for MRC's Survivor side, because if we look at round number 1, we saw the Patient was the survivor that was going down quite quickly, and this time in round number 3 it was even better. It was the Mechanic, the main decoder of the team, was brought down not only extremely fast, but also was not able to utilize the doll anymore. So therefore it was a really tough situation right away. From the get-go, it was a tough situation for MRC right here. PPX was not able to snowball like they were able in round number 1 though, and therefore we can see it was clearly a 1-survivor escape, but with that Acrobat making it all the way across the map, like literally all the way to the dungeon, Absolutely fantastic job putting GR, who is still in a little bit more of a comfortable position, now into a position where they have to get at least a tie. So even though it is more comfortable than getting like a 3-survivor escape, it still could go out in favor of MRC.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, I mean, GR and PPX here are still definitely favored. You know, in a round 3 situation, again, we talked about it's easier for hunters to win in the early rounds, again, because, you know, you have those winning hunters. Now, they're simply going to get rid of all of XC's, you know, win potential hunters. Probably going to be, the Dreamwitch and then some other hunter that they're worried that they could potentially lose to. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, we'll have to see what that is. I think Dreamwitch will 100% go, but the other ones, we don't know yet. And I think the biggest thing there was, if you remember, at that back-gate area, the Acrobat dodged like maybe 6 or 7 sets of bombs before transitioning away, and then dodged like another 2, got into Church, dodged another one, and then had the control bomb knock him onto Dungeon. I mean, that is just about as perfect as it gets there for MRC. So yeah, here we go. MRC hunting XC against the GR survivors. XC needs to get 3 survivors eliminated. GR only needs 2 out the gates here if they want to advance to the next round.
That is true. And talking about the bans, let's just speculate a little bit. We saw XC can play Dreamwitch, so Dreamwitch is probably going to be a hunter that is going to be banned. Now, we also saw XC coming out with characters like the Sculptor, the Soul Weaver, yes, the Bloody Queen, but let's just say, you know, they have to push for a 3-survivor elimination right now. So let's just say they wouldn't aim for a character that is known for being such a strong tie hunter. So Bloody Queen might be a character that GR is comfortable going against. So we still have the Sculptor on the map. We have a Soul Weaver. Breaking Wheel, who is not the strongest on the Red Church, could still make it, as well as a Geisha. So I'm really curious to see what they will ban, because even though they can ban 2 hunters in round number 3, there is still potential for XC to bring out a hunter that can push for a 3 survivor elimination, if not even 4 survivor elimination. It's quite difficult to say which character GR will ban right here. Either way, we already know it's going to be the Dream Witch. The second character we don't really know, and yeah, now seeing GR on the survivor side, I'm also curious to see if they potentially come out with a little bit of a, you know, off-meta character pick. At least for once. Come on, GR, surprise us.
Yeah, as for the Hunter side for XC, I don't know. I think that we're going to get into the picks and bans here. I think the best options for 3Ks, yeah, probably either Geisha, Sculptor, maybe Red Church Breaking Wheel, but Breaking Wheel on this map is just so difficult to play. We do see, it looks like Mercenary, Forward, and Seer all getting banned here. That does indicate Bloody Queen or Geisha here. Those are typical Geisha bans, typical Bloody Queen bans. We are going to see Dream Witch and Wheel. Yeah, they're just banning Dream Witch Wheel. They're banning the 2 hunters that you know, XC has an opportunity to get you know, a heavy amount of kills with.
That is true, and even if Breaking Wheel is not necessarily the strongest, especially around the church area where we have these 2 extremely strong windows where you can't really do anything as Breaking Wheel as long as you are in the wheel form. You can't catch up, you can't just drift around the corner. So Breaking Wheel is not necessarily having the best time on the Red Church, but at the same time is still a very, very strong hunter overall, and therefore still is a threat to the tie for GR, and therefore seeing that hunter being banned is not necessarily too surprising. But as you mentioned, we still have the Geisha who could potentially make it to the game. We have a Sculptor. We have seen a Soul Weaver who can accelerate with these webs on the Red Church. So there are a few options. But if we look at the survivor picks, I'm very excited to see that. We have the first officer coming in. We saw it earlier in this matchup where we had the Ford already utilizing the Pocket Watch in a really, really good way. We might see some more Pocket Watch action. Really, really excited to see that. It is the Acrobat, Psychologist, and Postman in combination with that first officer. And now we are all patiently waiting. Oh, it is going to be the Bloody Queen. Very, very interesting pick considering that MRC XC needs to push for the 3 survival elimination. Yes, as you said, Bloody Queen can push for a 3 survival elimination, but we have it seen over and over again. She is very well known to usually just go for a tie.
Yep, absolutely. And this comp it's okay for Bloody Queen. Psychologist is not ideal because, you know, you can take 3 hits, potentially 3 mirrors. Acrobat, depending on how well they time their bombs, they can potentially kite out mirror images as well. First officer, you can't really chase first officer if they use their watches, and Postman's a fine chase if you're able to hit their mirrors from a distance. You want to make sure you don't get too close when mirroring because they can easily drop that dog on you as you go for the mirror and potentially kite out that mirror image. So you don't want to have to fall into that trap. We do see, yeah, so the 4th ban was Gravekeeper. So XC simply trying to eliminate all of, he's trying to eliminate all rescuers. And they did go first officer just as kind of a last resort rescuer here, which is interesting. But yeah, again, XC needs 3 survivors eliminated here. MRC hunting versus GR survivors. We're gonna have the coaches shake hands here. Last half of the 3rd round of our last match of the day. The winner will advance to the next stage of competition. GR survivors need to draw. MRC hunter needs a 3 elimination. I'm Elio, joined with Grizzly, bringing you the action for our final round.
And here we have it. Spawn is on Wedding, and we can see going directly towards the 2 survivors right here on the right. Cisse, which is the Acrobat, not necessarily the best find, but if we look at the entire lineup right here, you could basically go for all of the survivors at the same time. Like, they are all giving you the same threat. But we have the first mirror hit already coming in from XC, so fantastic job Really good start on MRC side, and we can see that AC is also in the area. Postman is still in the area trying to kite around, but at the same time, if AC is in the area, we basically have two survivors that are not decoding, which is definitely good for MRC side. We can see Seaside now trying to make the best out of the situation, that early hit, but the Miro is extremely strong in this area, dodges it with the bombs, jumps away, but again, this Miro placement is really unfortunate for the Acrobat because there's nowhere to go, and XC had no walls that he could bump into. Was absolutely fantastic, was absolutely great, was absolutely able to utilize that Miro in a great way. And here we have the first survivor on the chair extremely early in this match. Not a single Cypher machine has been popped. So this is already starting out extremely good for XC, but at the same time, remember, they need to get a 3 survivor escape, so they can't rest on what they have created at the beginning. They need to push for all of the survivors to go down.
Yeah, here we go. First officer trying to make the save. XC being careful not hitting the rocket chair here. You want to try to get a hit on the officer if possible, and no, he does just hit the Acrobat instead, which isn't too bad, but you lose out on a potential injury. He may try to just mirror. He's not going to lose sight of the Acrobat, and he's going to try to mirror the first officer here. Yeah, there we go. Mirror on the first officer, trying to get that extra hit. A little bit short there. Can he potentially get this injury? It could be very important if he is able to get it, and just a little bit short again here. Acrobat dying a little bit away from the back gate area, but no, he does see him here. He's going to go back to the chair again. Still 5 Cypher machines remaining. We have 2 that are about to pop, but this is still a possible winning pace for XC. He needs to try to slow down the Cypher rush with a mirror. First officer potentially coming in again, or maybe just feeding tinnitus. We'll have to see.
That is going to be extremely strong right here, because again, 2 Cypher machines are decoded and another one is halfway done, but we might see the Acrobat, if the focus of XC really lays on the Acrobat right here, he will go down immediately. But first officer is able to body block that, is giving Cesar a little bit more time to kite around the Mirror, and the blink is already ready. So I would expect that Cesar will go down quite soon, and we can see the bomb coming through. He's really concentrating on that Acrobat. That first survival elimination, you want to get it going to put pressure on the rest of the survivors. Because if you are getting that Acrobat out of the game, fantastic job with the Mirror. If you're getting that Acrobat out of the game, you can put pressure on another survivor. And as soon as another survivor is on the chair, you can also utilize the Mirror to prevent survivors from decoding and potentially get down another survivor while you are protecting that rocket chair. So it is a good setup right here for XC. But at the same time, we now can slowly see the Cypher machine progress unfold. We have 3 Cyphers that are all around halfway. So it's still a really good match for both sides, to be honest.
Mirror onto the Psychologist here. You may just see him use his blink here to try to get at least 1 hit. Going for this mind game here. You want to try to get a hit if you're XC. Oh, he might actually be able to get a hit without Mirror. Goes for the charge attack. Can he get it? And he does flip the Psychologist with that hit there. Now the mirror image on a 3-second cooldown. He can instantly just go for another mirror image here and get this down. 2 Cypher machines remaining. They already have a lot of progress, but keep in mind, Grizzly still has his trade available, so he's still an option to have normal. There's still an option to teleport, so he's not out of this just yet. Again, needs 3 survivors down here, but is potentially on track to still go for this victory. He needs to pressure one of these Cypher machines quickly, though.
That is going to be a tough match right now, because again, Psychologist is on the chair, yes, but if as soon as this 1 Cypher machine is popping, we have 1 survivor that can focus on the last Cypher machine, which is already at 60, and another survivor that can go in for the rescue. We can see the first officer is the one who is really taking the job of rescuing right here. We have the Cypher machine at, oh, nice, was coming through with a perfume. And now we can see how the Psychologist is going down again. 1 Cypher machine remaining. AC transitioning over to that last Cypher machine, which is also close to the dungeon. And this might actually be, look at that, XC transitioning over here as well. Just leaving the Psychologist on the ground to put more pressure on the Cypher machine.
Yeah, he's going to go for that mirror, forcing him off of it. Oh, a little bit of a misstep on that mirror, though, unfortunately, for XC. Can he still get this hit, though? I don't think he's going to be able to. It's going to be a little out of range. The problem here is Psychologists can struggle free, so you can't actually pick them up. He may wait for his mirror image cooldown, then pick up the Psychologist, and then just mirror them immediately right after. Keep in mind, still has the trade available with that last Cypher Machine, 60%. It is the top broken, though, so if he wants, he can always abnormal that as an option here. Mirror image onto the Postman. Should be able to get this hit there. Is getting that injury, just slowly injuring everyone a little bit at a time here. The survivors need to start a new Cypher Machine, but XC not allowing them to, constantly applying pressure. He can still get this 3-person elimination, Grizzly. He's actually putting himself in a position to do so here. We're going to see them struggle free probably in about 2 seconds. Yeah, there's the struggle free, but the mirror back online for XC. He can easily just mirror them, get another down, and they still haven't started another Cypher Machine yet. So this is looking really good, but they're able to juke that hit. Can they still get the down? Still gets the down on the Cypher Machine. XC needs to try to chair here, apply pressure, and force them to go for a rescue.
As you said, that last Cypher Machine is still up and running. They have started another Cypher Machine over there, but we can see that Shadow will end up on the chair for what I think is the second time. So there's still a chance for the first officer to yet come in for another rescue. And here we can see the pressure again. You really want to put pressure on these Cypher Machines, and that might actually set XC up for a 3-survivor elimination, because nobody can decode, and that last Cypher Machine is not primed yet. If the focus really lays on the Psychologist, that might be a great setup for XC's late game. So let's see what is happening right here. The Cypher Machine is being decoded, but it won't be ready. It won't be ready to Cypher pop right away. We can see Blink is coming through. They are force healing, but will this be enough time? I don't think so. We have the... Oh, I don't think it's going to be enough time to pop that Cypher. We're going to see the... And there's the Psychologist going on the chair. The Postman is getting that Cypher popped, and therefore first officer's up and running. But again, 2 Cypher Machines eliminated. This is going to be actually a really tough situation for GR. We have the first officer down. And again, XC needs to get the 3-survivor elimination, and that's what they are focusing on right now. If they are putting that survivor on the chair, which they will, we will see the Postman need to come in for the rescue. They need to come in for the rescue. They need to make this 2-survivor escape happening, else GR is eliminated from this tournament versus MRC. But at the same time, we can also see it's a really tough chair. It's away from both exit gates, and it's going to be a tough time to rescue against the Bloody Queen. Postman is coming in.
He's got to try. You saw, as soon as XC put him on the rocket chair, you saw that reaction from him. He knows he just created an excellent situation for his team. Again, this is the chances of you getting a 3-person elimination in a later round here with Bloody Queen it's just so unlikely. I mean, Bloody Queen is not a hunter that really can push for those extra kills. Go for the mirror image. He knows where the Postman is. He can literally push him away here. He has the tension. We'll see him again just face camp this chair, goes to the dog, doesn't matter, gets the down. That is the last kill for XC, and that is going to move, Grizzly, that's moving MRC to the next round. What a comeback, 8-1 down after the first round, coming back in the next 2. And look at that, XC knows he just, he just had an excellent match there, an excellent comeback in MRC, clutching up the last 2 rounds here. Incredible.
Wow, absolutely. Who would have thought, honestly, after this first round where we really saw GR accelerating, doing a fantastic job, not only on the survivor, but also on the hunting side. And now, getting into this round 3 where we saw in the first half, hey, GR is allowed to play the guard 26 again. As soon as I saw this guard 26, I thought to myself, okay, this is putting GR into kind of a winning situation, because with that guard 26, he can deal a lot of damage. He can potentially get out all of the survivors. But MRC really, after this first round, stepping up their game, coming back in round number 2, taking round number 3 as well, and eliminating GR from the competition right here, moving on into the next bracket. They will face DAO 5. Congratulations to MRC. After, honestly, such a difficult start that they faced against GR, turning everything around, taking the victory right here. A lot of respect goes to MRC. Huge, huge performance that we were just witnessing. So congratulations. MRC is the winner against GR.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it was the momentum was really in GR's favor for the most part. 8-1 lead right away, and then I think it was they were able to get a draw against XC in the round 2. But then that's when MRC started to take over. They got a 4-survivor escape there. That was really big to start to gain the momentum back, gain some of those points back. and the last round just getting an extra survivor escape with that draw against the Bonbon in a situation where they really shouldn't. Because, I mean, think about it this way, right, Grizzly? If we get in that same situation where the Bonbon gets the kill on that survivor and gets a 3-survivor elimination, then XE has to eliminate all 4 survivors. He wouldn't have done that. He would have only gotten 3 because the Postman makes that escape. So that escape from everything had to go perfectly for Miracle for MRC, and it really just did. The Acrobat getting that escape, XE getting that extra kill with the Bloody Queen in a situation where it was almost impossible to do so, still managed to pull it out here. And that's just a job well done for MRC, absolutely.
That's for sure. And you're very right, highlighting that situation where we saw the Acrobat making it to the dungeon. That was a crucial moment. As you said, if that Acrobat wouldn't have made it to the dungeon, this could have been a tie overall in round number 3, and this could have been the victory basically for GR. But it wasn't. It just wasn't. That Acrobat going down right on the dungeon was changing the outcome of this matchup between GR and MRC. So fantastic job again from MRC. Fantastic job from GR. I couldn't have told you who would win the matchup between GR and MRC, because these both teams, as you already said, they won't give up each other anything. And it looked really good for GR. Overall, yes, round number 2 was a really good comeback for MRC, but it was still not putting GR into a position where we were saying, okay, GR is struggling now. GR is really having to push to win round number 3. That was not the case, but overall, MRC was just really stepping up their game after this first round loss, and they were deciding round number 2 and round number 3 for themselves. 2 points for these rounds go to MRC, and therefore they are winning against GR. What an amazing day already. Day number 1 right here of the Global Finals. We saw 4 teams going into the next bracket. We saw Scars, who won against HE, who will go against SST tomorrow. And after that, we saw Weibo Gaming against FPX.ZQ. And I have to say, FPX.ZQ was also doing fantastically well, but Weibo Gaming was proceeding into the next bracket. They will face GG tomorrow. After that, we saw ACT going against MS. They will face Wolves tomorrow, another match that I am really looking forward to. And just now, we saw MRC winning against GR, and they will face DAO 5 tomorrow. So stay tuned. The Global Finals are just getting started, and everything that we saw today was already really exciting, but it is only getting more exciting over the following days.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, today is just, it's a day of just comebacks and upsets. I mean, you know, you think about a lot of these matchups, Scars versus AG. AG, you know, statistically should be favored quite significantly in that matchup, and Scars 2-0'd them, not even close. I mean, just an excellent victory for them. And then, you know, you look at what was it, ZQ versus Weibo, again, another matchup where FPX.ZQ pretty heavily favored in that matchup, and Weibo came out to play. They came out to play, and they were able to beat them. And, you know, same with this one as well. This was just an excellent example of a comeback victory. Down 8-1, still down after even a 4-star escape, still down going into the 3rd round. Acrobat kiting across the map against a full presence Bonbon with being a quarter chip away. I don't know how they managed to do that, but they managed to pull it off. And then XC managing to do the impossible, getting a win with Bloody Queen in a tournament setting against a tournament team like GR. It just goes to show it's never over till it's over. That's the beauty of Identity 5. It's never over till it's over. And that's exactly, this matchup right here was a perfect example of that.
That is for sure. And yet again, congratulations to all of the teams that made it this far, and congratulations to all the teams that are proceeding into the next bracket, into tomorrow's bracket that we will see. And I'm very, very excited for that. This was just the beginning of the Global Finals right here. We're gonna have a total of 4 days. Tomorrow we will have the quarterfinals, and then no, wait, we're gonna have the semifinals, and then we're already moving on to the final days where we see the fights for the 3rd and 4th place, as well as the last day where we see the final match happening for the grand title, championship title of the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. Very, very excited for the upcoming days, but what we already saw today was such a fantastic tournament day that I just want to see what is happening next. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have some very good matchups tomorrow as well. All the first seed teams are going to be coming out to play tomorrow. Again, all those first seed teams did have the bye, all the teams that went 3-0. So whether that's Wolves and Dow 5, two of the strongest, I think, China teams that everyone is always looking forward to see. We also have SST, a Japan region team, going out 3-0 as a first seed. Very surprising, but very impressive. That's a team I'm really, really looking forward to play as well. And I'm not sure, the last first seed team was GG, I believe. So that will be, GG, an excellent survivor team as well. It's similar to Wolves. It's going to be just some very good teams playing tomorrow, and we'll see who's able to come out on top. Again, I'm very excited to see the two Japanese teams play as well. We saw Scars upsetting AG here and going against SST, who has been so strong, defeating two mainland China teams in the group stage. I think that'll be a very good matchup as well. So can't wait to see those.
I agree. That's definitely going to be a head-to-head battle just as well. Just as we saw today between GR and MRC, I almost think that SST versus Scars is going to turn out quite similar, where they are not giving each other anything, and it's going to be a tough fight till the very end, till round number 3. Not necessarily gonna see the same results from today, where Scars was just coming in with a 2-0 right here. I think it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for one of the teams to get into the next bracket, but that is just making it more exciting. And I think overall, now that we have seen most of the teams, I genuinely expect to see a round 3 every single time. I don't think that there's any team that is really having like the upper hand where you say, all right, this team is definitely going to win. We're gonna see a 2-0 right away. So very excited for the upcoming days, but let's get into the best deduction MVP Hang H right here. Containment time of almost 70 seconds, so absolutely fantastic, and has decoded 200% of decoding. Overall, great job from MRC.
Yeah, Hang H, I believe, was that forward that clutched up that 4-person escape dungeon play. So, yeah, excellent job here. Ultimately, we are going to go into a player interview with the MRC players.
首先恭喜 MRC 拿下了今天比赛的胜利，我们请到了小迪跟哼哼来到我们的赛后采访，先来打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 MRC 的小迪。Hello， 大家好，我是 MRC 的哼哼。
欢迎两位，先来分享一下心情。
其实还是高兴和难受。
Yeah, so they're just introducing themselves.
比较兴奋，比较激动吧。
但我感觉你很冷静啊。
They're very happy and excited to be here, especially after a very big win against GR.
觉得最刺激就是小城4抓吧，就是很刺激。
收比赛了嘛？
对，获胜关键。
那小迪呢？
一样啊，就是他那个时候拿下3抓，我拿下这一把的胜利。
They were asked which match they were extremely proud about because, it was just an overall fantastic match day. And they said that one match with the 4 survivor escape was just absolutely fantastic and changing the pace of the team.
心情还是很起伏的。
我觉得是最后心里那一波闪现把他击倒以后，觉得大概率有了，然后在最后打开门战的时候，直接一个镜头抬到那个大副，然后把他击倒的那一刻，我觉得是最稳。
Yeah, no, they're asking about in the last match how they could.
跟观众的信息度也好像是差不多，还是最后一刻的时候才感觉到那种稳稳的幸福。
对。
但其实话又说回来，小组赛的时候感觉大家对自己的表现都不是很满意，所以这段时间有没有经过一些调整呢？哼哼。
因为我们也知道小组赛问题出来。
He was asked how he felt about that, like 4 survival elimination in the last match, and he just said he's extremely happy that he was able to eliminate one by one.
回了局势，小迪老师是前期被对方找到了，但是一个人凭借跟前锋的配合牵制了很长的时间。当时你们队内是怎么沟通的，或者你的牵制思路是什么？2条狗咬得非常漂亮。
Yeah, they're saying that they had to prepare quite a lot for this matchup because GR, of course, was the champions in previous COA events.
对，我觉得，因为我怎么说呢，我也知道打比赛的肯定紧张，我觉得对手可能比我更紧张，所以我通常一般来说在这个时候我只要冷静下来了，我在看对面慌不慌，结果后面好像感觉对面好像比我昏慌的时候，就打着打着可能就越来越不紧张了，有这种感觉。
谁能稳住，谁就拥有主动权。
对。
但是我当时听到你倒地之后，还有在语音里说一句对不起，怎么回事？他为什么要？
They were just asked about the strategy on the survivor side, and they said they really planned everything out. Even if 2 survivors were out of the game, they were concentrating on not only getting 1 survivor through the gate, but what we saw, even if it's very difficult to get that 3 survivor escape, 2 survivor escape, they pulled off the dungeon escape.
有一个转身的一个动作了，但很可惜还是被击倒了。但已经很棒了，今天，特别是那一局最后还完成了一个4跑。 哼哼，你有想到当时星河能跳那个地窖吗？虽然说我们看到那个板子拍了监管者出刀，他倒在那个位置其实是必跳的。
对。
所以当时星河他自己是在怎么判断呢？
其实我能感受到他当时就是也很紧张，因为当事人一定会比上帝视角紧张，所以说当时我们上帝视角都在告诉该怎么做。就雕像靠着自己，但是
How do they feel about the hunter side?
跳就好了，翻就好了。亨子哥当时都吼出来了。对，我感觉这个地窖是一定能走的，因为他切脸雕像都躲了，还有个表的第2次，我觉得是一定可以走的。
有没有感觉跳了地窖之后士气大振？
有，我们在跳之前就已经想好了，就要4跑，就要4跑。
因为这把在开门战，
本来我是想着只打3跑嘛。
对，我听小蝶老师说没关系的，这把3跑也可以，已经。
It's just talking about the technique and that it was just a lot of practice and really focusing on learning the hunters and overall bring down the survivors as good as possible.
我觉得一个4跑对我们就下一局士气。
It's all about technique.
这次变你想4跑了。
对啊，因为我觉得可以4跑，
可以4跑，
对啊，一定可以。
能拿到的胜利一定要拿下。
对，
所以第3局上半场的时候就看到大家状态其实调整的还蛮好，虽然可能开局有一点可惜，我们都会觉得有没有可能就是4抓结束比赛了。当时在中后期的时候，你们是怎么调整的？
For round 2, they were just setting themselves the goal. Either we are getting a 2 survivor escape, or we are getting a 4 survivor elimination. And luckily, it was that 4 survivor escape.
跟他们多沟通就好了。所以这也是为什么，就算倒快了没关系，但是一定不能就是慌，因为节奏掉了还可以再打回来，但是你人慌了，我觉得就什么都没了。
4个字，稳住心态。从今天的让1追2就可以看出来。
Yeah, they also talk about how the key points for the team is to communicate well with the teammates.
的时候，你当时是个什么感受？
算了吧。
当时我们熬着啊，4号，对兄弟们看看我在哪里？我在小门对角线的2板最角落。在搞笑吗？我还是个1/4血。然后当时我在那个墙后面蹲了大概有10多秒钟啊，队友就该给我灌输啊，尤其小蝶一直在跟我讲，呵呵，你稳住，不要急，虽然你只有1/4血啊，但是你还是有机会走地窖的，听我说，冲！然后小蝶就冲，我就冲，然后躲雷就凭感觉，然后运气也比较好吧，最后也是跳进去了。对。
最关键的是在地窖前面有个2连雷，那个雷没
那个雷
没连上，
要炸到了，
就什么天时地利人和全部站上了，那一瞬间感觉就是。
你第一人称看那个是什么情况？那个
躲不掉，
过来，
我当时躲不掉，
因为我已经踩上在第2颗雷。
He's just extremely happy explaining how this match went down, where he was buying enough time for the acrobat, helping his teammates, communication, and buying enough time for the mercenary to the gate, and on the other side for the acrobat to make it all the way to the dungeon. So again, it's all about communication, and you can really see how happy these players are and how excited they are to have this interview right now as winning team.
对。
那你当时一直在鼓励哼哼，你分析他当时有多少的概率能跳？你对他很有信心？一定是100%的。
没有，当时其实重点都。 不是，当时终点的概率，终点不是倾向于概率问题了，而是就想着就是。
So they asked them to rate themselves, and they said they didn't do the best, so they gave themselves about 5 out of 10.
因为当时已经稳走1个了，那么稳走1个的情况下，那为什么不多摊1个呢？就
对，很严谨。既然有机会，我们就要抓住这个机会。
对啊。
所以最后小程上来之后，也是成功的抓住了机会，拿下了一波4抓。 在备战间看当时那一局是个什么样的情况？虽然小程今天没有来到舞台上，但是今天表现的真的不错。
我什么？
让你分析一下小程当时那一局，在你们备战间看到的是一个什么样的情况？
小程分析我们在备战，你看到有没有什么情况？
我们分析小程4抓之后，
对，是的，
我们激动的不行啊，全都跳起来了。
我们光顾着高兴了，好像都没有考虑这个东西。
是啊，就很激动。
你们看那一局整体的一个走向和节奏，会觉得比较安心吗？还是？
还行，但是由于是劣势，所以本身还是紧张，但是节奏我觉得还行，我觉得。 因为我们自己打求生也知道那个节奏，哇，好难受啊，就感觉。
Even though not all players were able to make it on stage today, from the team, they said that all of the players are extremely excited, even though if they were not able to play today, because a victory against GR is just something that you can be excited about.
拿得很快，并且还追着一个带着休息性的邮差在那里到处跑，
就很亏。
30秒钟的秀吉星，要是要放我作为一个油菜玩家，我看到这种头顶的秀吉星在那里逛街，我就哇要晕了要。
就很痛苦，所以开局其实节奏就蛮好的，后面也是稳住了优势嘛。那不管怎么说，总的来说韧性拉满，拿下了比赛的胜利。所以接下来要面对到非常强大的斗五战队，在舞台上有没有什么话想送给粉丝、送给队友，或者送给对手？
东玄，明天来决一死战。
He's basically saying like in the first round it's very difficult for them, but they were able to come back in the last round.
环节也是再次恭喜 MRC 拿下了今天比赛的胜利。最后呢，让我们再次恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍 SC 微博。
And he is excited. He's shouting out to Dow 5. Come on, bring it on. We're gonna see each other tomorrow. We will get you. And here we can see the caster set overseas. Absolutely fantastic lineup. And I am just in the same spirit. Come on, Dow 5. Let's bring it on against MRC. I want to see who is coming out on top. MRC is very, very optimistic that they will take the victory. After taking the victory against Xiar, and especially after having, you know, such a tough round number 1 and still being able to take it home, they are just excited to go against Dow 5 and to show yet again what they are made of and that they can make it to the championship title all the way through all the teams. And here we have today's results.
All right. Yeah, we do have SC winning, as you see, over AG in that first round. We do have Weibo over FPX.ZQ in a close matchup. And we also have ACT over MS. The Korean team fought well, but it will be ACT moving on, and MRC ultimately over GR facing Dow 5 tomorrow. So yeah, don't forget to come back and watch these matches tomorrow. Again, the best of the best are remaining. The top 8, it's going to be very, very exciting. Looking forward to this. 2 Japanese teams remaining, and we have our 6 mainland China teams. Let's see who's able to claim the title of global champion.
Oh, this is going to be very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. Here you can see tomorrow's schedule. SST versus SC, GG versus Weibo Gaming, Wolves versus ACT, and Dow 5. As last match goes versus MRC. Wow, what a lineup. Honestly, I already was extremely excited to see today's lineup, and I was already extremely excited to see today's matches, and I was far from being disappointed from what we saw today. So I am just as excited for tomorrow's matches, because I am sure that we are in for a treat. Seeing these top teams going against each other, fighting for a spot in the finals. Again, tomorrow we will already decide which 4 teams will fight against each other for the 3rd and 4th, as well as 1st and 2nd spot in this tournament. So definitely stay tuned for the upcoming days, because it is going to be, even though it was already extremely exciting and interesting today, it is going to be even more exciting and interesting in the upcoming days.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, top 8 teams remaining. 2 Japanese teams, 6 mainland China teams. It's a little bit unfortunate how the bracket worked out. We do have both Japanese teams playing each other, so that means we're only going to have 1 more Japanese team remaining after tomorrow, for sure. And then we will have, of course, 3 mainland China teams moving on to the top 4 as well. And then we will have our finals and 3rd place matchups on the last 2 days after that. So yeah, don't forget to stay tuned and watch those. It's gonna be very, very exciting. Again, we've seen a lot of this mainland China teams come out and dominate, but these Japanese teams coming in as well, outperforming everyone's expectations. They have a lot of potential to potentially win this tournament as well. So it's really gonna be down to the wire here. The best of the best of Identity 5 in the world. I'm very excited. I cannot wait to be back tomorrow to watch these matches.
Me neither, I can't wait, but it is going to be very soon, so we don't have to wait for too long. Before we end today's tournament stream, I would really appreciate if you could all share some love for not only the teams that have made it into the next bracket, but also for the teams that haven't, because they have made it to the top 12 teams in the world, so that is an absolutely fantastic achievement already. And also spread some love for all my co-casters. We have Eli here with me. Earlier we saw Poch and Nello casting. I absolutely enjoy these front row seats, spectating these top matches with you guys. So again, in the chat, just spam some love for everyone. And of course for Netties, who is able to set up such a fantastic tournament for all of us to witness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's just thank you everyone, of course, who came out to watch and support today. I know it was a long day, but ultimately a very exciting one. And you know, this is I remember when I first started getting into the game, I first watched COA. You can learn a lot from this as well. These are, again, the best players in the world. There's so much so much you can learn, so much you can pick up. I've learned a lot just from watching these players over the past few months. It's really amazing to be here and be able to watch this. So yeah, make sure you guys keep the positive energy, cheering on your favorite teams, pick up anything you can learn, incorporate into your gameplay as well, and hopefully it's a good stream for everyone.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I am sure it has to be. Like all the gameplay that we have seen today, as you already mentioned, all of these matches, literally every single match, you could learn something from. Because there were situations where even I had to just rewind the match 5 times to fully understand what was going on and to fully understand how the team must have been, organized, how they must have been coordinated, how they have been talking to each other in these stressful situations where you really, in my opinion, as normal player, I would be like, all right, I'm leaving, I'm out through the exit gate, I am done. The rest of the teammate, they can scramble, they can do it, but not with them. They were actually completely one. It was as if they were one player. This entire team of the survivor sites, they were always as one and they were always coordinated and they got as many survivors as they could out of the gates. And we just saw some situations that were extremely overwhelming just to spectate, just to understand what is going on. But that is it for today's stream. I'm very excited to see you all tomorrow. This is me signing off with Eli. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Eli, any last words?
It's great to be here. It's great to see all you guys, and can't wait for tomorrow.
いや、ごめんもマジで。オッケーオッケーオッケー、すれ違った。厳正厳正。オッケー、これ伸びるわ。俺見てる。オリジナルが一生追ってくる。もう飽きてるよ。はい。ナイス。オッケー。
是吧？整理好了。留长洞直接修1号计时。长洞打了。5号进去完。我还被后边夹一下。没事，我有快满加速。打得住吗？等一下。送好了。刷。好。挺多的。可以。一定。可以。是吧。好了，你夹子没踩掉，我直接倒墓地了，我就倒墓地了。2、1，走了，可以，来，免得他。我这台机量不了，我去。我跟你写，宙斯得打团了，不然地就不够了。宙斯打团，还是快打团，必须得打团了。我摸。没，管你。走的话，闪现交给我还有机会。1道上还有多久？他一过。城我有洞。可以。他上去了。补撞。拉远一点吧。我小城了。撞晕了。我小大门，我讨大门。我小城了。那换过来怎么说？去海边。大门能看。来小门。大门能看。鼓励来小门。闪过了。这场进度报一下呗。直接过板了，封我。几秒钟 CD 啊？ 1秒，好了，你说。nice， 这边人来中场帮我驱一下吗？让狐狸来中场帮我驱一下。
咋驱呢？没圈啊，是吧？
那不会，我拉。咱们多少分先？2、3、4。
我难过解释。
一周。
大黄的，等下我机子好吗？不知道和那个让。
有点快撞的，可以看地上几个行吗？大黄摸到了
64的。
可以不控了，我自己可以修。
行，我不控。能保。
虫子在，帮你一下。有一只不腐烂。去墓碑，
抓邮差。
OK。2楼下一个，4号。抓了。慢踩。
咬到了。
转角门，
就右边，我右手边。对，就这个位置，就这个方向。
我拉球了。
下把翻把下那个翻，漂亮！
没雷了，没多少雷。
能带走吗？有板子，还有球吗？
定时。他在看，
没抓到，没点到。
走。OK。哎，可以，
是不是很？没抓到，没点到。
走。OK。哎，可以。给他们4个响。能传球直接捉了大夫。能看到快。有到就凶残。
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're